Chapter 261. Everyone else had left, leaving only Ma En and Chen Yun in the room. The broken walls also returned to their original state after Bishop Fu completed the ritual, as if nothing had happened today. Chen Yun called out, "Ma En?" He came back to his senses and looked at Chen Yun. "What's wrong?" Chen Yun said solemnly, "What happened tonight shocked me a little. The way you look at and contact angels, the way these messengers of God do things, and the Inquisition's direct actions without any reason. If they always do this, they will definitely make a lot of mistakes." Ma En replied casually, "As far as I know, your concerns are in line with the actual situation." He hadn't planned to tell her about you yet. Chen Yun said seriously, "Do you think I should become a saint?" Ma En shook his head and said, "No, I don't think they are good people." "Do you remember the sinner Shen Shao they mentioned?" Chen Yun nodded. "I want to ask you about this too. Those who came to rescue seemed to be following Shen Shao, and Ma En was claiming that she was a hypocritical villain, which made Chen Yun more worried about his brother. Ma En introduced, "Shen Shao is a very powerful person, basically the strongest person I know, but you may not understand it, so I can give you a practical example. In the recorded battle records, she had a history of repelling the great demons of hell several times, and the most difficult one was to repel 2 combined princes of hell and 3 only slightly weaker demons. Although there is one thing that is not often mentioned, she actually had a brief exchange with the 3 most combative angels. Neither side revealed what happened in that battle, but we all know the answer. Because if the angels can gain the upper hand, they will never remain silent." Chen Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. "It sounds like she is really strong." Ma En nodded. "But just before I was wanted, she was defeated by more than a dozen people with the same ability level in cooperation with the Federation. Now Shen Shao is being held in a super prison that the Federation has set up for her. Do you know why they did this?" Chen Yun asked curiously. "What is it?" Ma En said, "Because she is trying to save the world." Chen Yun showed a surprised look. "It sounds incredible." Ma En nodded. "This is also what I thought when I first heard this. In fact, I didn't immediately believe such words at the beginning. Even if it was true, it might not be the fact. At that time, I chose to join the Salvation Alliance she established just because I thought it was the right choice. But what happened next made me believe her. The real evidence is not that I think so, but that those who are truly at the same level as her think so. They have a vision that I don't have, and they may have judgment abilities far beyond mine. The reason why the Federation wants to deal with her is that they are worried that she will threaten them in the process of rescue. Other people who cooperate with them basically have similar concerns. After all, you should be able to easily think of it." Chen Yun nodded. "When you have stronger power, doing evil will seem more tempting." Ma En continued, "Even if the price is to slowly push the world into the abyss, when she is free, she has done a lot of good things for the whole world through the Salvation Alliance and herself. What the Salvation Alliance does is to prevent other forces from acting immorally. And she did what I just mentioned, constantly fighting with other people of the same level, and persuading them to slightly change their style of behavior, and facing those who have no way to communicate, she will choose to fight to the death. In the end, she either killed the other party, or the other party hid. And this is the best person in the world before I was wanted. The official organization coordination bureau she led also contacted me, and solved some potential troubles for me without any other circumstances. Unfortunately, all of this is gone now. And this is the evil Shen Shao in the angel's mouth." Chen Yun nodded slightly. "If you put it that way, their words sound really hard to accept. Although I instinctively don't want to admit it, after careful consideration, that sentence is more like a lie to rationalize their own behavior. And according to what you said now, Shen Shao has already lost, right?" Ma En nodded. "Yes, the Salvation Alliance once fought with the Federation for a period of time. Although we are definitely far inferior to them, we have also achieved pretty good results. It is precisely because of this that we finally reached the final outcome. The Federation signed a ceasefire agreement with us, and the price was the dissolution of the Salvation Alliance. This matter means cutting off part of the source of power for Shen Shao, but this is also her decision." Ma En understood this more deeply than other members of the Salvation Alliance. He could say with absolute certainty that this was really her decision. Chen Yun exclaimed in admiration, "A real good person. No wonder you were on the same side as her." Ma En showed curiosity and asked the question that had troubled him for a long time. "Was I a good person before?" Chen Yun said firmly, "Yes, although not the most typical one, and not very similar to me or the Shen Shao you mentioned, but you are definitely a good person. You talked to me about this issue in detail a long time ago. Although your standards are different from those of the secular world, there is no doubt that you are a good person." Ma-en carefully observed her expression and nodded after confirming that Qin Yun was not lying. That's good. Qin Yun suddenly added as if he had just remembered, but there may be some people who don't think you are a good person, but you don't have to pay attention to them. I know they are wrong. Ma-en said sincerely, I believe in your judgment of me. Qin Yun continued, so instead of becoming a saint, what I should do is to follow Shen Shao like you. Ma-en said, unfortunately, her era has come to an end. Qin Yun nodded slightly, showing a thoughtful look. So are there any people with abilities similar to her in the world now? Ma-en shook his head. No, at least we haven't seen it. Qin Yun continued to ask, do you think I have something better to choose than being a saint? Ma-en answered sincerely, be an ordinary person. Qin Yun smiled, good idea, but I can't do it. If you are also ordinary, this may be a reasonable approach, but it seems that you have caused a lot of trouble recently, and it is predictable that you will cause a lot of trouble in the future. And if I were your opponent, I would definitely notice your ordinary sister. What would you do then? Ma-en replied, I can take care of you, even if I am far away from you. Qin Yun smiled and looked at her brother. Don't be silly, you and I both know that this is unrealistic. Don't you think you won't meet an opponent of equal strength? How can you still have the energy to take care of me then? And if I were your enemy, I would definitely let you know clearly that as long as you surrender, I can survive. What will you choose then? Ma-en replied, reality is not a multiple-choice question. I will find a way. Qin Yun asked firmly, what if there is really no choice? Reality is not a fairy tale. I don't want to see you choose any of them, because it will hurt you. If Ma-en was that kind of cold-blooded bastard, it might be okay, but Qin Yun knew her brother very well. Even though Ma-en had lost his memory now, he was still the person she was most familiar with. Actually, it was a good thing that Ma-en lost his memory, because it meant that he might not make the worst choice to exchange his life for hers, since he still hadn't remembered the past. But even if he gave up on himself, it wouldn't be a good choice. Because it would definitely make him very painful. And if Ma-en regained his memory, she couldn't think about it anymore. The church gave me an opportunity. Qin Yun looked at the silent Ma-en with a firm expression. I don't think there would be any other supernatural organization in the world that would be more suitable for me. And you know, if it weren't for you, I would have agreed to Angaton's proposal. When I saw their current problems, I had already decided to correct the mistakes they were making. If I didn't do this, it could only be because of your existence, but now it's not a bad choice for you. This is what I want to do. When I see injustice and wrong things, I have to change them. This is your sister. Ma-en pondered for a while and said, well, actually you have a point. I'm just a little too worried. But since you have made up your mind, I also want to give you a suggestion. Never accept to become an angel, and don't mention it in other places. Although they are not listening now, it is hard to say when they will pay attention. Qin Yun showed a puzzled look. They? Ma-en said, heaven, actually for safety reasons, I shouldn't say these words. And in fact I didn't. He pointed to his mouth, which had been closed. Qin Yun looked surprised. What is this? Ma-en said, I am telling you some things in your mind. They have already decided that you will become a saint. Usually there are 1 or 2 angels around you. They take turns to look after you, and sometimes they will monitor what you are doing. These are not things I should know, so don't say them out loud. Qin Yun showed a look of realization. In other words, I am actually talking to you with my mind now? Ma-en nodded. That's right. Qin Yun asked, that's right. I have something that is not suitable to be said, Ma-en. You just lied, right? She was asking about Dongsansu. Ma-en calmly admitted, yes, but I didn't lie to you. He said that he didn't do anything bad. Qin Yun smiled and looked at his brother. Don't worry, I believe you. This is also very interesting. You didn't have this worry in the past. I'm just asking you a question. Her purpose in asking this was very real. Since this was true, she had to pay attention to completely erase the traces of this matter after entering the church's supernatural system, so as to avoid other problems between Ma-en and the church. This is also one of the many things she wants to do after she really joins the church. Now Ma-en has some friction with him. If she is involved, she can find a way to slowly resolve it, so that he doesn't have to worry about the angels coming to cause trouble again. Apparently, heaven has violence that is superior to Ma-en. Ma-en then said, then you should also pay attention and don't cut off contact with me. Qin Yun promised, of course. Then, there is only one last question. Has this matter been solved? Ma-en said, not yet, but I already have a clue. It is only a matter of time to solve it. But this is my own business. After seeing his eyes, Qin Yun did not ask any more questions, and Ma-en would not tell her any details of this matter. He did get a clue just when he was distracted. When Ma-in walked to that memory, the last scene he saw was the Black Devil burning the parchment into ashes. He originally expected that he would see the scene where Bishop Fu got these false evidences, but unfortunately he only saw a weird hell creature. That was not a memory of a supernatural event, but an obstacle that was created when he went to the target memory, and it also completely destroyed the destination itself. The devil with evil eyes was not an independent mental entity, but just a mechanism that was created. The person who left this obstacle had long anticipated that he might invade the head of Bishop Fu through telepathy and memory erasure, and would try to find relevant information in it, and the other party had prepared enough countermeasures. He was targeted. There is no doubt that this was coming towards him. Someone attacked him through the church, and prevented him from tracking in advance, which did not mean anything. Now it is not difficult to know what type of ability he has, and even the church can easily find the holy sword of the blocker that can restrict him. This is the inevitable result after the information of the ability user is exposed, and this is also the reason why Marin always keeps a low profile. In fact, he is still doing this now, and this is why the church can't do anything to him at all. Because they are still underestimating themselves. This is why Marin didn't really fight the angels. If he wanted to, he could suppress them gently, but unless he really wanted to break off relations with the church, he couldn't kill them, and that meant continuing to expose his abilities. Doing so would be like digging his own grave. Moreover, doing so might make others realize that the types of abilities he possessed were unusual. The number of abilities he showed now was already very rare, but at least some similar examples could be seen. If this continued, it would be difficult to explain. Secondly, this may also make others continue to be more vigilant against him. The battle tonight will lead to such an effect. If anyone wants to cause trouble for him again, they will definitely not come with a weapon like the blocker. And this means that the next time the enemy comes to cause trouble, it will definitely not be so easy to deal with, assuming they can do it. And Ma-in will not underestimate the Federation that imprisoned Xin Xiao, even if it is only a part of them. When seeing the scene in Bishop Fu's mind, Ma-in immediately thought of who caused this. It could only be those federal politicians who disagreed with Shadow on how to deal with the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance, and what they did was not dealing with themselves. Even if I am now in the gray area of the contract, it is not feasible to do this directly, so what they are doing must be dealing with those former members of the Salvation Alliance who are still resisting, and judging from the content of the contract, they cannot deal with me directly. Ma-in naturally thought that they did this. Like Shadow, they also asked one or more mercenaries to perform this task, and he definitely did not belong directly to the Federation. And judging from the fact that he was able to find me, there was only a very small possibility that the mercenary found Main himself. The more likely scenario was that the Federation had already known that it was me who worked for Shadow in the Eastern Federation and informed him of this information. Now I was like dancing on the edge of a knife, and I couldn't directly take action against the Federation politicians. But he could find the people they appointed through those politicians. This act of self-defense would not violate the contract drawn up by the check and balance, and he could also ask other people who were not members of the Salvation Alliance to do this, such as Level 0 employees, like Shadow and the Federation politicians. Now he was walking in a gray area. Chapter 262. Xu Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and she walked happily towards the end of the corridor with a smug look. This is the job she enjoys the most. Inspection in progress. Please communicate with the subject with caution. A cold mechanical voice came from the top of the corridor, warning everyone who entered what kind of monster they were about to see. But Xu Yun felt that it was stupid and cowardly to be afraid of the monster in the cage. If the monster had fallen to this state, and she still had to be on guard against it, then she should not have been caught in the cage in the first place. Now that the monster's neck has been shackled, the horror stories of the past will only be distant legends. She has fallen from a terrifying and dangerous monster to a plaything for the upper class to watch, just like the fire dragon that the Rama Empire once enslaved. And looking at this once terrifying creature up close, Xu Yun felt that she had defeated her. Xu Yun pushed open the last door. Qin Luan was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She was concentrating on the chessboard in front of her. It seemed that she was so absorbed in the game that she didn't notice Xu Yun had appeared at the door. Only when she walked to the table did Xin Xiao slowly raise his head. Xin Xiao looked at Xu Yun calmly and said, "You are here. Sit down." Xu Yun was a little surprised by Xin Xiao's attitude. Before her brain could react, her body naturally sat on the sofa opposite her. Then she suddenly realized what was going on. She wanted to beg for mercy. This made Xu Yun look proud. "Have you ever thought that this day would come?" Shi Xiao smiled at her. His eyes seemed to be able to see through her body and see into her soul. "No, I actually had some misunderstandings about you when I first met you. In fact, I realized this after I came here, just like I started to learn to play chess after I came here. Do you know anything about this sport? Shuyan said proudly. It's too late to reminisce now. You should have come to me humbly like this a few years ago. Shen Xiao shrugged and then looked at the chessboard on the table. In fact, playing chess and foreknowledge have some similarities. The most important difference lies in your decision to look at things. There are not so many uncertainties in the macro world, which cannot be ignored when foreknowledge. But it seems that you are not very interested in this. Shuyan suddenly became alert. What do you mean? Shen Xiao said. Some ancient people like to use chess to illustrate speculation about the future. In fact, we can indeed predict the future based on experience and judgment alone, as long as you know what information is important and what information is completely useless. This is also a way of predicting. Shu Yun looked at her twice, then sneered. When you were young, you liked to talk nonsense like this, pretending to be so unique. But in fact, you are just an ordinary person like us. Without that power, you are nothing. I really hope there is a way to deprive you of your power, so that I can see you fall to the mortal world. Only then will you stop pretending. How wonderful it would be if this power was in her. Shen Xiao smiled gently. Unfortunately, only people with good nature can control this power. As far as I know, it is almost impossible for you to find qualified candidates in the Federation. Shuyan curled her lips. Self-righteousness, it is impossible for you to defeat the prophet without her knowing, right? What she hated most was Shen Xiao's inherent arrogance, and no one else could detect this condescending attitude. In their eyes, Shen Xiao could even be said to be humble and gentle, but Shu Yun could feel it. That was arrogant gentleness. It was just that she couldn't say anything about it in the past, because Shen Xiao at that time was indeed enough to match her arrogance, but now Shen Xiao still maintains this condescending vision, which makes Shu Yun hate her even more. Shen Xiao said calmly, I know why you came here, but you just want to seek my answer, but you can put away your comfortable thoughts. No matter how good your current situation looks, it is still shaky. You can only fight for what you want, and I can assure you that it will be a difficult process. It is also the only way in front of you. Shu Yun looked at her coldly. You underestimate me a little bit. They let me take charge of this matter not because of my father, nor because of my current status. The Federation fully evaluated the proposal I gave them, and finally let them agree because they believed in me. They believe that I know you well enough, and you are a person with a bottom line. Shen Xiao smiled peacefully. But I am not a fool. I don't think it is wise for you to do this. This is angering your enemies. I can stand from your perspective to see what you are about to do, and in my opinion, your enemy is the pinnacle of the fifth-order abnormal entity. Even if he is still in shackles, if you ignore the fatal danger hidden in it, you are courting death. As long as you look at what he has done, you will realize that he always wins. Shu Yun laughed happily. Starting to review the previous records? You are right, but I know exactly why you say that, because you want me to give up the idea of further dealing with you, and this proves that I should do this. It's really funny, I don't know if you noticed. Now you actually no longer expect to win, but just want to lose decently. Why, where is your arrogance? Shen Xiao looked at her and said, you must do this, because if you don't do this, you will. Not only you, many people will die. It is indeed a great achievement that I admire to be able to trap the most dangerous abnormal entity, but they have not really solved the most fundamental problem, and the flaws left behind will eventually lead to a global disaster. The world will change from now on. Shu Yun smiled confidently. Yes, that's why they support me. You will retaliate against us. Unless we put smart handcuffs on you, we will definitely kill those of us who led the plan after you leave here. Even if this possibility is not so obvious, even if some people in the Federation regard this as an acceptable price, and your revenge will definitely have a limit, no matter how low the probability of death is, they cannot accept it. And it is obvious that this plan is bound to involve several bigwigs. After all, only they can approve our proposal, and these bigwigs involved will not want to see you have the opportunity to retaliate against them to any extent in the next few decades. This is the beauty of the Federation. It is a sophisticated machine. No part can operate alone. They will always interact with other parts, and eventually lead to a result that may not be in the best interests. This is why I can continue to restrict you. Humans who have the desire to survive cannot choose the best decision. The final result is that the situation has led to the ending that makes me happiest. You will become our slave. Shu Yun looked down at Shen Xiao slightly, looking at this sentence arrogantly. Although the last sentence was a bit exaggerated, Shu Yun still said it because it made her feel extremely happy, and even made her feel that she had conquered Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao sighed. My relationship with you is really unique. I seem to have an unsolvable hatred with you, but the intimacy is far better than usual. How did it come to this point? In fact, there will never be an answer. Xu Yun sneered contemptuously. Yes, you can predict the future. Why didn't you try to show me that I like you when you were in front of me? It was obvious that you looked at me, as if you had seen through me. Why do you think that was? She answered without waiting for Xin Xiao to speak. Because you don't care at all, you don't take me seriously at all. Why, didn't you predict that I would be standing in front of you now, and could control your future destiny? To be honest, you should have killed me at that time, but you didn't. So I won. Xu Yun's body was constantly leaning forward while speaking, and the look in her eyes when looking at Xin Xiao was like an old enemy who had finally fallen into a trap. After so many years, she finally realized her wish, and was able to have the upper hand over Xin Xiao during the conversation. Even mortals can be hypocritical demigods. Xin Xiao raised his head and looked at the ceiling. If it hadn't isolated us in advance, the situation would have been extremely bad. Xu Yun looked at Xin Xiao with cold eyes and raised her tone. But it is here, you are in the prison we built, there is no if, it is us who brought you here. I put the shackles on you, you didn't fall in by yourself. But I can understand why you would say that, after all, there is only if for you. Xu Yun looked at her with sympathy, as if forgiving Xin Xiao's threat. Xin Xiao looked at the wall slightly and said, I am curious about what you can do, this is still a problem for me. Xu Yun suddenly smiled very happily. You finally asked this, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Then she turned around and waved at the wall. Two screens slowly emerged, and the scenes on them seemed to be captured by surveillance equipment. They were two prisoners sitting on restrained chairs. From the same screen, it can be seen that there was a man and a woman, and they were both very young. The male prisoner looked only in his 20s, and there was still some childishness on his face. But now, he had no expression, no emotion, but his hands were tightly grasping the handrails, as if he was waiting for something to come in a calm and nervous wandering. If the female prisoner put aside the restraints and the scene, she looked like a white-collar worker who had just started working. But it was obvious that what she did was completely inconsistent with her appearance, which also led to her current situation. At this moment, her face was full of determination, and even a little proud. Xu Yun looked at the two screens with a smile on her face, and said to Xin Xiao in high spirits, there are a total of 29 4th-level ability users among the remaining rebels known in the entire Federation. They have not tried to carry out such dangerous activities with lower-level ability users. These 29 ability users are all retaliating against the Federation in their area. There is no meaningless revenge, and they did it just because of the special plot of your stupidity. In the process, we arrested 2 members of the Salvation Alliance, and a more dangerous ability user was forcibly killed on the spot. By the way, I tell you that they also caused a lot of losses to the Federation, and some politicians have troubled us for this. And we finally made them realize that this is worth it, they will bring us enough benefits. Although the remaining rebels are not small in number, they are distributed all over the world. Among them, only those in the Northern Federation are more difficult to deal with, and the others can be found in a short time. Xin Xiao said, I don't think so. I think they will eventually find each other, and become a threat to you. Xu Yun showed a funny expression, and looked at Xin Xiao as if he was looking at a fool. If it weren't for you, they would just be ordinary abnormal criminals to us. We would easily kill these idiots who dared to fight against the will of the Federation, and their death would not cause any waves. But you can change this, look at them. They are all young people, who should have a great life. Only young people would do such stupid things. They haven't figured out the facts yet. If they have the chance to live to the future, they will definitely realize that this is not the best decision for them. They did this out of passion and trust in you. But what did they get in return? Did you know that these 2 young people are only children? Their parents are still waiting. Xin Xiao suddenly interrupted her. Okay, that's it. Xu Yun looked at her in surprise. Xin Xiao said, Pard and Ran Xia. These are their names. Their parents miss their children very much. I have advised them several times to temporarily put down their work and go back to accompany their parents. But they always say that there is still time in the future, and they also say that they are doing it for their families. They feel that they still have opportunities and time, they feel that they have responsibilities on their shoulders, and they have a bright future. I did not reject their persistence because I have seen it before. And you ruined it all. Xu Yun continued, no, you ruined them. You can refuse the safety rope plan, but the price is their lives, and after that, there will continue to be other good people who appear in the position where they are sitting now, and continue to die because of your stubbornness. I know where your bottom line is, so you'd better surrender as soon as possible. Xin Xiao looked directly at the screen, and said, the reason they chose to continue fighting is not to make me give in. If I give them the choice now, they will choose to die. Of course, this is not a reasonable choice. They don't want to die. But they don't want me to compromise. They have answered my question with their actions. No, I won't let them down. We are all ready. Xin Shao turned his face away. Xu Yun waved her hand in boredom. 2 corpses appeared on the screen. You will compromise. Xu Yun said, I know you. Xin Shao looked at her again, and his strange look made Xu Yun a little scared. No, I will do what they want me to do. I will avenge them. Chapter 263. Asshole, she dared to scare me. And I was really scared by Xin Shao. Xu Yun had never thought that she would encounter such a thing, because she knew Xin Shao so well, and she looked down on her so much from the bottom of her heart. How could she be afraid of her? But the expression Xin Shao showed at the end made her feel extremely strange, and this strangeness gave birth to her fear. In fact, there was no anger or hatred on Xin Shao's face at that time. Thinking back, it was the strangeness itself that scared her. There is nothing to be afraid of. Overall, this conversation made Xu Yun feel very enjoyable and happy. Although she did not let Xin Shao give in immediately, she did not have such unrealistic expectations. Being able to kill 2 members of the Salvation Alliance in front of her neatly made Xu Yun very satisfied. And when he just met her, Xin Shao even tried to ask for mercy by reminiscing about the past. Although she did not really humble herself, letting the dignified Xin Shao do this was considered by Xu Yun to be a trampling on her dignity and arrogance. When she first met Qin Wan, Xu Yun dreamed of stepping on her. And now she is almost going to realize this wish. As long as Qin Wan agrees to the safety rope plan, she can really put a bridle on this unruly 5th level ability user to control the direction. And this not only means that their safety is guaranteed, but also means that Xin Shao will truly become a tool of the Federation, which is also very tempting to those high-ranking bigwigs. But they still have different opinions on whether this can succeed. Xu Yun and other people who know Xin Shao well told him that she has a bottom line. If killing 2 people doesn't work, then kill dozens of people. If killing dozens of people doesn't work, then kill hundreds of people. If that doesn't work, then kill until Xin Shao gives in. These remnants of the Salvation Alliance are just the beginning. When they are all dead, the bigwigs who covet Xin Shao's power will give them new tasks, and keep looking for ways to force Xin Shao into a dead end. And there is actually another most important reason why they are willing to do this, that is, they don't have to be responsible for the cost of this matter. If Xin Shao still doesn't give in the end, and the Federation has to give in first due to external reasons, then Xin Shao will win. And the price the Federation has to pay for this is just them, including Xu Yun, the low-end Federation members who lead this plan. Xin Shao's revenge will eventually stop at the ignorant Federation members above her. And for the Federation as a whole, this is a completely worthwhile price. After all, their reward is Xin Shao. For Xu Yun and other politicians who were at the expense of the plan, this was a risk that was not a loss. After all, even if they did nothing, they, who were already at the forefront of the plan to deal with Xin Shao, would be hated by her, and the higher their status, the easier it would be to be retaliated against. It just so happened that they were the ones who made the decision. Although Xu Yun had similar views to most of them, she also had a personal grudge with Xin Shao, and she felt that the chance of her being retaliated against was much higher than that of other members of the Federation, so this was particularly worthwhile for her. Xin Shao is still tough now, so it depends on the Federation members in charge of several areas to handle their work, and Xu Yun is also thinking about how to make the devil she hired complete their tasks in the Eastern Federation more smoothly. With this thought, she returned to the luxurious mansion that did not match her current position. With her current status, she should not live in such an ostentatious place, and she would not have so much spare money to spend here. But she has a good father, which is also the premise for her to be connected with Xin Shao. Xu Yun looked at the camera on the wall, and then the smart security door slowly opened to both sides, revealing the road leading to the courtyard, garden and main building. She did not choose to return to her residence immediately, but turned and walked towards the garden. She planned to go and see the exotic animals she raised first. Only when looking at them could Xu Yun feel a little tranquility and peace. Even the most ferocious beasts among them were like gentle puppies compared to those politicians, and there was no danger at all. It was a wonderful experience to be with these animals. Some of them could scare people hundreds of years ago, but they seemed so fragile in front of her, which also satisfied her desire to conquer powerful creatures to some extent. Of course, some animals were simply precious, and did not pose any danger to civilians. Xu Yun collected them to satisfy her other desires. After all, owning these things meant something. With the expectation of being with her babies, Xu Yun walked towards the garden with ease. But she suddenly felt something was wrong while walking. Strange silence. Before Xu Yun could think about what was wrong, her body suddenly froze in place. because she saw a familiar brown figure with her peripheral vision, and after realizing that her whereabouts were exposed, the giant beast also raised its muscular front legs and quietly walked out of the shadows. In front of Xu Yun was a lion with a shoulder height of nearly 1.5 meters, and on his back were atrophied wings that should not belong to this kind of beast. This was her most dangerous collection, the offspring of a griffin. Even though it no longer had the magic power of its ancestors, this hybrid griffin still had the power to surpass all ordinary animals. It could easily reach the height of several floors, and it could also crush the skull of an elephant with its claws. Killing people was as easy for it as stepping on an ant. And what restrained this dangerous beast was the neural correction system implanted when it was half a month old, and it should not have left its own activity area at all. The hybrid griffin walked to the middle of the road and looked at its former master. The look it gave Xu Yun at this moment reminded her of the beast's appearance when she first imprisoned it. Security team. Xu Yun overcame her fear and trembled. The griffin is out. Boom! At the moment Xu Yun spoke, the hybrid griffin flapped its wings violently, and all the muscles in its body moved smoothly, pushing its body towards the upright creature that imprisoned it here. Xu Yun closed her eyes. She did not wait for the security team's answer. Snap. In response to her, there was a heavy fall. When Xu Yun opened her eyes, she saw the griffin lying a few meters away from her. It was struggling to find its balance again, which meant that its correction system was still working. Xu Yun exhaled heavily. Huh? The griffin stood up again and glanced at her coldly, then turned around without hesitation and disappeared into the surrounding vegetation. Security team. Security team. Xu Yun, who had relaxed, asked angrily, "Where are you? Do you know what happened to me just now?" "You?" But as she spoke, her voice slowly lowered. Because no one answered. It stands to reason that there will always be someone on standby next to the communication equipment in the security team. If she issues an order, she will receive it immediately. Moreover, they have arranged enough security devices throughout the building, so they should be able to monitor here. They shouldn't have been unresponsive for so long. Could it be that the griffin killed them? But this is impossible. This is the security team she hired at a high price. They are as fragile as babies in front of the shadow, but in fact, they have killed several people who have assassinated her. If this hybrid griffin can really get rid of them alone, I can't do it myself. Suddenly Xu Yun thought of something, and began to run in the direction of the griffin. And after a few steps, she saw the scene she least wanted to see. A beautiful white python was hanging on the tree, and it was cruelly and bloodily disemboweled. No, no, no. As she continued to move forward, other animal corpses began to emerge, beautiful white crocodiles, colorful parrots, and reptiles that can only survive in extreme environments. Her babies are all dead. Xu Yun looked at these corpses with grief and anger. Just as she was thinking about how to punish those security guards, a corpse that didn't fit in with her appeared in her field of vision, instantly driving away her grief and anger. Instead, there was fear. The person lying on the ground was a security guard, and he was holding a special rifle produced by Skeetland Security Company in his arms, but he looked around and could not see any signs of dissolving trauma. You know, the rifle in his hand is an intelligent weapon. The hybrid griffin cannot challenge such an abnormal weapon. Xu Yun walked to the front of the corpse, stretched out her hand without hesitation to grab the rifle in his arms, glanced at his horrified face, and then looked around vigilantly, holding the gun and slowly retreating behind her. At this moment, Xu Yun also realized the reason why the griffin appeared. It was running away. And in the process, it also tried to kill itself, which was enough to show how much this bastard hated itself. If she could get it back, she would definitely torture this beast severely. Just as she was thinking about retreating, she suddenly felt a few gunshots coming from the front. Xu Yun dropped her rifle, turned around and ran desperately in the opposite direction, praying sincerely that the remaining security guards could use their valuable lives to hold back the attackers, and buy her enough breathing time. But the gunshots did not last long. And Xu Yun also fell into a strong fear, which made her completely dominated by adrenaline. Her pampered body burst out with strength and coordination beyond the limit, and the world even slowed down in her eyes. But this was useless in the face of supernatural power. Finally, a terrifying roar sounded behind her. Xu Yun still couldn't help turning her head and taking a glance. A red monster with a humanoid upper body was walking towards her slowly and gracefully on 8 legs. The blood on its chest and 4 arms obviously slowed it down, but it was still walking faster than her. She remembered the recent series of assassinations of politicians in the Eastern Federation. It was said that their deaths were related to demons, and Xu Yun was happy about the deaths of these competitors, but now she has become one of them. No, it's not a demon at all. According to the time, it must have been done by the members of the Incomplete Salvation Alliance. Among them are demon scholars. Although these scholars basically don't make deals with demons and devils, it seems that he has broken his bottom line now. Her thoughts were unusually clear at this time, but it seemed to be of no use. Just when she thought her death was only a matter of time, two strangers appeared on the road in the distance. When they saw Xu Yun, they showed surprise on their faces, and then disappeared the next moment. Just as she was wondering where they were going, she heard the roar of the demon behind her. "Get out of here!" One of the strangers yelled. "Eastern Federation Security Company has taken over this place." Xu Yun didn't listen to their words anymore, but let her heavy body fall to the ground. Only then did she realize that her body had been exhausted for a long time. Even if she wanted to stay away from here, she had no way to stand up. In her exhaustion and trance, she seemed to hear a roar and tearing sound coming from behind her. It's good to have power and money. This was her last thought before she fainted. When Xu Yun opened her eyes again, she was already sitting on a chair in the pavilion. The eight-legged demon had disappeared, and the two strange men were sitting in the other two seats. They immediately cast their eyes on her the moment she woke up. One of the gentlemen said to her apologetically, "Sorry, we are late and you have been unnecessarily frightened." Xu Yun asked hoarsely, "Who are you?" The man replied, "We are the Special Operations Team of the East Federal Security Company." She asked puzzledly, "But why are you here?" "I hired the Skytron Security Company." The man said proudly, "Skytron is just a second-rate company. Their president is our former staff member, and we are here because you have an emergency rescue number in your name, which is paid in advance. The booker is Mr. Xu Jiujiang." Xu Yun whispered in surprise, "Dad?" She suddenly felt guilty and moved. The man replied gently, "We don't ask about our clients, but actually our work has ended. In fact, we can leave at any time. We are staying here just to ask if you need to renew our service." Xu Yun immediately replied, Renew, I will dismiss the security personnel of those second-rate companies and replace them with your people." The man smiled more happily. "Very good, next we will send the investigation report of this battle to your designated email. According to my temporary judgment, this is likely to come from the same source as the recent series of demon attacks, that is, the remnants of the Salvation Alliance of the Eastern Federation." Xu Yun immediately thought of a question. "You can do it for me." But before she finished speaking, the man had already shaken his head. "We are not mercenaries. We only provide security services to individual users of the federal government." Xu Yun was a little disappointed, but still said with a smile, "Thank you, you saved my life." The man said politely, "We must be worthy of the price. If there is nothing, we will leave first." Xu Yun nodded, "Okay." She secretly made up her mind to make the members of the East Federation Salvation Alliance pay the price. They actually dared to set their sights on her. After they were all caught, she would torture them severely first, and if there were any, she would also arrest their relatives to let them know how serious a mistake they had made. Xu Yun thought so, and neither she nor the two security guards noticed. There were eyes staring at her. Chapter 264. Mo Jiangwen walked to the closet, quickly took out a full suit and put it on neatly, then walked to the mirror to slightly adjust the shape and length of the devil's horns, then turned around and walked to the door leading to the summoning room in a hurry. He walked to the summoning mirror, then put on a professional and respectful look and posture, and then winked at the little ghost standing behind the mirror. "Are you looking for me?" Mo Jiangwen spoke first, looking at the woman in the mirror with a calm expression. But he was actually not as calm as he appeared. Customer return visits are something that no devil likes. This kind of communication initiated by the customer is not cheap, and they often do this to throw new troubles. If it was normal, the butler might say a few words of comfort. He basically brought the butler with him when he talked for nearly 200 years, but now, he was sent by himself to track down the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance, which made Mo Jiangwen a little uncomfortable. Xu Yun's ugly expression made Mo Jiangwen wonder if he had done something to let her down. "Yes, I'm looking for you," she said coldly. "Why haven't you finished what I asked you to do?" Mo Jiangwen said respectfully, right away, just wait." Xu Yun interrupted rudely, "Wait? Wait until I die." Mo Jiangwen noticed that Xu Yun was in a bad mood, and then asked humbly, "Did you encounter anything?" Xu Yun looked at him straight. "They assassinated me. The members of the Salvation Alliance of the Eastern Federation summoned a demon. Do you know what it did in my house? It destroyed all my collections, and I almost died there. That's a pity." Mo Jiangwen didn't say the sincere word. If Xu Yun could die suddenly now, it would be the best for him. He could focus all his energy on seducing Chen Yun to fall. Unfortunately, This is impossible, even if this arrogant lady has a bad personality, and the reason is also very unusual. Although she understands the game in the Federation and has amazing talents in some bad places, such as meanness and viciousness, and how to make others feel uncomfortable, these things can be regarded as outstanding advantages in her position. But these things can't guarantee her safety, and they will easily get her into trouble, and then when she is unlucky, she will encounter a powerful enemy that can't be solved by the Federation and her methods, and then be killed by revenge. But she is still alive now, and she is still living very well. This is not luck. The actual situation is contrary to normal logic. The truth is that only if she lives in such a good environment where she will not be criticized, she is qualified to become the disgusting and vicious appearance she is now. Of course, she can grow up like this mainly because of her outstanding talent. She has a good father. This is the answer, and it is also the reason why Mo Jianwen frequently signs contracts with her. Otherwise, he would not discuss any business with this annoying bastard. Xu Yun's family background allows her to afford a price above the average level, and this is also the reason why she can find herself. And even if the price to be paid exceeds her ability to bear, she still has a father who can settle the debt. Normally, he absolutely didn't want such an excellent client to have any problems, but before signing the last contract with her, Mo Jianwen had not met Xu Yun yet, and at that time, he had no idea what kind of changes he would usher in. At this moment, he could only say against his will, "Are you sure? If that's the case, I can ask around in hell. Although we and the devil are not very harmonious overall, I can find a middleman who specializes in making money from this." Xu Yun angrily scolded, "I didn't come here to spend money to buy a solution. I have already dealt with the attacker." Mo Jianwen remained skeptical about this. She didn't look like she had dealt with the attacker now, but more like a resentful spirit who was looking for revenge after death. "So what do you want?" Mo Jianwen explained politely, "When you signed the contract, you didn't ask me to get rid of them all in a short time, nor did you ask me to be responsible for your safety. If you add these terms, I'm afraid it will be a different price." Xu Yun said, "I don't need to protect safety, but I want you to catch them in a short time." The devil said, "Although my efficiency is low now, it's only a matter of time to catch them without outside help. Look, do you understand what this means? This is not a casual tracking, but an action led by top experts in the industry. Most of the money you gave me was used to hire experts. Here I want to emphasize that finding the right candidates and dispatching them is not a simple task, and in this process, I also relied on my own ability to get a low enough price. That's why I can find 5 hellhounds for you to track. They are all 4th level hell creatures, and they are also the best in this field. But even they can't find those members of the Salvation Alliance in a short time. Our target is not the idiot who got here by luck, nor the mass-produced goods from you or other large organizations. The Salvation Alliance has been screened by you, and those who survived until now are elites in the fields of combat and hiding. And those who dare to go against you now must be the best among them. If they don't have the assurance of their own safety, how can they insist on fighting with your team? If that's the case, you can also rely on your own resources to handle this matter. Why do you need to spend money to find me?" Xu Yun said dissatisfiedly, "Because the resources I can dispatch in this matter are limited, and the Federation does not want to suffer losses. Not everyone in our company supports our approach. If the loss rate is too high, it will create an excuse for them to oppose. If we want, we can find them faster." In fact, she knew that what Mo Jianwen said was right, and this matter was not that simple, but if she gave in now, this greedy devil would ask for a sky-high price, and then she would have to waste a lot of time on arguing. Mo Jianwen did not argue about this, but just looked at her and said, "But it's not like that here, and you can't find them faster. And I can provide a solution that is fast enough, but the price may be higher than you can imagine." Xu Yun said, "It's okay, I have money. And the Federation can also reimburse part of it." Mo Jianwen said, "There is a great demon in hell who is honored as the Angel Hunter. He is also the breeder of these hellhounds. Although he is a demon, we have a good relationship, and he also likes the devil's contract method. For him, only hunting angels is important. Other old ideas and hatred are meaningless. The demon dogs I found are all the ministers of this lord. He leads the tracking business in hell. In fact, half of the souls I gave them will go to that lord. According to that lord, he created this business to ensure that those demon dogs have enough practical training in normal times, so that they will not fall behind when tracking and hunting angels, and you must have thought of it. He also has other more advanced services. His incarnation will also undertake this work, and the target is also the 4th level and below entities. Although he is a great demon, it is impossible to offend other strong people of the same level for simple interests. That is to say, this service actually fully meets your requirements. Xu Yun's voice was a little lower. How much? Mo Jianglin blinked. The low price is 30 times the current price, and it does not include the cost of the Advent ceremony. It is estimated that the total price will be 37 or 38 times. Xu Yun raised his voice. You are crazy. Do you want me to go bankrupt? Mo Jianglin shrugged and said, and it only includes the tracking service, which is already the lowest price. You should know that normally it is used by other 5th level ability users. They are looking for special abnormal entities that cannot be tracked by normal methods. If you pay in advance, I estimate that it can be done in half a day. And most of the time is spent on establishing the ceremony, and the tracking itself may only take half an hour. If you are willing to increase the price, he can also come directly. Xu Yun looked at him with a very scary look. Are you kidding me? Mo Jianglin shook his head. You are my best customer. I know you can afford this price, but you are right. This method is indeed not very cost-effective, and this service is a bit too luxurious for us. In fact, we can recommend another service to you. He never thought that Xu Yun would really hire the big demon to find someone for him. This is just a little negotiation trick. Proposing an unacceptable sky-high price first will be conducive to the subsequent high price, which can effectively improve the customer's acceptance and psychological expectations. And this can also give her enough time to think and judge, which is also the best way to facilitate a deal. Considering the deal will give the customer the illusion that he really wants it. Xu Yun immediately asked, what service? Mo Jianglin said, he has several famous subordinates. The team of 10 demons we hired now is not the best among them, but if you don't have any time requirements, they are also the most cost-effective choice. If we hire 2 of them at the same time, I guarantee that we can find them within 3 days, and unlike the hunter incarnation, these hell creatures will also participate in the battle to a certain extent. As long as you can always maintain your advantage, they will be your most reliable allies. As for the price, you have to give me 7 times in total. Xu Yun showed a painful expression. It's expensive, and this means that all the money I paid originally is wasted. If it is this price, the proportion that the Federation can reimburse is not high, and she can't let the Federation pay too much, otherwise this matter can't be considered her credit, and she has to consider her future. Although her father got a lot of money when he was in power, she can't use it at will. If the money is her own, she must have agreed to it now. After all, in her opinion, it is completely worth it. This can not only retaliate against those members of the East Federation who dared to assassinate her, but also make Xin Xiao show the kind of expression that makes her enjoy. But if you really want to calculate it carefully, this is a completely losing business. Those members of the Salvation Alliance are unlikely to attack her here in a short time, and she is not so worried about it after changing to a new security company. So what she did was just pure revenge, and she didn't want her father to think that she was such a person, which would reduce his trust and expectations of her, which means that this was overdrawing what she could get in the future. And Xu Yun knew very well what she relied on the most. Are there any other plans? She finally held back. Mo Jianglin was a little disappointed, because if Xu Yun agreed to this proposal, then he would no longer have to delay Man's time, and this would make it easier for him to seduce Chen Yun to fall. After all, it would not be a good thing if she knew that he was dealing with her brother. In fact, the price he mentioned did not even include his own profit. This was the bottom line he could reach as a devil. If he lowered the price, he might as well die. Mo Jianglin cleared his throat and said, there is one more thing. In fact, we are facing other problems now. If you are unwilling to accept this plan, we may encounter some obstacles that you understand. We have tried to solve these obstacles, but encountered some difficulties. Now I am considering other plans for this. If you are willing, you can. Xu Yun suddenly glared and scolded, shut up. Don't you know you can't say it? Mo Jianglin didn't take her words to heart at all, and smiled and said, don't worry, Miss Xu Yun, I have read your contract. Although it is a bit shameless to say this, I am in the same industry as the check and balance of the custom contract, and I know how to go around in circles. No, you won't hurt Ma-In at all. He directly said Ma-In's name, and ignored Xu Yun's ugly expression and continued. You will have to pay 3 times the price. We will delay Ma-In and make sure he feels at home. He will not encounter any harm during the whole process. I can guarantee that the restrictions he is subject to will only prevent him from helping the Salvation Alliance. According to the contract, this is completely feasible. He should not have interfered with the federal business, but you have to understand that it may be more difficult to keep him from any harm than to kill him, so the price is not low. Xu Yun asked in disbelief, isn't this what you agreed in the original contract? Mo Jianglin smiled apologetically. Yes, you can choose not to pay, and then you will get compensation, but because this situation perfectly meets the 45th clause of Article 7, the compensation may be only 1/10 of the original amount. Are you willing to accept it? This is a lie. In fact, the compensation will be 90%, but he believes that few customers can understand these complicated terms, and the contract does not require him to accidentally misreport the amount of compensation. Xu Yun looked at him with dissatisfaction. Okay, but you must write in the contract that I cannot violate the armistice agreement. Mo Jiangwen nodded. Okay. The purpose of doing this is also to satisfy his wishes. The Federation will not hurt Ma En. But he will. At least according to the standards of the contract, letting Qin Yun fall is also a harm to Ma En. Watching Xu Yun slowly dissipate, he showed a painful expression. 3 times is just the bottom price to complete this matter. The specific price will be reported to him after completion, so in fact, he may have to pay a considerable deposit to complete this transaction. This is just to make Xu Yun agree. He even regretted it the moment he said the price. He never regretted it because the final price had not been decided yet. This was the only belief that supported him. They were right. It was indeed more painful for the devil to do this than to die. However, his love for Qin Yun finally overcame his nature for a short time. He could even say that he was willing to die for her. Of course, he would not really do this. Chapter 265. Mo Jiangwen quietly slipped into the neighborhood where Qin Yun and Ma En were at the moment, holding in his arms the information that he had spent a long time to get. The content in it could deeply prove the badness of the church, and even some of the things in it were personally experienced during his cooperation with the church. This ensured that the information was authentic and persuasive enough. Some of the dirty truths in it could make every ordinary person living in front of the curtain feel extremely angry and nauseous. He believed that Qin Yun would definitely not let it go after seeing these. But to be honest, in fact, what the church did was nothing in the eyes of the devil. Compared with many other organizations, they could indeed be considered kind. After all, there were different degrees of evil. But this was enough. Qin Yun would definitely try to do something, and then Ma En would naturally stand behind her. According to the original plan of the old housekeeper, this was only the first step. Next, they would quietly trigger a conflict between the church and Ma En. The seeds of contradiction had already been planted between them, so it was hard to say how difficult it was to do this, but there were definitely traces to follow. And since there was an opportunity, he could do it. Ma En would definitely try to resolve this matter in a more peaceful way, such as convincing Qin Yun not to try to fight, and taking the initiative to negotiate with the church about this matter, but even for him, this is not an easy thing. The problem is not with the church. Ma En can convince the angels and the judge to leave peacefully, but he doesn't think Ma En can easily convince his sister. The moment he looked into Qin Yun's eyes for the first time, he realized what a fiery soul this was. When Mo Jiangwen was doing this business, he had some superficial understanding of human nature, and sometimes he would distinguish his clients or other people by the difficulty of influencing them. Some people are particularly easy to be influenced, while others will not listen to anything at all. The most difficult ones are not these two extremes. Such people are often easily led and fooled. The most dangerous kind of people have their own opinions on the world and morality, and are very confident in their own ideas. They will not directly oppose the ideas of others, but they will not directly accept them. They will think about whether other people's words may make sense. Then they will think and verify it themselves. It is much more troublesome to deceive such people than the other two types, and some truly intelligent individuals will make Mo Jiangwen instinctively want to keep enough distance from them to avoid falling into their traps. This is also the cleverness that Mo Jiangwen is proud of. He does not go against people who are smarter than himself. And Qin Yun is such a person. Maybe she seems to be more willing to accept Ma En's ideas and opinions, but in Mo Jiangwen's view, this is actually just a simple illusion. The fact is that Qin Yun's love and trust for Ma En gave her patience, and it happened that Ma En could give her answers that she was willing or able to accept at that moment with such patience, rather than her simply believing everything Ma En said. She has a mind as strong as her brother's. Only such a soul would be targeted by the church, and only such a soul could make him sink. However, the situation now has a new change. Xu Yun's attack was used by him. Xu Yun obviously did not want to give any hope of survival to the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance, who almost threatened her life. He took advantage of this, and asked her to hire someone to lure Ma En away. So the plan now changed to him coming here first to meet Ma En and Qin Yun to lay the groundwork, and after Ma En left, he would try to lure Qin Yun into corruption, unless Ma En really did the impossible and escaped. In that case, he would proceed according to the original plan, and there would be no problem. Thinking of this, Mo Jiangwen raised his head and looked at the slightly silent night sky. He felt something strange, He was a little confused when the two little angels were transferred away from Qin Yun last time he came. It seemed reasonable at that time, but now they haven't come back yet? Angels are very good at hiding their whereabouts. Could it be that they have concealed themselves? This possibility made Mo Jianwen a little frustrated. The skill of seeing through the whereabouts of angels can almost be regarded as his unique secret skill, because he also understands this field. Now he is in a state where he will not be noticed by the angels. Could it be that heaven felt that Ma and could protect Qin Yun, so they withdrew their personnel, but this did not make sense? Or did they do this simply to give Ma En face? But no matter how he thought, Mo Jianwen could not think of a completely reasonable answer. Forget it, go meet Ma En and Qin Yun first. Are you looking for Ma En? Mo Jianwen turned around with a surprised look. He did not even notice the other party approaching. Not far away stood a girl who looked about 16 years old. She was wearing a beautiful black leather jacket and dark jeans. She was stepping on the cigarette, but that had just been thrown on the ground, and her eyes were full of frivolity when she looked at him. Who are you? Mo Jianwen stood there and quietly began to contact his housekeeper. The girl said with some amusement, Why? Didn't you look for my photo when you were dealing with me? Mo Jianwen asked puzzledly, What do you mean? I'm not targeting anyone. The girl sniffed curiously, then looked into his eyes and asked, Really? Then how do you explain this smell? Mo Jianwen's face gradually became solemn. Long Qin? She is a demon who has just emerged recently. It is said that she and the rumored Black-Robed Man teamed up to complete the summoning ceremony in Dongxinzu, and resolve the Black-Robed Man's trick in it, allowing the three-headed Dragon Mother to destroy the Devil's incarnation and kill the four-winged angel. The Dragon Mother gave her own blood afterwards, allowing her to advance to the 4th level. And it was the beginning of her fame. Long Qin's viciousness and decisiveness were also fully demonstrated in just a few months. She killed several hostile hell creatures of the same level, and it seemed that several competitors in the same camp also died in her hands. Even her experience before her promotion was dug up. Her life in the past 10 years, before she climbed to her current position, was also bloody. She faced the most brutal and dangerous enemies, and suffered inhuman torture. In the end, she ended these opponents in a more horrible way. In Dongxinzu, it was she who slaughtered all the core clergy of the local church and tortured them for several hours before her death. After the death of these high-ranking clergy was passed to hell, it even changed the minds of several demons who wanted to oppose her. Bloodthirsty, crazy, cruel, evil, this is a complete demon. And there is a reason why Mo Jianwen knows her so well. He told you? Mo Jianwen asked, puzzled. Long Qin grinned. No, I just happened to kill him. I didn't expect my brother to betray us and sell my dried blood to a devil. Mo Jianwen raised his hand and said, Please listen to my explanation. I didn't do this to you. I just used your killing in Dongxinzu when dealing with others. I wanted to slander a former member of the Salvation Alliance and let the church think that he had something in common with you. This explanation is not bad, and the demons don't have a good impression of the Salvation Alliance. But the expression on Long Qin's face became a little playful. You left my blood on Ma En, right? Mo Jianwen realized that something was wrong. Yes, I was commissioned by others. But this is just work. You also know that dried blood can't do anything bad to you. If you want, I can pay you compensation. Long Qin smiled and said, Yes, what you said makes a lot of sense. In fact, I shouldn't have come to you. After all, you didn't do anything to me. You just used my blood to frame a human being, but coincidentally, you framed me correctly. Mo Jianwen's expression became more and more solemn. What do you mean? Long Qin said, I haven't told anyone, but Ma En provided me with a lot of help when I was in Dongxinzu, although in fact I deceived him at that time, so it can't be regarded as a favor. So you didn't have the idea of harming my interests, nor did you really cause any harm to me, but you actually provoked me. So I want to kill you. Mo Jianwen said quickly, I can also increase the amount of compensation, and I can also stop my intentions towards Ma En. If you are not satisfied, you can continue to negotiate with me. I believe that I will definitely give you a satisfactory solution in the end. These demons like to make a fuss. Long Qin showed an arrogant smile. Ma En? You can talk to him. The point is that you used my blood without my knowledge. This is something I can't stand. How do I know that you won't get my fresh blood next time? Since I just happened to pass by here, I will naturally kill you. I am a demon. Hearing this, Mo Jianwen's face also turned cold. You have only been promoted for a few days, and you dare to come to me for trouble? And you talk as if killing me is so easy? Haven't you heard of the name of the Nightmare Weaver? I have the lives of more than a dozen demons of the same level in my hands. It's just that I haven't been active in hell for 200 years. You young people are so careless. Challenging me is the most unwise behavior in your life. Well, it's time for them to remember me again. Long Qin smiled and said, Really? I only know that it took you more than 100 years to get to where I am now. Although you are considered fast among the demons, it only took me 12 years. Of course, I know you will definitely think that I am just lucky. So I want to tell you that I just killed the steel demon. He also has the lives of more than 12 demons of the same level. Mo Jiangwen's face became more serious. However, Long Qin knew that this was indeed a dangerous battle. Although the steel demon and Mo Jiangwen in front of her were similar in strength, she was better at dealing with the former type of opponent, and the latter was much more dangerous to her. Unlike what she claimed, this was a dangerous battle between two evenly matched people. And Mo Jiangwen was in a very bad mood. The sudden appearance of Long Qin disrupted his plan. Even if he could get away successfully, or even kill the other party, fighting at this distance would likely attract the attention of Ma Yan or others, which would cause devastating damage to his original plan. Just as they were confronting each other, a third figure walked out of the shadows as Mo Jiangwen had planned. The person who came was the butler he called, but the first sentence he said surprised the other two. You? The old housekeeper looked at the girl and asked in confusion, How did you find her? Mo Jiangwen said in surprise, She is you wait. The old housekeeper also realized something, squinting at the girl in front of them. She came for Ma Yan. The girl calmly denied, No, I came here to crush you insects who dared to provoke the dragon. Mo Jiangwen suddenly thought of something. If you is Long Qin. The old housekeeper then replied, Qin Yun and Ma and sister turned into a demon and killed all the diviners in the East New State Church. I think this can indeed perfectly meet your purpose, but you don't have much time left. I have heard of her name. She is not easy to mess with, and she will definitely not retreat. Long Qin stretched out his fingers, looked at them and said, You shouldn't provoke me in any way, because that means I have to kill you. The situation actually became dangerous for her. She knew that this devil's most powerful slave was a famous demonologist, who had fooled many devils before. The consequences of doing so were obvious. The combination of these two is quite difficult for the devil to deal with. But she also must kill them, just like a fish must swim in water. And now it seems that she has some strange opportunities. Mo Jiangwen said to the butler as he stepped back, This means that we are likely to attract the attention of others. The old butler said, Unless one of us goes to cover up the traces of the battle, then you still have some time to do what you want to do, provided that you have to temporarily isolate him first, and then completely abandon the contents of the contract and take her away with the remaining time. Only by returning to help can you be safe. Mo Jiangwen looked at him in surprise. You want to hold her back by yourself? The old housekeeper nodded and began to move his shoulders. And you have to give up a lot for this, the accumulation of these years in the mortal world, and the preparation of huge compensation, etc. But I know you can do this for love. I have observed you for a while. Mo Jiangwen looked at him deeply, And you may die. The old housekeeper smiled and said, By the way, I forgot to mention the most important price. You also have to give up your best slave. This is the price you need to pay for me to hold her back. I want you to untie the slave contract on me. Freedom in exchange for love, how about it? Mo Jiangwen's expression was still solemn. But you may die. The old man laughed a few times. I have lived for 200 years, and besides, I was born a gambler. Sometimes you have to use your life as a chip. How about it? Mo Jiangwen nodded heavily. Deal. Chapter 266. Ma Yan was sitting in his bedroom, arranging tasks with the Control Bureau and several other employees. After the Angel incident, he began to prepare for potential dangers. But to be honest, he was not particularly worried about his own safety. Now, unless he encounters a 5th-level ability user, it is difficult for him to be fatally threatened. The battle with the church has proved the strength of the god body. Now he has no obvious shortcomings, and other people's targeting of him cannot directly overturn the outcome of the battle. So it is difficult for people with abilities lower than the 4th level to kill him. Ma Yan thinks about his own battle plan, and even if he does not consider the transmission function of the Abnormal Control Bureau, if he really wants to kill him, he may have to use the lives of people with abilities of the same level to fill it. In fact, with the existence of the Control Bureau and employees, it is far more difficult to kill him than to defeat him. It is almost impossible if the Control Bureau cannot be stopped from transmitting. Moreover, if a high-level ability user tries to subdue him, then as long as he is not killed immediately, Ma Yan has a good chance to completely stay away from the real world through the Abnormal Control Bureau. So under this premise, Ma Yan immediately thought of the best way for the enemy to defeat him, which was to use his other connections in the existing society, and the most conspicuous one was naturally Chen Yun. In the past, he didn't pay much attention to this matter because his enemies were not so dangerous at that time, and the two angels following Chen Yun could handle it, but now it is possible to bypass them if they come to trouble him. And at that time, Ma En had not seen Chen Yun in person. But now it was different. As time went by, his potential enemies would become more and more dangerous. Although the Federation was not a good thing, they still had to maintain their face. Even when dealing with the Salvation Alliance, they would not implicate their families in most cases. They did this only because the Federation was in a different position from any other organization. They still wanted to rule the world, and the enemies they would encounter in the future would definitely have a bottom line far lower than theirs. And Ian sent him a new message. Heaven had evacuated him, and the other guardian angels from Chen Yun. He had asked a few questions in a roundabout way, but he had not heard any news about the new guardian angels. That is, there might not be an angel monitoring Chen Yun at this moment, or they might have secretly sent monitors, and did not let the double-winged angels like Ian know about it. Both of these situations seemed a bit abnormal to Ian. The former might be because the church considered the existence of Ma En and planned to stop monitoring Chen Yun before he left to avoid being discovered, while the latter meant that they might have strengthened their protection of her because of Ma En's existence to prevent their saints from being deceived by themselves. So what Ma En had to do was to place his own protectors around Chen Yun. This was reasonable no matter what the situation was, and it would not arouse any suspicion from heaven or the church, and it could also prevent anyone from using Chen Yun to deal with him. The most useful way to do this was to recruit her as an employee of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Now Ma En was thinking about how to speak. Thinking about it, Ma En stood up directly. In the end, he decided to speak to Chen Yun in the spiritual dimension first, and then he would just follow his instinct and intuition. Thinking of this, Ma En turned around and pushed open the door, then turned around and walked towards the kitchen, looking at Chen Yun who was preparing dinner and said, "I have something to talk to you about." Chen Yun turned around with a gentle look. "What?" "Feng Xiaoying, why did you disappear?" Ma En blinked. "Wait. Feng Xiaoying is the employee of the Control Bureau responsible for protecting Chen Yun." "Ma En, what do you mean?" "Feng Xiaoying, you suddenly disappeared when you opened the door." "Ma En, where is Chen Yun now? Which direction is she facing?" Feng Xiaoying replied, "She was cooking, just looking at the stove normally." Ma En narrowed his eyes, and stared at Chen Yun in front of him. "Who are you?" Chen Yun looked at him puzzledly. "I am your sister, Chen Yun. Have you suddenly lost your memory again?" He has never said this to anyone else, nor in reality, so this is likely to be a spiritual realm, and Chen Yun may come from his memory, but who can invade his mind so quietly? If there is no Abnormal Control Bureau, he would not have any doubts at all. The one who can do this is probably not a psychic of the same level as him? Could it be a 5th level psychic? If this is really the case, he is dead now. He knows very well that he has no chance of defeating such a person. Telepathy is one of the very few people who cannot escape from the Abnormal Control Bureau, because before he thinks about it, the other party will notice it and kill him before that. But even if you don't consider why there are 5th level people who want to deal with him, there don't seem to be so many 5th level psychic entities in the world. Shadow can't do anything to him now. The moon god has been killed by him, so who else will come to find him? And in fact, the current situation seems a bit unreasonable. If it is really a telepath who can deceive him quietly and completely, he should not be able to notice the news from the Abnormal Control Bureau. Teleportation countdown. 249 seconds, this is the third suspicious point. When he realized the problem, he started to teleport, and the countdown was not a normal length. He asked Qin Lan, "What is my current situation?" The other party immediately replied, "You are standing face to face with Chen Yun in the kitchen." The situation on the monitor is different from what Feng Xiaoying saw, and Ma En does not think that Feng Xiaoying is in a hallucination, and what he encountered can be confirmed not to be a simple mental illusion. This is a special space, and it can also deceive himself to a certain extent. Teleportation countdown. 2 minutes and 29 seconds, how he concealed himself is temporarily unknown, but he certainly did not encounter a 5th level ability user. With his cautiousness, it is unlikely to provoke such an ability user, so the identity of the mastermind is very obvious. The one who did this must be the devil hiding behind Bishop Fu, and his purpose does not seem to be completely related to the church. If you think in this way, it will naturally be related to what he is doing now, saving the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance. Where is this place? He looked around curiously. At the same time, Chen Yun opposite him also showed a puzzled expression. "You don't know? Didn't you order this paradise experience yourself?" Chapter 267. Ma En looked at Chen Yun with a puzzled look. No, I suddenly appeared here. Can you explain what this is? Hearing this, the appearance of Qinyun in front of him began to change, revealing the original dark red skin as its shedding skin, and a figure that was far more graceful and enchanting than Qinyun. On her charming face were sharp horns, and the hooves at the end of her slender legs looked like beautiful shoes. And her eyes seemed to be filled with some strong desire when she looked at Ma-En, but overall she was quite restrained. I am the Bliss Messenger. The female devil said in a slightly teasing tone, you do look like the kind of serious person who would not customize our services. I think this may be a gift prepared by someone for you. After all, such a service is not cheap. Ma-En asked, and the service you provide is to deceive me? The Bliss Messenger shook his head repeatedly. No, we just provide you with happiness. The purpose of the Bliss experience is to allow customers to spend a period of real happiness, and there is no harm or addiction. This is completely different from the cheap products we provide to those poor people, and the illusion itself is a necessary prerequisite for the Bliss experience. Reality is one of the products we provide. Ma-En asked curiously, how did you deceive me? This is not reality, but I can't detect the difference. And you really pretended to be my sister just now. If you don't really understand us, you can't do it. The Elysian Messenger slightly raised his lips. Of course, your body and mind will not warn you, because there is absolutely no harm to you here. The equivalent of us being able to deceive you is that we must never hurt our customers. The latter is the reason why the former can be achieved. It is completely harmless here. Even if a customer stays here for hundreds of years, it is okay. When you are in paradise, your vitality will not be lost, and you will even be replenished by us. People who could have lived for 30 years can live at least another 50 years after staying here for 30 years. And anyone can get what they want here. We can give you more than just simple pleasure. That kind of thing is only chosen by ordinary little ghosts without money. We can meet any needs of anyone. No matter the dirtiest desires or the most noble ideals, they can be met. Ambitious people can become kings in paradise. Lustful people can satisfy their extreme carnal desires, and bloodthirsty and violent people can satisfy their desires for killing and destruction here wantonly. But if that's all, we will charge such a high fee. People who want to make the world a better place can see their own path to success in advance. People who are dissatisfied with their current living environment can live in the beautiful world of their imagination, and people whose relatives have passed away can meet them again. People with lonely souls can get understanding and resonance. People with broken hearts will encounter warm and pure love. People who lack being loved can meet like-minded friends and soulmates here, and angry and restless people will find their own peace. These are just a few of the most typical examples. We have different perfect solutions for complex actual situations, and the technology we have mastered can ensure that people who leave here will not be hurt, but will help them face their own pain or life. Those with desires can better control themselves, and those with pain can alleviate their problems. We guarantee that you will not suffer from any addiction problems after you leave, and will only leave a good memory that can provide you with strength. This is paradise. Ma-En asked curiously, are you devils? The female devil shrugged, we charge a lot. Ma-En asked, but this does not explain how you get to know information that you should not know. The Paradise Messenger said, we did not understand. You can understand that I am the spirit of paradise, and this is an illusion between reality and falsehood, and I am also a creature that is both real and false, just like the world where I was born. The Qinyun you saw is indeed derived from your memory, but we did not take it out. The principle is very complicated. I will tell you the truth directly. First of all, after you leave paradise, no information of yours will be stolen, because we did not really steal any of your memories, but just gave you a beautiful dream that moves with your heart. We also ensure that the mind and body of each customer can clearly know this fact. Even if their rationality is still wandering and roaming outside the spirit and the flesh, your body and mind already know that we have done nothing to you. That's why you didn't notice anything unusual. Because no one is doing anything to you. At this moment, Ma-En no longer continued to transmit, but arranged for Feng Shaoying to protect Qinyun, and asked Qin Lan to pay attention to himself and his sister during this period of time, and make professional responses at any time. Although the words of the Elysian Messenger were a bit too absurd, Ma-En felt that she was not lying. This was a simple logic. If she was really lying, it proved that she actually had no need to lie. Because that means she can easily deceive her body and mind. And there is actually evidence to support this statement. He may indeed have fallen into the bliss described by the other party, and the mastermind behind this is the Federation. Because they can't directly harm him, they use a harmless method. And judging from the identity of the other party's devil, Ma-En can already determine that the person who uses Bishop Fu is likely to be a devil, so he will choose the service of other devils, and he may have reached a contract with the Federation. In other words, he is about to catch him. That is to say, you are providing a special service to the rich, a kind of short-term spiritual happiness and joy. Ma-En asked curiously, you satisfy the desires of others through false performances. The ecstasy messenger shook his head. No, what is true and what is false? Do you know that the world in your eyes is just a reaction in your brain and soul? The real world is much larger than your simple senses. We have no way to see the truth. If these are just chemical reactions in your brain and the subtle tremors of your soul, does it matter whether the source of them is true or false? Prince Paradise created this place not to make a little money. He has a lofty and inclusive ideal. He wants all creatures in the world to live in paradise. No matter if you are evil or kind by nature, no matter if you want tyranny or peace, you can satisfy your desires. And you don't have to hurt anyone. We will all find our own paradise. Chapter 268. Ma-En can leave here at any time now, but he didn't do it. There is no point in leaving here directly. It can only temporarily delay the attacker's attack. But when the enemy shows a flaw, what he should do is not to run away, but to give the opponent a fatal attack. So after arranging the protection for Chen Yun, Ma-En asked, the service you mentioned is very good. If the description is true, I believe it is a very beautiful thing. Although the vision of Prince Ji Lut is a little unrealistic, it is much better than the current world. The problem is, I didn't buy this service, and I can't stay here now. The Elysian messenger showed an embarrassed expression. Is that so? This is an oversight. We didn't expect anyone to do this. After all, the amount is quite high. It is impossible for anyone to do this. If they want to trap someone, they can hire some professionals. Ma-En didn't comment on this. He would not believe the words of the devil casually. After all, he was not the one who paid. So, I can't leave immediately, right? Ma-En asked. The Elysian messenger nodded. We want to provide customers with perfect service, but the actual situation is not that simple. If we want you to have a perfect experience, we have to give up some space for details. Entering the Elysian realm is like diving. It takes time for you to float to the surface. And in order to prevent you from being harmed the moment you come out of the water, we have to make all kinds of special preparations for prevention. Even if you want to leave by force, you can't teleport directly from the deep sea to the surface of the sea. You can use any ability here, space movement or telepathy, but you can't leave this seemingly false illusion, because this is also the real world. The paradise is part of hell. Her answer was exactly what Ma-En expected. Before asking the question, he already knew that it might not be easy to leave here, and this is why the Federation would buy the service, because this is the best they can do. Other methods are considered crossing the line. It is precisely because of this that Ma-En is not particularly worried about Chen Yun or anything else, because what the Federation wants to do is to trap him here to ensure that the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance can be killed. Using Chen Yun to trap himself is already a serious violation. And what he has to consider is also very simple. Should he expose his ability to teleport away from here, or expose that he can find the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance in it? In any case, the Federation can't stop him. Okay. Ma-En answered with a look of helplessness, and then asked the enchanting elf, who is neither real nor fake, then can I know who ordered this service for me? The Elysian messenger showed an embarrassment. In theory, we don't sell out customers, but considering that my job is to make you happy, your request can be fulfilled, but obviously the person who ordered this service is also very clear about these details. So he didn't find us directly, but chose anonymous payment. There is a payment and transaction method in hell that is theoretically quite difficult to track, so I'm afraid this idea is impossible to succeed. But I can tell you that those who are so good at this are probably residents of hell, or a few hell scholars, but they may not be able to do it so cleanly, and it is not their style to do so. Ma-En nodded, and then turned the topic to the place that trapped him. If I want to leave normally, should I experience what you call bliss? The female devil nodded with a little excitement. Yes, if you don't notice anything unusual, the bliss that is rooted in hell and the mortal world will absorb information from both worlds, and then continue to evolve according to your will, and finally let you slowly experience the ultimate happiness. Ma-En asked, in other words, it can sense what I want most in my heart? The bliss messenger said, that's not accurate. No one can know what you want. Only you know. Ma-En nodded. I know what you are talking about. Only in this way will those top talents buy your services. The Elysian messenger said with a smile. You must have traded with other devils. Yes, we make money by making our customers feel at ease. Only those low-level devils will covet those petty profits. Any stupid behavior of stealing customer information is destroying the future of Elysium with your own hands. Our customers are experts in the field of devils. This is a business with a threshold. Ma kept his mental alert and said, then let me take a look in advance. He just tried it. Neither the shadow dimension nor telepathy could help him escape from this place, and he did not immediately find any way to leave except for the Control Bureau's teleportation. If there was no Control Bureau, he would definitely not be able to get away in a short time. Prince Bliss is a 5th-level demon, and Hell is a dimension created by the Reality Twister, so Mon had a simple guess. The existence here may have utilized the power of the creator of Hell itself. If so, perhaps the paradise can achieve some of his ideas. Well, although this is not a normal process, the current situation is also very complicated. After hearing this, the messenger of bliss took a few steps back, and then, without him feeling any invasion, the surrounding environment began to distort and change rapidly, and the devilish characteristics of the messenger of bliss also weakened a lot, and his skin turned flesh-colored. And the place where they stood was no longer the living room just now. Under Mon's feet was a vast and spacious metal floor. They were now in an oval metal building, and the position of the ceiling and walls were like a glass structure, and some figures slowly emerged in the distance. The messenger of bliss was also wearing a uniform at this time, and he looked like Mon's secretary. It seems that you seem to be a big shot, the messenger of bliss said to him. Mon raised his legs and walked towards the slightly tilted French window in front of him. What appeared before his eyes was a vast future city. At this moment, they were looking down from high in the sky at a technological level that seemed far superior to the modern society, and it seemed that this building had no support. Is this what he wanted? Mon turned around and looked behind him. The employees who were handling their work seemed to have noticed his presence at this time, and slowly raised their heads to look over. What is this? The Elysian messenger screamed and retreated towards Ma-En, with a strong fear and resistance on his face. No, that's not right. They all had no face. Chapter 269. Mo Jianwen walked out of the elevator, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. When he was about to face Chen Yun, he was still inevitably nervous. This was an experience he had never had before. Next, he would not only have to confess some truths, but also tell a few lies. If things didn't go well, he might have to take Chen Yun away by force. He prepared a special teleportation array to try to take Chen Yun away by force, but that was the last resort when everything else didn't go well. If possible, he still wanted to let Chen Yun fall first. Even though the old housekeeper said it was difficult, he thought it was very likely. Especially when he got the latest news. He wanted to stay in the corridor for a while, but Mo Jianwen knew that he didn't have much time left. Ma-En was now trapped in hell by the bliss experience that started in advance. If he wanted to leave there was only that extremely long road. He didn't think Ma-En could escape from the bliss. Even if he could, it would be impossible to do it in a short time, so Ma-En was not a problem for him. What really bothered him was Long Qin, who suddenly appeared. The housekeeper, and he signed the contract the moment they spoke, and the two sides had never discussed this clause before. Mo Jianwen exchanged his freedom for 30 minutes of resistance, and he had to use his life to buy this time. And when the time is up, he can leave here freely. In other words, he only has at most 30 minutes now. Mo Jianwen has enough confidence in his former housekeeper, but the opponent he faces is the favorite offspring of the three-headed dragon mother, and this great demon is particularly generous to his offspring. He might die there, or he might really last for 30 minutes. Mo Jianwen didn't know whether he was sure or not. He was a natural gambler, and he would try even if he saw a slight chance. This was why he fell into his own hands. Humans would eventually make mistakes that they shouldn't make because of luck and greed. He pressed the doorbell. About half a minute later, Chen Yun's puzzled voice came from inside. Who? Mo Jianwen said quickly. I am Mo Jianwen. Click. Chen Yun opened the door a crack, looked at the man standing at the door, and asked in confusion, Why are you here at the church? Mo Jianwen continued, I have something urgent to tell you in Ma-En. This is very important to you, and we don't have much time. Your brother may be more familiar with this matter. Can I go in and talk to him? Ma-En. Chen Yun glanced behind her. He just happened to be not here. When the doorbell rang, she noticed that Ma-En was no longer in her room. When she first realized this, Chen Yun didn't think there was anything wrong, but after hearing Mo Jianwen's words, she had some bad associations. Can you tell me directly? Chen Yun did not show any concern for Ma-En. I can tell him later. Mo Jianwen nodded. Of course, and we don't have much time. At Chen Yun's signal, he walked directly into the living room, then stood and asked Chen Yun, Can you contact Ma-En now? Chen Yun shook his head. No. Mo Jianwen paused naturally, as if he was thinking about something, And then he said, as if he had made up his mind, Qin Yun, although you may not understand why I do this, I want to help you in Ma In. Qin Yun nodded and said, thank you, I will remember your kindness. In fact, she can fully understand. Mo Jiangwen nodded and said, since Ma In is not here, I think some things will be my responsibility to tell you. I think with your intelligence, you can definitely understand that the world we live in is not as good as described in public opinion, although their description is already very bad. But the actual situation is definitely bleaker than the most glamorous, you already know this. And you can also understand that although the church advocates the kindness and justice taught in the scriptures, in fact, this is just a beautiful ideal. Human beings are creatures that cannot resist temptation. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Yes, I understand what you said, and these truths have become cold realities in front of me in the past few days. I can deeply realize that the church is far from doing what they should do. Sometimes, this is not just a simple question of right or wrong. We all have limitations. The devil agreed. Yes, your understanding is very accurate, there are only a few small problems, The actual situation is much worse than you can imagine. The problem you are facing is not just greed and desire, nor is it the mistakes made by a single individual because of desire. The church is now doing some terrible bad things in an organized manner. In fact, my contact with them over the years is to collect evidence, and I have achieved some results. Mo Jiangwen took out a pile of documents and handed them to Qin Yun, who looked serious. You can take a look at these. If Man is here, he will tell you that these are all true and credible. Qin Yun took the document and began to read it slowly. Her face became worse and worse. The secret of the welfare house, the numerous crimes of the tribunal, the church's terrorist plan for the Southern Federation, and what they did to gain faith. No! Qin Yun's eyes were firm and angry. They should never do this. Mo Jiangwen said, and this is only the part we all know, and there are real horrors in the shadows that we have not heard of. In fact, I haven't told you the worst part. Qin Yun replied, does heaven indulge them like this? Mo Jiangwen smiled. Don't you know what the angels have done? Have you heard of the witch-hunting activities? Do you know how these servants of the Lord treated our compatriots during that time? These noble creatures have our blood on their hands, and you certainly can't imagine how many good people they have killed. I only need to say a few of their names, and what they did when they were alive, and you will definitely hate those hypocrites. They have been lying to you. Qin Yun took a deep breath. I can't watch these things happen. She didn't care much about being deceived, but she couldn't accept that the church was really doing these things. She knew that reality was not so beautiful, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. She had to do something. Mo Jiangwen said, we should leave here, and we should leave now. Qin Yun shook his head. I want to stay here and wait for Ma In, and leaving can't solve the problem. If I close my eyes, will the suffering caused by these churches disappear like dust in the wind? No, they still exist. Mo Jiangwen persuaded. We don't have time, and Ma In has the ability to take care of himself. The two people who were talking didn't notice that there were eyes watching them. Chapter 270. In the long silence, the darkness seemed to condense into eternity. Mr. Maine? The voice of the Elysian messenger came over, you are distracted. Mr. Maine turned his head, and when he opened his eyes, the world around him was instantly filled with various colors, smells, and sounds. Then he immediately realized that he was no longer in the same place as before, because he had not seen the scene in front of him. This is a study room that looks very high-end. It is very dangerous to be distracted in the Elysian realm. The boundary between truth and falsehood here is quite vague. If you continue to sink, you may die. At this time, the skin color of the Elysian messenger became much lighter, and he was also wearing common casual clothes. Ma In asked doubtfully, is it easy to lose focus here? Yes, but don't worry. The Elysian messenger promised on WeChat, that's why I'm here, and in addition to me, the elf, the prince has also prepared a lot of measures to prevent you from getting lost in the Elysian land. So far, no customer has triggered more than 3 preventive measures. What we should worry about, and be afraid of are those who accidentally stray into this place. Those idiots without our protection will basically turn into pure nothingness here, and forever leave the real dimension we are in. Ma In continued, no wonder you charge a lot. The Elysian messenger looked around. Let's get back to the topic, ding ding ding. This is what you want to see. Ma In began to look around this study room that looked a bit futuristic. The electrical appliances in the room looked quite simple, and their specific functions could not be seen just by the appearance, and the door leading to the outside also looked like something from a science fiction movie. The Elysian messenger walked to the wall, and before she could do anything, the whole wall turned into a huge French window. Ma In walked to the window and looked down at the scene outside with her. They were now in the middle and lower floors of a high-rise building. But this height was actually the top floor of most residential buildings in reality, and the scene below was far beyond the current era. The vehicles coming and going were so fast that even his naked eyes could not catch them easily, and all kinds of weird but orderly buildings stood on the ground, filling his entire vision. The scene outside is not important. The Elysian messenger said, since we are in the study, this room should be the focus of our attention. Let's go out and take a look. Mayan stretched out his hand and pushed open the door. The style of the living room and the study that appeared in his eyes was completely different. There were obvious traces of artificial arrangement. Just being in it could feel a strong warmth and comfort, as if it had been lived in for many years. There are several bedrooms connected to the living room, one of which looks like a double bedroom, and the decoration style is similar to the living room. It is obvious that this is the bedroom of Ma-En and his partner. There are several bedrooms with different styles, and these rooms seem to belong to children of different ages. This is the peaceful life he wants. The female devil looked at the surrounding environment gently. This is a house full of love. Your wishes are among the best among the guests in paradise. It is obvious that you now know what you really want. Warm happiness is also one of the 6 bliss proposed by our prince. I think you will definitely get what you want. Ma-En paused and said, if I really want a warm life, it means that it is not so easy to get. The female devil said, everyone has his own challenges. Happiness is sometimes not easier than ruling the world. But just when Ma-En wanted to continue exploring this place, he suddenly received several repeated messages from Qin-Lan. Ma-En, can you receive the message? He answered with some confusion. What's wrong? Qin-Lan immediately sent back the message. The communication system seems to have some problems just now, and the special team you sent out has all returned. Shi Daocheng, who is responsible for obtaining intelligence, said that he has an important message specially prepared for telepaths. Teleport countdown 3 o'clock. Ma-En looked back at the Elysian messenger. Is there anyone who can leave here by force? The Elysian messenger replied, no such thing has ever happened, but there are indeed clients who can do this. Several powerful creatures at the 5th level have been recruited here. They can move freely in the Elysian realm, and will not encounter any danger if they want to leave. Ma-En nodded slightly, and then asked, how long have I been distracted just now? Teleport countdown 242. The communication problem mentioned by Qin-Lan made him feel very wrong. The Elysian messenger was about to answer his question. Teleport countdown 0. Ma-En appeared in the abnormal control bureau. He looked around a little dizzy. When he woke up completely, he noticed that Qin-Lan had appeared in front of him, and Shi Daocheng, who looked anxious, was standing behind him. The spiritual creature who had followed Shen Xiao looked at Ma-En eagerly and said, we found Xu Yun as you requested, and I got the news you wanted, but in addition, I got something more important, and I think it was prepared for you, you must see it yourself. Ma-En, who felt the spiritual power of Shi Daocheng, closed his eyes, and accepted a memory belonging to Xu Yun. When Ma-En opened his eyes, he appeared in front of Shen Xiao. She was in a strange and spacious living room at the moment, and sat on the sofa leisurely. Then Shen Xiao raised his head and looked at Ma-En. His eyes seemed to be able to see through his soul directly. You are here, sit down. Ma-En could hear this body talking to Shen Xiao, but she didn't seem to care about the words spoken in this body at all. Shen Xiao didn't talk to Xu Yun from beginning to end. No, it's impossible. How could Shen Xiao do this when he was sealed? Shen Xiao smiled at Ma-En. I actually had some misunderstandings about you when I first met you. In fact, I realized this after I came here, just like I started to learn to play chess after I came here. Do you know anything about this sport? In fact, playing chess and foreknowledge are somewhat similar. The main difference lies in your perspective on things. There are not so many uncertainties in the macro world, which cannot be ignored when foreknowledge. Some ancient people like to use chess to illustrate speculation about the future. In fact, we can indeed predict the future based on experience and judgment alone, as long as you know what information is important, and what information is completely useless. This is also a way of foreknowledge. Shen Xiao answered Ma-En's question. She learned to play chess here. She also told him to pay attention to what is important, and what is not important. Shen Xiao's expression became a little gentle, and then he said to Ma-En with a smile, only people with good nature can control this power. She was referring to the blood of Shen Xiao that Ma-En had obtained, and this sentence seemed to affirm Ma-En. Shen Xiao was saying that he was kind by nature. Then her expression became slightly calmer and more serious. I know why you came, but you just want to seek my answer, but you can put away your desire for comfort. No matter how good your current situation looks, it is still shaky. You can only fight for what you want, and I can assure you that it is a difficult process. It is also the only way ahead of you. Obviously, what he saw now was Xin Zhao's prophecy. And this sentence was in opposition to the scene he just saw, which seemed to tell him that it was impossible to seek warmth and peaceful happiness, even though his current situation seemed to be pretty good. But in the eyes of this prophet, he was still shaky. Xin Zhao smiled calmly. I can see what you are about to do from your perspective, and in my opinion, your enemy is the pinnacle of the fifth-order abnormal entity. Even though he is still in shackles, if you ignore the deadly danger hidden in it, you are courting death. As long as you look at what he has done, you will realize that he always wins. You must do this, because you will die if you don't. Not only you, many people will die. It is indeed a great achievement that I admire to be able to trap the most dangerous abnormal entity, but they have not really solved the most fundamental problem, and the loopholes left behind will eventually lead to a global disaster. The world will change from now on. She is telling Marn how the future will develop, and what enemies he will face. A top-level, fifth-level abnormal entity, with shackles on his body. And in her eyes, it is meaningless to have a fluke mentality, because in that case, sooner or later, she will die from something she can't stop, and something dangerous is coming. It will change the world. At this point, Xin Zhao suddenly sighed, revealing a completely different expression from before. The relationship between you and me is really unique. I seem to have an unsolvable hatred with you, but the intimacy is far better than usual. How it has come to this point will never be answered. If it hadn't separated us in advance, the situation would have been extremely bad. I'm curious about what you can do, which is still a problem for me. This is a prophecy. Ma An can clearly realize that the eye in Xin Zhao's mouth at this moment is not herself, but someone he is not clear about for the time being modified by the following few words. Then Xu Yun mentioned the Salvation Alliance. And Xin Zhao also answered, I think they will eventually find each other, and eventually become a threat to you. Finally, she said to Ma An, okay, that's it. Xin Zhao just said so. Chapter 271. In the living room. Mo Jiangwen stood in front of Xin Yun with a firm look, thinking about how to persuade her next, but he didn't realize that there was a third person in this space. Feng Xiaoying was standing behind them at this moment. She was hiding her figure and breath with her excellent spatial ability and Tao He's witchcraft, and quietly eavesdropping on the conversation between Mo Jiangwen and Xin Yun, but in fact she had already appeared before Mo Jiangwen came in. She was entrusted by Ma En to look after Xin Yun here, and then Mo Jiangwen just broke in when Ma En left here, and suddenly told Xin Yun a lot of truths about the church, and wanted to take him away for protection. When she saw the scene, Feng Xiaoying immediately contacted Qin Lan and Ma En, and got the answer to continue monitoring, and as the situation seemed to become more serious, she immediately asked them what she would do next. But she didn't get an answer. No, thank you for telling me this. Xin Yun continued to refuse. It is a very reasonable choice to stay away from these mistakes. If I want to stay, there will definitely be considerable risks, but I have my own ideas, and I am a clergyman after all. But you are right, it is not wise to get involved in this matter. So I would like to ask you not to take unnecessary risks anymore, it is too dangerous for you. Mo Jiangwen said righteously, don't you see that I have been investigating the church all the time? This is not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Xin Yun nodded slightly and said, I understand that you have investigated the secrets of the church. I am not stopping you from doing so, but coming here to warn me is actually not conducive to what you are doing. If you contact me again, it will bring you trouble. Even if we don't talk about what will happen if the church knows you're here, the energy spent on helping me can be used to do something more meaningful. Mo Jiangwen had no way to refute Xin Yun's words. She had already made things very clear. No matter how he said it, it was difficult to come up with a reasonable explanation for his behavior of warning her. After all, they had only met a few times. And Xin Yun also secretly pointed out a fact. If he really wanted to do good things or fight against the church, he could easily find many people who needed help more than Xin Yun, and the time spent on her could do something more useful. She ruthlessly rejected the proposal to leave with him. Mo Jiangwen was a little disappointed. Although he knew how unrealistic his idea was, for some unspeakable reason, he really had a brief illusion that Xin Yun would abandon everything and leave here with him like a fairy tale. It seems that he still has to be realistic. Mo Jiangwen lowered his eyelids slightly, and then lied without changing his expression. No, actually you misunderstood, but the reason why I am here is not what you think. The world we live in is much more complicated than what you usually come into contact with, although you yourself have not realized it yet. But you are very important to this war, and the purpose of my coming here is to invite you to become one of us, to become a rebel against the evil church. You have potential that no one has noticed, but I can see through your soul. Xin Yun said respectfully, I respect your ideas, but I don't know you yet, and I have my own brother to take care of. Rather than taking up arms and standing directly against the church, I prefer to deal with this matter in a more gentle way. Mo Jianwen immediately replied, your brother doesn't need anyone's care, and you can't control those strong people who can really threaten him, and the church will soon notice our communication. When they know the truth, they will not just watch it. You have no choice. Qin Yun stood with a firm look and said, thank you, but I still choose to stay. Mo Jianwen did not understand the meaning of the word care. Ma En certainly didn't need her protection, and she knew very well that she couldn't do anything about it. But his current situation is not as good as the outside world thinks. Before Ma En entered the mental hospital, she didn't worry about him at all. He could always solve and deal with the difficulties he faced, but now he is different from before. He lost his memory. Mo Jianwen clearly realized that Qin Yun didn't want to convince himself anymore. She was just telling him the conclusion. What should he do now? Should he tell her about Yu directly, or force her into hell? But neither of these two choices is good. How about it? Now he has not decided whether the former can really make Qin Yun fall. Her rational performance has gradually made Mo Jianwen lose confidence in this idea. Now Qin Yun has not even wavered at all. And forcibly dragging her into hell also has other problems. Doing so is not bad for him, but it is likely to cause Qin Yun's anger and confusion. It will be more difficult for him to convince her to fall. But if he does not take her away by force, he will not be able to make her fall in a short time. The old guy has always seen this matter more accurately than himself, who is overwhelmed. He has no other choice. Even if he has to pay a huge amount of compensation and reward, he will take Qin Yun away. As for Qin Yun's thoughts, there is always a selfish part in love, at least he thinks so. Mo Jianwen looked directly into Qin Yun's eyes, and said, what if I tell you that the real situation is worse than what I just said? I didn't want to tell you this, because without Ma En's company, it would be difficult for me to make you believe what I am going to say next, and I am also worried that this will be difficult for you to accept, but it seems that I have no other way. You will still be lucky in the church, so I can only reveal the real cruel reality to you. You must have seen the witch hunt just now, and you must have heard some rumors that those evil witches and wizards often collude with terrifying and dangerous demons and devils, and they often go to hell after death. This is the version you heard. But this is wrong, the facts are completely reversed. The truth is that the so-called wizards who were killed were ordinary people who were persecuted. A very few of them were lucky enough to be accepted by a dimension called hell, and given the power to avenge the church in heaven, and they were called demons and devils by you. And the person who created this dimension was the first victim. When he died, this behavior was not called witch hunting, and the church at that time had not yet invented the concept of witches and wizards. They just secretly found those innocent mortals to kill, and turn their souls into the holy fire of heaven. An innocent person who looked like a mortal was cruelly killed and used by them, and his anger before his death turned into hell. And I am the avenger from hell. Whether you agree or not, I will take you there, because I can see the justice in your heart, which has destined you not to go along with heaven and the church. You are ours. I know you must still have doubts in your heart now, so I want to tell you. What are you going to tell her? Ma En asked curiously behind him, my good devil. Chapter 272. Mo Jianwen turned around and looked at Ma En in surprise, and then he immediately used a question to cover up his real emotions that suddenly exposed. Why did you suddenly appear behind me? Of course, he was not surprised by this. What frightened Mo Jianwen was that Ma En could escape from the paradise so quickly. The Prince of Paradise, who created it, was also a leader among many great demons. The creator of the Way of Pleasure was a powerful succubus queen, and she was very close to the position of prince, and even used the queen as her title directly. However, just when all the demons and devils thought she was about to take that position, Prince of Pleasure killed her and became the new master of the Way of Pleasure. Before he revealed his ambition and danger, this new hell demon was just one of the countless toys of the Queen of Pleasure, and he was not even the most favored one. But this also gave him enough space. No one expected him before he came out of nowhere, but when he hung the head of the succubus queen at the door of the new pleasure palace, all of hell gave him the respect and reverence he deserved. He also inherited the territory owned by the succubus queen, and transformed a particularly dangerous place into the present paradise. Without the guidance of the paradise elves, it is almost impossible to enter it. But Ma En now appeared in front of him, which means that the opponent he faced was countless times more dangerous than he and the Federation had initially imagined. If Xu Yan knew that Ma En was so difficult to deal with, he might not have thought of the Salvation Alliance. If this matter did not concern the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance, I am afraid that Ma En would not agree to Shadow's involvement in this matter, and Shadow would definitely find some candidates with higher cost performance. It would be a complete waste to use Ma En for this. Unfortunately, there is no if. When Shuyan wanted to kill all the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance, she was destined to face the strongest and most dangerous member, Ma En, and this also made her fail. Mo Jiangwen, who realized this, completely extinguished the idea of stopping Ma En. Even under the oppression of fear, he no longer dreamed of taking Qin Yun away smoothly. He had better wait until Ma En was far away before making plans. Fortunately, he has not revealed any flaws yet. Even the reason he used to forcibly take Qin Yun away was out of good intentions. It's a good thing you're here. Mo Jiangwen showed a surprised look before Ma En answered. When Qin Yun said you weren't here, I was a little worried that the church had found you, but now it seems we still have time. Ma En asked curiously, what did you want to say just now? Mo Jiangwen straightened his face and began to clarify Ma En's first sentence. Yes, I am a devil, but don't you know what the church is? They stood firmly behind the Federation when dealing with you and Shen Shao, and although you may have encountered some devils who joined forces with them, I can guarantee that it was just an isolated phenomenon. We devils are not as united as the church. Each devil has his own intentions and ideas. If you really look at the whole hell, you will clearly see that we are generally biased toward Shen Shao and you. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I want you to tell Qin Yun that we are not your enemies. Qin Yun also looked over. Ma En nodded to her. He is right, but most of the demons are not good people. They are just another group of bastards who are against the church. Even among the demons who are slightly better than them, there are basically no good ones. At most, there are some groups that are not evil. But they are also kind, it doesn't matter. Mo Jiangwen shrugged. You are right, but we are fighting against worse evil, and as you said, not all people in hell are bad, but most of them are. At least it provides us with resistance. What can we do except embrace it? Ma En nodded. Well said, but it seems that you devils are the devils who have abandoned the matter of revenge, right? Mo Jiangwen's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Ma En to know the devil and the devil so well. Yes, but some of us still don't like heaven, just to different degrees. I am that kind. Ma En interrupted directly. You just wanted my sister to fall into hell. Is this what you are doing here? Mo Jiangwen argued. No, I want her to make her own choice, but if you don't want to, I can let you think about it slowly, but Ma En, I believe you will stand with us in the end. You have also seen what the Federation did to Shen Shao. If I were to say, that is evil. We are nothing. After saying this, he wanted to leave and disappear without a trace before Ma En could react. He would also have to pay a huge amount of compensation and remuneration, and would also lose his most valuable slave. Love always hurts you. Mo Jiangwen took a few steps back, and a strange red light flashed on his body. But when the red light bloomed to the brightest moment, he did not disappear here as expected. The space array that teleported to hell suddenly stopped working like a machine that was stuck by something, and the surrounding space did not move according to the magic. Someone froze the space. So this is the reason. Ma En looked at him and nodded slightly, looking at his calm and cold eyes. This answers my last question. No matter how I think about it, it is difficult to explain why you warned me and appeared here to talk to my sister. After all, your mission should be to stop me from saving the lives of my colleagues, and these two things are only bad for your purpose. It seems that you really want to lure Qin Yun into corruption. Well, then I will ask one last question. Do you have anything else you want to confess? If not, you should be on your way. Chapter 273. When Mo Jiangwen heard Ma En's words, he had completely realized what was going on. Ma En knew that he was using the church and heaven to deal with him. Ma En just didn't expect that he still had ideas about Qin Yun. Mo Jiangwen looked at Qin Yun and cast a look of help, trying to use Qin Yun, who had not yet figured out what was going on. If she could say a few words to Ma En, maybe she could find a flaw and escape from here. But Qin Yun ignored his plea at all, and instead showed a look of sudden realization, as if she instantly realized what was wrong with their conversation at this moment, and then she took a few steps back very cooperatively, leaving enough fighting space for her brother. Mo Jiangwen stared at Ma En, who was moving steadily towards him, with his head buzzing. Not long ago, he still held a fluke mentality that he had a chance to fight against Ma En, but after Ma En left the paradise, he clearly realized that this was just a joke. In this case, there was only one way for him to defeat Ma En. Even though he was obviously no match for him, Ma En shouldn't be so arrogant. If he were Ma En, he would definitely find a way to ensure Qin Yun's safety before fighting him, instead of leaving himself a chance. As Ma En moved forward, his body began to deform at a very high speed. 3 pairs of slender and sharp black limbs quickly drilled out of his back, and pierced into the wall like thunder, supporting his body to move soulfully in the room at a terrifying speed. Mo Jiangwen's entire body turned into a residual image, and then he rushed towards Chen Yun around Ma In, who was still moving slowly forward. Bang! The devil hadn't understood what was going on yet, and his body was thrown out heavily like a bug that was flung away, and the newly grown limbs were waving wildly in the air, trying to find a foothold again. But he bumped into Ma In's hard body, and at the same time he realized with horror that it was Ma In who had just knocked him away, but he seemed to be moving at a speed that was quite slow for him. When Ma In was slowly walking towards him, he actually moved much farther than it seemed. Mo Jiangwen's sense of space in his eyes could not match the real distance. Long before Ma In appeared, the space here was already under Feng Xiaoying's control. Although he was almost certain to win in a one-on-one fight, since he could, Ma In would use all the resources he could use to increase the original 98% winning rate to 99%, leaving no chance for his opponent. Ma In did not give Mo Jiangwen a chance to breathe or think. He used his left hand to pinch the back of Mo Jiangwen's neck, and his right hand turned into a shadow blade and inserted it into the devil's right back, slashing sideways towards his heart. The strong muscles and bones were as soft as fat under the blade of the space blade. Mo Jiangwen, who felt his flesh and bones disappearing, was instantly overwhelmed by the fear of death. Ma In knew how to kill the devil, and he had no intention of expelling himself. Expelling hell creatures is easier than killing them, and if these hell creatures are expelled, it will be difficult for them to return to the outside for a long time, and they will not easily retaliate against the expellers. This is a trick played by the devil. That's why people outside the church wouldn't kill them directly, but Ma In didn't think so now. No, he didn't want to die in the world. Mercy! Mercy! Mo Jiangwen screamed and begged for mercy. I just fell in love with your sister. I swear I never wanted to really hurt you, and I never wanted to do anything to you from beginning to end. Ma In's hand held his heart. Mo Jiangwen breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Ma In would stop there. Mo Jiangwen didn't expect Ma In to show mercy, but he would care about his sister's feelings, and Chen Yun happened to be a guy with particularly noble and clear morals, so he emphasized that his crime is not punishable by death. Okay, I let you live. Ma In pinched his heart and said calmly, now restrain all your resistance and behavior, so that I can give you the punishment you deserve. Mo Jiangwen realized something was wrong. What? Ma In said calmly, you're right, what you've done now won't kill you. And you're lucky, I just happen to have other measures to deal with this kind of enemy. As long as you completely relax your body, and the power that is still stirring, I can spare your life. I know you still have the ability to resist now. Ma In was right. Crushing his heart would only hurt him severely. The heart of demons and devils is their most deadly part. Naturally, some demons and devils have studied this to ensure that they can continue to survive even if they lose their hearts. Compromise? Impossible. He would not let others decide his life or death. If he surrendered, he would be courting death. As long as there was a chance to resist, it was possible. Besides, he had not lived in vain for so many years. He still had one last trump card. Bang! Ma In felt that the heart he was holding exploded instantly, and the blood spurting out turned into strong magic power. Obviously, Mo Jiangwen did not accept his proposal, and did not intend to spend the rest of his life in the containment room, and refused to become a useful level 0 employee. What a pity. Ma In looked at the devil whose appearance was quickly covered with armor, and then instantly turned his whole body into a shadow blade, ready to tear Mo Jiangwen, who had given up his chance to live, in half. Boom! The blazing flame suddenly flowed in from every crack in the room, and Feng Xiaoying's influence on the space could not stop the flowing hellfire, which could instantly flood every inch of the room. Ma In pulled out his arm suddenly, ignoring Mo Jiangwen in front of him, and turned around to rush towards Chen Yun, while using all his energy to create a mental defense layer around her, constantly counteracting the burning flames. An old head slowly rolled into the door at the same time. Mo Jiangwen looked at the girl, who kicked the front door open, and walked in shock. Yu looked down at Mo Jiangwen, whose chitinous shell had just appeared on his body, and raised her head slightly arrogantly. Are you still longing for the so-called love now? Or do you want to live more? If it's the former, you can stand in front of Chen Yun now, and prove your love with your fragile life, and if you have figured out that love is just a sweet poison, then follow me and kill her. Chapter 274. Long Qin? Ma In looked at the young woman who appeared at the door in surprise, not understanding why she was here. Then he suddenly noticed that Mo Jiangwen, who was standing next to Long Qin, changed his expression, as if he suddenly realized something interesting. Mo Jiangwen stood firmly behind Long Qin, lowered his head, and looked at the old housekeeper's chopped head. he said with some relief. In fact, I should have understood it a long time ago. Love is an unattainable luxury for me. The price I need to pay to get her may be something I can't earn in my lifetime. Fortunately, I still understand the principle of stopping losses in time. He didn't expect the news that Long Qin wanted to kill Chen Yun, but it sounded reasonable. He knew very well that he couldn't expect the devil to have any bottom line and feelings, just like the devil should also desire love with kind people. As for her proposal, Mo Jiangwen's instinctive feelings were actually resistance, but after a moment of thinking, he still accepted it. Not only because he didn't think that Ma En would be merciful and bypass him, who had been caught in the vortex, but also because he seemed to have discovered a little secret of his. Of course, what really made him determined was the speed at which Long Qin killed his former housekeeper. And now, he was no longer the opponent that Ma En needed to care about the most. Yu, who wanted to kill Chen Yun, was much more important than himself, a devil with whom he had some small conflicts, not to mention the weirdness he was showing now. Chen Yun, who slowly stood up behind Ma En, was staring at the dodge at the door in disbelief, and a cautious surprise slowly appeared on her face. Then she whispered as if she was afraid of scaring the girl away, "You are Yu?" Long Qin smiled, looking directly at Ma En and said, "It's been a long time, sister." Ma En turned around in surprise, and saw Chen Yun standing behind him, looking at Yu with moist eyes trembling. His expression was completely overwhelmed by shock and ecstasy, and he almost rushed up to hug Yu. But Ma En did not forget the flames that had just swept the whole house, so he stood sideways in front of Chen Yun, blocking Chen Yun, who was trying to walk towards his sister, and said to Yu at the door, "You are Yu, so I have never had a friend named Long Qin?" Long Qin looked at Ma En deeply. "Yes, that was a lie I told temporarily." Ma En asked in confusion, "So you actually know I?" Long Qin shrugged. "The purpose of my going to you at that time was revenge, but there was no ripple on his face when he saw me, and at that moment I was basically sure that you had encountered some problems, so I simply tested it. As I expected, you have lost your memory." Mo Jiangwen, who was standing behind her, smiled. Just now, when he saw the completely different reactions of Ma En and Chen Yun, he guessed that Ma En, a member of the Salvation Alliance, who had killed the reality twister, had lost his memory. What a useful piece of information. Ma En looked puzzled. "Revenge? Have we done something to let you down?" Long Qin looked into his eyes, sighed slightly, and said, "No, you didn't. I went to find you to verify this, but do you still remember what you told me at that time? At that time, you asked me to pay attention to Yu's whereabouts, and that was under the premise of having no memory. This was enough for me, so you can just turn around and leave today, because I'm not here to find you." Long Qin looked at Chen Yun, then looked at her and said, "I'm here to kill you." Ma En turned around and looked at Chen Yun. There was some confusion in her expression, but the main emotion she showed was the surprise that Yu was still alive. Even when she heard that she wanted to kill herself, she didn't have any other reaction. There was no fear, nor regret. Seeing this, Ma En was sure that she should not have done anything to Yu, and then turned to look at the devil girl and said, "I'm sure there is some misunderstanding." Hearing this, Mo Jiangwen suddenly smiled. "You haven't understood yet, right?" Yu looked at Ma En calmly. "No, there is no misunderstanding. Do you remember what I said at the time? Even if Yu really went to hell, she must be dead. This is the truth. The Yu you once knew is completely dead. If I hadn't become what I am now, my body would have left the world first. I'm here to seek revenge on her." At this time, Ma En remembered the close enemy mentioned in Xin Zhao's prophecy. He originally thought that this was talking about the moon goddess Celi, but now, he suddenly figured out that she was talking about Yu. And Xin Zhao's mention of isolation also made Ma En think of something strange. When Ian fell, he was in the isolation of telekinesis, and he also said that was the main reason for his awakening. Ma En then said to Yu, "Wait, I haven't figured out the cause and effect of the matter. What did Chen Yun do to let you down?" Chen Yun's expression did not look like he was ashamed of Yu at all, and the girl now seemed willing to listen to him. So as long as he made things clear, the problem that led to this matter would definitely be solved. Chen Yun also looked at his sister tenderly. "I want to know too." Long Qin showed some disgust when she looked at him like this. "Ma En, you did nothing wrong. But this is because you did not promise to protect me forever, you also tried to do something, and because the one who killed me was the evil angel who protected Chen Yun, and most importantly, you did not get up that night. You were not there when I died." Chen Yun's expression froze completely. What killed you was? She suddenly turned around and looked at Ma En, with a pleading look, wanting to hear his answer. Ma En replied, "Yes, what did you see that night?" Knowing the truth in everyone's eyes is the premise for solving the problem. Qin suddenly looked at Yu again with a guilty look and said in an apologetic tone, I thought it was, I thought I was seeing it wrong, those white lights. Long Qin looked at her coldly. So you did nothing and just waited for me to come back from hell? You still remember the situation that night, but you have a way to convince yourself in this long life, and you haven't even tried to find an answer. Is this what you promised me and Ma-en at that time? Even if it's just a few years, as long as you keep your promise, you insisted on protecting me like that. Even if you couldn't change anything, I would never hate you for anything. Even if you brought the angel who killed me, even if you told me to trust them completely. Did you really shed a tear for my death? I know if Ma-en saw it, he would never give up. If you died at that time, I would spend the rest of my life looking for you, but you just accepted my death calmly and lived happily. You betrayed me, my dear sister. Chapter 275. After hearing this, Ma-en immediately thought of a sentence Qin once said. Wait, he said, in fact, this matter may be different from what you know. Qin once told me these days that she used to be particularly obsessed with your death. I let her slowly come out. Maybe the situation is more complicated than you know. Ma-en felt that he was very close to the truth. He only needed a few sincere conversations to make everything clear. Then he turned around and looked at Qin, who looked a little sad and guilty, and said, What did you see specifically at that time, and was it clear enough for you? Hearing this, Qin also fell into a look of recollection. At that time, I saw a few white lights and you used back, but now I can't remember anything else. There is only this hazy picture in my mind, and I seemed to be very sleepy at that time. It's useless. I still remember the expression on Qin's face when she looked here. I can guarantee that it was definitely not sleepy. Yu said helplessly, Ma-en, leaving here now is the best choice for you. Ma-en then asked, Did I make you feel what that was? Qin paused solemnly, as if he had not thought about how to answer. Ma-en said sincerely, Believe me, I need you to be honest now, even if the answer may bring bad results in your opinion. Qin looked at him, and then strengthened his will. You made me believe that it was just an illusion. I don't know how I convinced you. But all these years, I thought it was just a dream. Ma-en nodded slightly, then looked at Yu seriously and said, I think maybe the truth is this. At that time, I realized that what Qin saw might be true, and I also knew that if she really insisted on it, she would only be in danger, so I tried to make her think that it was just a false illusion. In theory, humans can indeed have false memories due to sadness. It is entirely possible that she has some non-existent things in her brain because of your death. This is probably the fact, and according to this, I am the one you should avenge. Yu looked at Ma-en coldly and said, It's useless for me to say it. The reality is that you persisted in the end, and she chose to give up. No matter what you said to her in the process, it was meaningless, because she succumbed to difficulties, and she once promised to conquer the whole world for me. Obviously she didn't do it. Ma-en immediately put forward a new argument. You are right about this, but Qin just said that she felt it was an illusion, and you don't seem to think that she will really forget that night, and only regard it as a way of escape, but in fact it is very likely that this is because I have tampered with her brain. Or the church has tampered with her brain. Yu looked at Ma-en with gloomy eyes for a few seconds, and then pulled the corner of her mouth. Maybe, but if that happens, I will kill you, and I would like to suggest that you don't involve yourself anymore. It will not do you any good. Let's go. This is my sincere words. Ma-en saw that she was not convinced yet. What I just said is very likely the truth, but even if it is not, you should not kill her. Assuming she really remembers it clearly, then she must be wrong. In that case, she has indeed let you down, but it is far from the point where she should be killed. Your real enemies are those perpetrators, not Qin. Mo Jianwen suddenly laughed out loud. Look, how naive he is. He really wanted to speak up at this moment, and point out his most crucial mistake to Ma-en. Yes, this bastard who just beat him up didn't know what he had done wrong. Now Mo Jianwen is looking forward to Ma-en's expression. Yu glanced at him coldly, but she knew very well that what Mo Jianwen said at this moment was right. You are right, so this is why I came to her at the end. Yu looked at Ma-en and said. A hint of amusement flashed in the girl's eyes. Remember? You helped me kill important members of the Dongxinzu Church. Those bastards who decided to place me next to you and Qin, they could see the excellence of our souls, and they also decided my fate. Except for the culprit who has died, other bastards, who are more guilty than her have been killed by me personally. But, in fact, you are absolutely right. In fact, I shouldn't kill this sister who still loves me. Unfortunately, you got it wrong, Ma-en. You seem to think you are talking to a good kid, who can be reasonable, But this is not the case. I am a bad person, otherwise how could I go to hell? She looked at Ma In and Chen Yun with a firm and indifferent look. I am not seeking justice and fair revenge. This path is evil and bloody. I want to kill good people who should not die, just like I killed those clergymen. They should go to prison instead of being tortured to the point of overflowing. Just a reminder, you are the good people, I am not. So don't reason with me. I know you are right and I am wrong. So I am a devil. Chen Yun walked forward a few steps with a sad look on his face. What did hell do to you? You sneered a few times. You should ask what the angels did to me. Although I did encounter a lot of bad things down there, I have to thank your 2 guardian angels for all these. So put away your disgusting good person posture. What disgusts me most is that this is actually sincere. Chen Yun walked towards his sister, with a sad look on his face. The girl screamed with anger and hatred in her eyes. You were born with the protection of angels and the church. Of course you will be a good person. But don't try to change me. I am bad to the core. If you dare to say that you want me to be good, I will throw your soul into the fire of hell. Don't have any illusions about me anymore. I don't want to be a good person like you. I used to believe in those nonsense you said, but the result was that I was killed without doing anything, and I was killed again in hell. You can't imagine what I've been through. What? What are you still looking forward to? Are you imagining that after being killed twice, I will have a great enlightenment and finally return to your side to live a happy and peaceful life? Reality is not a fairy tale. I have become a demon. The girl looked at Chen Yun, who was moving forward, calmed down a little, and said, now only revenge is meaningful to me, and can bring some peace. So if you are really as kind as you appear, then let Ma In turn around, open your chest, and let me drink your blood and soul. Or you can let Ma In and I fight each other, and let one of us kill the other. And I know what you will choose, because you are really a good person. After saying this, Yu looked at Ma In provocatively, just like a naughty child showing off to his brother after completing a prank, and seemed to declare that he had indeed become a real devil. Mo Jiangwen, who was standing beside her, showed a look of approval to himself. This was indeed the best way to deal with Ma In, and it also allowed her not to really kill Ma In, because Chen Yun would not let things go that way, and Ma In happened to understand and accept her decision. This is a dilemma that is almost impossible to create, but it really exists here. Ma In jumped over the back of Chen Yun, who was walking towards Yu, looked directly into Yu's eyes, and said the final trump card. I did it. Chapter 276. The demon girl looked puzzled. What did you do? Ma In, who had long used telekinesis to isolate this place, stared at Yu's cold eyes, and said, the most important targets of your revenge should be the 2 who killed your guardian angels with their own hands, and they should have been killed by the guy called the Wing Breaker before you found them. That's me. Yu's expression froze instantly. Ma In then looked directly at her and said, I killed one of them and imprisoned another. I didn't know why I did this in the past, but now I think I know the reason. This is to give you a chance to take revenge with your own hands. The girl looked at Ma In's eyes and trembled slightly, and then she suddenly smiled. I knew it. She spoke with a very firm tone, as if the girl always felt that this was the news she should hear. Of course her brother would avenge her. But the girl looked at Ma In with soft eyes. This can't change my opinion of Chen Yun. It will only make me hate her in action more. I will always remember what you did for me, but now I have to ask you to leave here. Then Yu looked at Chen Yun. I think there is only one way to prove that you still love me, that is to let me kill you with my own hands. This is the best for me. The girl knew very well how Chen Yun would answer. She was such a bastard, always wanting to take everything. At least when dealing with Ma In, this was the case, and Yu thought she was willing to do so for herself. Although the devil girl still said that Ma In's words had no meaning, everyone present could feel the subtle change in the atmosphere. Mo Jiangwen was particularly sensitive to this because it might be related to his life or death. The moment Ma In said those words, he knew that Yu would never fight Ma In to the death again. Just now, he might have escaped when they were killing each other, or forced Ma In to not hold back, but now it was impossible. The situation became worse for him. And Ma In also sensed the opportunity. Now Yu was not as determined as before. He could use the 2 angels she hated the most as bargaining chips to exchange for Chen Yun's survival. Although he could not let the girl let go of her hatred, he could temporarily solve the matter. Ma In did not think that all mistakes could be fixed, just like he would not expect a child who died at the age of 12 from an angel to abandon the hatred that supported her all these years and live a happy and peaceful life. Yu. Ma In. Chen Yun interrupted him. No, she's right. You shouldn't get involved in this matter. She hates me, not you. Ma In hurriedly said, let me do it. Chen Yun turned around and shook his head slightly. his eyes firm, and said, I don't want to die at the hands of my sister, so I won't let her kill me like this. But I also accept the risk of being killed. Some things are our responsibility, and some things are my responsibility. You are not the only one I have to take care of. Yu is equally important to me, but I have only been with you all these years. Ma-en took a few steps back, but still maintained a state of being ready to take action at any time. The girl looked at her with more disgust. You want to ask for my forgiveness, but your previous actions have proved that you don't care about me at all. No matter what price you pay now, I can't trust you again. You are just ridiculous in the eyes of the devil. Qin Yuan tilted his head slightly to look at Yu, and seemed to be listening to something. It was hell that made you a demon. Yu raised her hand with an indifferent expression. It was hell that gave me the opportunity for revenge, and now it's finally your turn. Qin Yuan's expression gradually became sad. They are right. Those monsters are killing innocent good people. This is wrong from the root. Those who killed you have paid the price, but those who killed you have not yet. I also heard its screams. As soon as the words fell, a fiery breath instantly flooded the entire room. However, the flames did not come from Yu's raised arms, but from the direction the demon girl was looking at with wide eyes. The hot gas was constantly churning and gathering around Qin Yuan, and dazzling blood-red cracks began to continuously grow around her. Her fair skin was gradually covered with an evil dark red color, and her forehead was slowly growing hideous and terrifying evil horns. Almost at the same time as she fell, a golden holy light burst out instantly, and a magnificent and solemn divine power instantly enveloped her. This power was far stronger than what she had seen before. Her guardian angel, which made Ma-en, who witnessed this scene, begin to doubt what the real purpose of those angels was. The holy light covered Qin Yuan's body like a veil, and formed a counterbalance with the hellfire bursting out of her body. But a few seconds later, the holy light showed a decline, and waved the golden light to try to find something, but did not get the response it deserved. Scales that did not belong to any creature began to appear on Qin Yuan's hands and feet, and quickly turned into sharp demon claws. As she waved instinctively a few times, the holy light that was still lingering finally disappeared, and the red light on her body became stronger and more evil. At this moment, everyone present was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Mo Jianwen had never thought that Qin Yuan would actually fall in front of him, and even after he had completely lost hope. But the current situation was far from what he expected, and then he deeply realized the seriousness of the situation. The holy protection that had just been broken would immediately attract several four-winged angels, and might even attract real dangerous characters. And Yu was full of disbelief at this moment. Because at this time, Qin Yuan was wearing a faint golden red crown on his head, and his eyes were completely immersed in the pure black that symbolized evil. His whole body became taller, stronger, slender and beautiful, and the majestic evil dragon wings were stretched behind him. These are all the characteristics of a true evil demon. What made Yu most unbelievable was that the breath emanating from Qin Yuan at this time made her feel a little threatened, and her instinct was also reminding herself to stay away from the evil monster in front of her. The smoke and dust dissipated, the flames died down, and Qin Yuan looked down at the girl, who had suddenly become shorter, with a disdainful look. What if I am willing to avenge you? If I kill those real evil demons in hypocritical skins, slaughter those angels and false gods, who made you what you are now, and destroy the false beliefs they established within you. Are you willing to forgive me? Chapter 277. Looking at Qin Yuan walking towards her, the girl stepped back a few steps in bewilderment. Then she opened her mouth to say something, but in the end her face was filled with a strong sense of confusion, and she said nothing. It's affecting me, let me control it a little. Qin Yuan frowned slightly, and then his originally arrogant eyes slowly softened. Xiaoya, what I just said is sincere. If you want, we can start planning how to overthrow heaven now. But if you still don't want to forgive me, I can understand and accept it. Just do it. I owe you this. Ma-en was watching them. The girl shook her head and stepped back in resistance, as if she wanted to distance herself from Qin Yuan, and her words were a little incoherent. You are here, I. Yu suddenly stopped, then closed her eyes, and took a few deep breaths before finally accepting the reality she saw. The girl raised her eyelids and looked at her sister with a complicated expression. Impossible, how could you fall directly? The measures prepared by the church should stop you, and there should be 7 or 8 angels in front of us at this time. Although she was still resisting the reality, her voice was becoming less and less confident. Ma-en had already thought of the reason. Combined with the fact that he had used telekinesis to isolate and affect Ian at that time, and the changes in the holy light on Qin Yuan just now, it must be that telekinesis temporarily prevented the connection between that power and the outside world, so now heaven has not yet noticed that Qin Yuan has fallen into a demon. But the power of hell does not seem to be affected by his telekinesis? No, I have a way to isolate the surveillance of heaven. Mon said, but I didn't expect that this would allow Chen Yun to break free from their shackles and fall. This is a bit of a blessing in disguise, so you. What do you think now? The girl glanced at her brother, then looked at Chen Yun again and said, you are worthy of being my sister. You win, I will not try to seek revenge again. Chen Yun's fall has proved everything, and it is enough to wipe out the dissatisfaction and resentment in her heart. Even at this moment, she really had the illusion that she and Chen Yun could get back together, as if she had never been killed by the angels, nor had she experienced those bad things in hell, and she seemed to have never left that carefree and happy time. But she knew very well that she was no longer a child. Time cannot flow back. So the girl looked at her sister and said firmly, you are still the sister I used to be. But we can't kill heaven together, and you don't have to try to do anything for me. This is enough. After today, we will never meet again, and I can't stay here. A broken mirror can never be restored to its original appearance. The girl paused and chose to say, but it's not your fault. The mirror was not broken by you. No matter what choice you make after my death, you can't change this. Even if you fall into a demon, you are different from me. You won't go along with me, but I have changed. Thank you. Chen Yun looked at his sister firmly. No, I know I will definitely not like hell, but I should still go back with you. I know that you are no longer the little girl who needs protection in the past, and I can understand that you must be completely different from before. I can feel the desire and impulse brought by this power. It makes me want to kill and indulge. It whispers in my ear that if I do this, I will get pleasure and joy. This thing will make creatures addicted to it. After a long time, everyone will become one with it. But we are relatives. This relationship transcends any barriers. Even if it seems that we can no longer be together, I still have the responsibility to take care of you in hell. Don't worry, I won't try to do good things there, nor will I interfere with you. And I can't stay here now. And now Mayan doesn't need her care, so she should stay by Yu's side. The girl was moved when she heard this, but she immediately shook her head to drive away the naive idea that just came up. She wanted to explain the interests to Chen Yun in detail, but someone spoke before she spoke. The last point may not be true. I actually have a way to keep you in the mortal world. Ma-en looked at Chen Yun and said, and I don't think you are suitable for places like hell. Heaven is certainly not a good thing, but the power of hell is even more unsuitable for you. Your current hatred is even just anger at injustice. If it weren't for Yu's existence, your emotions can only be called justice rather than hatred. You can also feel the problem of this power. For poor people like Yu who are persecuted, the power of hell is suitable, but not for you. Chen Yun lowered his head slightly and thought, it does affect me in some way, but this is not a direct change. It's like putting temptation in front of you. As long as you have a strong enough will, you can choose not to respond to the wonderful rewards it promises. I think these are just small problems. Yu supported Ma-en and said, that's right, you are not suitable for hell, and you shouldn't accompany me. And if you really follow me, it might lead to revenge from the angels. They will definitely not watch their saints being abducted like this, otherwise they would not have found you first. In fact, Yu did not show such a refusal to stay with Chen Yun. When she looked at Chen Yun and Ma-en, she also missed the past days, but she also knew that she could never go back to the past. If there were no feelings, people like her and Chen Yun should hate each other. Only never seeing each other again is the best ending. Ma-en said, Yu is right, and I am not talking about eliminating this power, but making it controllable. And I thought about what you said at the time. I think staying in the church is a better choice for the time being. There is no strong enough good power in the world today, except for the Shishao Walker who once stood behind us. Believe me. Chen Yun hesitated for a few seconds, but still nodded. Okay, and now I am affected by the power of hell, so I think your judgment will be more accurate than mine. Yu nodded with some satisfaction, and then showed them a relieved expression. Very good, although it is a little different from the revenge I imagined, but this is the best result. I will never dream of killing you with my own hands again. Let us say goodbye forever, as I said. Everything has changed. Chen Yun also showed a relieved look. Although she did not achieve a truly perfect ending, she also knew that this was the reality. Sometimes you can't force the good things of the past to accompany you forever, and you can only continue your current life. No, I don't think so. But Ma-en suddenly said. Chen Yun and Yu both showed surprised expressions. Following his instinct, he looked at Yu. I don't support her going to hell with you, nor do I want to stop you from going back, but I have never betrayed you. Remember? In fact, you still owe me several favors. I killed and imprisoned the guardian angel for you, and helped you complete the summoning ceremony in Dongsansu. Logically, you should repay me for what I have done. Yu said nervously. So what do you want? Ma-en looked at her and said calmly. Nothing, just leave a special contact information. I will also give you enough time and space, but no matter what you think, there is no farewell before I agree. And that at least has to wait until he regains his memory. Looking at the calm expression on her brother's face that she hadn't seen for a long time, Yu forgot how to express her refusal. She could only nod slightly in agreement, a little overwhelmed, and then she realized what she had done. Well, anyway. The farewell, just now, was originally only said to Qin Yun alone. Chapter 278. Ma-en looked around, then said to Qin Yun and Yu, relax yourself, don't try any resistance next. Wait. Yu turned around and said to Mo Jiangwen, who was standing behind them awkwardly, should we get rid of him first? The devil seemed to react to his situation when they looked over, and then he looked at everyone present in a lost spirit, and his eyes stayed on Qin Yun the longest, but finally looked at Ma-en. He smiled bitterly and said, I shouldn't have stayed at all. Maybe if I turned around and ran when she proposed to kill you, there might be some chance. Ma-en replied, no, you don't have any chance. He just smiled at Ma-en's answer, and then looked at Qin Yun with a relieved look on his face. Before everything is over, I want to say a few last words to you. I am very lucky to have met you. Because of you, I lost my best friend and servant, and also lost a huge fortune, but your appearance is still a good thing for me. You made me understand that I should not be so naive, nor so soft-hearted. Thank you. I hope I can still stay in your memory. Ma-en reminded, you have to pay some other price. Mo Jiangwen looked at Ma-en again and smiled at him. No, that's not necessarily the case. Your sister taught me a lot, and in return I can also teach you a lesson, that is, you should not be careless when dealing with a sophisticated devil like me. You actually put me aside and chatted with yourselves. Well, I can understand that you think Yu is more important. But then, you will miss the chance to catch me. What you see is just a high imitation projection I forged. Now my real body is about to enter hell. Next time you meet an opponent like me, remember not to divert your attention. Fortunately, I just want to escape, otherwise you may have paid a price you don't want. Remember what I taught you, and then... The devil looked at Qin Yun with a firm and strong desire. We will meet again, but the situation will be completely different at that time. You will see another side of me. After saying this, Mo Jiangwen's figure slowly dissipated into mist, and there were still a few lights flickering faintly in it. Yu stared at the place where Mo Jiangwen disappeared fiercely. Damn, he actually let him run away. Qin Yun immediately comforted, then let him go. His existence just now is not worth mentioning compared to your problem. Even if we are given another chance to start over, Ma-en and I will only focus all our attention on you just now. He just happened to be lucky. It's okay, leave it to me. Ma-en said nonchalantly, are you ready? Although Yu was still a little unconvinced, she nodded. Then she and Qin Yun felt that their eyes went dark for a moment. When she blinked again, they were already in a silver-white corridor. Qin Yun asked curiously, where is this? Yu looked at this place with a look of surprise. She knew more about what such a separate dimension meant than Qin Yun, and here she could hardly feel the connection with hell in her blood, as if she was in a place where she could not see the world. Welcome to the World Savior Alliance. Ma-en said to them, when you leave here, I will delete some of your memories according to the situation, and your own wishes to prevent the Federation and our potential enemies from being aware of the existence of this place. As he was speaking, Yu and Qin Yun noticed that a door was pushed open on the side of the corridor, not far away. A strong man, with colorful paintings on his body, walked in steadily, and immediately turned around to look over. When Lei Yu saw the two women beside Ma-en, a little surprise flashed across his face, but he immediately nodded to Ma-en, then raised his hand, and knocked on the wall beside him, and then Lei Yu retreated much faster than just now. Who is he? Yu looked at the direction he left with curiosity. That guy is not simple. Ma-en replied, my colleague, but he is not the point, look over there. As he spoke, the silver-white wall that Lei Yu had just knocked on began to fade gradually, slowly revealing the containment room hidden behind it, and the embarrassed man, who was half lying on the wall with a painful look on his face. It was Mo Jiangwen who was just talking to them through the projection. There was more than just Ma-en in the living room at that time, but when he focused all his attention on Yu, other employees of the Abnormal Control Bureau took on the responsibility of monitoring him, and the moment he disappeared, several fourth-level employees followed him out. Ma-en led the sisters with surprised faces to the wall, and then said to Qin Yun, he was quite accurate, you really met again soon. Yu looked at Ma-en in surprise. You are indeed the brother I know. In the containment room, Mo Jianwen also slowly raised his head, and then looked at Ma En with a shocked face. It's you. Ma En just smiled. I said you don't have any chance. I didn't lie to you. At this point, Mo Jianwen suddenly figured out why he was attacked by those people of the same level, who seemed not easy to mess with. Although it was reasonable to link it with Ma En, Mo Jianwen never thought so before he saw it with his own eyes. Because this means that there is more scheming and ambition than it seems, and what they saw and heard are all illusions and lies. They were all wrong. Ma En was not a smart man who signed a peace treaty with the Federation. Not only was he still a madman who wanted to fight the Federation to the end, but he was also not one of those companions who only knew how to fight head-on. Ma En made the Federation think that they were now in a truce and chose to quietly gather this dangerous force in secret. He was crazier and more cunning than his colleagues. What Ma En was planning was something that the Federation could not have imagined at all, and he was so stupid that he accepted the Federation's contract and stepped into this muddy water. At this moment, Mo Jianwen only had regrets for getting involved in this matter, and deep fear of his fate. He quickly crawled to the glass, looked at Ma En standing opposite, and said, I didn't think of hurting Qinyuan. I have a deposit in hell, which is a means for us devils to save our lives. What you can get will be far more valuable than my life. Ma En nodded slightly. I have heard of that thing, and I know it is true, and I also know that you have enough integrity for it, which is why your final bail can be useful every time. Mo Jianwen showed hope. Yes, I guarantee it will be more valuable than me. Ma En said casually, but it's a pity. It just happens that the devil's bail is of no value to us, because we have a way to dig out greater value from you. So it's a pity that you can only stay here, but I can tell you a good news. Some lucky prisoners can live here until they die. Mo Jianwen felt like falling into an ice cave. Chapter 279. Qinyuan looked at the wall that had just changed back with surprise, and asked Ma En curiously, So this is the supernatural world? Do you usually stay here? Ma En nodded. Actually, you can understand that I just work here, and there is no difference between you working in the church, but what we do is relatively risky, and we also have managers and ordinary employees. Hearing his words, Qinyuan nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this scene, Yu finally couldn't help it. Don't listen to his nonsense. I haven't seen a few abnormal organizations like he said, and even if there are, they are definitely not what you think in your mind now. For example, the famous East Federation company is called that name, but what they do can make demons vomit. And the church and hell have nothing in common with real companies. As far as I know, the Salvation Alliance where Ma En used to stay is also a very loose organization, and it is not at all what he said, and such a separate dimension is not common here. I have seen some small spaces, but this one feels more like heaven or hell. Even though it is not as vast as those, it is definitely not a bubble space that could dissipate at any time. This is a real dimension. You just said that you are still following Shen Xiao? Ma En nodded. This is the World Salvation Alliance, an organization led by Shen Xiao's sister Qin Lan. Of course, I have to erase this news when you leave, otherwise it may cause big problems. But it doesn't matter now. We have to use the functions here to do something. Qinyuan asked, Don't we need to say hello to your leader? Ma En waved his hand. It's okay, in fact, I can barely be regarded as the second in command here. I can handle this little thing by myself. I just need to give a general report on the matter afterwards. Come with me. Yu asked, What are you going to do? Ma En replied, What Qinyuan just said to you is actually right. Now she can only hide in hell, and to be honest, I may have to hide to avoid the limelight, and heaven may also notice some of my problems, not to mention that I have imprisoned 2 angels. So if there is no other way, I will try to convince you to take Qinyuan to survive in hell, but there is a better way before us. The World Salvation Alliance has mastered a technology that I think is quite amazing. The room that imprisoned the devil can completely suppress his power, but if that's all, it's nothing. We have a way to extract some of the characteristics of an abnormal entity and reuse them for others. Although this technology still has many flaws, such as the high-level abnormal characteristics have some requirements for the user, not everyone can use them at will. For example, only the 3rd-level ability users can better play the 4th ability, but in general, this is still a very strong technology. Qinyuan didn't feel anything about Ma En's words, but Yu had already revealed an expression of disbelief. What did you say? Wait, what is the upper limit of this technology you can extract? The girl swallowed her saliva when she said this, but still forced herself to ask that sentence. 5th-level ability users? Ma En nodded calmly. Theoretically, it is possible, but in reality, there may be many problems. The existence of many 5th-level ability users is dangerous in itself. Even if the technology itself is perfect, They can create unexpected dangers. The girl was completely shocked. The moment she recovered, she said excitedly, "Of course there will be problems. That is a 5th level ability user. If this is a perfect technology, the world would have been controlled by the master of this technology long ago. If I am not mistaken, this technology appeared after Xiao was trapped, right?" Ma En said to his sister frankly. "That's right." Yun couldn't fully understand what this meant. "This sounds really amazing." "You are too light," the girl said excitedly. "This is far from being amazing. This is simply a nightmare for the Federation. If you can really do this, they should be terrified. If there is enough time, you can save the world if you want." Ma En shook his head. "No, in fact, even if this technology is perfect, it is not as scary as you say. In reality, high-level ability users are individuals with their own wills. It is impossible for them to watch this kind of thing spread. And think about it. Even if someone gets this technology, can he definitely defeat Xiao? This made Yu's high emotions calm down a little, because what Ma En said did make some sense. Even if this is a technology without any defects, it is not that scary. Really high-level ability users cannot think in terms of quantity. Moreover, this is a real technology, not an illusion that is out of touch with reality. As long as it is real, it can definitely be dealt with and handled. Maybe someone has the ability to perfectly reverse the impact of this technology. After all, it is also an abnormal technology. Xiao's prophecy itself is also a seemingly perfect ability, but the Federation still found a way to restrain her. And if that bad guy mastered this technology and turned against Xiao while she was still free, even though he has mastered several 5th level abilities now, and has enough time to become stronger, the girl feels that he probably won't have much chance of winning in this battle. And as Ma En said, this technology will definitely have flaws. To perfectly exert the 5th order abnormal characteristics, one must be the best among the 4th order, and it is highly likely that no one can bear multiple 5th order abilities at the same time. It is actually okay to think this way. In reality, there are still some strong people like Xiao who are not afraid or worried about such technology, but even so, this technology is considered very powerful among the 5th order abnormal entities, and there is also a possibility. Yu said, "I suddenly thought that if Xiao had obtained this technology before being trapped, the Federation might not have any chance of winning at all. Xiao and this technology are almost a perfect match. Even if other 5th order ability users get it, it is not so dangerous. Even for them, it is difficult to subdue the same order ability users, and even killing them is not a simple matter. For example, the immortal gods of the Southern Federation, they can't kill them in a normal way, they can only keep weakening them, and they even seem to be completely immune to this terrifying technology. And even if you can subdue people of the same level without anyone noticing, it is difficult to cause a qualitative change in quantity instantly, just like the Federation could not really defeat Xiao with just a dozen top-level 5th level people. So unless you are lucky enough to restrain the opponent, a weaker person cannot subdue a strong one. After all, this is much more difficult than killing a person of the same level, but I think there is an exception. It is not the case with Xiao at all. She is the one who can easily subdue weaker people of the same level, and if she has helpers through this technology, it is probably no problem to subdue stronger people of the same level. In fact, Xiao's biggest weakness is that she is alone. She has no flaws when fighting one-on-one, but now in reality, no people of the same level are willing to stand in the same camp with her, and no one is willing to support her. But if you can really rescue Xiao and use this technology with her, then she really has no shortcomings. Ma En raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "I really didn't think about it from this angle before." Chapter 280. Ma En led Chen Yun and Yu towards the containment room. "Since I will delete your memory after you leave, I can also take you here to see the other abnormal entities we contain. Although you will not remember any of them, you can still retain a basic impression of this place. You will know that there is something that can deal with Chen Yun. Most of our conversations here will not be affected, but you will not remember that we are still fighting against the Federation, nor will you realize what technology we have. In your opinion, the method we use to achieve this will not make you associated with the real situation, but you will also roughly remember what you did." As they moved towards their destination, one-way glass walls gradually appeared on the corridors on both sides. As they walked along the road, they could clearly see the things in the containment room, and the first thing that appeared in front of them was a few barrel-shaped containers that looked ordinary. What is hidden inside is a special kind of fungus. As far as I know, there may be hundreds of thousands of people in the world who have been parasitized and replaced by a kind of fungus with abnormal properties, and the replaced people themselves are not aware of their existence. This kind of thing is not only very dangerous overall, but also has a strong self-concealment, making it difficult to find and search. And what you see can barely be regarded as the latest offspring of that kind of fungus. Qin Yun and Yu immediately felt the weight of Ma En's words. Hundreds of thousands of people have died at the hands of a kind of fungus, and although Ma En did not say it, the barrel-shaped containers in the containment room also contain considerable dangers. Ma En had deliberately chosen it as the first abnormal entity to introduce. This foreshadowing would prevent them from having some possible doubts and worries when they saw other abnormal entities next. After walking a few steps, they saw the second containment room. The abnormal entity inside was a black cat standing like a statue. If it wasn't for the extremely weak movement, people who saw it might think it was a specimen. This is an ancient creation that has been transformed several times. It uses biological science and magic technology that far exceeds our time. If it is not controlled, it will attack any living person it encounters. After killing the target mechanically in cold blood, it will also perform some special treatment. They are a dangerous weapon and are now used specifically against us. The next thing Ma En introduced was still an abnormal entity that seemed to be in the containment room. The Titan creation from the underground world was indeed not a good thing after being transformed by the flesh and blood Titan. I have been in hell for many years, and I can be considered knowledgeable. I have also learned about various dangerous abnormal entities in the mortal world, but I have never even heard of these things before. Yu looked at the motionless black feline in surprise. Reality is much more mysterious than I imagined. Ma En replied, of course, and this is also because they are really not a problem in today's world. I heard that the Federation has a battle plan for the southern gods. Compared with that thing, these so-called dangerous creatures are simply harmless rabbits. There are some other objects and some captives, as well as things that are not so bright and noble. I will not show you those slowly, but before solving Qin Yun's problem, I have to take you to see a special prisoner. She is completely different from the first two you met. I think she can give you some confidence in the next operation. This is the truth. It's just that he didn't tell you other truths. The third holding room is different from the first two. The glass this time is not one way, and the prisoner even moved a chair in front of the glass, sitting on it with a slightly excited look, looking outside with expectation. They saw a girl. Selly also saw them. This is Selly, Ma En said before her sister asked. She is one of the few prisoners who voluntarily stayed here. Our technology can ensure that she will not be killed by some of her own minor problems. Selly is also one of the few abnormal entities here who is friendly to us. Selly suppressed her emotions as much as possible and said to Qin Yun and Yu who were standing outside, "It's nice to meet you." Qin Yun looked at Selly and asked, "Is she still a child?" Ma En glanced at Yu. She and Selly's age looked almost the same in appearance, but she looked like this now only because she was killed once when she was 12 years old. If she hadn't encountered that incident, Yu should be only slightly younger than herself now. The girl who was sitting on the chair and watching Qin Yun and Yu at this moment could be said to have not been born for a long time, but if calculated by other methods, it can also be said that she has lived for countless years now. Yes, she is indeed a child. Ma En was more inclined to this answer. Selly pointed to her head and said enthusiastically, "Marn just told me that you were coming. You look like the legendary demons now. I think he wants to remove these things from your body." Yu corrected, "It's not us, it's her. I am the devil." "I see." Selly nodded thoughtfully. She didn't try to comment on this, but just nodded to indicate that she was wrong. Ma En had told her what Yu had encountered. Just a dozen seconds ago, Selly thought that she would never see this lovely girl in her life. And now they all appeared in front of her, just as Ma En promised. "Whatever you want to do is your own choice," Selly said with a smile. "Only Ma En can influence your decision, but in the end, he can't force you to do anything, and what I can do is tell you what I think. I don't know the principle of this thing very well, but I can guarantee that everything he said is right. If you want, you can transform this power into a more controllable state and override it with your own will. I have seen other people do this." For some reason, Yu had an instinctive aversion to the tone of her voice. "You don't have to say these, we all believe in Ma En." Selly nodded. "This is also the second thing I want to tell you. Even if you are worried about this place, as long as you trust Ma En, you can completely let go of your guard. Ma En and I are actually quite familiar with each other. As far as I know, no one here can bypass him to do anything to you." Qin Yun asked curiously, "Do you also trust him?" If someone said that he believed in Ma En's ability, Qin Yun would not be surprised, but now Ma En has no memory of the past, and you are still in a situation where you are restricted by Ma En, but you can still speak with full trust in Ma En. She always felt that the relationship between Ma En and Selly was not simple. Sully smiled. Yes, I trust him as much as I trust myself. We also have a special story. If you are interested, I can talk to you in detail later, but let's just say this now. You still have things to do, right? Ma-in nodded to her, then looked at Chen-Yun and Yu and said, let's go. That's all I can say, and it doesn't seem very useful. Sully said in Ma-in's mind with a sigh, Yu now is almost completely different from the girl I remember. In other words, she is completely different from your memory. However, she is still her, even if she has completely changed. I can see at a glance that some truly essential things cannot be shaken even by the most tragic tragedy, and time itself. Ma-in, promise me. Take good care of her. Ma-in replied, of course. Sully's idea also comes from her past self, which is also a secondary reason why Ma-in wants to take her to see Yu. And Sully's voice suddenly became a little shy. Thank you. Chapter 281. Chen-Yun stood alone in the center of the containment room, while Ma-in and Yu stood almost side by side opposite her. Ma-in looked at the tall woman with demonic features. Are you ready? Chen-Yun nodded slightly, then slowly closed her eyes. Begin containment. The originally ferocious and sharp demon horns began to slowly shrink into her body. The faintly visible crown was shattered as if attacked. The beautiful and majestic dragon wings were also rapidly decomposing and falling off. The deep red skin slowly turned white, and Chen-Yun's height was also decreasing. The young human woman reappeared in front of us. Abnormal entity. Saint fallen demon, Chen-Yun, abnormal strength, 4.5. Danger level, 4.1. Description. Demons that are directly fallen from living saints are more likely to be favored by hell than other demons. It will give extra rewards to those awakened people who betrayed their original camp, and they can quickly reach the top of the same level after falling. But due to personality reasons, the danger level of this abnormal entity is relatively low. Characteristics. Fallen demon 4.4. Demons who fell directly when alive, possess several characteristics of composite high-level demons, have a strong body and a tough mind, can directly know low-level hell magic, and have a very high learning ability for hell magic. Saint 4.5. Special control measures required. This is his thing. Appendix. Saints refer to individuals with specific soul, body and mind structures. Such individuals can be transformed into other high-intensity abnormal entities through the creations of the destined returners, and will also attract the covetousness of their creations. This feature does not seem to be abnormal when it exists alone. Its own abnormality is given by the destined returner. This is wrong / to be corrected. If this feature is directly extracted, it will cause the death of its owner's personality, and its use itself will also cause potential mental changes in the user, because this feature itself includes the characteristics of the mind and personality. And because of its connection with the destined returner, special control measures and special neutralization measures need to be studied. Killing the destined returner can also achieve this goal in theory. Director of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Looking at this, Ma-in immediately realized what this text meant. In the past, he also brought Chen-Yun into the containment room. At that time, he might want to study why Chen-Yun was protected by angels, and left this appendix. And he also mentioned that this feature is not controlled. Even if it can be controlled, it cannot be extracted, otherwise it will cause Chen-Yun to die in a certain way, and he seemed to be looking for some way in the past. But looking at this suspicious text, Ma-in still had many doubts and questions in his mind. Huh? Chen-Yun breathed heavily. This experience is weird. Ma-in quickly looked at his sister. This is just the first step. I will extract it directly now, so that you can use this power anywhere. You should be able to see the panel and control it directly with your mind. Consume 1.5 points of 4th level abnormal value. Chen-Yun narrowed his eyes, and then magic horns grew slightly on his head, but quickly retracted. Ma-in asked curiously, how do you feel now? Chen-Yun showed a thoughtful look. I can clearly feel it affecting me, but as I said at the time, the influence of this force on me is not a direct change or interference, but more like a temptation from the outside world. For example, when you suggested getting rid of it, I felt a strong resistance. But I still have my own will, and in theory I can control my body freely. This is when I am hungry and look at the delicious feast in front of me. Although I am drooling at them at this time, I can still choose not to eat. Yu immediately said, of course, otherwise those big demons will definitely turn into devils. Hell will not really hurt us. The way it affects us is to give benefits, which is completely opposite to the church you once believed in. Hell gives us pleasure and excitement, and the pleasure from it is no different from other pleasures. The only difference is that when we continue to feed it with hatred and killing, we can also gain strength by the way. Chen-Yun nodded slightly. This is not a real evil force as the church said. Although it is indeed easy to guide the user to change in a less noble direction, it itself does not have true good and evil. In the final analysis, human nature is elusive. The girl was quite surprised by Qin Yun's calmness and rationality. Yu had only seen a few powerful demons with similar attitudes as her, but their positions were completely opposite to Qin Yun. They firmly felt that will must override the desire brought by power, but they also enjoyed it because they would also do things that were encouraged by the power of hell when they were not affected. The girl didn't say what she really thought, but just agreed. So if you are a good person, you can do this operation to get rid of it, but if I am a bad person who already enjoys evil, there is no need to do anything more with this God-given power. The meaning of her words is already very clear. No matter how much she trusts Ma Yin, she will not let him extract her power like he did to Qin Yun. Ma Yin nodded slightly. Okay, then everything is done. Seeing that he didn't mention doing that, Yu felt a little relieved. She didn't want to argue with him. Ma Yin continued, finally we will clear our memories. You will remember most of what happened outside. The question is what you are going to do. He looked at Qin Yun and said, obviously, you firmly refuse to abandon these and live a peaceful and happy life, even if I can promise to do so. Qin Yun replied, that's not me. Ma Yin nodded, then continued to gain status in the church. I must have enough knowledge before I can solve the problem of your sainthood, and in this way, you can also obtain some information that may be useful to us, and you can give it to me safely through this channel. Qin Yun agreed. I think so too. Ma Yin turned his head to look at Yu. As for you. The girl couldn't help but get nervous. You don't want to come back, and you don't plan to return to the ground, right? Ma Yin asked. That's right. She nodded vigorously. I still have a lot of things to deal with in hell. Ma Yin nodded. Then let's sign a special contract here. We can contact each other through here. You can find me if you need anything. We can also exchange some information that is beneficial to both parties. Now we only need one last thing. Yu asked nervously, what is it? The girl was afraid that Ma Yin would say that he wanted to extract her ability. But he just said calmly, you should take revenge yourself. Yu was suddenly stunned. Ma Yin said, I will take you to see her, and the rest is up to you. The girl couldn't help but smile sincerely. This is her brother. Chapter 282. Yu was in high spirits when she walked out of the containment room, but she didn't say anything more to Ma Yin. She just quickly accepted the memory wipe and chose to return to hell alone, leaving only an important message for Ma Yin. Information about how she came to the mortal world. Thank you. Ma Yin turned and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, who looked ordinary. The man standing next to Ma Yin was the type that could never be found again after being thrown into a crowd. Anyone who saw him could hardly imagine how many members of the Federation the man had killed in the Eastern Federation some time ago, and it was also hard to believe that he was a vicious fugitive. To be precise, he was a former fugitive. Wan Shengyuan, a member of the Salvation Alliance, nodded slightly to Ma Yin. It's just a little help. Without your news, it would be difficult for me to catch up with them so quickly. Besides, Lu Huiwen is also my friend. I don't want to see him killed by the bastards of the Federation. We finally got a chance for peace, but they still insisted on going to die. You don't have to worry about Huiwen. He just gets soft-hearted easily. In fact, he doesn't have such a firm desire to fight the Federation to the death. Nie Wiguang just likes his ability to create space, otherwise he would not have recruited him at all. The one you need to pay most attention to is Nie Wiguang. He and I used to be members of the Eastern Federation Salvation Alliance. I don't have any big opinions about him, but I just can't like him anyway. Ma Yin asked. It was Nie Wiguang who pulled this small organization together. Wan Shengyuan nodded. Yes, if it weren't for him, this group of people would not be able to get together. This guy is very good at giving orders to others. In other words, he is the kind of person who thinks that others should listen to his opinions, and he never listens to others' advice. It's not easy to convince him. Ma Yin then asked, do you know anything about the other people? Wan Shengyuan replied, of course, I know them all, and I'm even quite familiar with them. The easiest person to deal with among those following him is a young man who can't realize what he is doing, and an old jerk who has no idea what's going on in his mind, and finally the real fanatic, who is in a sense more difficult to deal with than Nie Wiguang. To be honest, there are all kinds of people in this team, but there are not many normal people. They didn't have many friends when they were in the Eastern Federation before. Lu Huiwen may be the least lonely among them, but as a friend, I have to say that he has a big problem. This guy is too weak. If Nie Wiguang and other members of the Salvation Alliance swap their positions, he may still follow Nie Wiguang and make a decision that is completely opposite to the current one. He is the kind of guy who is easily persuaded. This is a group of crazy people who are looking for death. Anyone with a normal mind would not want to do this. Wan Shengyuan paused and then said, but in fact, I admire them very much. They are still fighting. Whether the reason for making this decision is selfish or naive, or just pure stupidity and madness, I can say that I am smarter and more realistic than them. I accept reality because I am not stupid. But I know in my heart that they did what I wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Ma En nodded. Sometimes these 2 points are not contradictory. Fantastic and admirable. Wan Shengyuan continued. So I want to tell you that maybe Nie Weiguang will make you very angry. He will not cooperate with any of your suggestions. And some of the people who follow him may be more annoying than him. The old man only has the benefits after his death in his heart. The young man will not listen to any mature and realistic opinions at all. He will only live in his own passionate fantasy. The worst is the guy who lives like a believer of the Holy Church, but they are all good people too. Ma En told him about the benefits that what they were going to do might bring to the Federation. Wan Shengyuan also guessed from the details in Ma En's mouth that this matter must be related to the common internal struggles in the Federation. He also knew very well what kind of people Ma En would face. He didn't want things to go in the worst direction. In the absence of a choice, imprisoning or even killing them might be more beneficial to the Salvation Alliance than leaving them to be caught by the Federation from a rational point of view. Wan Shengyuan was not worried about Ma En. He had heard about what Ma En did in the Southern Federation. The Salvation Alliance of the Southern and Northern Federations was the dominant party in this negotiation. This must have something to do with the chaos between the North and the South, but it was also because of the sudden appearance of 2 key figures in the North and the South. Ma En, who defeated the Reality Twister, was one of them. But Ma En was actually very unfamiliar to them. This important figure who influenced the occupation was said to have just joined the Salvation Alliance before Xin Shao was defeated. No one had ever heard of his name before, and whether it was the Federation's deliberate disclosure or the information they dug out, it only made Ma En look more mysterious. Wan Shengyuan was also worried about Ma En's method and efficiency in finding him, which made him say this. Ma En nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood what he meant. Of course, I understand. After hearing Ma En's answer, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I know this is not an easy promise. Thank you. Ma En said, You're welcome. This is what I should do. We have to help each other now, although the Salvation Alliance is disbanded. But if we just go back to our original lives without thinking about anything, the ending may not be much better. Although the Federation will be bound by the contract, we can't put our fate on luck. Even if the possibility of the Federation or other organizations dealing with us is low, I should still be prepared. Only we can help us. He proposed that the disbanded Salvation Alliance should still form a loose mutual aid alliance, and his purpose of doing so was certainly not as simple as he said. He did not intend to live a peaceful life until the end of the world killed him. Wan Shengyuan nodded with a slightly bright look in his eyes. Now your tone of voice is a bit like Nie Weiguang, but what you say is more convincing than him. I know what you mean. We can talk about this in detail later. If you don't plan to erase my memory, I can talk about this with a few other friends I know and give you a heads up, but that will have to be said later. We've got it done. Feng Xiaoying's figure slowly appeared a few meters behind them. When she appeared, Wan Shengyuan raised his hand and flicked his fingers slightly at the air in front of him, and then there was a crisp cracking sound. A crack appeared in front of them. Chapter 283. Nie Weiguang was looking at the map in front of him, thinking about how to retaliate against the politicians who had caused Xin Shao to fall into the current situation, and was weighing whether it was necessary and possible to continue chasing the politicians who survived. Just as he was thinking this, the air in front of him trembled slightly, and then Lu Huiyuan, the creator of this space, appeared in front of him, and his expression was quite bad, which directly made Nie Weiguang put down his work and looked up with a puzzled look. Someone broke in. Lu Huiyuan said, a very outstanding space ability user. I can only stop the other party for a few minutes at most. The person who took action is very dangerous, and it is not the friend I mentioned. What should we do? Nie Weiguang immediately said, first find Troa, then let Lao Lu prepare, and finally notify that kid. Lu Huiyuan's face suddenly changed, and then he disappeared without saying a word. Nie Weiguang immediately understood that the situation might be more urgent than he just said, but he was still nervous about it. When they walked on this road, they saw the end. Since the Federation wants to eat them, then they should break their rotten teeth. And they are not so easy to swallow. The one who lacks the most combat ability is the young boy Gao Chuanzhou, who is responsible for infiltrating and stealing intelligence to lock those politicians. He cannot fight head-on in this space with few equipment, but he can kill some targets outside by staying here. And Lu Huiyuan, who maintains this space, has the power to control this space. He has a combat ability that is also good among the same level, and can also create an effect of 1+1 greater than 2 through cooperation. Nie Guang and Lao Lu, who summon the demon, can both be said to be the best in the same level, but he is better at close combat anytime and anywhere, while Lao Lu is more suitable for using magic to eliminate enemies from a distance under the premise of preparation. But now Lao Lu is also ready. This is the last battlefield in their plan, so Lao Lu has been prepared for this battle, but he doesn't know who his opponent will be. The reason why Nie Guang is most confident in his plan is the last member of this team, their main combat force Trove. Without his existence, it would be difficult to convince the others that it is meaningful to do so. Trove is also the reason why they can still hold on when facing a large number of pursuers from the Eastern Federation. He is a strong man standing at the top of the 4th level theory, and if he had not joined the Salvation Alliance at that time, he might have had the opportunity to impact a higher level. He was a former believer of the Holy Church, a cold-blooded and cruel judge, the calmest kind of madman. As long as the teachings and guidance of the Church and the gods were in his eyes, he could kill the most pitiful innocent weak without blinking an eye, and he would not waver at all. The most terrible thing was that he always felt that he was righteous. Until he had a conflict with the Salvation Alliance a few years ago, no one knew what he had encountered, but Tro eventually defected from the Church and chose to join the Salvation Alliance. If it weren't for Shenxiao's intervention, the pursuers of the Inquisition might have dismembered him. But he survived and took away most of the things given to him by the Church. After Shenxiao was defeated, he was the first to stand up and retaliate against the Federation. After the news of the armistice negotiations came out, he was also the most resolute opponent. The person who finally convinced him was Nie Guang, and what he did was to tell Tro about his next plan. Although they both insisted on fighting, Nie Guang actually did not agree with Tro's motives. When he opposed the armistice agreement, he did not care about the situation of other members of the Salvation Alliance at all. This is why he could not become a leader even if he was the strongest. Tro is still a believer. But now, he chooses to believe in Shenxiao. As Nie Guang raised his weapon, several ripples appeared behind him. He turned around instantly, raised the ancient long sword in his hand, and aimed it at the position where the space changed. His breathing became long, and all his attention was focused on the surrounding space. It was a trick. He turned around suddenly and swung his sword to look to his left, and then the sharp sword edge instantly hit something. Nie Guang could feel that he was hitting something soft with a blunt instrument, and there was no way to continue. Don't be nervous. As Ma's voice sounded, his figure gradually appeared in front of Nie Guang. I am not your enemy. Nie Guang's headset came with Gao Chuanzhou's voice. I have seen his photo. This is Ma In. Hearing this, the man exhaled a long breath, and then slowly moved the tip of the sword down a little. It's you. You shouldn't have barged in here without saying hello. Ma In said in a gentle tone. You don't seem to welcome anyone. While he was talking, two figures also appeared behind Nie Guang. The one standing farther away was an old man from the East Federation wearing various small accessories, and the one standing almost behind Nie Guang was a strong man from the West Federation with cold eyes, and a long sword in his hand. Nie Guang said, Since you know, you shouldn't come here. Ma In explained, Do you know that the Federation is now planning to use you to threaten Shenxiao? Nie Guang narrowed his eyes, and said confidently, Coincidentally, I really know that we have the best infiltration experts among us, and we are also assassinating these bastard politicians who want to deal with Shenxiao, and we are also ready to die together. They will not catch us. So your purpose of coming here is to stop us? Ma In explained. Shadow found me. He mentioned something to me, and said that this is just the idea of some members of the Federation. Shadow and some people do not agree with their ideas, so they want to stop them from catching you through me. Nie Guang knew the way to do this. You want me to surrender and live a regular life according to the content of the contract, dreaming, and even if the Federation finds some other ways to subdue us, it doesn't matter. I don't care about this at all. Do you know why? Ma In took over his words curiously. Why? Nie Guang looked into his eyes and said, Because we are different from you, we believe in Shenxiao. This means can't defeat her. He looked at Ma In coldly. Please go back now. I have heard of your name and know what you have done, but I believe you will not want to stop us, because you don't want to fight with us and eventually benefit the Federation, and if you do that, you will also know how much it will cost. We are a group of people who don't care about their lives. Even you may not be able to win. Trowei also cast a warning look. Ma In looked at him and asked, Don't you know that you are doing useless work? Your revenge has no meaning. Reality will not change because of you guys. You can't affect anything in the end. You can't win, so why do you want to die? Ye Weiguang smiled and said, you can say this to anyone who wants to do good things, and then people all over the world will only care about themselves. And you said we can't win. Do you think Shen Xiao has seen the victory? Compared with the difficulty she faces, what is in front of us? This answer is not bad. Ma Yin shook his head. Good idea, but I won't do such a stupid thing. Ye Weiguang asked sharply, then what will you do? Lie down and wait for Shen Xiao to come out by himself. Ma Yin looked at him and said, no, I won't try to burn myself to retaliate against the Federation. It's just irrational. I will only slowly think about how to win the final victory of this long war, to truly face the mountain that is so steep that there is no possibility of climbing, and then try to conquer it with all my strength. I will come here to stop you, and ask you to suppress the temporary anger and hatred with me and step onto the real battlefield. Do you have the courage? Just as Shen Xiao thought. Ye Weiguang looked at Ma Yin in surprise. You mean? Ma Yin nodded, and at the same time, several figures appeared behind him. Yes, the war is not over yet. Chapter 284. What's going on? Xu Yun looked at the middle-aged man in a suit in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. The expert was looking at the mirror and candle in front of him with a serious expression. When he heard Xu Yun's words, he slowly raised his head. His expression seemed to be thinking about how to explain to this young politician with a prominent background. Well, he cleared his throat. Miss Xu Yun, the situation may be a little bad. She said impatiently. Just say it directly. The expert looked at the mirror and said, it stands to reason that the devil will appear immediately after receiving the summons. Even if there is something that cannot appear, there will be a formal rejection process, but now there is no movement or response. Let me check it in detail. Although he didn't say it, Xu Yun could see that he was quite nervous and worried. The expert took out a contract and a few tools, and after a simple treatment, his face became more serious. It's gone. Xu Yun asked, what's gone? He raised his head and looked directly at Xu Yun and said, we have lost contact with him. This situation is often because the devil is dead. Looking at Xu Yun's increasingly ugly face, he quickly added, since he failed to complete the contract, you will receive a large amount of compensation through hell. But this only made Xu Yun more angry. Do you think I will be short of money? What's the use of these compensations to me? I want him to complete his work. This is the devil you recommended to me. Didn't you say that he can definitely solve my problem? So you lied to me? Looking at the angry Xu Yun, the expert could only suppress the nausea in his heart, and smiled with some flattery. He can indeed deal with those members of the Salvation Alliance. Mo Jiangwen will definitely not die because of tracking them. If there is evidence to prove that he died of his own stupidity and incompetence, I am willing to personally hunt down those members of the Salvation Alliance. I can guarantee with my reputation that it was not the few members of the Salvation Alliance who were still resisting who killed him, but something else that we didn't expect. They all knew what the expert was talking about. It was not the remnants of the Salvation Alliance who killed Mo Jiangwen, but other members of the Federation who were not in harmony with Xu Yun, and it was probably Shadow, the nominal top leader of the investigation department. Watching Xu Yun's expression slowly calm down, the expert felt a little relieved. Go away, Xu Yun said impatiently. The expert bowed his head repeatedly, then took a few steps back tentatively. After realizing that she had no intention of stopping him, he immediately left the house in a panic, as if he was running away. Although he could kill the weak mortal in front of him with just a blink of an eye, and could also throw her soul into hell to endure decades of pain and torture, just like he usually did to those weak people who dared to offend him, he still had to humbly calm the other party's emotions. All this is just because she was born in a wealthy family, which also allowed her to embark on the best path that these mortals can take after she grew up. She became a member of the federal politicians. These two words mean a lot, and in a sense, they also symbolize safety. Although some federal politicians are now being assassinated by members of the Salvation Alliance, people with real status like Xu Yun are basically fine. As long as they don't do stupid things, it's difficult to reveal flaws. And this is under the premise that they have already taken action against the Salvation Alliance. Normally, no one with special abilities will assassinate members of the Federation. This is not worth it for any person with special abilities. It's not just because the Federation will retaliate and hunt them down, nor is it entirely because it's much more difficult to do so than to kill normal people with the same status as them. This is of course a very important premise, and there are not many organizations that can always do this. But what's really important is the reason why they want to do this. The modern federal government was established only a few hundred years ago, But this organization has existed for at least 2,000 years in the research of historians, and the time of its actual birth is completely untraceable. According to his devil friend, the Federation is not a ruling body, but a system that can maintain world stability. The federal government only surfaced 700 years ago, and the real system has been running for countless years. Now they only see one of the countless faces of this system, but it can also be said to be the most suitable face. Since its birth, the Federation has accumulated countless abnormal technologies, and they particularly prefer abnormal phenomena that can be reproduced but not consumed, and use these reusable abnormal entities to exchange phenomena. For example, special armor that can be used to arm ordinary humans. Although they often don't really use this for ordinary people, even ordinary people can use it. This is the bottom line of the Federation. Those technologies with strict requirements are basically not within their collection and consideration. For example, people with self-will like Xin Xiao are not really valued by the Federation. Of course, this example is not very appropriate. The Federation is indeed thinking about how to use her power. After all, the Federation is not incompetent. They do that only because it is more in line with their goals, and reality always makes you encounter unexpected situations. Except for a few special cases like Xin Xiao, the Federation will basically not invest resources in any unreproducible individuals. Compared with such powerful human abnormal entities, they are more willing to study things like prophecies. Although the power of the prophecy is weaker than that of Xin Xiao, the Federation is more willing to build a machine that can be used by future generations than to gain her trust. In the eyes of the founder of the Federation, even the most powerful abnormal ability person cannot exist forever, and the organization relying on individuals cannot persist to this time in the long river of history. So the Federation only focuses on those abnormalities that can stand the test of time. In this process, they also discovered many real scientific theories, and it can even be said that they are important promoters of modern science. The Federation once had the largest alchemy research institute, but now it seems that nearly half of the ancient alchemy actually has no abnormal properties, but the ancients could not use their experience to understand the principles contained in it. The most famous event of this kind of situation is that the Federation discovered nuclear energy 200 years ago. They once thought that this was a special abnormal phenomenon hidden in the subtle, and they once had a particularly far-reaching plan for this abnormal technology. And it is precisely because of this that the technologies, rituals, and various countermeasures used by the Federation against high and low-level abnormal individuals have continued to increase and strengthen over time and age, and have now reached a very terrifying level. Even if all the abnormal strengths of the Federation with the ability of level 1 or above are dead today, they can still guarantee their dominance. The rituals and measures they use to maintain the world do not require the existence of any ability users, and they also have a certain degree of intelligence. Even if all the top leaders of the Federation are dead now, this system can quickly select the most suitable candidates to replace them. Even if these people were just low-level employees a few days ago, they can take over the responsibility of maintaining the world, because the Federation will not require its users to have any indispensable talents or skills. Everything can be mastered at a high speed through acquired learning. The Federation is not the group of people standing at the highest point, but a complex mechanism that puts those people at the top. It is an existence that is more ethereal than the southern gods, and there is no flesh that can be killed. These politicians are just one of the countless cells that make up it. They are just cells selected by it, and its bones and souls are things that cannot be touched or touched, and they are probably the hardest substances in the world. No one can break it with brute force, because no one can defeat this carefully designed system. The reason why any abnormal entity or organization cannot threaten the Federation is simple: they are not strong enough. The Federation became the world's strongest abnormal organization 700 years ago. Then it ruled the world without a doubt. This was the best way to maintain world stability in its eyes. Governments and politicians were still just tools to maintain world stability. It paid a little acceptable interest in exchange for their services. In fact, the world ruled by the Federation was far more stable and secure than anything in the past known history. This was one of the reasons why those high-level abnormal ability users would not take the initiative to provoke the Federation, and the Federation had reached a subtle tacit understanding with them. In the eyes of this system, the best way to maintain stability did not include hostility with these high-level ability users. Therefore, the society guided by the Federation could allow these ability users to get more benefits than any other period, and they would naturally maintain the existence of the Federation without hesitation. For low and middle-level ability users and ordinary people, the federal government is not very good, but the saddest thing is that it is actually the best in history, so its destruction will not benefit them at all. In other words, it is actually a bad thing to oppose the Federation. Not only are they so strong that they are almost impossible to defeat, but for those groups that may resist them, the existence of the Federation is generally a good thing. This is also the scene created by the Federation. This is the way it achieves its own goals. Only when he understands this will he choose to cooperate deeply with the Federation. But his luck is a bit bad this time. Xu Yun can also be regarded as one of the worst people in the Federation. However, although the Federation is the strongest, it has not been without threats. It is said that the Federation system itself has been challenged at least a dozen times. The most recent challenger is naturally Xiao Walker, but judging from the results, the Federation is still slightly better. And he also firmly chose to get closer to the Federation after Xiao was defeated, because in today's era, this is the best choice for ambitious abnormal ability users like them. No one in the world today can shake its dominance. If Xiao loses, the Federation can still prosper for at least another 500 years. And even if Xiao is not the strongest among these challengers, the Federation still stands on the earth today, and it is also the Federation that rules the two worlds of abnormality and non-abnormality. Maybe someone would think it is a pity that Xiao loses. He is a very realistic person. The winner is the strong one. Chapter 285. Miss Xu Yun, we really can't take this job. The person who said this was the employee of the East Federal Security Company that Xu Yun had talked to last time. The young man who looked like a civilian at the time was indeed responsible for communicating with customers. Now Xu Yun thought that he might have appeared there to sell their company's services. Mr. Jin Liang, I know your principles very well, but I also know that principles are nothing to you in front of money. As far as I know, you are not as clean as you are. Some of my friends have purchased other services from you. Jian Liang felt a little helpless, but explaining these to customers was also his job. Yes, we are not as clean as we say, but I can assure you that those orders absolutely do not represent the consciousness of the East Federation Security Company. They were all accepted privately by some employees. Most of the employees who were discovered were fired by us. Some of them may have to pay a huge fine, otherwise they will have to stay in our company as experimental subjects forever. So it is completely impossible for you to make such a request. Those are just some wrong accidents. We really will not provide any services other than security to members of the Federation, so please withdraw this proposal. He looked at Xu Yun with sincerity. Xu Yun asked back, then what is your deal with him? I don't think a few employees can casually provide such a full set of services. Don't try to deceive me with these excuses. I heard that you do everything for money. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. She didn't understand what she said at all. Jian Liang sighed. That's not what I meant. I also know your doubts, but let me put it this way. Those federal members who completed transactions with our employees privately are all our old customers for many years. They have enough time to build enough feelings with our employees. That is to say, they have gained the trust of employees and given these employees who betrayed the company enough compensation and guarantees. It is these unruly federal members who lured the loyal senior employees to betray the company and did this kind of thing we don't want to see. He stopped and looked at Xu Yun with a very serious look. Do you understand? Xu Yun paused and suddenly didn't know what to say, because she suddenly realized a very strange problem. If the situation is really as Jian Liang said, then why did he agree to appear here today instead of directly refusing on the phone? She suddenly thought of something. I understand. The employees you just mentioned will be fired after doing this, and may have to pay a huge fine. I don't think they can afford the money with their own work. That is to say, their money comes from this transaction. If I'm right, the company actually condones or even guides these employees to do this, and your purpose is. Jian Liang stood up suddenly and interrupted indignantly. If you continue to slander our company, I will unilaterally announce the end of cooperation with you, Ms. Xu Yun. He looked at Xu Yun seriously. Xu Yun blinked. Sorry, I misunderstood. Please sit down. Let's talk about our cooperation slowly. Seeing her expression, Jian Liang smiled. It seems that you finally understand. Xu Yun personally handed him a teacup, and then asked casually, Mr. Jian, are you usually busy after get off work? Jian Liang also waved his hand casually. How can I be busy after get off work? What's wrong? Does Miss Xu Yun want to ask me out? Xu Yun smiled and said, Yes, I quite like being with a handsome guy like you. The purpose of the company's doing this is of course to make this matter look like a private behavior of employees. Although Xu Yun doesn't quite understand why they are so careful, she has completely understood the logic of the operation of this matter. It's not on the books at all, but everyone can get the deserved benefits. Although it's a little troublesome, Xu Yun doesn't care so much now. After receiving the news that Mo Jianlin was dead, She no longer thought that this matter would be easily resolved as she did before. The Salvation Alliance was not a threat, but the opposition of Shadow and other federal employees was stronger than she had expected. She originally thought that Ingzi would also be happy to see Xiao lose face, but she didn't expect that he was a coward. His defeat to Xiao destroyed his confidence and pride, so that he could watch such a precious opportunity slip away. With the East Federation Company, she would definitely be able to capture the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance immediately. Although the price would definitely be quite unworthy, for her, this was no longer something that could be measured by money alone. Just when she was thinking about how to use those members of the Salvation Alliance to humiliate Xiao, Jian Liang suddenly said, "Who?" A few seconds later, the voice of a little boy came from outside the door. "Not bad, you can find me, and now Shuyan seems to have something very dangerous. It seems that you finally know that you should pay attention to your personal safety when you go against the Salvation Alliance." Wang Yang walked in from the main door. Shuyan looked at Jian Liang angrily. "Didn't you notice him coming in?" Jian Liang was also puzzled. "Impossible. How did you bypass the alarm measures?" "This is the property of the East Federation Company." The boy smiled and then took out a document. "I came in through the main door. The Federation asked me to inform you of an urgent message. Several members of our investigation department encountered the remnants of the Salvation Alliance in the East Federation. After a fierce battle, they all died together with the other party. Unfortunately, only a voice report was left, but it was enough to declare your plan a failure. All your chips are dead." Xu Yun's expression suddenly became very bad, and even made the boy feel that she was more like a ghost than himself. "What did you say?" She gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you do this? I know that they can't be killed by the members of the investigation department. I also know who the members of the Salvation Alliance you are colluding with are. You are selling out the interests of the Federation." The boy smiled and said, "I don't understand what you said. I just came to inform you of a fact. It seems that your plan has failed. Maybe you should consider stopping here, so that you can save face." Shuyan said gloomily, "Do you think this is all? This is just the beginning. Kill them. You'd better kill all the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance, so that they will hate you more than me. I don't want them all. I will expose Shinjiao's weakness in my own way, and let you see what she is. Wait, you will all see the true face of Shinjiao." Chapter 286. "You want to see Shinjiao again?" The old man frowned slightly. "You have already gone to see her several times during this period. Although your current work is indeed related to her, you can't go to see her so frequently. Some people have already questioned whether you are her undercover." Xu Yun's face showed contempt for those people. "Grandpa Zhao, you are not unaware of the feud between me and her, and you can almost be said to be the most important member of this plan. If you hadn't found a way to bypass her prophetic ability, we would never have been able to catch her. And I think there must be a deep reason for you to attack Shinjiao. There is actually no conflict between you and her." Looking at her so confidently, the old man showed curiosity. "How do you know that there is no conflict between me and her? It may be a bit unpleasant to say this, but the feud between me and her is not something that a little guy of your level has the opportunity to know and understand." Shuyan said confidently, "I don't need any news. I know it very well when I see the expression on your face when you get along with her. If there is really any hostility or disgust between you, I will never be able to hide it from you." The old man smiled gently. "It seems that you have inherited your grandfather's sharpness. He can easily sense the emotions hidden under the surface of others. He will show just the right respect and tenderness to anyone, but you seem to be good at something different from him. You are right. There is no problem between me and Xiao. This is completely different from you." Xu Yun continued with great certainty, "And I know why you did this. You suspected that Xiao killed her grandfather because even she couldn't find the culprit, which is completely impossible for Xiao, not to mention that the person who died was one of her two closest people." The old man corrected slowly. "You are wrong, it is not completely impossible. If it was me who killed her grandfather, it would make sense. I have a way to kill him without telling her." Xu Yun stared into his eyes and said, "Yes, but you still doubt Xiao." The old man nodded as a matter of course. "Of course, I can crack the prophecy ability, but I don't think anyone can do it. This is not something that can be done with just brains. You also need to have a good understanding of Xiao and good luck. Although there are other ways to deal with Xiao's ability, there is no one who can do this in the information I know, and I don't really want to believe that someone who can do this will kill her grandfather. It is not worth exposing this information for this. Do you know how much new trouble this incident has brought to our entire plan?" Xu Yun said, "Other people have the same suspicion, but I think they are not as worried about it as you and me, because they are completely deceived by the kind and gentle face that Shen Xiao usually shows, and they never thought that she might do such a thing. But only she can kill her grandfather quietly, so the murderer must be her. The old man smiled, because he knew very well that Xu Yun did not really doubt that Shen Xiao would do this, because she did not care whether Shen Xiao killed her grandfather or not, she just wanted others to have such doubts. But as she said, it is reasonable to have such doubts, and Shen Xiao did not really spend time looking for or avenging the murderer after his grandfather died. Of course, this is just the appearance. Shen Xiao's behavior is difficult to interpret and understand with common sense. Try if you want. The old man said indifferently, I don't want to get involved in the conflict between you and Shadow, and I'm not as worried about it as he is, so I'm not stopping you, but I won't help you either. And for your grandfather's sake, I suggest you stop now. It's not good for you to do this. Xu Yun smiled and said, I know, it's hurting others and not benefiting yourself. But you don't know what I want. The old man shook his head and said, go in. He didn't plan to warn Xu Yun anymore, and although her behavior was like a child's unreasonable fight in his eyes, it was good for the old man to let her do it. Shen Xiao's reaction to this was useful information for him. Xu Yun immediately walked into the passage after getting the authorization and headed straight towards Shen Xiao's residence. Unlike the previous time she came, she was no longer as proud and happy as she was at that time. If she could successfully capture the remnants of the Salvation Alliance, she would have shown off in front of Shen Xiao. Blame it on those bastards in the investigation department. But no matter what, Shen Xiao is still at a disadvantage to her. Xu Yun doesn't want to miss any opportunity to meet her, and seeing Shen Xiao more often can also ensure that she won't have room to do anything. With a slightly complicated mood, Xu Yun pushed open Shen Xiao's door again. But the familiar figure didn't sit in the living room waiting for her as usual, which made Xu Yun feel a little dissatisfied. I know you have enough time to come out. She stood in the living room and raised her voice. You want to express your contempt for me in this way? Doing so will only make me think you are weak and stupid. Have you forgotten how humble you were when you saw me last time? After about half a minute, Shen Xiao finally opened the bedroom door and walked out, looking at her with a rather calm expression. There is nothing left for us to talk about. Xu Yun smiled and said, you don't have much to talk to me about, but I still have a lot to say to you. Don't worry, this time I have good news for you. Remember the plan I mentioned to you last time? I plan to cruelly torture and kill the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance in front of you, let you watch them die, and then enjoy your reaction. But some cowards in the Federation are worried that you will slowly turn bad, so they asked someone to get rid of those members of the Salvation Alliance and let others kill the rebels in the Eastern Federation first. Who did they find? Let me think. She deliberately showed a look of reminiscence, and after a pause, she said, it seems to be a member of the Salvation Alliance named Ma En. Are you familiar with this name? Shen Xiao looked at her nonchalantly. Go back. Looking at Shen Xiao's deliberately pretended expression, Xu Yun just sneered and pulled the corner of her mouth. The prediction machine has investigated, and there is no trace of those members of the Salvation Alliance. They were really killed by Ma En. Don't you want to say something to your loyal follower? Shen Xiao shrugged. We can't pursue the so-called perfection. Xu Yun smiled. Look at your expression. You don't care about those dead members of the Salvation Alliance at all. You care more about yourself than them. You haven't really been sad because of those dead members of the Salvation Alliance. After all, you have seen it a long time ago, right? Shen Xiao sighed. Xu Yun, when will you be able to get over the time when you just met me? Since then, you seem to be trapped forever. Don't you know that clinging to me is just torture for you? You should forget me and return to your own life. Xu Yun was a little stunned, and then immediately showed a look of shock and anger. You think I am jealous of you and do this? No, not at all. Yes, I do hate you, but this is not the reason for me to do this. I know what you did, and I also know that they have never seen your true nature. When I met you, you had not learned how to hide yourself. All I have to do is let them see your ugly face, and I swear I will do it. Of course, I also admit that I did not do this out of kindness. I am indeed not a good person, but you are not much better than me. Shen Xiao looked at her with a little more sympathy in his eyes. Some of my enemies and followers regard me as a perfect person, but this is just a typical misunderstanding. I am just an ordinary good person. My specialness is not my concept of good and evil, but the powerful force that does not match my concept. And I am not that good at all, but you have made me almost perfect, but as you said, anyone who is willing to observe and think carefully will realize my ordinariness and commonness. I don't understand what you are against. Is it me? Or those who praise me? Xu Yun shook her head and said, it's not to this extent. Sometimes I really can't figure it out. Are you really so good at disguising and acting, or have you really completely forgotten your past nature? No, you almost hid it from me. I know you killed your grandfather. No one can hide this from you, and no one has the reason. If someone can bypass your prophecy, then he must do the same thing as us, not kill the old man. You are much more important than him now. It seems that I can't shake your mind. Xin Shao shook his head slightly, but maybe your misunderstanding of me may be because you are too close. People standing at the foot of the mountain can't have a panoramic view of the entire mountain. Xu Yun smiled and said, then let's take a look. Although all the members of the Salvation Alliance of the Eastern Federation have died, we have not gained nothing in the past few days. This time we caught one of your admirers, and now she has begun to regret doing so. She was begging for mercy. And I want you to watch her die. The screen on the wall lit up, and a young woman, who was tortured inhumanly, appeared in it. She was covered with horrific scars, and looked much more terrible than the first two members of the Salvation Alliance. Kill me, don't torture me anymore, she shouted in a voice that was almost like crying. Xu Yun smiled and looked at Xin Shao. This is the fate of following you. Xin Shao just glanced at her and said, kill her, she is already very pitiful. Looking at Xin Shao's expression, Xu Yun showed a smug smile. As I expected, there is no sadness in your eyes at all. If you don't have a little love in your heart, how can you really love as much as you show? Wait. I will catch you in the act. Chapter 287. After meeting Xin Shao, Xu Yun felt that the negative emotion suppressed in her heart had been resolved. She had been very unhappy since her plan was destroyed by Yingzi and his lackeys, and Yingzi also told her that the person who did this was Ma Yin. Obviously, the purpose of this news was to guide her to find trouble with Ma Yin. Although she knew that this was their conspiracy, and that she would definitely be doomed if she did this, there was a reason why Yingzi treated her like this. Even if she knew this, she would still hate and vent her anger on Ma Yin, who had never met her. She was such a person, so Xu Yun went to Xin Shao to vent her resentment towards Ma Yin and Yingzi. But now she was still a little unhappy. After all, she had not experienced any other difficulties in her life except meeting Xin Shao. This time, Yingzi and the Salvation Alliance joined forces to destroy her plan, which made Xu Yun especially want to do something immediately to repay them. So she found Jian Liang of the East Federation Security Company. Xu Yun pushed open the door of the reception room and looked at Jian Liang, who was sitting on the sofa waiting. Mr. Jian, I want to discuss business with you in private. Of course, I hope you can keep this a secret from the East Federation Company, and keep it as a secret between you and me. Jian Liang nodded pretentiously. I'm all ears. Xu Yun wanted to deal with Shadow the most, but she also knew that she couldn't give back her face in this matter in a short time. Fortunately, she was very good at enduring her resentment, and when the opportunity for revenge came, she would immediately seize it, just like she did to Xin Shao. Under the premise that she couldn't deal with Shadow, the punching bag in her heart was naturally those members of the Salvation Alliance. And Ma En, the member of the Salvation Alliance, who ruined her plan, was not her target. She couldn't do anything to these former members of the Salvation Alliance, who followed the contract under the constraints. Moreover, he killed his compatriots, which was quite pathetic. If she had the opportunity in the future, she would definitely take advantage of Ma En's misfortune and kick him a few times. If he was caught by the Federation, she would also go to Ma En to show off and ask him if he regretted messing with her. But Xu Yun definitely didn't plan to do it herself. After all, he was also a more dangerous individual among these lunatics. She knew very well that she should keep a distance from such dangerous lunatics. Her life was countless times more noble than these things. If she died in their hands accidentally, it would not be worth it to let many lunatics pay for her life. So her target is the remnants of the Salvation Alliance, who are still resisting in other areas. Those are not her responsibility, but if she doesn't intervene now, Shadow will probably use various methods to eliminate them, just like he asked Ma En to do. You should know that there are still some remnants of the Salvation Alliance in other areas who are resisting. Xu Yun said, I want you to secretly use your company's resources to go to other areas to help the Federation complete the pursuit of those remnants of the Salvation Alliance. I must let Xin Shao see them die with his own eyes. Jian Liang did not take up the topic related to Xin Shao, and said, So you just want to make sure they are caught by the Federation, right? Xu Yun nodded. And your opponents in this process are not just them. You may encounter hired personnel from other Federation members. They will protect or kill these members of the Salvation Alliance in advance to prevent us from capturing them alive. So your task is actually very heavy. Are you sure? Jian Liang showed a thoughtful look. If I can make up a reason to deceive the company's personnel, maybe I can find them with the employees of the Infiltration and Search Department. If the reason is good enough, Maybe I can subdue them directly, and maybe I can bring them directly to you. Shuyun asked in surprise. Can you do it? Those members of the Salvation Alliance, who are still resisting, will not give in easily, and they must have sufficient confidence in their abilities. Even if they do this kind of suicide action, they need some unrealistic hope. Jianliang smiled and said, this is not a problem for us at all. The East Federation Security Company often participates in various violent activities, and with advanced preparation, we can show professionalism that you can't see anywhere else. Let's put it this way. If we only talk about combat power, we are definitely not the strongest, but in terms of security, search, capture, and imprisonment, we dare to say that we are the best experts in the world. We have rich experience in search and capture. Even the most ferocious abnormal creatures will be as obedient as a kitten under our control. Xu Yun's eyes lit up when she heard this. Maybe we can start some other cooperation in the future. Jianliang smiled and said, I am also looking forward to future cooperation, but before that, let me prove my ability by completing this task. It is not easy to capture these members of the Salvation Alliance. I want to ask if you have any news about other areas. Xu Yun said, of course, these are all the information I must know for my job. The basic documents for this job were originally stored in a special federal safe in the basement. Not only that, I also specially applied for some additional information, including specific information about the members of the Salvation Alliance that other regional leaders have just obtained. I think with these hard-to-get information, your price may be slightly more acceptable. Jianliang smiled. I will evaluate the difficulty after getting all the information. It will take some time to give you the final price, but I think we can talk about the deposit first. After all, I also need some startup funds to get the company going. Xu Yun nodded. No. Jianliang's expression suddenly changed, and then he turned his face slightly to show a listening look. Xu Yun said with a dissatisfied expression, what's wrong? Don't tell me that two people broke in a short period of time, and Wang Yang can still say that it was because he got the power given by the Federation. Xu. Jianliang interrupted her with a cold look, and then his expression instantly became gentle and apologetic. My senses are a little sharp, and because of my work, I am also particularly nervous. I just thought I heard something. Just as he finished speaking. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion outside the corridor, followed by a series of gunshots, and then at the same time, the reception room where they were was suddenly blocked by a metal wall that drilled out of the wall, and the noise was also isolated from the outside world. Xu Yun asked in panic, what's going on? It seems that I heard it right. Jianliang looked quite calm, and even seemed a little relaxed. Some unlucky idiots accidentally broke in here, just in time. It's time to show you the level of our East Federation Security Company. Xu Yun asked nervously, is this really safe? Jianliang had a confident smile on his face. Of course, we are absolutely professional in our field. Now our East Federation security system is running perfectly, and we have also combined it with the Federation Protector program you already have here, and specially obtained the Federation's technical support, and then equipped it with our top suits. I dare say that unless the intruder is a 5th level ability user, he has no chance of escaping here alive. Chapter 288. Seeing Xu Yun's expression still a little nervous, Jianliang picked up the suitcase at his feet, placed it horizontally on the table, and turned the combination lock on it to a number, and then it quickly transformed into a portable computer with multiple screens. If you are still worried, you can take a look at this computer connected to the entire security system. Jianliang smiled as he introduced the company's top products. Look at the logos on these screens. They mean that the portals connecting to our special operations team have been activated. Xu Yun glanced at the complex graphics and information on it, and then turned her eyes to the obvious position of the camera. Can your people deal with those vicious members of the Salvation Alliance? Jianliang said confidently. Of course, if it were other customers, I might still be a little hesitant, but the service we provide to the Federation is the best. This does not mean that we will treat customers differently, but that your Federation has a very high level of protection and retaliation measures for politicians. If we hadn't arrived at that time, the demon would have only a 50% chance of killing you, and it might have been eliminated by the secret federal forces that arrived in time, and ordinary assassins would find it difficult to leave easily after killing politicians, and only alien creatures, like demons, would be easier to escape. Your already top-notch technology can be used at a higher level than normal after cooperating with us. This is not to discredit your protection level. After all, we are professionals in this field, and we will specially select technology to cooperate with you to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Although it may be a bit presumptuous to say this, the most important thing is that the Federation's protection measures for middle-level members are actually lower than retaliation. After all, Deterrence is a more cost-effective option than protection, and in fact, you are not that important to the Federation. But it is not the case for the Eastern Federation Company. You are our customers. In other words, you are our biological parents. Xu Yun asked. In other words, even if a few fierce 4th level ability users break in, you are not worried at all, right? Jian Liang said, of course, the enemies of politicians who need our services cannot be some low and middle level ability users. As he spoke, several screens also captured the fully armed Eastern Federation Special Operations team. Among them, several people who looked like captains were wearing equipment that did not look like technological products that can be seen on the market. This also made Jian Liang look surprised. 6th level for special forces? They are all professional combat teams that can deal with level 4 ability users alone. It seems that the enemy you have provoked, Miss Xu Yun, is quite powerful. Xu Yun began to worry after hearing this. Then am I still safe? Jian Liang smiled and pointed to the screen. Of course, you see our target can no longer hide. In front of these teams appeared several people wrapped in black clothes, and none of their features could be seen under this special clothing, which also ensured that the recognition technology through physical features could not have any effect on them. Professional team. At the moment of meeting these black-clothed men, a screen was suddenly covered by white light, and then the others also dimmed one after another before they came into direct contact with the Eastern Federation team. Are there any countermeasures against surveillance? This is considered a top-level enemy. Jian Liang explained to Xu Yun, but it's nothing to us. In the end, we won't even have casualties, because no matter how strong the opponent is, they will face an opponent with overwhelming strength. This is the advantage of a large organization. The strong will not even suffer any damage when fighting the weak. A weak organization with fewer resources will never be able to defeat us who are stronger. Beep, beep, beep. The screen suddenly flashed red several times. Jian Liang stretched out his hand and swiped it, and then his face changed. No, they said a total of 12 teams and 3 executors. But 6 teams and 2 executors failed to be successfully transferred to the location, and I didn't see the executors on the screen at all. Xu Yun was calmer than him at this moment. So this is still under your control? Well, Jian Liang swallowed his saliva. Of course, we will definitely be fine. After all, we are behind the East Federation Company and the federal government. No one can defeat these 2 behemoths at the same time. But Xu Yun felt that he was a little unconfident now. She immediately asked angrily, You are lying. What's going on now? Answer me, you promised me safety. Jian Liang looked at the constantly changing information on the screen, then suddenly raised his head and stared at Xu Yun and said, The executor was killed first. It was a 4th level monster born for fighting and killing. Every time such a low intelligence monster is created, a lot of company resources will be consumed, and they can't survive for more than 3 months. In front of them, most of the 4th level ability users are as weak as children, but he died in less than a minute. And they have mastered the technology of intercepting transmission. If all members of our team arrive on time, such opponents can be easily entangled, and then patiently wait for the follow-up troops to arrive. But now the company does not seem to want to send out any follow-up teams, as if they have abandoned us, or have no idea what situation we are facing now. Xu Yun. Who did you offend? Xu Yun took a few steps back in disbelief. I don't know. But no matter who wants to kill me, they can't do it to this extent. Jian Liang said solemnly, We have to go to the emergency escape channel immediately. Now the solidification machine we cooperated with the Federation has blocked this space. Those attackers are destined to be killed by the upcoming federal troops, but before that, we are likely to die in their hands. Only the emergency channel can let you and me leave here. We have to go to the emergency channel before they kill my colleagues. Let me calculate the fastest and safest route for us. Jian Liang stretched out his hand and clicked on the screen. Then he suddenly said with some surprise, 2 teams and an executor have arrived. It seems that we have enough time again, as long as... Swish. Jian Liang and Xu Yun were suddenly stunned, because the screens that were fine just now all went dark at the same time, and just when they were thinking about what was going on, the screen suddenly lit up again. A cartoon-like mocking smiley face appeared in front of them. Chapter 289. What is this? Jian Liang explained briefly, but immediately forced himself to calm down, staring at the black screen and thinking about their current situation. While he calmed down, the mocking smile on the screen suddenly dimmed, and as it left his sight, Jian Liang's mind quickly sobered up and realized that the situation was not as bad as he thought. His expression regained its calm. A very powerful person hacked into this dispatch system, and the camera that just hacked was also made by him. Now we can't use the safe house to go directly to the emergency exit, but we are not at the end of the road yet. They hacked into the system, so we can't use the company's security system to take a safe road to the emergency passage. Fortunately, this safe house can only be opened manually from the inside, so it is safe to stay here. And our employees are being teleported here one after another. If they are lucky, they will be able to deal with the invaders in no time, but I can't guarantee anything about this. Xu Yun asked anxiously, "What do you mean? Can we just wait here?" Jianliang shook his head, then spoke faster and louder. "No, I just said that it was just a lucky situation. If they have been intercepted by the enemy, the remaining employees who have arrived may not be able to wipe out all the invaders, and you just saw that 2 teams were quickly defeated. If they lose, the Federation will send people here to kill these trapped turtles, and they can't defeat the top ability users of the Federation who are specially used for revenge assassinations. But the blockade device we cooperated with the Federation is perfect, but this temporary safe house is not. If they had dealt with our people before the Federation arrived, and had enough time to deal with this safe house, I'm afraid you would fall into the hands of those desperate invaders. So now we have 2 choices. Stay here and leave it to fate, or take the opportunity of the invaders being dragged out of the safe house, and risk your life. Both are actually based on luck." Xu Yun was silent for a few seconds, and then her expression gradually became firm. "Since it's all based on luck, why don't I hold my fate in my own hands?" And through her observation of him, she has already noticed the emotions that even Jianliang himself may not want to face. Deep in his heart, he actually doesn't believe that he can survive by staying here, but he is more afraid of going out to take risks. This emotion is as strong as his fear of death, so that it blinds his judgment of the facts. Pathetic idiot. "Then let's go," Jianliang said, walking forward to the wall to open the door. But just as he stepped forward, a deafening roar suddenly resounded throughout the room, and the walls and the ground began to shake. Jianliang also stumbled a few steps, and Xu Yun, who was standing behind him, turned pale instantly. The metal wall in front of him showed signs of being hit. "Impossible," Jianliang said in panic. "They should be able to hold back these invaders." Bang! Without giving him a chance to finish, the metal wall fell heavily inward with a sound, revealing the scene of the corridor outside. 3 black-clothed men in uniform were standing outside the door. 2 of them stood a little further back and were on guard, while the one standing in front was facing them. Xu Yun turned to look at Jianliang in fear, wanting to hear what he had to say. But at this moment, Jianliang was retreating in a panic, muttering to himself in disbelief. "It's over, we're finished, even the executor." Hearing this, Xu Yun followed his horrified gaze, and only then noticed that the area behind the 3 people was full of fully armed East Federation special agents, and there was also a particularly conspicuous corpse hanging on the wall in pieces. But after seeing Jianliang's reaction, and the death of the East Federation employees, Xu Yun's original panic was reduced a little. She raised her head with a proud look, looked directly at the man in black standing in front of her, and said, "Go ahead, I be defeated this time. But after I die, this place will be completely blocked, and none of you can escape from here. Although your lives are not as good as mine, at least I have the ability to bury these civilians with me." The man in black standing opposite her did not react at all. However, Xu Yun felt more confident after seeing this scene. The hesitation of the other party proved that she might be able to leave here alive. It seemed that their goal was not to kill her directly. She would definitely survive. After Xu Yun figured out the other party's purpose, she immediately put forward her own conditions. "I can let you leave through the emergency passage. Although this will make me face investigation, and may even be suspended, as long as you can guarantee my safety, you can also survive. If I die, you all have to die." The man in black finally turned his head and looked at her after hearing this, and then his unclear voice rang in her mind. "Very good, then erase the traces left behind." Although the man in black was not talking to her, Xu Yun still felt a little happy when she saw this scene. It was obvious that the intruder was preparing to discuss the terms with her in detail. Now it seems that this group of intruders are quite smart. They are not the kind of idiots who really commit suicide. These bastards thought about using her life to exchange for a passage to leave here before breaking in. Even if she is one step behind this time, as long as she survives, there is a chance. She still maintains the arrogant attitude when talking to other civilians. "Just tell me what you want, I know what you are thinking." The man in black raised his head slightly and looked at her. "No, there is no need to be so troublesome." Xu Yun blinked, and then panic submerged her again, like a roaring tide. Because the 2 men in black who were standing in the distance just now flashed to her side in an instant, and Jianliang, who was still retreating in fear, had become a corpse with eyes open, and even her body was stained with a few drops of his blood. And she also understood what the man in black meant by no need. The other party had invaded her mind. Xu Yun took a few steps back in a trance, and as she retreated, the surrounding scene suddenly began to change constantly. The floor tiles and walls were breaking and melting, and the position of the man in black slowly moved to her left. In the direction facing the man in black, a face that she had dreamed of countless times slowly emerged. "There is nothing left for you and I to say. Go back," Xin Xiao said. Xu Yun, who witnessed the scene, felt like she was falling into the abyss. Her brain stopped working for a few seconds, and then she accepted the horrible fact that what she saw meant. Xin Xiao was talking to the intruder, and judging from her words, it seemed that this was not the first time. Then countless memories began to surge out, like the most vicious mockery of her. She had never defeated Xin Xiao, and even the Federation might not have defeated Xin Xiao, and she had been fooled by Xin Xiao from beginning to end. Xu Yun even began to doubt how much of her jealousy towards her was due to her own nature, and how much was slowly cultivated under Xin Xiao's deliberate guidance. Was she accidentally exposed to the truth, or stepped into a deliberate trap? These questions will never have answers. And Xu Yun had already vaguely guessed who was standing opposite Xin Xiao. Possessing amazing combat power that could suppress the East Federation Company, possessing psychic abilities, and coming from the Salvation Alliance, these characteristics naturally reminded her of Ma En, who has become particularly famous recently. The Federation was deceived by them, and Shadow was also deceived by Ma En. Xin Xiao and the Salvation Alliance were far more dangerous and terrifying than they expected. At this moment, Xin Xiao, who was standing opposite Ma En, glanced at her. Then Xu Yun suddenly felt extremely scared, because she still remembered what Xin Xiao said at that time. "Kill her, she is already very pitiful." Hearing this, Xu Yun immediately shouted at Ma En like crazy, "No! You can't kill me! The Federation will block this place. If I die, you will die too. She is not worth your life. You don't know what kind of person she is. If I die, no one will know." The surrounding environment returned to reality with her words, and Ma En just looked at her direction silently. Xu Yun almost screamed and shouted, "I am Xu Shoshan's daughter. You can't afford this price. Shadow will definitely suspect you." Ma En raised his head slightly, and said to her gently, "It's okay, I will make sure they can't find any evidence." As he spoke, Xu Yun could vaguely see. Sensing the firmness in Ma En's tone, Xu Yun's voice became lower and lower, and begged in a crying voice, "If I die, you will all be buried with me. Only I can lift the blockade. Report, we have found the information of other remnants of the Salvation Alliance, and are collecting and recording target information. It is expected to be completed within 3 minutes." Hearing this, Ma En turned to look at Xu Yun and said in a comforting tone, "Don't worry, I am the kind of person who will take the initiative only after finding a way out. I know that the Federation and the company can block this place, so the fact that you can see me proves that we can evacuate here at will. You don't have to worry about this for us." The begging on Xu Yun's face slowly turned into despair. She could only repeat incoherently in her trembling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me." Ma En continued, "I don't have any personal grudges with you, but who made you walk into this war that has not yet ended? It was you who exposed yourself to our vision. You should have been prepared for death when you continue to be our enemy, but you don't have to be afraid. Because you are just the first one." Blood splattered. Chapter 290. This time, the Control Bureau's action against Xu Yun was almost perfect, and the whole process could be said to be smooth. They dealt with the permanent security personnel within half a minute of reaching the destination, and then the two space ability users used their characteristics to temporarily intercept half of the reinforcements, and the boy Gao Chuanzhou, who could shock the information network out of thin air, isolated the transmission of information, and completely controlled the rhythm of normal battle in his own hands. The first reinforcement to arrive was an executor with extremely strong single-soldier combat ability, and the leader Ma En was responsible for dealing with this unlucky guy. After just a few fights, this most dangerous enemy died in panic. The former Holy Church Inquisitors Troyai and Lei Yu, who had just joined the team, suppressed 2 of the 6 teams respectively, and both carried out the suppression with a more radical attitude. Not long after the death of the executor, they wiped out their enemies respectively. And Ma En also took advantage of their fighting time to find Xu Yun. The next thing was very simple. The other members of the Salvation Alliance kept safe and efficient, and slowly dealt with the remaining teams. Feng Xiaoying and Lu Huiwen gradually led some of the enemies, who were already unable to be suppressed to Ma En. Lei Yu and Tro also went to support him at this time. Then, they killed every East Federation security staff, who appeared quite easily and efficiently, and the temporary safe house, that was said to be able to block any 4th level ability users was completely destroyed in just a few seconds in front of 2 4th level top ability users and Ma In. In the end, he killed Xu Yun. But this mission was not actually for her. Although Ma In considered that her death could reduce a lot of potential troubles, the more important reason was the information hidden in her mind and in the special safe of the Federation, and the information of the remnants of the Salvation Alliance in other regions. Mon had planned this when the armistice agreement was signed, and Xinxia's prophecy also proved his idea from the side. I think they will eventually find each other, and eventually become a threat to you. The they in this sentence refers to the remnants of the Salvation Alliance, who are still resisting, and the you in it refers to the Federation. Finding the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance and reuniting them in the name of Salvation's secret alliance seems to be the best choice for him, who has the Control Bureau, and the Control Bureau hidden under the shadow of Shishao will be even less conspicuous. If these Salvation Alliance members all join the Abnormal Control Bureau, then the significance of this matter is far greater than any group composed of the same number of Salvation Alliance members, because in the Control Bureau, they can rely on the use of characteristics to reach the level of surpassing the 4th level peak. The 2 strongest combat forces of the current Control Bureau are Lei Yu and Troa, who just joined. They have now reached the 4th.5, and such ability users cannot simply judge the strength of each other. The victory or defeat often depends highly on external factors such as preparation, restraint, and luck. In theory, people like them can fight any person of the same level, and no matter who they fight, they will not lose the battle. As long as the enemy has not reached the 5th level, or just achieved perfect restraint, there is hope of winning. But when facing Ma In, it can be said that they have no chance of winning, even if all external factors are on their side. Because Ma In has a complex number of abilities of the same level, not only can he resist almost all fields in the conventional sense, he has a way to retreat at any time, but also has different directions of attack, space ability, speed, body, mind. Any ordinary ability user cannot have no weaknesses in all directions. Top ability users, like Lei, you also have relatively weak places. For example, when dealing with him, Ma In used his mind to attack him, but it is difficult for them to find weaknesses when facing Ma In, because he basically doesn't have it, unless there is an ability that happens to be specifically targeted at him. And this is without considering the Control Bureau. Even if there is an ability that can be targeted at him, he can actually change his main ability at any time. For example, when encountering a space blockade, he can replace Shadow Walker with other abilities of the same level. The purpose of recruiting a sufficient number of employees is to allow the top ability users in the Control Bureau to reach a situation close to his own. Although the characteristics that ordinary employees can use are more limited than him, this will still bring amazing changes. Now Lei Yu and Troa still have a chance of winning against each other in a one-on-one situation, but if one of them uses other 4th and 5th level abilities, then the situation of the battle will be completely different, and they can even choose the abilities they want to use. Then they can barely reach their current state. Such Control Bureau employees can suppress and defeat most other ability users at the top of the 4th level, and they will only be at a disadvantage when facing opponents like Ma In and Hong Yuan. But there was nothing that could be done about it. Hong Yuan was a reality twister anyway, and the abnormal Control Bureau that he was in control of was definitely a creation of a reality twister, and it was very likely that he had created it. Even if he had lost his memory, he could still be considered half a reality twister. And as long as he could create a few such composite top-level people, the Abnormal Control Bureau could become a top-level organization below level 5, and things that were originally at the edge of his control would no longer have any chance of encountering any accidents. For example, it is difficult for his sister and younger sister, who he has not yet remembered, to encounter danger, and this is actually the main reason why Ma In did this. If he does not take the initiative to provoke him, it is difficult to encounter fatal danger, but he does not intend to be alone in this life. He wants to have the power to care about others in this dangerous world. And not to mention these, if he encounters an opponent like Yushin, he does not have to face it alone again, and he does not have to carry almost all the chips that can affect the outcome on his own like last time, but can let the employees of the Control Bureau share some of the burden. If his vision can be realized, then he should not have any particularly difficult opponents below the 5th level, so it will become easier to obtain the desired abnormal entities and characteristics. As for facing those above the 5th level, Ma In has no answer, but he is still pessimistic about this. The 5th level entities he has a deeper understanding of are only Xinxiao and Yushin. The former is a special case even among the 5th level, while the latter has fought with him and is now imprisoned in the containment room, but they can actually be said to have basically never really met. In that battle, he also achieved a completely restrained position. It just so happened that the moon goddess could not directly kill him because of his unmemory characteristics. In addition, he also received the support of Shishao, obtained the weapons of the ancient titans that were specifically used to deal with gods, and even took the risk of using the unmemory. Under these conditions, he defeated the moon goddess, but this also led to the fact that he did not actually fight her head-on, and did not have a real feeling of the moon goddess's actual combat ability. That battle was more like a dream, and in fact it was. So after completing the recruitment work, he conservatively estimated that he should be able to act freely without provoking the 5th level entity. There are still some minor details to deal with this idea, such as the loyalty of the members of the Salvation Alliance to him is based on Shishao. They are not really his subordinates, but rely on their special identities to be close to his subordinates. And Troy even has some resistance to him. It is hard to say whether other 4th level top ability users will really cooperate completely, but these problems can be solved, and Ma-En has already had a few vague ideas. The key point is that with these composite top level 4th level ability users, who are difficult to lose, he can carry out his original plan. He is considering continuing to explore the Titan world to collect weapons that can deal with the gods, collect abnormal entities that can then improve his abilities, and the second most important thing is to find a way to use the power of the moon god in the real dimension. It is possible that there will be experts in the field of mind among the new members. If he happens to be trustworthy because of Shishao, he may be able to quickly obtain important information against the moon god. Even if there is no such person, it will not be particularly difficult to find a way. And the most important thing is naturally his problem. Before leaving the hospital, he was planning to retrieve his memory. Ma-En suddenly raised his head, and his eyes looked uncontrollably at the young faceless man standing opposite him. Even though he had no expression, Ma-En still seemed to see the other's sad face in a trance. The blankness drowned him. Chapter 291. After killing Shu Yun and getting enough information, Ma-En reorganized the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance into a search team, and their job was to use the Control Bureau's ability and this information to contact other members of the Salvation Alliance who were still resisting, and recruit them to the Salvation Alliance to form a new force. And before attacking Shu Yun's residence, Ma-En also solidified the broken fingers of the unmemory person with the abnormal values collected by these employees, and equipped these Salvation Alliance members, who seemed to be dead to the outside world, with appearance barriers. The purpose of doing this is naturally to prevent the Federation from realizing that they are still alive. If there is no such feature, the information collection operation will definitely be replaced by a more secretive and safe situation. Of course, even if there is this feature, Ma-En first used special clothing to cover up their appearance characteristics. Only when the enemy tore their camouflage clothes apart, they could realize that these attackers have the ability to conceal their appearance. After all, the less exposed, the less likely they will be defeated by being targeted. This has been verified by the judges of the church. After Ma-En handed the job to Qin Lan, he planned to start his other two plans. The exploration of the underground world, and the search for the characteristics that could restrict the resurrection of the moon goddess actually overlapped in a sense. After all, for the Abnormal Control Bureau, the Titan Falls is a cave that hides countless treasures, and this place has not been discovered by other abnormal entities and organizations, which means that they actually have no competitors. If they are lucky, they may be able to find something that can target the moon goddess, or some other lost 5th level Titan weapons, which is what Ma-En is most looking forward to. The Titan creations he could find there were most likely used to deal with the gods, and such weapons, even if they were of the 5th order, were meaningless to other ordinary people with special abilities, and the gods themselves, because they had no way to kill them. Even if the gods could be put into a deep sleep, it would be meaningless to them, not to mention that they might be retaliated against. But it was completely different for Maine, who had the Abnormal Control Bureau. If he could really capture other 5th order gods, he could also join the 5th order array. Not every god could overwrite his personality like the moon god. Even some weapons that might have been used only to deal with gods could be used on other creatures after being used by the Control Bureau, achieving effects that were impossible before the weapons were contained. So Maine's first idea was to let people with non-psychic abilities explore underground, while those with psychic abilities searched for ways and abnormal entities that could prevent the moon god from overriding his personality, and it just so happened that the soulless titans underground were not afraid of people with psychic abilities. But just as he was planning the team, he was suddenly interrupted by a message. Just after leaving the hospital, the Control Bureau itself seemed to have locked on two potential employees, the leader Sun Xiangyudi and the Atlantean Ellie. The former had provided considerable help to Ma-En when he was in Dongsantu. Without his existence, he would probably not have solved the angel problem in such an orderly manner. After leaving Dongsantu, Ma-en had not contacted this 4th-level ability user, and this was because he wanted to keep a proper distance from these ability users, as he had promised at the beginning, and only use them to collect intelligence. This is also because he already had the main force of the Salvation Alliance at that time, and the members of the Salvation Alliance had higher professionalism and loyalty than these randomly recruited ability users. The members of the Salvation Alliance could not betray the Alliance because none of them had betrayed Shishao. Of course, this was also because he had not really reached a dead end at that time, otherwise he would definitely rely on them to get rid of difficulties, and when the real fatal danger appeared, the value of these ability users would only be worth collecting intelligence. Ma-en did not intend to let them know more about the Control Bureau than they do now. And there was always a doubt in his heart. Why are the two of them on the list? And the identity of Xiang Yudi among them is so special that it can profoundly affect all his experiences in Dongsensu after being recruited, which makes Ma-en doubt whether there is a special reason for his past self to choose him. It's like he also foresaw that Xiang Yudi would help himself, who lost his memory in the future, but this is a bit unreasonable, and it also contradicts many things that have happened, so this should not be the real reason. Ma-en suspects that the real situation should be similar to this inference, but it is completely different and more complicated. But he didn't care about it after he had this idea. Because there is a firm counter-evidence to this matter, another potential employee, Ellie. Ma-en has been observing her. After joining, Ellie diligently provided all the information she found to the Control Bureau. Except for providing a little information when she met Poseidon, it didn't affect him at all. This seems to mean that Xiang Yudi was just a coincidence. He may have marked these two potential employees just because they were particularly easy to persuade and use. But just 2 weeks ago, Ellie from Atlantis stopped transmitting intelligence to the Control Bureau, and just yesterday, she took the initiative to communicate face-to-face with Maine, who recruited them, and provided some very important information. This incident reminded Maine of his suspicions again. Although the possibility of coincidence is still not small, this news still made Maine a little worried, and after thinking about these, he suddenly realized that some things were not completely reasonable. For example, he actually defeated 2 angels before being admitted to the hospital, and then stayed there for several years. He remembered that he had seen such a paragraph when he first arrived at the Control Bureau. Director, Maine. Comprehensive abnormality level, 3.3, 3.5. This is the situation when he was in a state of trauma caused by the unmemory. Now that he is recovered, his telekinesis is at the level of 3.5, which means that he may not have made any progress in the years since he was admitted to the hospital. This is completely different from the speed of his strengthening after being discharged from the hospital, and now he is still troubled by amnesia. Was he really so cautious before? Or maybe he encountered the trouble caused by the unmemory or the hospital itself when he was just admitted to the hospital, and since then, he was hindered by something in his progress and strength. He was afraid to leave because of the existence of the church, and even dared not to take any action through the Control Bureau. Or, with doubts in his mind, Ma-en suddenly looked up at the information panel not far away. The middle-aged faceless woman reflected in it shook her head at him. Everything disappeared with the wind. Chapter 292. Atlantis. Ellie was sitting at her desk reading the materials borrowed from the library, and quietly recording the contents on the Control Bureau's panel. Unfortunately, the book she could access now did not contain any important information. After her father was imprisoned, her identity as a princess was just a title, and her innate power was deprived by the Supreme 3 Wise Kings. It was for this reason that she was very worried whether the information she provided to the mysterious organization was enough for them to listen patiently, and whether they would care about the possible war between the land and Atlantis. These questions made her feel quite uneasy about the next meeting. But this was also what she had to do, although it was likely to make the situation of herself and her father worse after being exposed, so it was not impossible to die. Although the identity of the princess was very noble in Atlantis, it was all her prince father who made it special. If the matter was exposed, then she would be guilty of treason. Although the princess has some privileges, the current situation is very special, and Ellie also heard that they are planning to support a new prince to fill the vacant 12th prince due to her father's imprisonment, which makes Ellie more and more anxious about her fate. If this continues, she may never have a chance to turn over, because her father may be secretly executed by then. So she must let her father regain his freedom before then, and she doesn't care what price she has to pay. Ellie knows very well that this may cause them to be unable to live in Atlantis, so if that's the case, it's better to flee to the land. Although she had not experienced any great storms, there were many political exchanges in history. If it was her father, he might be able to reach a deal with the rulers of the land in exchange for their protection. She closed the book casually and sighed softly. Ellie's reading made her realize how naive and unrealistic her thoughts were at this moment. The three wise kings had all lived for at least 1,000 years. A princess like herself was no different from other children in front of them. How could she save her father before they blocked her? Reality is not a fairy tale. In fact, Ellie was still very hesitant about what she was going to do in her heart. Although Atlantis was undoubtedly the unjust party in the war that might come, her father also taught her what was right and what was wrong when she was young. And unlike her compatriots, her father also told her that people living on land were ordinary people who were no different from them, which made her clearly realize that the recent rumors in the royal city that the land people were evil in nature were just excuses before the war. Maybe the rulers on land are the benevolent and wise kings that can only be seen in books. They may be the country of goodness and justice, and they are the evil invaders in the story, who will bring fire and death to the happy and fair land. But even so, if her father had not encountered such a thing, she would never consider informing the land, because she could see that if she did so, countless Atlantis warriors would probably die, and they were all her compatriots outside the battlefield. Not to mention the imminent ancient evil god, and the terrifying sea tribe hiding in the deepest trench. Although not as horrifying as the three wise kings claimed, they are indeed constantly eroding Atlantis' defense line, and consuming their resources. The corpses of countless soldiers fell into the abyss, and turned into nutrients for the sea tribe to build nests. And as the original four wise kings predicted, in the 7th millennium, he will wake up and rise, and together with the false god on land, bring doomsday to the two worlds. This is an imminent real disaster, and the fuse of this war. It is hard for her to imagine what fate her country will fall into if the evil god really rises, but the growing threat of the sea tribe is seen by every Atlantean. If nothing is done, Atlantis will really be hit hard by them. When Ellie's father first learned about this, he thought of a more reasonable and moral approach, which was to join forces with the current rulers on the ground to fight against the evil god that might threaten them. This was what they should do. But the three wise kings only saw the sea tribe in front of them, and did not think that the evil god was about to rise, and even had to make enemies with the land for this. These teachings from her father made Ellie think of the best possibility. If she could stop this war in a peaceful way, and let them sit down and join forces to fight the evil god, then the land kingdom and Atlantis would achieve an acceptable win-win situation, and if she couldn't do this, at least she had to save her father. With this thought in mind, she closed her eyes on time. "You want to see me?" Ellie opened her eyes, and looked at the conference room in front of her, which she had only been to once, and then cast her eyes on the human opposite, who could not see the specific appearance clearly. "Yes," she said firmly, "I want to ask if we are an organization established by humans on land?" Marn answered vaguely, "We feel that the whole world is our obligation. As I said, the purpose of the establishment of the Monitor is to protect the shaky real world, as well as all the countries and social structures we live in, so as not to destroy the intelligent life living on this planet. Do you have a message related to land to bring us?" Ellie nodded heavily. "Yes, I once reported that Atlantis had ambitions for land, but the actual situation is more complicated than this. My father was the spy chief who was sent to land for reconnaissance, but he met my mother there. So I can be considered half a land person, and for this reason, my compatriots are actually a little prejudiced against me." Marn nodded. "So you don't want to see the war happen?" Ellie replied, "Yes, and my mother may be on land now. My father didn't tell me about her situation. But now I can't ask questions, because he was arrested and imprisoned shortly after returning to Atlantis, because he disagreed with the decision unanimously passed by the three wise kings, which was to launch a conspiracy against the land and force you into a war with our enemies. And the situation I face is that my father may be imprisoned forever, or even secretly executed. So I came to seek your help." Ma-En deliberately asked with a curious tone, "You want me to stop this conspiracy on behalf of the land in exchange for your father's freedom?" Ellie's expression was a little struggling. "Well, this is an unforgivable betrayal to my compatriots, but I have no other choice. If you hadn't come to me, I might have been able to wait for news about my father until he died, or do something out of the ordinary, and finally be imprisoned or secretly executed. And there is a reason why I found you now. I just got the news that Atlantis is about to take new actions. In fact, it was a little late when I knew it. Although they still trust me, they have long since failed to inform me of these important information in time. So I only recently learned that they sent a second wave of more elite and professional spies a year ago, and after this exploration, they have enough understanding of your world. When the first important news came back, the three wise kings almost changed their minds because of the intelligence they got, because they heard that there was a strong man named Shishao in the kingdom of the land. But later we learned that your rulers, and other races, and forces had joined forces to seal this dangerous human, which made the three wise kings completely relieved. This incident not only solved the dangerous character that had worried them, but also made the three wise kings firm in their confidence that they could win this war. Because they felt that this incident had already reflected the stupidity of the Land Kingdom, and they had no chance of failure in the face of such an enemy. But the situation may be more complicated than they think, right? The girl looked at Ma-En expectantly, hoping to hear him say that this incident did not mean that the Federation was stupid. Ma-En nodded slightly and said, "Yes, the situation is indeed more complicated than they see. I am more inclined to believe that the Federation was forced into no choice. There are some irreconcilable contradictions between them and Xin Xiao. Although the current approach has many disadvantages, it is probably the best result for them." But in fact, he himself did not know whether what he said was true, but in any case, he did not want to think of his enemy as a fool. It would be too arrogant to think so, and Xin Xiao could not really lose to a fool. Ellie nodded. "I think so too, but I think this incident did make the three wise kings look down on you, and it is an indisputable fact that you are now weak. Now is the best time to start a war." So the three wise kings set a third advance force. They will sneak into your south and north under the cover of the first two waves of spies. These two areas are relatively chaotic and have loopholes that can be seized. This time their goal is not just to gather intelligence. We are going to start planning to find a place in your territory that is suitable for triggering a tsunami, and use ocean magic to submerge your city and bring you to the war we are in now, and this matter will not consider your feelings. After their plan is completed, you will have no other choice even if you know the truth. This is a very sinister conspiracy. At that time, you can only be forced to fight with us against the terrifying creatures in the ocean, or fight and destroy each other with us. But after something like this, we can't really fight side by side. I doubt whether this can really stop the rise of the ancient evil god in the sea, and many innocent people on land, and Atlantis will die before the plan is completed. Doing so will only plant the seeds of hatred among us. And our real common enemy will definitely use this hatred. I don't see any hope in such a conspiracy. Fortunately, I was also selected into this plan, and that's why I was able to know the information of the second infiltration operation. If you agree, I want to join hands with you to prevent the coming of this war. The best situation is that we can fight against the ancient evil god, who is about to wake up in a peaceful way with Atlantis, so that he won't destroy the world as predicted. We should not be enemies from the beginning to the end." Hearing this, Ma-En remembered the prophecy in the blood of Shishao. On the day when the conspiracy of the two gods fades, the mountains will bow down. He asked, "Besides Shishao, there are many fifth-level warriors on land, many of which are controlled by the Federation, and those outside the Federation may not want to see your conspiracy succeed. Is Atlantis really sure to provoke them?" Ellie's expression was quite firm. "Yes, we have the protection of the sea god. With his existence, we are already invincible. No matter how many strong people you have on land, they can't threaten us who live in the sea. If anyone enters the deep sea to fight us, it is to seek death. No one can defeat the ocean itself." In the intelligence she submitted, the sea god they believed in was mentioned, and he and the sea god that Ma-En had met were not the same person. In the records of Atlantis, they call the immortal sea god of the Southern Federation a false god. In their understanding and cognition, the ocean itself is the real god. They think that the ocean of this planet has its own will, and this will is called Poseidon by them. Every drop of water in the ocean is his body. And there is a point in these intelligence that makes Maine particularly afraid. It is recorded that in the ancient times long before the sinking of Atlantis, the ocean will and the Poseidon created by human consciousness had a very bloody and crazy fight. At that time, all the gods stood behind the Poseidon, and even the sun god, who had a deep hatred for her, expressed his support for her. In the end, out of mutual fear, the ocean will and the Poseidon chose to divide the sea area on this planet equally, and this state lasted for countless years, until the day when the Titans rose. The sleep of the Poseidon allowed the ocean itself to regain almost all the sea areas. Now the Poseidon can only control the sea area near the Southern Federation. In fact, due to the existence of the ocean will, this god, who once had almost the same status as the sun and the earth in ancient times, has been in a state of decline for a long time. After the rise of the Titans, this has caused her to perform far worse than the sun god. If there is no second sea god, she will now become the god second only to the sun. According to the information that Ma-En has now, in the era when these two sea gods competed against each other, the sea god created by human will was far stronger than any abnormal entity he had seen. At that time, she was a sixth-level god, and one of the rulers of the human world. In other words, the ocean will that could fight against her at that time was probably also a sixth level. So here comes the question. In the information that Ellie gave him, it seems that there is no mention that this ocean was weakened, which means that if he is not mistaken, the ocean worshipped by Atlantis itself is likely to be a 6th-level entity. Chapter 293. Although Ellie's news is indeed very important, and she can do something with her identity, there is still a small problem with this whole thing, that is, the Abnormal Control Bureau is not as influential as Ellie imagined. So Ma-En did not plan to do anything immediately. It would take some time to gather the remaining members of the Savior, and before that, he did not plan to take any action casually, but waiting was also a very reasonable choice for him at this time. Not only is this matter likely to be related to the prophecy in the blood of God, but Ellie is also one of the 2 people he chose before he lost his memory. In such a world where capable people exist, sometimes waiting itself is also a proactive attack. And after meeting Ellie, the situation did move forward as Ma-En expected. The next day, someone came to ring the doorbell of Chen-Yun's house. Is Mr. Ma-En here? Although it has been a long time, he still remembered it immediately when he heard the childish voice. Ma-En opened the door. The boy standing at the door was wearing a custom-made suit and looked like a senior executive of an international company. According to Ma-En, Wang Yang had done better than Wang Yin after betraying Shen Xiao, and he was now Shadow's deputy. Moreover, he was not responsible for those small matters that were not allowed to be seen in public, but had to deal with various departments and organizations in a serious manner. He could independently complete the tasks required by Shadow or the investigation department, and he could also make various arrangements for his subordinates. The moment he saw Ma-En, the boy's eyes lit up, and he had a professional smile on his face that was completely inconsistent with his nature. He looked like a completely different person from the resentful soul with evil thoughts in his heart. Mr. Ma-En, it's nice to see you again. The boy complimented enthusiastically. When I first met you, I actually felt that you were much more complicated than you showed at that time, but I never expected that I would have to look up to you so soon. I am here to invite you to meet me on behalf of Lord Shadow. Ma-En said politely. I don't think I am anything special. I didn't do anything after meeting you. I was hunted down immediately after joining the Salvation Alliance. It was not long ago that we barely reached peace with you, and this was definitely due to the factor of Xiao. I heard that you have been promoted since then. His demeanor and tone of voice were quite normal, but this sentence alone was not quite right. But Wang Yang just showed a look of approval. Yes, but I was just lucky. Shen Xiao is a leader worthy of admiration and following, but when I followed her, I actually noticed one of her shortcomings. Shen Xiao is very strong, but it seems that it is precisely because of this that her ambition and appetite are far greater than her ability. Maybe this is the drawback of the strong. They always think they can get everything, so they want everything. If she had set her vision a little lower and made enough concessions in her dealings with the Federation, maybe she would not have fallen to this point. So I didn't push her at the time, I just stood on the side that could win in advance. In the face of her arrogant ambition, even such a magical power could not reverse the long-destined outcome. If I chose to stand with you at the time, we would die because of her ideals. Xiaoyan and I just want to survive, which I think is as noble as her ideal. The last sentence is the truth. After all, he died once. I won't blame you. Ma-En said, you see, I didn't persist. After all, this period of time is just to ensure that we can surrender more decently and pay less price. But haven't you thought that she might win? The boy nodded. Of course, but we have been with her before, and she taught us a lot. She not only helped us regain our reason and humanity, but also made us understand what she wanted to do. That's why we chose to stand opposite her. Ma-En then asked, but haven't you been afraid? I have imagined fighting with a person with abilities like Shen Xiao. I would definitely be very worried that my decision at this moment would occasionally correspond to Shen Xiao's original intention, and doubt what she wanted to achieve. Wang Yang smiled and said, I understand your feelings. The unknown is the source of fear, but Shen Xiao is not unknown to me and the Federation. She is not a person with special abilities, who suddenly appeared from nowhere, but was found and cultivated by the Federation. If she had better luck, she might have stood firmly in the same camp with us now. Unfortunately, her nature destined this to be impossible. But she is not an incomprehensible monster or god, but a living person like us. The way her abilities work can also be understood by us. Although it may be more complicated than that of other people with special abilities, you will understand it when you know it. When you see the truth, you will recognize it. And she grew up under the watchful eyes of the Federation. Do you think they don't know? It's just that most people don't need to understand. In fact, you can also understand that Shen Xiao is a form of Federation power. Not everyone can find her when Shen Xiao is born. At that time, the victory or defeat has already been decided. And the fact that you can still hold on for so long is a real miracle. I dare say that the Federation must have felt that the Salvation Alliance without Xiao was vulnerable at the beginning, and thought that it would take only half a month to completely solve you, but obviously they underestimated you. But this is the limit of what you and I can do. The real decision of the world is Xiao, and the people on the opposite side of him. We can only go with the flow. Ma knew what he wanted to say, and said very cooperatively, in fact, you are no different from us, you are just on the side that will win. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. We are nothing in front of them. We are just insignificant little people. What can those fourth-level Salvation Alliances do? Without Xiao, they are just like me without the Federation, but... Ma-En, you don't seem to be in my line. He looked at Ma-En's expression reflecting a strange light. Oh! Ma-En showed curiosity, and signaled him to continue with his eyes. The boy said, now even Shadow has to send me to invite you, and I also heard that you killed a reality twister in the Southern Federation. At that time, Shadow's clone, and the Son of the Sun also participated in the battle. You seem to be standing on the land where they are, so... I am now beginning to doubt whether our meeting at that time was a coincidence. Chapter 294. Ma-En pushed open the door, and the reception room where they met last time was still in his eyes. You are here. Shadow raised his head slightly, and showed a kind smile. This cooperation with you is perfect. You are worthy of being the strongest member of the Savior Alliance, who killed the reality twister. If Xiao finds you earlier, things may really turn around. Ma-En sat down in front of him naturally. Don't be so polite. If it weren't for the protection of the contract, I wouldn't dare to approach you at all, let alone I might affect the war between you and Xiao. People like me and Hung Yuan are just ordinary people in front of you. Wang Yang also said that I am different from them just now. Now I have some doubts that you asked him to say this. Interestingly, Shadow's courtesy may be true. Shadow smiled and shook his hand. How is it possible? Although what I said just now is exaggerated, you have indeed proved yourself. I can also guess what Wang Yang said to you. He just got in the Federation for a long time, and always flatters people out of habit. But he always has reasons when he flatters. Since he said that to you, it must mean that you are indeed superior to others as he said. You are different from other members of the Salvation Alliance, or the Federation. I may only see one person as talented as you every 10 years. There may be only a few dozen people active in the abnormal world in the entire Federation. Ma-En said curiously, it sounds like a lot. Shadow smiled. This is just an estimate. You have to know that there are 20 billion people in the Federation now. This number is not a lot. You have to know that most of them may not be as conspicuous as you now, nor are they as helpless as you. At least you lost all protection after we killed Xiao. This is our fault, so I talked to some friends in the Federation and planned to make up for your loss. Ma-En asked calmly, what do you mean? Shadow smiled and said, if I meet someone like you who is not easy to see the thoughts, I have already got into their heads. It is quite interesting to read other people's memories and experiences, but Xiao's matter is much more important than my curiosity. Let's put it this way, the so-called gifted are those who can be promoted to the 5th level in terms of data. On average, 1 out of every 237 abnormal entities, like you, can be promoted. In fact, the theoretical probability of success is 1 in 69, but they often die for various reasons. You should know that our standards for gifted people are very strict. There is only one reason why you are on this list. You killed a person who is definitely on the list and will be at the top of the list in a posture that does not look particularly embarrassed. If you didn't kill Hung Yuan, but defeated a person with abilities slightly weaker than him, even considering so many federations, you would not be included in that list. We know you much better than you think, so you should know that even without this record, you are actually one of the best people in the same level. At this point, you should understand how rare the number of members on this list is. These people are often found by organizations or individuals with 5th level abilities before they reach your current level. For example, I heard that some so-called martial artists can identify talents with the naked eye and can cultivate new 5th level abilities through methods that we cannot understand. And the Federation will also find these people and advance through many means of infiltrating the medical system and recruit them in. This is also the origin of Xiao, but the Federation attaches much more importance to her than you do by several levels. Even so, I can now say that the Federation still underestimated Xiao, and what I just said is true. Ma-En looked puzzled. You want to recruit me? Shadow waved his hand. No, I just provide you with protection. This is not the decision of any federal politician, but the will of the Federation itself. Normally, people like you will have the protection of a 5th level entity. You really had it before, and it was the strongest one. This kind of protection is necessary. I just said that talented people may die young. Most of them are arrogant and always challenge themselves to dangers that they can't seem to handle, and then die. Besides, the road to promotion is accompanied by death. And this world is very dangerous. You only have a little chance of becoming us. Before you succeed, you are just a bug that can be easily crushed in our eyes. What do you think we will do after seeing these people? We will try to recruit those who can be recruited and kill others who may threaten us. If Shishao still exists, the Federation may still try to assassinate you, but now she has been defeated, so you are no longer a threat to us, but correspondingly, you will face the covetousness of forces other than humans. We are the winners, but they still exist. I think you can also imagine that these forces hostile to us will try their best to kill potential talents like you among humans. What I just said is just a possibility, because you still have the protection of Shishao at that time. If Shishao was still in the Federation, he wouldn't attack you casually, but now you have no one to protect you, and your situation is quite embarrassing. Normally, they would still be afraid of the Federation itself. But now even the Federation has no reason to protect you, because you were standing on the opposite side of us not long ago. So those foreign races who are eyeing you will come to you after saying your name. They will not give you time to grow up. The strong among them will rush to you quickly and kill you. Remind you, there may be fifth-level entities among these entities. Ma-En narrowed his eyes. So this is the reason why everyone knows that there is a Ma-En who killed the reality twister, because this way I have no way out. When Ma-En just knew that the Federation was spreading this news, he thought that they were targeting him. But he didn't expect the Federation's purpose to be like this, and he couldn't associate it with this matter after he just lost his memory. Shadow said without any embarrassment, "This is the Federation's autonomous approach, and I can't interfere with their decision, but their approach only advances time. It's only a matter of time before you are noticed by them. After all, the whole world is watching Shishao now. You will definitely be seen by the way." Ma-En's expression gradually became cold. "So this is your idea, to force me to join the Federation?" Chapter 295. After hearing Ma-En's question, Shadow's face immediately showed a surprised expression. Although the change of his expression between his eyebrows was very natural, Ma-En still vaguely felt that this expression was specially prepared by him, and what Shadow said next seemed to confirm his thoughts. Shadow said with an expression that wanted Ma-En to understand, "Join the Federation? No, you misunderstood. I just said that we just want to provide you with shelter. There is no hint hidden in this sentence. I said that even if we want to do it, of course you may have some small cooperation with us, but I promise that there is no contract, no conspiracy against you, and we will not ask you to do anything. You are not our member. We just want to make you look like a member of ours. This is also our way of providing shelter. As long as they think you are now affiliated with our Federation, they can't assassinate you at will. I can swear to you that there is no conspiracy in this, and this proposal is not specifically for you. The Federation will find everyone with a similar situation and make this small suggestion. I know this sounds ridiculous. You must be wondering why we are doing this. Is there a cunning conspiracy against you hidden here? But you know that we can't do anything to you under the terms of the contract. And I can also tell you the answer. Our purpose is very simple. That is to ensure the continuation of the future of human rule over the world." Shadow said this very seriously, and it didn't seem like he was joking or sarcastic at all. Ma-En deliberately showed a suspicious look. "This sounds completely inconsistent with what I saw. You want to ensure the continuation of mankind?" Shadow smiled and took over Ma-En's words and said, "No, it's not humans themselves, but to ensure the continuation of our rule. Do you know how many races there are in this world? Do you know how many of them can threaten our current status? Do you know what the thing that dominated species before us was called? We didn't just own the world when we were born. This dangerous planet was won by us with great difficulty. Now there are countless races in the world who are eyeing our status. It is not an easy thing to maintain our current situation. So this is why we want to provide you with shelter. Here we may be enemies with you, but when facing those dangerous creatures that may threaten our rule, we will always stand in the same camp. And now there is no longer any conflict between you and us, which means that for the Federation, you are no longer a member of the Savior Alliance. Now you are just a human being, a citizen of the Federation. There should be a lot of truth in Shadow's words, and this motive sounds like it is true. For the Federation, this approach is indeed profitable, and helps to maintain their rule. However, Ma-En has never regarded the Federation as an evil demon king. The Federation's ability to rule the world today already means something. However, he still doesn't think Shadow's real purpose is what he is saying now. What he mentioned in this paragraph may be true, but it is probably just one of Shadow's reasons for saying so, and it is probably not the most important one. Telling the truth, but not saying it is a good way to lie. So he thought about it and said, "Really? Why do I feel like you guys are trying to boil a frog in warm water? If I really accept your protection, how will other members of the Salvation Alliance view me? Will they regard me as a traitor? Why do I always feel? Are you trying to kill me with a soft knife?" Ma-En did not raise this question to let Shadow answer, nor did he think he had seen through the other party's purpose. If it was so easy to guess, Shadow would not have said this, but he still asked it. The point is not the content of the question, but the question itself, and the flaws it may lead to. Shadow said calmly, "From your point of view, maybe we are evil, but we are on the same side as you in this matter. Of course, it is indeed profitable for us to do so. We are not Shishao, but the main beneficiary of this matter is the human race as a whole, not any specific ability user. But what good will it do for the Federation to plot against you now? You have also seen the contents of the contract. We can't do anything to you unless you violate the contract first, and we won't do anything to you. Although we are not friends, we are no longer enemies. The Federation is not crazy. Although it may be difficult for you to accept, we are the greatest guardian of mankind. Otherwise, why do you think we, the 5th level ability people, want to join the Federation? We stand higher than you, so we can see farther. What do you think you are in the face of the continuation of human rule? Do we really care about you, a small follower of Shishao? Now you have little chance of even being promoted to the 5th level." Ma-En nodded, but still did not back down. "I believe what you said, but my experience tells me that I can't trust you. Shin shouted this before, and we all know what she got from it." Shadow shook his head. "It's Shin Shao again. Her existence has blinded your eyes. In fact, I know this is the reason why you are still hesitant. It seems that when compared with her, we have become villains in fairy tales. But you know? In fact, the Federation can kill the young Shin Shao, or put heavy shackles on her before she has finished growing up, and turn her into a less powerful but more controllable weapon at the cost of her final upper limit. But we didn't do it, even though it is safer for us, because it is a necessary risk. If our goal is to maintain the dominance of a few people, we will naturally do so. If we are really as selfless and evil as you imagine, we will really do so, but we are not. The Federation has only one purpose since its birth: ensure the eternal existence of the human empire." His eyes became deeper. "And do you really think we don't want to stand in the same camp with Shin Shao? Do you think you really understand the godlike person? Do you know how reassuring it is for us 5th level ability users to fight side by side with her? Can you understand the fear of us 5th level ability users? Do you think we don't want to save humanity? But we still have to imprison her because she is too arrogant and presumptuous. Do you know that she has tried to help many races other than humans, and doing so will only waste her precious divine power, just as she said that the end of the world is coming? You may think that we are courting our own destruction by joining forces with other races to deal with Shishao, but let me tell you, they were actually the ones digging their own graves. The Federation knows Shishao better than they do, so they can gain their trust. Because they won't believe that Shishao wants to save the world. I mean all innocent, intelligent creatures. But the cost is the interests of our human race, and we may not even be able to save our compatriots because of this. She is the traitor among us, and you'd better not really regard her as a living saint. In my eyes, she is just a mortal who is addicted to playing the role of a god." The reception room fell into a brief silence. Shadow's words were very convincing. Under his narration, some of the Federation's practices seemed to be justifiable. Under the influence of strong racial emotions, it seemed that the ideals of the Federation became particularly noble. But it was not enough to make Ma-En forget what they did in reality: their evil deeds against civilians, their abuse of power, and the fact that they could massacre innocent people like Ma-En for their own purposes, and they could abandon the entire Southern Federation in order to fight against the gods. Yes, Shadow seemed to have his own reasons, but the cold reality made his words sound particularly ironic to Ma-En, because although he kept saying that the Federation's purpose was for mankind, they were the ones who did evil to their compatriots. And Shin Shao, who truly defended the interests of mankind, became a so-called traitor in their mouths. Thinking carefully, Shadow's words seemed to blame Shin Shao for not doing well enough, but in fact, if you really look into it, the current rulers of the Federation did not restrain themselves as they asked Shin Shao to do. They could have given up their own interests to benefit human society, but it was obvious that they did not do so. They were asking Shin Shao to become a saint of mankind, while restraining themselves with the lowest bottom line. It seemed that as long as they could barely guarantee that mankind could continue to rule the world, they could commit all kinds of evil deeds unscrupulously. And it was hard for Ma In to believe that their motive for doing so was for mankind, because maintaining human rule was extremely beneficial to these federal politicians. In this case, the facts were often just out of selfishness. So Ma In showed a hesitant look and then said, "These words sound a bit reasonable." It was enough to get here. If what Shadow said was true, then accepting the protection of the Federation was actually his best choice, so he planned to verbally agree to it, and he would start to verify it after leaving here. At this time, it was not difficult for him to figure out this matter now. As for such potential disadvantages, Ma In actually didn't care as much as he claimed. Other people's opinions on him were completely unimportant, and if any member of the Salvation Alliance began to doubt other motives and positions, he could always show them to the other Salvation Alliance. This was enough to dispel any doubts. Those members of the Salvation Alliance, who he needed to trust, could be convinced by this, and the opinions of other people with abilities, who were not particularly important, were meaningless. In fact, most members of the Salvation Alliance probably wouldn't think anything. Most of them were still very simple and kind, so they were more likely to think that Ma In did this for some noble purpose. And agreeing to this matter is indeed not bad for him, no matter how you look at it, and in fact, Ma In has his own ideas about Xin Xiao. But unlike Shadow and the Federation, Ma In still trusts Xin Xiao quite a lot. If he must now choose a side in the camp of Xin Xiao or the Federation, and there is no chance to regret, and no other information will be provided, then Ma In will firmly choose Xin Xiao without thinking. But he is still a little worried about Xin Xiao. He knows very well that this feeling is irrational. If he really worries about the potential danger of Xin Xiao, then he should worry about every good person he meets. It is completely unreasonable to show doubt before there is evidence, but Ma In still finds it difficult to control himself from considering the possibility of Xin Xiao losing control, because she is too strong. And cooperation with the Federation is very helpful for him to understand Xin Xiao. Moreover, although the Federation itself does not seem to be that dangerous, you have to know that it was them who defeated the seemingly invincible Xin Xiao, so if he is based in this world, the Federation and Xin Xiao are roles he cannot avoid. That's why I found you. Shadow smiled. Instead of others, there is actually someone with the same status as you in the now disbanded Salvation Alliance, but I didn't find him because he is not as smart as you. This sentence can also be translated as he is tougher than you. Ma In said indifferently, "I can accept your protection, but don't expect me to do anything for you, and I will ensure that other former Salvation Alliance members know the purpose of my doing so." Shadow asked, "Of course, this is your right. How about this? You can serve as a special consultant in the Federation, specializing in the affairs of the disbanded Salvation Alliance. You can convey some information to the Salvation Alliance on behalf of the Federation, and communicate with us on behalf of the Salvation Alliance. You can be our bridge." In their eyes, you have also stood up for the Salvation Alliance, and they do need a new leader. I'm not asking you to gather them together again, but you know that the Salvation Alliance has offended other organizations before. With you and us, we can avoid any revenge actions. Ma In thought that Shadow might have heard about his intention to pull a loose mutual aid organization. Okay. He nodded slightly. Like you said, it won't do me any harm. Shadow smiled and nodded. Then we contact each other later, by the way. He suddenly paused, and then his eyes became extremely sharp. Have you heard about it? Ma In asked. What did you hear about? Shadow smiled and waved his hand. It's not a big deal that Xu Yun, who was responsible for dealing with you, was assassinated some time ago, and the murderer was quite dangerous, killing many employees of the East Federation Security Company. That scene can be said to be full of corpses. Ma In raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Good death." Shadow smiled. Yes, but now the investigation of this matter has been handed over to us, and you and the Salvation Alliance are also on this list, but your names are ranked last on the suspect list, and those guys didn't leave any traces at all. I don't think I can catch the murderer. There is no evidence that it was done by Ma In, and the possibility of other members of the Salvation Alliance is higher than him, but he still chose to mention this at this time, because although it seems completely impossible, but he always thinks that Ma In can do such a thing. But Ma In just nodded as usual. It's good news for us too. If such a guy dies, we will have less trouble. There is no flaw. Shadow smiled and said, I think so too. Chapter 296. In front of the 7th Trench defense line, Mylad looked down at the dark abyss in front of him, and a faint blue light burst out from his eyes. Then his eyes gradually reflected the densely packed deep monsters in the lightless trench. They were all hanging on the steep rock walls, like bats, preparing for the upcoming war. These two-legged and two-clawed monsters looked similar to human form, but their hideous and deformed faces seemed to be pieced together, almost blasphemous to life, and the stone scales on their bodies made Milot feel a little disgusted. But if the harm of these monsters was only their disgusting faces, Milot would not consider the strongest individuals of these monsters to be anything. The problem was their astonishing number. Even Milot, who used the ocean vision, could only see the tip of the iceberg of these monsters. You must know that in this case, his perception range far exceeded the vision used by normal Atlanteans, and his perception of the ocean depended only on the strength of his mind. The monsters he just casually saw were already in the 5 digits, but these were just the death squads they deployed at the front. The real main force of these monsters was still lurking in a deeper and safer place. The enemies he was really worried about and afraid of were also hiding in the dark. The sea tribe had evolved a lot in the past few hundred years. The most terrifying thing about these monsters was that they could become stronger through continuous killing. Although Atlantis still followed the ancient teachings, the speed of change of these monsters was far faster than before. This was also the reason why the defense line had been constantly retreating in the past few hundred years. Although the strongest sea creatures they have seen now are only level 4, their number is no longer the same as in the first few hundred years. When they just established the defense line, there was only one level 4 sea creature leader, but now every time they attack, there will be 7 or 8 level 4 sea creatures. What worries Milot the most is that these level 4 sea creatures have appeared in a very orderly manner in the past 200 years, which means that there must be a leader who can command them in the deep sea that he has never set foot in, and this new sea creature must have reached level 5. And if the sea creatures find a way to advance to level 5, then they will definitely not face only one level 5. You must know that now that there are no level 5 monsters in the sea creatures to participate in the battle, Atlantis, led by 3 level 5 leaders, has already had a very difficult time dealing with it. These bloodthirsty and carnivorous monsters themselves are not very strong, but there are too many of them. Even if all the Atlanteans go to the battlefield and fight without food or water, and assuming that they will not die, it will take several months to kill these bloodthirsty monsters. Atlantis had mastered the method of suppressing their growth, and they almost killed all these monsters several times. In fact, their ancestors did succeed in exterminating the sea tribe, but unfortunately that was just one of the countless mistakes they made. When they killed the last sea tribe, they learned how to be born out of rocks and flesh. From then on, they had to face countless monsters of this kind. And this incident made the wise king swear not to make decisions that might change these monsters easily. But even though Milot always abided by this rule, the sea tribe did not stop becoming stronger, but gradually turned into a behemoth that could swallow Atlantis at any time. Recently, he even occasionally dreamed of the scene after Atlantis was slaughtered by these monsters, which forced Milot to face his inner fear and worry, which was why they finally thought of letting the land participate in the war. Before it was too late. Wise king. An Atlantean officer in light armor walked behind him. We can go into battle at any time. Milot looked at the determined young Atlantean youth and noticed that this was a new face he had never seen before. Where is your former boss? He already knew the answer when he asked, but he still needed to hear it in person. But the young man's answer was still beyond his expectations. My brother died 2 months ago, but he did not become their food. The young man spoke a little sadly, but he showed more pride in his brother. Milot nodded slightly, and then asked with a heavy heart, "Are all the spells ready?" "Ready," he answered firmly. What they used to resist these sea creatures was a powerful magic circle. These monsters faced the wrath of the ocean, but maintaining the magic circle still required the guidance of the Atlantis priests, and sometimes those monsters would break through the waves and come to them. At that time, the priests would need the protection of these soldiers. Even a few monsters that were missed would be a huge threat, so these soldiers would definitely suffer casualties in the battle, but they had summed up several not very accurate experiences in the long battle with the sea creatures. They could not let these sea creatures see them, could not let these sea creatures get their bodies, and could not let these sea creatures escape after the battle. Therefore, these soldiers had to prepare several spells before going into battle, such as absolute darkness, ocean vision, and merging into water. The first two can ensure that they will fight monsters in complete darkness, and the last can make their bodies turn into seawater and flow away immediately after they die. Logically speaking, after ensuring these conditions, their battles will not bring any benefits to the sea people. They have been perfectly implementing these conditions for thousands of years, and the sea people have hardly made any progress in the first few hundred years. But for some reason, now they seem to have found a new way to become stronger. And he didn't know what it was. Just be prepared, but you can relax this time. Milot nodded and said, "I brought the artifact this time." The officer showed joy, but still a little confused. "Isn't it time yet?" Milot nodded. "It's not time yet." The officer, who was still a little happy, keenly noticed the low tone in his voice, and his high emotions instantly cooled down. The wise king comforted, "Don't worry, we will definitely find a permanent solution." He could also understand the officer's concerns. Normally, the three wise kings would take turns to guard the front line, and each time the Sea tribe attacked, they would be responsible for about 1/10 of the entire front line, but this could only barely resist the attack of the Sea tribe. Even with them in charge, the number of Sea tribes would exceed a certain critical value, and although they could still ensure their own safety in front of these monsters, the entire defense line would slowly and completely collapse under the heavy pressure, and in the end, only a few of them might survive in the entire Atlantis. So at some point, they will use the power of the artifact to clean up the accumulated sea people. So far, they are relatively relaxed in this regard, and the speed of producing soldiers in the outer city can keep up with the consumption. But Mylad does not intend to wait until the limit to start looking for a solution. If they do that, they will not be worthy of the title of Wise King. "Let's start," he said. "They are coming." The sea people began to stir. Mylad took out a spherical crystal from his arms. If anyone looked carefully, they could see that liquid was flowing inside the sphere, but because the scale difference was too large, no one could realize what the liquid inside meant. The blue lights that could only be seen with the mind lit up on both sides of him, and then countless blue magic lights lit up along the entire battle line one after another, extending to the distant end that even he could not see. And the sphere in Mylad's hand also lit up with a faint blue light. He projected his mind into it. Mylad saw the deep trench that led directly to the ground, the blue curtain that enveloped them, and the countless dense black dots that were blocked by it. Now he could finally see it all. He began to slightly turn the blue crystal ball in his hand. Countless black dots swam up towards the blue curtain fearlessly, but their courage had no practical meaning in front of the power that seemed like a god. The sea water began to swirl with his shaking, and the soft and gentle liquid turned into a blade that could crush metal. There was a little red and turbidity in many places in the crystal ball. Countless hideous and terrifying sea creatures turned into blood and gravel in the slight shaking of his arm. In just half a minute, nearly 1,000,000 dangerous monsters died. This was a near miraculous achievement, but Mylad and the other warriors still looked solemn, because they had repeated similar things countless times, so they knew that this could not slow down the monsters at all. They will grow out of the stone again. Endlessly. Okay. He put the dimmed crystal ball in his arms with some fatigue. Even if they want to reoccupy the sea area, it will take a long time, not to mention that they have to train so many new offspring who can fight again. "We are safe for the time being." The officer hesitated for a few seconds, but still couldn't help asking, "We will win, right?" Mylad stared at the young man from the outer city for several seconds, then nodded sincerely, "Yes, I promise you." After that, he immediately turned around and stepped into the vortex portal behind him. Mylad knew that he couldn't look the young warrior in the eye. He was afraid that the other party would see that he was lying. Although Mylad knew that this would make him look like an unqualified wise king, he still couldn't help it. He was really not good at being a leader, and in fact, he didn't intend to be a wise king. Originally, his brother should have been in this position, but he died in the siege of the Sea tribe when he was young. In the end, he had to take this responsibility, because he was completely unworthy of this responsibility. "You are finally back." The moment Mylad walked out of the portal, he saw two people who shouldn't be here, the wise King Kailanu and the wise King Batia. "How is it?" Batia asked with concern. "Very smooth," Mylad said. "This time I killed maybe 800,000 or 900,000 sea creatures. I wonder if there are 800,000 or 900,000 second-level ability users on land." Kailanu said with a smile, "If they fight us in the deep sea, it doesn't matter if there are 80 or 95th level ability users." Mylad said seriously, "So why are you waiting for me here?" Kailanu and Batia looked at each other, and then the latter said hesitantly, "We have a guest from land." Mylad narrowed his eyes. "You met him without me?" According to legal principles, important decisions must be finalized by the three wise kings. Although the rules are not so important in today's tense period, he still has to show anger when his companions break the rules. Yes, Mylad is not really angry. To be honest, he just feels tired, but he still has to show his dissatisfaction with the usurpation of power appropriately, otherwise these two of his compatriots may go too far. Mylad always feels that they have some ideas about him. But he really wasn't cut out to be a leader or a king, and didn't know how to use political skills to maintain his dignity, so he could only use the stupidest method to make them realize that he wasn't so easy to bully. Kailanu quickly explained, "He came uninvited." Seeing that Mylad seemed a little unhappy, Batia quickly added, "You know when you see him." Kailanu added, "To be precise, it was them." Mylad glanced at them gloomily, and Kailanu and Batia immediately lowered their heads to avoid looking at him, which easily resolved his originally vicious look. He really wasn't fit to be a wise king. He had no wisdom, and couldn't be called a king. Lead the way, Milet snorted. Kailanu and Batia immediately turned around and began to lead the way, and didn't mention the private meeting with the guests. It seemed that they wanted him to swallow his anger, but Milet had no other way. Showing anger was all he could do. His brother was good at that. Kailanu, Batia, and his brother were the three inseparable childhood playmates, and his brother was always the leader of the three of them. If his brother were alive now, Kailanu and Batia would definitely respect him especially. He was born a king. Milet followed his companions into the secret reception room for meeting outsiders. A young man who looked about 27 or 28 years old was standing in the living room. When they came in, the young man showed surprise. Finally, I met the famous three wise kings. The cold-looking Kailanu and Batia had a kind of frightening majesty just standing there, which made the young man, who was also famous on land, instinctively lower his voice. But what really made him feel oppressed was the man standing in the middle, who looked only a few years older than him. The culprit, who went to the land alone to bloodbath the coast, fought against the three incarnations of the sea god and killed them one after another, causing the sea god, who was comparable to the sun, to be completely lonely in the past few hundred years, the angry sea Milet. Chapter 297. Although Marn was prepared, he still didn't expect to hear about Atlantis again so soon. You said there is a city under the sea? He asked curiously. Shadow nodded. Yes, the legend of Atlantis is true, and the gods they worship are in opposition to the sea gods of the Southern Federation. These evil races have tried to infiltrate us several times in recent years, and have obtained a lot of important intelligence. Fortunately, we are actually experts in this area. Not only does the Federation itself have an excellent intelligence department, but we also have close cooperation with the most outstanding spy organization, the Eastern Federation Security Company, so we have already achieved anti-infiltration against them. That's why we discovered some amazing facts. Mon said with a puzzled look. What did you find? Shadow said seriously. These deep-sea people have a clear goal for their spying against us. They are planning to launch an evil conspiracy against us, intending to drag several cities where we landed into the sea and launch a horrible indiscriminate massacre of civilians in the Federation. I think this may be the cause of the doomsday that Xiao mentioned. Ma asked puzzledly, why do they do this? Shadow shrugged. You have to know that we occupy the entire land, and it is not strange to attract people's covetousness. And these Atlanteans can indeed be said to be worthy of their ambitions. As far as I know, they have a terrifying number of permanent ability troops. This is mainly because they are still using a relatively backward political system, so they have a cohesion far beyond ours. At the same time, this is also because they have a special racial nature, and their technology level is not inferior to our core technology. Atlantis has a special so-called technology. In the eyes of our scholars, their technology is actually a religion that is highly dependent on an abnormal entity. This is also the biggest problem we face. If we don't consider this, we are fully confident that we can deal with these deep-sea people. Although they have good combat effectiveness at all levels, they are still not our opponents. You must be able to see one or two from the fact that our intelligence system surpasses theirs. You have been our enemy, so you should know how powerful the Federation is. We have defeated the Shinshao Walker, but even if we are given the same preparation time, we may not be able to deal with those Atlanteans. What really worries us is not those deep-sea people. All of them are just a decent enemy in the eyes of the Federation, and we have defeated countless countries and abnormal entities that are stronger than them. What prevents us from taking action against them is the gods they believe in, which is also the source of all their technology and power, that is, a natural consciousness called gods by them. To put it simply, it is the ocean itself. Ma blinked in surprise. What do you mean by this? Shadow explained, it's what I meant literally. In fact, Shinshao had already seen the existence of Atlantis, and according to our interrogation, she said that she couldn't kill their current leader Milet even if she was in the sea. I don't know if a low-level ability user like you can understand the weight of this sentence. I explained to you. Shinshao has fought with many strong men of the same level. Some of them can be killed, but some can only be defeated. But this is what we thought before. In fact, Shinshao can kill almost all opponents, but sometimes she deliberately holds back. The battle between us and her has proved this. There are very few people with abilities that she can't really kill. And Milet in the ocean is one of them. Marn asked, so the focus is on the ocean? Shadow nodded. Yes, some federal politicians once proposed a plan to destroy Atlantis in advance, but this stupid idea was immediately overturned by those who knew about it. Shen Shao can't kill Mylad not because he can become much stronger in the sea, but because the ocean will protect him. This may sound a bit exaggerated, but I want to tell you. The ocean on this planet is alive. Although he had heard what Ellie said, Martin still had doubts about the unilateral information from Atlantis, because they might exaggerate the gods they believed in, but Shadow told him that this was the truth. Shadow continued, "You heard it right. The gods they believed in were not the so-called gods, but the entire ocean of this planet. These liquids are controlled by a consciousness that can be understood by us. Every drop of seawater you see is his body. The technology used by the Atlanteans basically uses the kinetic energy from the ocean. With his benevolent help, they are always very terrifying and efficient energy, and can mass-produce second to third order soldiers, which can threaten our rule. And the worst thing is that Atlantis can also ask for the protection of the ocean itself, which means that as long as they stay on the bottom of the sea, we have no way to deal with them, and can only watch them attack the land. Even Shen Shao told us in person that even if she went deep into the sea, she might be killed by him, because the ocean itself is a 6th-level entity. Of course, what he didn't say was that Shen Shao would definitely not go deep into the ocean under risk, and Shadow felt that she might have done something to ensure that the ocean would not attack her. Mon asked doubtfully, "It sounds like our best choice seems to be to surrender as soon as possible?" Shadow smiled and said, "If the ocean can help them in the war, then it is indeed the case. The gods they believe in can gently turn their bodies, and submerge the entire land world under their bodies. At that time, more than 99% of humans will die. And if he really kills with all his heart, all those with abilities below the 5th level will have no chance of survival. But fortunately, he will not do that. The ocean is the god believed in by Atlantis, not their Nani. He will only give what his worshippers are willing to give, and his will is far superior to the ocean. Imagine, if you were the ocean of this planet, would you really care about the so-called war between us?" Martin said, "So the current situation is that we can't hurt them at all, but in fact, it is difficult for them to really threaten your rule. After all, your territory is not under the sea. As long as you stay on land, you will be invincible." Shadow nodded. "Yes, but we may have to pay a heavy price, and Atlantis may expose the existence of anomalies by doing this, which is actually a sharp weapon that they have not yet realized. For some reason, we cannot let civilians know the existence of anomalies. So we are planning to find a way to stop the invasion of Atlantis and approach it in a more gentle way. That's why I want to tell you this, because you may be able to help us in 3 of our main plans. Of course, we are not asking you for anything, and we may not find you. In fact, I tell you this to make you understand how the Federation protects our world, and to let you see these foreign races that may assassinate you." Ma-En knew that there would be a chance for him to get involved in this, and this matter might contain huge benefits for him or the Salvation Alliance because Shen Shao had predicted it. Chapter 298. Mylad sat directly opposite the young man. He didn't really want to communicate with this uninvited guest, but the other 2 wise kings didn't give him a choice. They sat down on both sides of him naturally before he spoke, secretly forcing him to the main seat. He didn't know what to say to these outsiders, so he could only show a cold expression. "Go ahead." The young man lowered his head slightly. "My name is Wenming, from the land. But I am the son of the sun." After hearing his self-introduction, Milord understood why the other party came here. The land people's country now knows almost nothing about them, and it is impossible for them to come to Atlantis easily. Even if they really reach the outer city of Atlantis, they will be intercepted immediately. The identity of the outsider should be a spy, not a guest. But the descendants of the sun are special. They have had dealings with Atlantis a long time ago, because the false god who once tried to compete with them for the entire ocean was also the enemy of the sun. Naturally, the worshippers of the sub-ocean and the sun stood in the same camp. However, after the fall of the gods, the ocean no longer needs to join forces with the sun, and the latter no longer has any reason to continue to oppose the sea god in that situation. They are still very united when facing humans. So in fact, after there is no common interest to maintain, Atlantis and the sun god are no longer allies. So in fact he doesn't quite understand why the other party wants to come here now, but Milord can also think of what possibilities there are. It is probably related to their upcoming plan. "So what do you want to do?" He raised his eyebrows slightly expressionlessly. Facing the pressure from the king of Atlantis, Wenming still maintained his composure. "We want to provide you with help. My god knows what you are fighting against. He is a threat to all of us, and we don't want him to wake up." Mylad sneered. "So you want to provide free help? That's great. Just send some warriors to fight against the sea tribe with us. We really need the skills of you sons of the sun." Wenming smiled awkwardly. "No, we can't solve this problem alone. I think we should let a powerful organization like the Federation work with you to find a way to solve these immortal monsters. They are the ones who can really help you. Aren't you planning to drag them into the sea? Milad showed a funny expression. You said it very well, then will you communicate with the Federation for us? Wen Ming blinked in confusion. Are you going to communicate with them? Although both parties were sitting, Milad's eyes made him feel condescending. No, we have already talked to them. We have proposed to fight against the evil gods together with them. But those bloodless and soulless rulers on the ground rejected our request. They insisted that this was our own problem, and were unwilling to provide any assistance. In fact, they have their own reasons for doing so. The Sea Tribe will definitely take the lead in slaughtering all our compatriots before threatening them. We are at the forefront, and have no negotiation conditions or retreat. I can't refute their words. So I answered with war. Strictly speaking, it was the Federation that found them. This is still the most confidential information. They exposed their existence during the second infiltration operation, and the Federation found them, and had a secret conversation about it, which eventually led to his determination to flood the land. But they did not intend to make this news public. Now is not the most appropriate time. That conversation was even more humiliating than he described it now. He had proposed many very humble conditions at that time, and promised to provide the Federation with various rewards, using Atlantis resources in exchange for their joining. But the Federation still ruthlessly refused, because they had no need to agree. Milad saw greed and cold-bloodedness in their eyes. In the eyes of these things, the lives of Atlantis were just interests, so he stopped his companions who wanted to continue to negotiate, and finally threw a sentence to the phantom standing opposite him. You gave up peace yourself. In that case, he could only force the land people into this protracted war. In fact, if it is viewed from the perspective of the war between all intelligent creatures and the sea people, this may be a huge mistake. But Milad couldn't think of convincing those cold-blooded monsters, and he could only use this worst way to solve the problem. It was actually his incompetence. He couldn't find any other way out. And if he just waited like this, he would be waiting to die. He couldn't accept that ending. The Son of the Sun smiled and said, I know how they will deal with you, and I know exactly what you need. They won't let you flood the city. Although they don't care about the death of their compatriots, they are very afraid that you will make mortals aware of the existence of the abnormal world. But they will not really agree to fight against the evil god with you. Just like you said, the Federation must feel that they are fully qualified to watch the fire from the other side of the river, and let you bear the threat from the sea people for the intelligent creatures of the world. So they will find you in advance and propose a solution. According to my god, you once had an agreement with the Land Empire. The Sun witnessed that agreement. Milad raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Do you mean that they will propose to solve the problem with us through an honor duel? This is an agreement made many years ago. The people who rule the land now are not the ones who made the agreement with us, and we are not our ancestors. Besides, this method itself is limited by the times at that time, and it is not suitable for solving problems now. Wen Ming said, I don't think so. The honor duel can reflect the strength of the two countries from the side, and it can indeed avoid unnecessary losses. And it's not that complicated for the Federation. It's just an excuse for them. In the end, they will propose a series of conditions that you can accept, and use 3 so-called sacred duels to assess the responsibility of fighting against the evil god. But if you really accept it foolishly, you will know what is insidious. They will assassinate the outstanding young warriors you sent to fight, and use all kinds of tricks that you can't imagine to determine the outcome of the duel in advance unless you can get our help. Milad narrowed his eyes. What do you want? Wen Ming smiled and said, We want to teach those land people a lesson. Don't you think they are annoying? Or to put it more clearly, what we want to do is to form an alliance again. You and we have the same enemy again, and helping you is also beneficial to us. Of course, we must have some plans, but is that important to you? But our enemy is not you. Milad was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, I will consider it. He hasn't figured out whether Wen Ming is lying. Wen Ming nodded slightly and said, By the way, I also brought a message from a friend. The Holy Church from the land is also willing to provide you with help, and they only want to ask for a little reward that is insignificant to you. Milad asked, What do they want? Wen Ming replied, A great flood. Chapter 299. Western Federation, St. Cadron Cathedral. Raphael was holding a steaming cup of black tea, flipping through the ancient scriptures with a relaxed look, slowly repairing the old book that was already difficult to read according to the plan he set for himself, enjoying the most leisurely afternoon time. But before he could put in the ancient book, there were several rhythmic sounds outside the door. Raphael could only sigh silently, but he had expected this. After all, there was no personal space in his position. He raised his voice and asked outside the door, "Who is it?" "Your Excellency Vice President Ivani." The answer came from outside the door. She said she had something to report. "Let her in," Raphael said helplessly. Half a minute after the voice fell, he heard the sound of metal collision in the corridor, and then a heroic woman in light armor pushed open the exquisite wooden door of his office and walked to his desk neatly. "Can't you report during my working hours?" Raphael looked at her helplessly. "Do you know that this is one of the few rest times I have?" She said seriously, "I'm here for business." Raphael wanted to say that his rest time was also important, but he didn't say so to Ivani in the end. This handsome woman of the same age as him was very serious about faith and work, which was also a common problem among the members of the tribunal. Ivani, who was only 29 years old, was now the vice president of the tribunal. However, unlike other vice presidents, she was promoted not because of her experience or ability, but was trained as the next president. Her age also made her not as enthusiastic and communicative as other senior officers of the tribunal, so she immediately began to negotiate with Rafibin on behalf of the tribunal after being promoted, but this was also because she was not so suitable for other jobs at that time. The reason why Ivani's situation is so special is also very simple. She is destined to become a genius of the 5th level. You must know that the tribunal, which has been passed down for thousands of years, has the means to stably produce a 5th level ability user in the same generation, but Ivani is the kind of person who can be promoted by herself. That is, if she can be promoted smoothly before the previous president retires, then the tribunal will have 2 strong people who can shoulder major responsibilities. And such naturally promoted ability users are often stronger in the same level. Even the high-level ability users, forcibly cultivated by the church, can only barely reach the normal level. This is not to mention the huge resources that only giant organizations like the church can barely provide, as well as the various side effects and restrictions associated with it. The need for the assistance of holy artifacts, and a shorter lifespan than ordinary people. There is another reason why Raphael is particularly patient with her. When Ivani was just promoted, she did not have the ability to match the position, but now she has become the most reliable candidate below the 5th level in the entire church, and has a strong combat power to dominate people with the same level of ability. Even if facing those who can also be promoted to the 5th level according to the federal standard, Ivani can probably win easily. Of course, this is inseparable from the 5 top-level 4th level abnormal equipment on her, but who can blame the church for being so rich? So Raphael is still quite patient with this genius, who truly belongs to the church. After all, in a dozen or 20 years, she may become one of his most capable subordinates. Okay. Raphael didn't say anything in the end. "What do you want to tell me?" Ivani said seriously, "Your Holiness, I want to tell you something first. You should know that there are living saints in the Eastern Federation." Raphael raised his hand to interrupt. "Don't use it, I can't be considered a living saint. Although he does have this title, it is only a religious title. There is only one real saint in the entire Federation, and she is hidden among the other 3 saints. Only a very few church leaders know her true identity. Raphael has this honorific title because his contribution to the church is so high that they have to hold a canonization ceremony for himself to meet the expectations and cognition of those believers. But they don't know that the so-called saints and saints are just a special physique. Although these saints actually must have noble morals, it is completely unimportant to the church." Ivani ignored him and continued, "We recently received news from the Eastern Federation that the living saint has encountered some problems recently. She has a brother who is not related to her by blood. The angels and bishops of the Eastern Federation seem to think that her brother is a problem, so they want to use some method to separate her from her brother." Raphael has guessed the result. "They failed, right?" Ivani nodded. He sighed. "I always tell them that they must be absolutely sure before doing such things, but it seems that the bishops of the Eastern Federation did not really remember what I said, and those angels are all arrogant to death, and they don't take mortals seriously at all." Ivani pretended not to hear his last words. "Yes, after all, that place is not actually under our direct control, but there is nothing we can do about it. But this is not the point. They had a conflict with the living saint's brother. The local court sent out many daggers, but they were unable to suppress the opponent immediately, and finally attracted 3 four-winged angels." Raphael was a little surprised. It sounds like her brother is not simple. "Did they lose the fight?" Ivani shook her head. "No, they didn't fight. The living saint's brother found reinforcements before they took action. Through overwhelming numbers and strength, he forced the angels to admit that they had problems on the spot, and finally they had to let him stay with his sister. Raphael had an expression that said, 'I knew it.' They said they would not interfere in the mortal world at will, But they always did such stupid things, and those idiots in the Eastern Federation seem to have no brains of their own, and would only stupidly obey their orders. They will have to come to me to clean up their mess sooner or later. Ivani tried her best to pretend that she didn't hear his evaluation of the angels, and the identity of this living saint's brother is also very special. What really shocked those angels was not him, or his companions who were present at the time, but the special force they jointly represented. The young man who repelled the angels was Maine, who has become famous recently. Raphaelin looked curious. Who? Ivani replied, Maine, who led the Salvation Alliance and the Federation to sign a peace treaty in the Southern Federation and killed a reality twister. Raphaelin showed a look of realization. I know, it's the young man who has become quite famous recently. Ivani muttered softly, You are not much older than him. What did you say? He showed an expression that he did not hear clearly. No, nothing. Ivani shook her head repeatedly. In short, he is a young and powerful man who has risen recently. According to the church's speculation, he also has the potential to be promoted to the 5th level, and he is also a follower of Shishao, so in the end, they can only compromise with him. Raphaelin nodded slightly and said, Xinxia's vision is still good. From what you said, Ma En should not be just a reckless man who can fight. I estimate that his combat power should be similar to yours without any holy weapons, and he may be much better than you in other aspects. But for a wild ability user like him to be promoted to the 5th level is a matter of luck. Unlike you who were born in the church, you can get help from us in heaven. In the case of Xinxia's defeat, I think he should not be a big deal, unless Shishao can regain his freedom. In that case, I'd better clean my neck before thinking about these things. After all, he just participated in the siege of Shishao some time ago. Ivani continued, I think he is still quite dangerous. Maybe I have to bring 1 or 2 holy artifacts to really fight him. After all, he once defeated a very dangerous reality twister. Raphaelin knew that she was particularly cautious and careful in assessing threats, but he didn't say much about it. If I remember Qinyun's age correctly, Ma En should be a few years younger than you. So you mentioned him, because you feel anxious? In that case, I can assure you that age doesn't mean anything. The resources you can get are what determine everything. There are not many organizations in the world that can ensure the smooth promotion of geniuses like you. And you also know. Ivani showed a helpless look on her face. She already knew what Raphaelin would say next. You were promoted to the 5th level at the age of 16. I have heard this sentence hundreds of times. Raphaelin smiled, and then said with a proud tone, It's not as good as you said, and I can only be regarded as the second youngest 5th level human ability user in the contemporary era, and can only be ranked behind the Shishao Walker, who was promoted to the 5th level at the age of 12. Ivani sighed slightly, and tried to bring him back to the original topic. I am not anxious. Although I know very well how heavy the responsibility is, and how much resources the church has consumed, I am not in a hurry about this matter. What is supposed to come will come back sooner or later, just like he is destined to return. Raphaelin asked doubtfully, What do you want to ask? I don't think it is necessary to come to me to talk about these things. After all, she is not one of us. Let the angels worry about these saints' problems. Anyway, she will only become a bastard angel in the end. Hearing this, she finally couldn't help it. Your Holiness, please respect our faith. Ivani regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. This sentence was like accusing the canonized pope of being unpiety, and she knew very well that she had no right to say this to the man in front of her who had given everything. But she only saw Raphaelin showing a prank-like smile, and then she immediately realized that Raphaelin repeatedly expressed disrespect for angels just for this moment. It's just a child. She sighed again, and then said without hesitation, The key point is what happened after Ma En withdrew them. At that time, heaven withdrew her guardian angels for unknown reasons. Although these guardian angels were not our real plan to protect her, they were just a trick to make others think that she was also a saint. But the sacred shelter we really used to protect her was broken for more than 10 minutes recently. Raphaelin's expression suddenly became serious. Are you sure? Ivani nodded heavily. He immediately showed a thoughtful expression, and after a few seconds he asked again, Is Maine still by her side now? Ivani nodded. Yes, we don't know when he will leave. He thought about it again and said, Let the angels solve it. I don't want to get involved in things related to Shishao. The siege of her can be regarded as a public matter, but if I continue to deal with her important followers, it may become a personal grudge. She is not a generous person. Ivani nodded. I understand. I actually plan to come to you later to talk about this matter, but they want me to tell you something. Raphaelin suddenly thought of something. Did they ask you to tell it specifically? Then the news he is about to hear may not be good. She said seriously, The angels talked with the pagan sun false god several times some time ago, and finally decided to cooperate with him. Raphael narrowed his eyes slightly for a few seconds, and then forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart as much as possible. They dared to act on their own? Ivani could see that the man in front of her was quite angry, but she was not as scared as others. Raphael also quickly calmed his anger, as she expected, and showed his gentle expression again. What did they do? He asked. Ivani unconsciously lowered her voice. The sun god went to Atlantis, a city we know very little about, but he knows much more about it than we do, and he is also very clear that they will have a conflict with the Federation, and the sun god has also anticipated how they will solve this problem. The Federation may have to resolve their conflict with Atlantis through 3 duels of different classes according to the ancient agreement. This is much better for them than the war that might have broken out, but it is very disadvantageous to Atlantis. If they agree, they will fall into the trap of the Federation, but the Sun plan will take the opportunity to turn against the Federation. So he made a suggestion that is beneficial to all 3 of us. If we cooperate, we can guarantee to win these 3 duels. What the church has to do is to send one of the 4 ability people who is likely to have the strongest one-on-one comprehensive combat power in the whole world. That is me with full holy weapons, and summoned angels to possess me. Raphael's eyes have begun to overflow with golden light uncontrollably. His tone has also become heavier. Really? They agreed? Then what can we get? Ivani looked a little excited. Atlantis promised one of the 27 prophecies. A great flood. Raphael suddenly closed his eyes, and sealed the surging holy flames behind his eyelids. This is why they asked Ivani to deliver the message. Those birdmen knew very well that after hearing the news, they would definitely unleash their violent power in strong anger and displeasure, and they might even take the opportunity to attack them. But now, he could only forcefully cool down the anger in his heart. Even Raphael understood that this was the wisest way to do it. After all, he was destined to return. Chapter 300. Do you have any suggestions? Shadow asked curiously. The woman sitting opposite him looked at him calmly. If you let me out, I can tell you the answer. The person who answered the question was none other than the Shishao Walker, who could be imprisoned by them. At this time, it was not just Ing who was sitting opposite her. The old man Zhao Guanwu, who led the construction of this prison, sat casually on the right rear side of Shadow, tilting his head to look at the details of the house where Shishao Walker lived, and seemed to be thinking about it. Sitting behind him on the left was a gloomy middle-aged man named Li Hu. He is now one of the 2 deputy ministers of the investigation department. Although he is nominally Shadow's subordinate, he does not accept his management at all. The 2 deputy ministers of the investigation department each manage a completely independent system. And this 5th-level ability person was responsible for leading the Federation's secret organization Third Hand before the establishment of the investigation department. If the coordination bureau led by Shishao was the blade of the Federation, then the Third Hand was the dagger hidden in the dark by the Federation. The Third Hand used to be responsible for all kinds of things that were really shady, such as assassination and infiltration, as well as those dirty things that were inconvenient for most people with abnormal abilities to know. The recent anti-infiltration of Atlantis was also completed by his intelligence personnel. As the leader of the former secret organization, Li Hu has a very high frontal combat capability, and can carry out various important violent actions. He is responsible for solving those things that Shishao is unwilling to do. In the eyes of the outside world, he is the second person after Shishao, but Li Hu himself knows that there are people who are stronger than him in the Federation, such as Zhao Guanwu, who seems to be a little restless. Li Hu also realized how capable this old man is after he planned and proposed the plan against Shishao. Moreover, unlike himself, the relationship between the old man and the Federation is closer to mutual benefit. They have no real constraints on him. Therefore, except for things like dealing with Shishao, where the interests of both parties are highly overlapped, he rarely really does anything big with the Federation. However, even so, the benefits brought by this old man to the Federation are already terrifyingly high. Although he no longer works in the Federal Research Institute, nearly half of the truly significant achievements are from Zhao Guanwu, and several devices that control Shishao are also led by him. So in facing Shinshao's questions, Li Hu said nothing, but patiently waited for the old man to speak. And about 10 seconds after she answered, he really spoke reluctantly. Don't pretend. If what they said is true, the things under the sea must be related to the survival of all mankind. With your ability, you can't ignore their existence. It's just that it may not be urgent for you before. What's the harm in telling you the solution? We don't want to see the end of the world. Shishao shook his head. What you want is not a solution at all. I have already made the real solution very clear. Just pay attention to the points I mentioned and cooperate with Atlantis to delay this threat for at least a few hundred years. But what you want is a solution to the problem without paying anything. You want me to tell you how to make Atlantis have to deal with those monsters on its own, so that you can reap the benefits. And I don't know the answer to this question. Shadow said, the method you mentioned is impossible for the Federation to accept. The price is too high for us. How can we ensure the safety of the remaining humans in the future? And we suspect that you are saying this just to consume our resources. In this tug of war, the one who is exhausted first will lose. Xin Shao said with a gleaming look, you are right. Now you have trapped yourself in a tug of war with me, and this will drag you into the abyss like a swamp. If you continue like this, you will slowly move towards the doomsday future with me. I can't even save you by then. Don't pretend you don't know. The old man said, you know very well that this is their purpose. When the world is heading towards doomsday, it will be the best opportunity to control you, and you don't have to say that you can watch humans slowly die. You do have a courage far beyond your appearance. If you were an ordinary person, you might compromise. But we know what kind of people you are playing with. Ahem. Shadow cleared his throat. In short, we will not provide you with any rewards or promises. You can choose not to tell us any suggestions. We will regard that as you think our approach is effective and proceed according to the current plan. If you think of anything, you can tell us at any time. Xin Shao gently raised his head. I can tell you one thing. You can't win. The old man keenly noticed something strange. What can't be won? Xin Shao sighed slightly. It's hard for me to say whether it's too late or not. I can't see everything completely, and this is one of them. Do you know what percentage of the volume of this planet that thing occupies? Can you understand what it is? Can you see the difference between it and us? Can you really understand how to stop its defense mechanism? Do you know what you did wrong that would cause it to destroy the planet? No, you know nothing, but you still like to dance on the edge of the cliff. In fact, this passage has revealed a lot of useful information. The old man said, if it is true as you said, you would have started preparing to deal with her long ago. And I know what you have done over the years, and it has never been one of your enemies. Xin Shao nodded, because I can't win either. Shadow looked into her eyes, and said sincerely, you are right, we don't know anything. So we need your advice, the Federation needs your advice, and every human who will die in the future needs your advice. I know this is an excessive request, but since you said it is dangerous, only you can deal with it. You have to stand up. He didn't say it completely, but the result that the Federation most hopes to see is that Xin Shao will take the initiative to accept the bondage. As long as she cooperates with her they can distort reality appropriately, they can perfectly put shackles and armor on her. In the eyes of the Federation, refusing to cooperate with Atlantis is not only a good decision to maintain human rule, but also not a bad thing if the cost of this matter is really serious, because they can use this to force Xin Shao to surrender. As long as she lowers her proud head, any fault can be made up. Xin Shao smiled. They will tear down this wall, and then I will rebuild human civilization on the ruins. Before Shadow could react, Zhao Guanwu took the initiative to answer his question. Lies, both of them. Shi Shao glanced at him, but said nothing. In fact, she knew that she could not hide this from Zhao Guanwu, and the old man also knew that Shi Shao knew this, so the purpose of her saying this was not to hide it from the three people opposite, but to test the old man. And Zhao Guanwu also gave his answer, refusal. Very good. Shi Shao said calmly, then wait. You will see the end sooner or later. This sentence is true. Chapter 301. Central Federation Island. Shadow suddenly opened his eyes, and instantly adapted to this useful body. Then he raised his hand, and pressed the glass door in front of him. Then his body slowly turned into a fluid shadow, and slipped out from the gap, and then regained its shape on the floor tiles outside. He did not observe the room, with the hibernation cabin. He pushed the door, and walked out quickly, entering the corridor that looked quite ordinary, and then began to explore this chaotic maze according to the map in his mind. After walking for a few minutes according to the map, he saw his destination. A blood-red door. Shadow pushed the door open, and what he saw was a room that looked very ordinary, but there were some special metal patterns on the ground, and they were arranged in a way that was highly consistent with mathematical logic to form a special hexagram. A few minutes later, Li Hu and Zhao Guanwu, who had just met, walked into the door behind him one after another. As soon as the old man came in, he began to look at the structure of the room. After confirming something, he nodded, then looked at the shadow standing in the middle of the hexagram and said, "Let's start." The old man and Li Hu each stood in a corner of the hexagram, and then the shadow's hands began to turn into fluid shadows, flexibly infiltrating into the metal magic circle on the ground. Then the ground began to light up with a creepy dark red, and finally the whole room was completely submerged by the shadow. Plop. Several black bubbles floated out of the shadow on the ground, and then the shadow began to flow out from the position covered by the hexagram like liquid, instantly submerging their ankles, and the level of the black liquid continued to rise. Li Hu and Zhao Guanwu looked very natural, not surprised by the scene in front of them, but stood there patiently waiting for the shadow liquid to slowly submerge their heads. Until the shadow felt that it had filled the entire room, he began to gather the shadow towards himself, and at the same time pulled the hexagram array buried under the floor in the process, tearing it into pieces. Snap. As the shadow faded, the seawater poured in, and a bright giant city in the sea emitting blue light appeared in front of them. Countless strange buildings with completely different structures from those on land floated in the sea, and they could vaguely feel amazing power. That was the power of the ocean itself. Although they looked very similar to the original ones floating in front of the city, there were several black shadows flowing on their bodies, which also showed that they were in an intermediate state between matter and spirit, which could also ensure that they could leave the ocean safely. However, they could not fully exert their power. I remind them. After the old man finished speaking, he raised his right index finger towards the top of Atlantis. A bright blue light instantly cut through the gloomy sea water, creating a bright blue light directly above the entire city, instantly attracting the attention of all residents in the city. As he raised his hand, the shadow also took out a notebook made of living things from his arms, and threw it in front of him, and the shadow on the notebook slowly dissipated as it moved away from his body, and finally turned into a pure material form again. Just as he was controlling the notebook to float, the sea water around them suddenly rolled up a terrifying whirlpool, but when it passed by them, it passed through their bodies as if it had not touched anything. The next moment, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared in front of them. Standing in the front was Milad. "You running dogs on the land, how dare you appear in front of us?" The shadow nodded expressionlessly, "And as long as we don't want to, you can't threaten us. If we want, we can even teleport an army here and destroy your city before you react, thwarting your evil plot against us, but I didn't do that. We are here to negotiate terms." The old man pointed to the notebook floating in front of them. "You can take a look. This is our terms." Although they didn't really float here, the angry sea could already feel some pressure. Whether the real body of the shadow in the middle of them was here or not would not affect his performance, so he should be the most dangerous of the three. The others did not reveal their true identities, but Milad could sense them as if they were undercurrents under the sea. The power of the younger man hidden behind the shadows already made him feel a bit threatened. Milad could not judge who was stronger or weaker by feeling alone. If he did not rely on external objects, the possibility of winning or losing between them was completely unpredictable. Both the other party and himself had the possibility of winning. In other words, he was a very strong opponent. But what really frightened him was the old man. He only made Milad feel that he was unfathomable. If he did not use any external objects to fight him, he would probably be in danger. Unless he fought with a divine weapon in the deep sea, he would not be sure to deal with this guy. Even if the man called Shin Shao fell, there are still dangerous strong men on land. Seeing this, Milo did not think much, and directly reached out to take the notebook they handed over and began to read it. He closed the notebook casually. "You want to have 3 duels with us of different levels, and if we win, we can get your help in city. If we lose, we have to face the sea tribe alone, and we can't try to drag you into this war. And you also asked not to fight in the sea, so it sounds like you are ready." Shadow said, "Yes, and we have selected a 5th level candidate, that is Mr. Li Hu next to me. He will represent the Federation to fight you." Milad's first impression was that he felt that he and he were similar in combat power, and he would definitely defeat him with the help of the artifact, but now it seems that this is likely to be a misjudgment. The other party proposed this condition to eat him. The threat, he felt, was probably the result of deliberate misleading by the other side. This powerful enemy might have the confidence to defeat him on land even if he used the gods, or they had other tricks that they had not used yet. But the other side did not know that they were not facing Atlantis at all, but 2 land forces that had long wanted to deal with them, and they were all religious organizations, which meant that he could believe that they would indeed be hostile to the Federation. Their plan was not perfect to begin with, and now the new opportunity was more likely for them than the original one. So Milad made up his mind and said to them, "I will consider it." Chapter 302. Faced with the proposal from the land, Milad, after careful discussion with the other 2 wise kings, finally decided to agree to the conditions proposed by the Federation and join forces with the Sun God and the Holy Church on the land to deal with them. This is more secure and feasible than directly attacking the land. They made the decision based on the information from the Son of the Sun. His people told them in detail about the situation of the Federation and analyzed the pros and cons of actively attacking and joining forces with them. If what he said is correct, they will probably only lead to a lose-lose situation if they continue to go to war with the Federation. Even if they really lead the Sea Tribe to the city on the land, the Federation may not participate in the war as they expected. Even if it is more in the interests of the Federation at that time, they will not compromise because of this. In this situation where neither side benefits, the Federation will often try to hold out longer than the other side. After all, they can really afford it. Although the Federation cannot directly do anything to Atlantis, and can only passively respond to their attacks, they actually have the confidence and ability to withstand the attacks. The three people with abilities, who just appeared outside Atlantis, are the power displayed by the Federation. Their current situation is closer to that neither side can do anything to the other. Atlantis can make the Federation feel painful, but in the end, the Federation will not reach the result they expect. Facing such a sinister organization that has already thought of countermeasures, they can only use other conspiracies to resolve it. In other words, although the Sun God also has an interest in this whole thing, the three wise kings still believe in what his descendants say about the Federation, because the Sun God will not try to deceive them in this matter, because they have the existence of the Sea God behind them. If he lied, he would be exposed soon. So in the end, the three of them decided to talk to the Son of the Sun again. Although Mylad was a little dissatisfied with himself coming forward again, he was already somewhat used to it. Milod walked in and said directly to the Son of the Sun, "The Federation came to us, and they did make suggestions as you said." The Son of the Sun stood up. "We had expected the Federation to do this. They always like to pull the problem into their own field, and then use various methods they are good at to solve their own problems and advance beyond your expectations, so that they can seek the greatest benefits." Mylad asked, "They plan to send a 5th-level ability user named Lihu to duel with us. Do you know anything about him?" He frowned slightly and said, "I have heard of his name. He has been in the Federation for a long time. Before the rise of Shishao, he was the most well-known Federation thug in the outside world. He has always been handling various affairs of the abnormal world for the Federation. At one time, he was the most important thug of the Federation. Until Shishao appeared, he retreated behind the scenes and started doing other things. Since then, we have not seen him in the abnormal world, but that does not mean that he did nothing, but that he did things more covertly. It's hard to say how strong he is. Lihu was very low-key before Shishao appeared, and he basically did things steadily. Although he didn't do anything particularly amazing, he basically achieved the Federation's goals. That is to say, since they chose Lihu, they must have enough confidence in him." Mylad continued, "They must be expecting me to play, so if I play, I will probably lose." The Son of the Sun nodded. "Yes, although you are a strong man, the Federation has the most comprehensive resources, and can prepare for any enemy. Even if you are really stronger than him, you will probably lose." Mylad looked at him in confusion. "So you are the one who will fight for me?" The Son of the Sun smiled and shook his head. "No, of course not. Although I have reached the 5th level, I don't think I am your opponent. What's more, we have to face not only Lihu, a person of the same level, but also the Federation behind him. It is better to say that they are our real opponents. Among the forces on land, the Federation has power beyond other forces, and only they can easily affect the victory or defeat of 5th-level ability users. This kind of thing is a very important decision for any other forces, so it is not possible for any one party to fight them alone. It's not so easy to fight against the 5th-level ability users sent by the Federation. There may be only a few people in the world today who are sure of victory, such as the Sun I believe in, a god who was once higher than the 5th level. The one who will represent Atlantis to fight is not the Son of the Sun or Mylad, but the ancient god, who has never fallen asleep since his birth, and is also one of the dozen strongest 5th-level ability users who once besieged Shishao." This answer made Mylad quite satisfied. After he got to know these insidious land people, he always felt that no matter who fought with him, they might be plotted against. But when the ancient god who once ruled the world stood opposite them, Mylad seemed to be able to vaguely see the outcome of victory. But this can only determine the outcome of one of the battles. Mylad continued, "Only by ensuring victory in both battles can we make the power of the ancient agreement take effect, otherwise we will only be constrained. Although there are some good young people in Atlantis, I don't know if they can defeat the strong men of the Land Kingdom." The Son of the Sun nodded. "That's right, and we don't have any particularly strong low-level ability users. Unlike other gods, the incarnations descended by the Sun will directly reach the 5th level, so we can't do it alone, but we solved this problem before coming to Atlantis. I just said that the Federation has enough resources to make the 5th level ability users participating in the war strong enough, and other forces don't have as many resources as they do, so they just piled up a strongest 4th level ability user, and it just happened that the current Holy Church has a little-known genius, who stands at the top of the same level even without the resources of the Church, but because these guys who believe in false gods usually only pay attention to things related to their beliefs, they don't attract special attention. But because we have some conflicts with them, we know this outstanding young man, and we have tried to assassinate her several times, but unfortunately the final result ended in failure. I think if she joins the battle, we can definitely guarantee victory in the second battle. As for the 3rd level battle, we will send a god incarnation who is just stuck between the 2 levels to participate in the battle. The ancient god in charge of the battle was once ranked 5th, so it is not a problem to deal with such a low-level ability user. Of course, if you have a better candidate, we can always change. Milrod nodded. Very good, now it's time to get to the most important question. What do you want? The Son of the Sun described it very well, and even now, he could imagine that after the Land King was defeated, he could only help them fight against the Sea Tribe together, but the question was why the Sun God paid so much for so many benefits. You know, although this god, and they have formed an alliance, these gods are not completely friends to them. The Son of the Sun said, the requirements of the Holy Church are relatively direct. They once had 27 prophecies before the return of the gods. If they can complete them all, they can advance the progress of their god's return. Now they have completed 13. And the request they put forward is a very difficult thing for them, but a very simple thing for you. They want you to set off a flood of sufficient scale in the mortal world, but don't worry, they don't intend to let you and the Federation confront each other. The Church has finalized the specific scope through professionals, and will communicate with the Church in advance to evacuate possible civilians through them. Mylad then asked, what about you? The Son of the Sun then replied, we do this out of wisdom and kindness. My God knows how terrible the enemies you are facing are. If the Federation really pushes all of this to you, then they will become a problem for all of us. We don't want to see humanity perish. Mylad didn't believe him at all. What else? The Son of the Sun smiled and said, we do have some small requests, but you don't need to worry about it. My God will discuss this with your gods in person. If you don't mind, maybe we can go to your real temple to have a look. Mylad nodded and said, then follow me. He led them to the depths of the palace, and then walked into a room with a secret passage leading to the underground. There are several temples near the Palace of Atlantis, but the temple that can truly execute the will of the goddess is under this palace. As they go deeper, a stone temple that is nearly 100 times larger in proportion gradually emerges in front of them. Mylad, and the Son of the Sun, who walked in at the same time, can vaguely see the turbulent sea water flowing in the temple. In the center of the temple, there stands a statue of a voluptuous female god whose height is slightly smaller than its enlarged proportion, and both of them know that this statue is connected to the entire temple. The water flow and magic system of the temple, and this system has also been derived from the inner city of Atlantis. In the inner city, there are countless devices that can sense and convert the flow of seawater into energy. These things will eventually converge into this sophisticated and ingenious building like a river, and finally all the subtle changes will be reflected in the female statue in front of them. The stone eyes of the statue lit up with a soft blue light, and then the eyes of the Son of the Sun, who followed Mylad, also burst into blazing flames. When he opened his mouth to speak, Mylad could clearly feel that the will in it had become the sun itself. Long time no see. The sun god said to her. As the sea water gently caressed her, a gentle voice came from the goddess statue. Long time no see, my child. The sun god paused, and it seemed that he was somewhat resistant to this title, but he did not express any dissatisfaction. He just pretended not to hear and turned to look at Mylad. Can we talk alone? The sea god gently stroked Mylad's body with sea water, indicating that he could accept the sun's proposal. Mylad nodded to the ancient god, who had known each other for countless years. I wait outside. After the mortal left the temple, the sun god said to the ocean statue, I heard that the sea tribes have become more rampant recently. Is our common enemy about to wake up? The ocean goddess replied, my perception there is a little dull, but he has indeed been active recently. If no one stops his expansion, he may indeed wake up after a full meal, and then he may directly leave the planet. In my opinion, this is also a solution. The sun god shook his head. The ocean will sink, the earth's crust will change, and humans and other intelligent creatures will face terrible disasters. Before the changes in nature itself, those fragile individuals will lose their lives, and your beloved offspring will be on the verge of extinction. The goddess has a different view, but it's just on the verge of extinction, not real extinction. You, my beloved ones, will still stand on this planet, but it will only sink for a few thousand or tens of thousands of years. Normal people often find it difficult to express opposing opinions when talking to him, but when facing the ocean itself, even the sun can only respond with the most gentle attitude. I know, but many precious races may really die out. I don't think this is an acceptable result. The ocean just said gently, I will try my best to help you, but if you really can't bear his departure, there is nothing you can do. In my eyes, letting him wake up is the best choice. From my point of view, you only need to endure a short period of suffering to be completely safe. I think you can understand my idea with your lifespan. The sun replied, I can understand that you would think so. I just said that this may not be the best choice. We can keep him here completely without any disaster. I admit that I did this because I can't bear the fate that may befall him after he wakes up. I have worked hard for countless years to fight against their seal, and now I am close to success. I don't want to start over. The ocean gently reminded, but you will not die. Most of your compatriots may fall into a deep sleep, but you will still be awake in the mortal world, and your current enemies will no longer be a threat to you. At that time, you may stand closer, and I am looking forward to the future you can create. The sun said, you and I have seen this scene countless times, and it ends and then starts again, but now we are not even as good as before, so I understand that you are not so eager to keep us, but I want to tell you that you are wrong. The voice of the ocean is still so gentle. Oh, why? The sun replied, you think it is better to let him wake up, just because you think we can't completely solve him, but in fact there is a creature in the mortal world now that is worth your attention, and she is the only creature I know that may be able to completely suppress it in its slumber. I am talking about a human called the Godly Skywalker. Chapter 303. Do you want to recommend this member of the Salvation Alliance to fight for us? The questioner was a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure, and he was the federal politician Kong Shoshing who was in charge of the personnel dispatch for this operation. Standing opposite him was the director of the investigation department, Shadow. Faced with Shadow's proposal, he was only full of suspicion, and his expression looked as if he had heard something incredible. Shadow nodded slightly. This is my professional advice. I can understand your suspicion, but in fact this is our best choice. The bastard from the Northern Federation just killed 2 of our specially trained geniuses not long ago. Now the Federation has no trustworthy candidates at all. He is our best choice in the 4th level. Although he is a member of the Salvation Alliance, I can assure you that he is not a brainless idiot. Ma-En sees the situation more clearly than all his accomplices. He is a smart man. And even if the so-called geniuses we originally cultivated are not dead, they are far inferior to Ma-En. They are just flowers in a greenhouse. It is easy to reveal their true colors when they encounter similar enemies who have grown up in blood and fire. We don't know how strong those Atlantis can send out, but their young people are definitely more mature than our original ones. You can completely trust my judgment of Ma-En. I am the 5th level ability user. Kong Shoshing showed an embarrassed expression. Of course I believe in your judgment, but after all, he is a member of the Salvation Alliance. Do you really think he will stand on the same side with us? Shadow said, I have just answered this question. Ma-En is a smart man. He knows where to stand. Moreover, we are the Federation. Isn't it our best to restrain others? Just sign something like a contract with him. The middle-aged man then asked, then how do you plan to convince him? Why should he help us? Is he planning to join us now? If you really have this idea, I think I need to remind you. He is a member of the Salvation Alliance. I would only suspect that such people joining the Federation want to be undercover. Seeing the subtle change in Shadow's expression, he immediately said, of course, I also understand what you just said. You have your own opinions, and you are more professional than us in this regard, but you also know that things don't work like this. The point is not whether you are right or not, whether Ma-En is suitable or not. The point is that doing this will cause a lot of people to doubt, and it is not so easy for me to convince them. Shadow said, leave it to me. Hearing this, he smiled. Since you said so, I feel relieved. In his opinion, Shadow obviously wanted to take the opportunity to win over Ma-En, and he naturally couldn't run around for Shadow's interests, but it was no problem for him to sell face to this 5th level ability user, so he agreed after Shadow promised to solve those troubles himself. Kong Shoshing suddenly said, as if he remembered something, by the way, there is one last problem that you need to solve. After all, this quota was not originally Ma-En's, and there are only a few people in the Federation who can take on this responsibility. Before you proposed it, we had already found Taoist Xiaoyao, and he also sent his best disciple. After hearing this, Ingzi knew that things might not be as simple as he originally thought. Xiaoyao was a 5th level ability user who was half affiliated with the Federation, and he came up to ask to join the Federation himself. and also put forward various harsh requirements. This includes asking the Federation to provide him with the resources he needs, and he does not need to be ordered by the Federation. In return, he will also provide some help to a certain extent, but in general, this deal is a loss for the Federation. The Federation agreed because of his special abilities and mysterious origins. This person who calls himself Taoist Priest Xiaoyao has mastered a repeatable and inherited abnormal technology system, and his speech is not like that of a person in the Federation, nor does it conform to any known era. It can only be said that it is very similar to the previous Eastern Federation language, but there are also significant differences. The several disciples who appeared with him also have similar culture and language systems, as if they all came from a more distant unknown era or place, and sometimes they would say some words they had never heard of. For example, this Taoist priest Xiaoyao asked them to call him a guest elder, and was unwilling to accept the title assigned to him by the Federation. Moreover, when he was drinking with the servant sent by the Federation to take care of him, he once said that he was an outsider, and explained to the Federation employees who were drinking at the time that outsiders referred to Taoists who jump out of the three realms. However, when they asked what jumping out of the three realms meant, Taoist Xiaoyao evaded the question by saying that you couldn't understand it. According to the servant in charge of spy work, Taoist Xiaoyao looked at him with an elusive smile, and he also vaguely felt some mockery, and then he left this job. Moreover, Xiaoyao's technology was completely beyond the understanding and cognition of the Federation, and his disciples also had similar abnormal abilities. After questioning, Taoist Xiaoyao answered their questions that this was a technology that could be taught. They call it the way to immortality. It is similar to the equally magical martial arts, but it is more bizarre than what they call immortal arts. The Federation is still studying the connection between the two. Although some commonalities have been found, there has been no decisive evidence or breakthrough so far. The real reason why the federal politicians decided to meet all his demands is also because of this way to immortality. They once asked Xiaoyao what immortality is, and he said with some interest at the time, the way to immortality is the art of longevity. That's why the Federation respects him so much. Of course, normally when encountering such magic, the Federation will directly use force or some shady tricks to steal information, but they didn't do anything. Or in fact, they had thought so before. After the Federation just got to know him, they tried to let Shishao subdue him, but she obviously rejected the Federation's request directly, and said to them quite seriously, "He is not my opponent, but it is not easy to catch him. This guy also has some attainments in the field of prophecy. If I agree to your request now, he will probably escape before you find me. It is recommended that you stay away from him, and don't provoke him. He is not a problem you should consider. If necessary, I will kill him myself." Chapter 304. Eastern Federation, Government Land. A few shadows slowly flowed out of the shade of the trees, and entwined and swirled upwards to slowly reveal human forms, and finally turned into the appearance of shadows. This is the territory that Taoist Xiaoyao asked for from the Federation. He said that he wanted to build this place into his own cave, but in fact he did not dig a cave here. Instead, he personally built several buildings in this beautiful forest that were somewhat close to the ancient style of the Eastern Federation. However, like their choice of words and sentences, these buildings always gave Shadow, who was born in the Eastern Federation, a sense of speciousness. Moreover, whether it was language or architecture, what Taoist Xiaoyao showed was not a poor imitation. Just by relying on the little things that were revealed, one could glimpse the behemoth behind it. If not, the Federation would have regarded him as a liar long ago. After Shadow walked a few steps in the direction of his impression, a faint mist began to rise around him. He could also feel that his telepathic ability was hindered to a certain extent, but this could not really stop him, who had reached the 5th level of ability. But this is the strength of Xiaoyao. He is a composite ability user, and he has a high level in various fields. You should know that psychics below level 5 cannot have such an impact on him. He walked a few dozen meters in the direction of his telepathic perception, and then heard Xiaoyao's voice coming from all directions. It turned out to be Taoist Shadow. I thought some blind villains had mistakenly entered my formation. Although Xiaoyao has learned their way of speaking, he occasionally says some words that they did not expect. Shadow answered to the air, "I have something to discuss with the Taoist priest. Is it convenient for you now?" Xiaoyao said enthusiastically, "Of course, I will lead the way for you." After he finished speaking, the mist began to disperse to both sides, and a road appeared directly in front of Shadow, and a beautiful wooden building appeared directly in front of him a few dozen meters away. Obviously, this also involved the use of space power. Shadow pushed open the wooden door and walked in. Inside was a decoration similar to that of the ancient East Federation, But there were still many differences. Talis Xiaoyao was sitting on a mat and looking at him, and there was a faint white mist floating in the house, like outside. "How are you these days?" Xiaoyao smiled and motioned Shadow to sit down opposite him. Although he couldn't see it with his naked eyes, Shadow still noticed that some mist floated out of Xiaoyao's mouth and nose when he was talking, and it began to slowly reveal a faint white color after leaving his body for a few meters. In other words, all the mist in this room came out of his breathing. Shadow said directly, "We have been dealing with Atlantis recently, and everyone is very troubled. But I heard that the Federation and the Taoist priests mentioned this matter." The Taoist priest Xiaoyao said calmly, "Your officials came to me to talk about the sea people. It just so happens that my eldest disciple has fallen into a bottleneck in recent years. I estimated that he should be lacking some sharpness, so I thought of sending him to fight with the strong men here, in order to find the Tao between life and death." The Shadow continued, "I came here for this matter. In fact, we have a new candidate, so we may not be able to let your disciple go up to participate in the duel, but the reward we promised when we made the request will not be reduced at all." Xiaoyao showed an embarrassed expression when he heard this, and no longer talked to him. "My disciple's lifespan is not much. He must get this opportunity, and I, as a master, naturally don't want to see him stop at the Dan formation, and I don't have the heart to hinder Jiner's opportunity. Besides, Jiner has never met an opponent since he formed the Dan, and he has developed a proud and arrogant problem. So he must be unwilling, and he also has the same skills as his spirit. If you let him take action, he will definitely be able to help you resolve the tricks of those sea monsters." Shadow just replied, "Sorry, but the Federation has already decided on this matter." If it was other low-level ability users, he would not have to say anything, but the disciple of Taoist Xiaoyao was a special case. Not only was this Taoist himself a 5th-level ability user, but also because he had something that the Federation coveted. They couldn't offend this guy before revealing his secrets, and Xiaoyao was not like other reasonable people. His temperament was quite strange in their eyes. After noticing Shadow's determination, Xiaoyao hesitated a little, then pinched his fingers. "Take me to calculate." Then his expression became serious. "Dalyu, you are blocking my way. This is the opportunity for my disciple, but you want to take it by force. If you are not good at arithmetic, I am afraid I would think you are determined to make an enemy of me. How about this? If Dalyu is willing to give in, I can owe you a favor." If other Federation members were here, they would definitely be very surprised, and would want him to take this opportunity to spy on the secrets of Taoist Xiaoyao. But Shadow still shook his head. "Sorry, I have made up my mind." Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Dalyu, you are determined not to give me this face?" Shadow said, "No, it's just that this matter is very important to us. It concerns the life and death of countless lives, and we have found a better candidate than your apprentice, so we can only say sorry to you." At this time, a man who looked to be about 20 years old walked into the room and stood behind Xiaoyao respectfully. "Master, you are looking for me?" Xiaoyao looked at Shadow and said, "If I hadn't calculated that this was Jiner's opportunity, I wouldn't have argued with you, but this is related to whether he can step into the nascent soul, and I can't let my apprentice suffer in vain, so let my Jiner go to see the person who took his opportunity. If he can convince Jiner, then Jiner will have no chance this time." Shadow asked expressionlessly, "What if your apprentice is unwilling to give in? What are you going to do?" Faced with his threat, Xiaoyao just smiled. "Nothing, but then you will have no chance of immortality." Shadow glanced at the young man behind him, and then asked, "If mine can beat your apprentice head-on, will your apprentice be convinced?" Xiaoyao nodded slightly. "Of course, that's destined by heaven." Shadow nodded. "Okay, I agree." Xiaoyao looked at his face, and suddenly said, "Why do you want to fight for opportunities for others?" Shadow said calmly, "I have my own reasons. Now he only has a small problem, that is to convince Ma En himself. Everything is moving forward according to the will of his master." Chapter 305. In the Abnormal Control Bureau, Maine just received a message from Princess Ellie. In general, what she reported was good news for herself. Ellie recently suddenly received a message to call her back to the royal city, and other spies did not receive similar messages. According to her speculation, this is probably because the 3 wise kings are planning to activate a weapon that needs to be watered with the blood of all the kings, and all the royal families should be present. And the role of this 5th-level artifact is very special. Its function is to give foreign Atlantis royal blood, which can provide users with a certain amount of power in a short period of time, but it is not the main effect of this artifact. Giving royal blood itself is also related to a very important thing, because only those with blood can bring out the power of other artifacts. The 3 wise kings did this with only one explanation that seemed incredible to her. They planned to let people outside Atlantis use the artifact. May knew more about this than Ellie. The reason they did this was probably related to the plan that the Federation was about to deal with them, but now, he didn't know the specific reason. Fortunately, it was not important to him. What really matters is that Ellie asked him again about the original promise of the Control Bureau. If she handed in a level 5 item, she would be able to use the power of the item in a short period of time. Maine gave a positive answer in surprise. This girl seemed to have ignored everything in her worry about her father. In addition to Ellie's news, he had other things to deal with. First, Shadow made an appointment with him again to meet him. If Maine was right, he would probably know the specific situation of Atlantis after he went there, but he still had to think about how to behave normally, so that Shadow would not see the flaws. And he had to make other preparations for this matter. Now the main staff of the Control Bureau have collected enough resources everywhere during this period of time. After they have the ability to collect information, it is not difficult for them to find some evil ability users who can be secretly dealt with. After all, there are not many kind people among high-level ability users. So Ma-En can already use the ability of memory erasure on a large scale, but he has not given other ability users the opportunity to use it for the time being. This ability to erase memory is far stronger than what telepaths of the same level can do. Even if high-level ability users want to achieve similar effects, it will take much longer than his own time, and because of its source, he is also worried about the potential dangers that this may bring. But the main reason is that there is no need to use large-scale memory erasure now. He has not made any particularly clear arrangements for the main members of the Salvation Alliance. The team led by Feng Xiaoying and Lei Yu is receiving training under the supervision of Qin Lan, and is beginning to adapt to using other people's abnormal characteristics to fight. But Ma-En didn't ask them to do anything for the time being. Now they had to stay free to ensure that they could face the problems that Atlantis would bring at any time. If there was a chance, he might ask them to go to Atlantis to snatch a 5th-level artifact in the name of rescuing Ellie's father. This sounds almost impossible to succeed, but you have to know that this is equivalent to an opportunity to be promoted to the 5th level for him. Ma-En would not miss any opportunity, and he would not really think that he could win the 5th-level artifact by making such an arrangement. He did this because of Xin Xiao's prophecy. He might have a chance on this road. On the other hand, the search and rescue of the remnants of the Salvation Alliance is also in full swing. The team composed of the remnants of the Salvation Alliance in the Eastern Federation has reached the Northern Federation. They are looking for members of the Salvation Alliance, who claim to be the rebels, and have found some clues. After the defeat of Shishao, the Northern Federation has always been the strongest region of the Salvation Alliance. In the negotiations with the Federation, only they and the Southern Federation have taken a relatively active position. And unlike the backward Southern Federation, the situation in the North should be more accurately described as chaos. In other words, they are not as few high-level Salvation Alliance members as the Southern Federation, but have a number that matches the low-level members. At the same time, the pressure from the Federation they face is less than that of their counterparts in the East and West, so in the beginning, they even made the Federation suffer a lot. Of course, the main reason why they were able to successfully form an effective counterattack against the Federation at the earliest was actually that the Federation misjudged the specific number of their high-level ability users. They originally thought that the Salvation Alliance members in the Coordination Bureau were the main part of this organization, but Xin Xiao actually recruited talents in many places they could not see, and developed to a scale close to that of a first-class force without telling the Federation. In fact, if we look at it from this perspective, the Federation's suspicion of Xin Xiao seems to be somewhat reasonable, but Ma-En feels that the cause and effect relationship may be the opposite of what he sees with his naked eyes. Xin Xiao acts in secret, because the Federation forces her to do so. It is precisely because of this that the Federation's pursuit of them is not as smooth as they originally thought, and they are not willing to invest excessive resources in this. After all, the Salvation Alliance is just one of their countless actions against Xin Xiao, and they will only provide investment that is lower than the return. If the Federation really wasted important resources and opportunities for them, then perhaps that would be the result that the Salvation Alliance wanted to see the most. However, even so, they could only end up with a ceasefire, and this was mainly because the 3 regions except the Northern Federation were in decline. In fact, the Southern Federation and the Northern Federation where he was originally located had a considerable upper hand, but later Ma-En had no choice but to kill the Moon God, which led to the dissipation of the Moon Curtain that all members of the Southern Federation had worked hard to complete during that period. Otherwise, the Federation would have no way to deal with them in a short period of time. In fact, as long as Ma-En wanted, relying on the Abnormal Control Bureau itself, he would definitely be able to achieve a much better effect than the Moon Curtain, and with his help, they would definitely be able to maintain a long-term stalemate between the Southern Federation and the federal government, and he might even have a chance to turn defeat into victory. It's just that Mon didn't intend to do this. It's not that he didn't support Shen Xiao and the Salvation Alliance. After all, they were fighting against the doomsday that would destroy all life, and he didn't think there would be any good ending if he just watched from the side. It's just that he feels that being outside the vortex will help him achieve his goal. After signing the contract, the Salvation Alliance may lose the ability to continue to resist, but with the Control Bureau, he will only have enough space to make truly meaningful actions. Placing himself in the vortex is taking unnecessary risks. If he hadn't been dragged in by accident, he would probably provide help to the Salvation Alliance outside this vortex, because this is actually more efficient. He would not regard so-called self-sacrifice or risk as a useful thing. If he had to take a risk, he would naturally not hesitate. Just like when facing the Moon Goddess, he didn't think of hiding in the Abnormal Control Bureau, which would just be slow suicide. I did this not because of the risks involved, but because of the rewards behind it. So Ma-En had some doubts in her heart. The meeting between Shen Xiao and herself at that time was obviously in line with her feelings. Even if she didn't know what she was going to do at that time, her actions were definitely pushing the future in the direction she expected more. It might not be certain just by relying on the messages in the underground world, but her appearance when she met Hong Yuan had completely proved her current thoughts about her at that time. But then the problem came. In this case, she might have recruited herself into the Salvation Alliance because of a premonition. Ma-En didn't think that she already knew the disaster that the members of the Salvation Alliance would encounter at that time, and she was obviously not targeting herself. But the problem is that in Ma-En's view, it was hard to say that being involved was a good thing at that time, and it was quite obvious to him that he had a high chance of dying when he met the Moon Goddess, and even if he got the prophecy, it would not be a stable battle. With the Abnormal Control Bureau, he would definitely improve faster in the dark than in the open. And if he really died unexpectedly and let this thing fall into the hands of others, it would obviously not be a good thing for her and the world. He was not saying that he was noble. If he had Shen Xiao's ability, he probably wouldn't fight like her. But it seemed that the moral standards of those who could affect the world seemed to be lower than his. In other words, he and Shen Xiao had different views on this, and he was very sure of his own views after careful consideration. There may be several reasons for their disagreement. The easiest and least likely one is that Shen Xiao deliberately calculated him. Ma-En didn't think this was a possibility that needed to be worried. He raised it only out of the most basic respect for Shen Xiao's power. So he immediately passed this idea, and then several new possibilities came to him. Among them, the most reasonable and realistic reason at first glance was that Shen Xiao could only do this. First of all, her ability itself has its limits, and when she first met him, she said that she was affected by the unmemory, and Yushin also had similar abilities, so she might not be able to see the future clearly. And this led to her misjudgment. Then the more ideal reason is that she can see much farther than herself. In fact, she has calculated the future that is much farther away from now. At that time point, being involved in the Salvation Alliance may be a better result. If combined with the prophecy of her blood, maybe this is her way to get herself in touch with the Federation and the conspiracy of the two gods. But in fact, Ma-En felt that if he had not joined the Salvation Alliance, he would have probably joined the Federation and slowly eroded this huge organization. After all, when he joined the Salvation Alliance, he just wanted to get the protection of a strong enough organization. And now Ma-En thinks that if he does this, it will definitely be better than this situation. Maybe now, he is the most trusted young genius in the investigation department by Shadow or someone, and he is not afraid of the Control Bureau being exposed because of his memory erasure ability. If you think about it simply, what you can do without attracting attention should be countless times more than now. The Control Bureau is so difficult to defeat that its owner is the only one who is vulnerable. Shen Xiao should have had many better choices. He also thought about whether Shen Xiao was really there. Maybe this was to make him stand in the same camp with her. When he just lost his memory, it was indeed difficult for him to tell whether he was good or bad. At that time, he might have thought that Shen Xiao was worried that he would become bad. But after meeting Chen Yun, Ma-En was sure that he would not change like that. His sister promised that she would always be a good person, and it was purely out of understanding of him rather than personal feelings. And Ma-En also felt that even if he did not join the Salvation Alliance, he would stand with Shen Xiao sooner or later. So these possibilities are not very convincing. In other words, Shen Xiao did this for some special reason that he did not know, and it was obvious that doing so was not conducive to saving the world. On the premise that he still believed in Shen Xiao, it could only prove one thing. Shen Xiao did this for a reason that he had not seen yet. What on earth was he not noticing yet? Ma-en suddenly realized with surprise that his thinking speed was gradually slowing down, as if his brain was flowing out along the cracks that suddenly appeared, and it took him several seconds to accept the information sent back by his five senses. But he was aware of his situation, because the dullness did not completely erode his entire body. They seemed to stop at a certain junction between his soul and body, which allowed him to think about what was going on. In the difficult pause, he slowly realized that something was erasing his memory, and then his thoughts began to drift uncontrollably, and all kinds of current thoughts kept pouring out like ribbons. This situation is probably not the first time. If he had encountered it before, he would not remember it. But what is the key reason why he still has the ability to resist now? Is it because he is now in the control bureau, or because his mind has already developed resistance? No. No, this is not what I should do. But what should I do? Martin stared at the floating panel in front of him with empty eyes, trying his best to run his thoughts. He could feel that he was very close to the answer, but it was like a transparent film that he could not really touch the illusory thought. Then he raised his trembling right hand and moved his fingers meaninglessly like an old man on his deathbed. At the same time, a few words appeared on the panel. Unmemorable, at this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something standing next to him, and that thing was several times the size of a normal adult. Just when Ma-en wanted to find some useful information about him, he found that the size was the only information he could get. Then, he watched helplessly as the 5 words on the panel were slowly erased. Just like his memory. Chapter 306. Knock, knock, knock. Shadow knocked on the door of the room where Chen Yun was. He waited only a few seconds to see the changes and flow of space, and then Ma-en appeared on his left. Why did you come in person? Ma-en said in a somewhat surprised tone. Shadow turned around and looked at the former member of the Salvation Alliance, who had lived a peaceful life with his sister, feeling a little sad. Most of the other former members of the Salvation Alliance also returned to the most ordinary life after the dissolution, and they were almost no exception. Early retirement, this is what peace brings to them. I think I need to come to you in person. Do you remember what we said last time? He and Ma-en said as they walked towards the stairs, and as his voice fell, the surrounding environment seemed to become much darker, separating them from the outside world. Ma-en followed him in the corridor and said, You said that the Federation is having some conflicts with Atlantis, and you want me to get involved. But I don't really want to get involved in this kind of thing. This is of course not the truth, but he has no reason to be enthusiastic now. The Federation may not have any doubts about him, but it will definitely be wary of Shishao. He cannot arouse suspicion. Shadow nodded. I understand. You just went through a war, and had to be on edge to prevent being killed by us. Now that you have relaxed, you will definitely want to take a good rest and enjoy this peaceful life without worrying about death and danger. But we all know that we are not people who can live that kind of life. I am not judging your character. It's just that we all live in this unreasonable world, and your special identity and talent have destined that peace will not last long. This is a turbulent era. Whether they admit it or not, Xin Xiao is one of the most eye-catching protagonists of this era. Even if the Federation, and we beat her now, they will only remember Xin Xiao's name thousands of years later. Even if she loses, she is still extremely eye-catching. And among her followers, you are the most dazzling one. Ma-en objected. I heard that they did a good job in the Northern Federation. Shadow smiled and said, But he is not as smart as you. Ma-en immediately said, This sentence is like scolding me for being weak-willed. Shadow shook his head seriously. No, I really admire you. It is indeed possible that your cooperation with us will be regarded as a betrayal, but you must also understand that there will always be some annoying idiots in this world. Even if you turn around and join us now, will your work in the Southern Federation be erased? Ma-en reminded him. I killed Hung Yuan, who wanted to fight you to the end in the Southern Federation, and then signed a ceasefire agreement with you myself. Shadow replied, Yes, you saved their lives. At that time, the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation was almost completely wiped out by us. Looking back now, the threat you pose to us may also be due to you, an excellent leader. In fact, the fatigue of the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation was also caused by his killing of the Moon God. But he just continued to show his resistance. I don't think it's a good thing to be praised by the enemy. Shadow has a different opinion. We are no longer enemies. In fact, this word has no meaning most of the time. It's just about interests. The Federation is not an individual with its own will. You are facing countless people with different wills. And if you really want to delve into the motives of this machine, the meaning of its existence is much more noble than you think. Ma-en followed his words and said, So you are short of manpower recently? I think you shouldn't find me for such things. In his opinion, This must be influenced by Xiao, but Ma was also very curious about how she achieved this goal. It can't be a simple butterfly effect, right? Shadow lied calmly. Some people in the Federation value you very much. The entire Federation certainly doesn't need you to participate in the war. But the Federation's parliament is also composed of countless factions, and I have contacts with several factions. Among them, there are some genius abnormal ability users who are not close to me. They hope to establish a good mutually beneficial relationship with people like you. But now you are only in your 20s. Many human ability users have reached your current situation after the age of 40 or 50, which is actually considered young among geniuses. Although in fact we should not equate age with talent, because you all have different abilities, and you can't rely on talent to move forward, but this is the easiest factor for politicians to understand. If they think you are worth investing in, then you are worth investing in. Of course, I also provided them with my own opinions. Although I actually know very little about you, for people like us who have reached the 5th level, we don't need any specific basis to draw conclusions, and I think you are indeed a person suitable for recruitment. From personality to prospects. Ma showed a puzzled expression. It is obviously you who want to recruit me, but why do you want me to do it for you first? Shadow then lied naturally. Because the Federation is not only them, we have to shut up others. And don't you think your identity is very sensitive? Although we all know that you're joining the Federation and being loyal to Xiao do not conflict, there are always some brainless idiots who think so. Although their views are ridiculous, they are still important. If we just recruit you well, they may have various reasons to try to convince themselves. But if you just join and work for us, they will think you have problems, and this is the result those politicians want. You have paid enough for the Salvation Alliance. It's time to draw a clear line with them. There was silence for more than 10 seconds. Then Ma naturally asked, "What can I get?" Shadow raised the corner of his mouth slightly. As early as when he was commissioned to solve the remnants of the Salvation Alliance, he had already noticed the inner differences between Ma and other members of the Salvation Alliance. Now Ma'in's direct question is completely in line with his expectations. Shadow replied, "Power and strength. We are in an era of change. Along with risks are countless opportunities. When I saw you for the first time, I knew that you are not the kind of guy who will be content with mediocrity. You are destined to play an important role. And the Federation can take you to a truly great height." Ma'in said in a calm tone, "What do you want me to do?" Chapter 307. In the corridor of the FBI building. Shadow asked Maine, who was following him, "Do you have any questions about what I just said?" Maine shook his head, "No." Shadow told him in detail about the new agreement they proposed with Atlantis. They described the various conditions to the Atlanteans very well, and deliberately made them feel that they had a chance of winning. Of course, if you only look at the surface conditions, it is indeed the case. But the Federation's purpose in proposing this is definitely not because they are worried that Atlantis will flood several cities. They would only do this if they are fully confident. If Atlantis really has a chance to win head-on, the Federation will definitely have all kinds of tricks, and they also have some special anomalies that can affect the outcome out of thin air. We only have a small problem now. Shadow said, "We temporarily helped you to fight for this position, and the person who was originally responsible for representing us in the duel with Atlantis was a person with special abilities named Eugene, and he was not very convinced by you. Logically, this should be a problem we should solve. But the current situation is very special. This dude Gene has a 5th level teacher named Xiao Taoist, and he is not affiliated with the Federation, nor is he the kind of person with special abilities that can communicate normally. Since we still have some plans for him, we can't offend him at will. So you may have to find a way to make him convinced, but you don't have to feel pressured. If he deliberately makes things difficult for you, just let me back you up." Ma-En asked curiously, "Didn't you just say that we can't offend him?" Shadow smiled and said, "It would be best if you can solve it properly, but since we asked you to do something, we naturally cannot embarrass you in these minor details. Besides, it's not Xiaoyao himself who is competing with you for the position. I am a 5th level ability user." While they were talking, a girl suddenly stumbled out of the corner of the corridor. The moment Shadow saw her, he slowed down his pace to remind Ma-En, "Isn't this our genius girl?" The girl, who was a little dizzy, turned around after hearing this, and then immediately looked at Ma-En, who was following Shadow. "Uncle Shadow, is he the person they are talking about?" Shadow smiled politely at her, but did not directly answer her question. "Ma-En, she is Alice, who is in charge of the 3rd level duel this time." After hearing what he said, Ma-En began to look at the girl opposite. She looked like a mixed race from the East and West Federation, with a delicate and beautiful young face, long golden curly hair, and a pair of bright eyes as clear as sapphires. "That's it. When Shadow finished asking questions, Ma-in was surprised to realize that he didn't pay attention to what he said just now, but was attracted by the girl standing in front of him. Then he quickly built a defense against her in his mind. At this time, Shadow turned his head slightly and said to Ma-in, "Don't be afraid, this is normal. Everyone will be like this when they see her for the first time. The distraction just now is completely harmless. In fact, you are not as decadent as you think. Just a little stimulation can pull you back to reality." The girl smiled at him apologetically. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Shadow continued, "You know we are sure to win this matter, and you must think we have some conspiracy, but I can guarantee that the Federation did not use any tricks in the battle of level 3, and Alice is enough to defeat any opponent of the same level." Ma-in looked at her and said, "I believe you." Alice showed an embarrassed expression. "Uncle Shadow is a bit exaggerated. There are many people with abilities better than me in the Federation." Shadow continued, "Most of the level 4 ability users are not her opponents." Alice made us doubt the rationality of the class division several times, and after repeated verification, we determined that there is no problem with the ability class division itself, and the problem is only her. Let me tell you this, our attention to her is very close to that of the Shishao Walker back then. After hearing this, Alice quickly shook her hand. "I am far inferior to Sister Shishao. She is the best among us. By the way, why hasn't Sister come to play with me recently?" Her words instantly made Ma-in think that she didn't seem to know what Shishao had encountered, but he immediately felt something strange. If that was the case, why didn't Shadow remind himself to keep it secret or something? And Shadow replied quite naturally, "They have submitted your application, but it may take some time for approval." The girl lowered her head in disappointment, but almost instantly a smile reappeared on her face, and then Alice looked at Ma-in. "I heard that you are one of her best followers." Ma-in replied, "I don't think so." Alice suddenly looked at Ma-in's face carefully and seriously. "You look blurry." Shadow interrupted her gaze. "By the way, what are you doing here? Are you here to meet your comrades in advance?" After being interrupted, Alice immediately shifted her attention to Shadow. "Yes, I want to see who can win. I don't like Du Jin very much." Ma-in continued her words and asked, "Then what do you see?" Alice replied in a low voice with some embarrassment, "I don't see who will win." Ma-in then asked, "Then do you have any suggestions for me?" Alice showed a thoughtful look for a few seconds, and then slowly said, "He has a very dangerous sphere. You also have to pay attention to the mental and physical protection at the same time. They are very strong in this aspect. He should have many bad tricks, but..." She showed a distressed look, and then looked at Ma-in apologetically. "Sorry, I don't know how to explain what I saw to you. These are already very useful to me." Ma-in said to her, "Thank you." Shadow suddenly interrupted, "Since you have met Ma-in, shouldn't you go back, otherwise they will not be able to find you again." Alice said reluctantly, "Okay." Shadow persuaded, "If they know you are here to stop me, they will definitely come to trouble me." The reluctance on the face of the girl, who heard this, also dissipated, and finally she turned her head to look at Ma-in. "We have a chance to meet again, and I like your hat." Watching her walk towards the corner, Ma-in, who was not wearing a hat, looked at the Shadow with a puzzled look. And the Shadow didn't say until her back disappeared around the corner, "Be careful. She is a little crazy." Chapter 308. In the spacious training hall, Du Jin was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed to rest, but in fact, he was adjusting his breathing. In this place with poor spiritual energy, ordinary cultivators, who had not yet entered the nascent soul stage, could not practice and fight normally. For them, this place could be said to be the worst wilderness. But as the eldest disciple of the Taoist Xiaoyao, he naturally received the true teachings of the Xiaoyao heavenly demon art, and practiced the unrestrained heavenly demon true pill. He could directly swallow and spit out the mixed turbid air here, and condense the usable spiritual energy with the true pill. This is why his master called himself the Taoist Xiaoyao. Although he was far from jumping out of the 3 realms, and not in the 5 elements, the master could indeed jump out of the mortal world and shuttle freely in the desolate world where it was difficult to move, without being bound by those flies and dogs, and devoted himself to practice. And those so-called famous and orthodox sects who hated the master could only watch them from afar, and did not dare to step into this place to fight with the master. Just as he was sitting there breathing, a small figure suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Du Jin opened his eyes, and looked at the girl who appeared here. She had a cold and beautiful face like a witch, short hair as red as blood, and a pair of black eyes that could seduce people's souls. Just looking at her made Du Jin feel dazed and dizzy. "Hey, can you hear me?" The girl waved her hand in front of her. "Are you distracted?" Du Jin suddenly realized that he had just been bewitched, which made him feel a little shocked and angry. Just when he wanted to scold her, he heard the girl's seemingly innocent words, which calmed his anger in an instant. Just as he felt guilty about his anger, his master's teaching suddenly rang in his mind. Silly disciple, you have never seen a real inner demon. This made Du Jin suddenly realize that the rise and fall of his anger was all because of her, and he had not cracked the spell of bewitching at all. Then he began to use the spiritual power in his body to build a wall of heart, and at the same time began to check how he was bewitched. However, he found nothing. Who are you? He stood up with a vigilant face, and a layer of dim luster covered his body. The girl showed some impatient doubts. What are you doing? I'm asking you a question. Du Jin said, as he retreated. You haven't answered my question yet, or does the Federation finally want to take action against us? The girl shook her head. I am Lilith, the Federation ability user who went with you to duel with Atlantis. I really don't know what you are crazy about. I just asked if you are sure you can keep your position, and you were scared like this. Seeing that the girl still acted as if she didn't know what had just happened, Du Jin also retracted the magic light of Xiao Tianmo's body, making himself look like he had calmed down. Why are you asking this? Lilith said, as if she didn't care about anyone. I don't like that Ma In. He looks too serious. It must be boring to go out with him, so I came to see if you are sure you can beat him. Although you were a little nervous just now, you are still much better than him. Du Jin said indifferently. How can you be sure before you meet him? Besides, the matter between him and me has nothing to do with you. Lilith smiled with a bad taste. I heard that this is your chance, so why don't I help you a little? Du Jin said righteously. Everyone loves a chance that comes for free, but if you are obsessed with such external things, what good is it? I joined the sect to seek freedom and freedom, without being bound by the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Luck and opportunity are nothing but clouds to me. Lilith raised her eyebrows slightly. Even if you are right about this, I don't think you will like him. Du Jin said calmly. No matter how I look at him, he has nothing to do with you. Lilith showed an unconvinced expression. Just wait and see. The girl snorted coldly, and then walked out along the same path. Almost within a dozen seconds after she left, Shadow and Ma In came in one after another. And the moment he saw Ma In, Du Jin's heart suddenly felt cold, because Lilith was really right for some reason. Originally, he didn't care much about this matter. He came here just for the sake of going through the motions. If the opponent was really weak, he could consider taking away his chance, but if Ma In was difficult, he would just deal with him casually and pretend to be convinced. If it weren't for the master's request, he wouldn't want to fight to the death. In Du Jin's eyes, practicing honestly was the right way to become an immortal. The words free and easy meant to him not to be involved in the meaningless world. After all, behind every nascent soul cultivator who came out were countless fallen golden core cultivators. Although he was gifted and had a deep understanding of the art of fighting, he didn't want to take the risk of fighting. The nascent soul who stood at the end might just be lucky. Their Xiaoyao Dao is independent of the outside world. Among the disciples brought by the master, he has the best chance to break through to the nascent soul stage. Sooner or later, his master will need a nascent soul disciple. As long as that time comes, he will choose one of them, and give him a lot of resources. And the master will definitely choose him, so he can break through as long as he concentrates on practicing. But now it may not be the case. Because he was horrified to find that this barbarian actually had the legendary Outer Dao heavenly demon body. This kind of physique is likely to break through to the nascent soul before death even if he practices those famous and authentic exercises. What's worse, this is the top physique for practicing Xiaoyao heavenly demon art. Does this seem to be the master's opportunity? You are Ma In? He asked calmly. Ma In replied, yes. Du Jin stared at him. Yes, I heard about you. In fact, this is not a big deal, but my master has already spoken, and I, as a disciple, can't give in, so I think maybe we can have a competition. As long as you can't lose, I will voluntarily give up this opportunity. How? Ma In nodded, of course. Du Jin's face was smiling again. Very good, then please stop. He must be killed cleanly. Master only knows a little about arithmetic, and he may not have figured out what the opportunity is. If so, he must not let Master have the opportunity to recruit him, otherwise he will become a stepping stone for this junior brother. If you think about the worst, Master may have known whose opportunity this is, but only gave him the last chance because of friendship. Now I think that the life and death fight that Master said may not refer to those barbarians in the sea. If he can kill Ma In today, then this is still his opportunity, and he may even take the opportunity to break the elixir and become an infant directly, and he doesn't have to worry about the consequences of killing. Luckily in misfortune, he was born in the land of barbarians. Chapter 309. Ma In and Du Jin stood on both sides of the training ground. Shadow had already retreated. He was standing in the same room with other politicians who were concerned about this matter, watching the battle through all-around monitoring equipment. Please show mercy, fellow Taoist. Du Jin raised his hand and bowed. Ma In nodded to him. I will pay attention. The moment the voice fell, Ma In saw that white mist began to flow out of Du Jin's collar and cuffs opposite him, and began to spread outward at a very high speed. In just a few breaths, it occupied half of the training ground, and only a piece of empty cloth was left where he was standing. But the scene of half a room was only what Du Jin could show. In fact, there was already a sparse white mist transformed by him near Ma In, but the barbarians who could not sense spiritual energy could not detect it. Then he rushed directly to Ma In's mouth, nose and pores. He said so many words to emphasize that this was just a competition in order to lower Ma In's vigilance. Neither the Federation nor he would have thought that he would kill him, so he had to seize the opportunity to kill them before they reacted, and the first move he used was the unique skill of Xiaoyao Dao, mortal body transformation into mist. Although it did not have the effect of consuming spiritual energy when dealing with fellow Taoists, it was still useful for those who had no self-protection methods. He could always drill into their internal organs before the opponent reacted and directly turn their internal organs into blood. Moreover, this move was hidden and fast, and even if it failed, it would be difficult to expose his intentions. But he did not expect that his consideration was actually meaningful, because he felt that the dense mist he turned into encountered obstacles before drilling into his body, as if this Ma In also mastered some method of body protection. As expected of a genius among the barbarians, it is not that easy to solve. While he was trying to attack, Ma In was also trying to use telepathy to find out his form after turning into mist. If there were no restrictions or targeted methods, this move would probably be able to defeat most 4th level ability users who are not good at non-physical attacks. But his move was not so perfect. In Ma In's mental vision, he could see Du Jin's spiritual power flowing in the mist, and eventually it would flow through a spherical object that he could not see directly with his naked eyes. Du Jin hid his golden elixir in the mist. This technique could not really integrate his soul into the mist before entering the nascent soul. He could only stay in his golden elixir to control the mist and fight the enemy. Then, Ma In used mental induction to approach Du Jin's golden elixir, trying to attack his soul directly, but when his consciousness approached the spherical object, he could keenly feel that there were hard mental defense measures on its surface. This reminded Ma In of what Alice said about this thing being very dangerous. Maybe it was not so safe to attack it with the spirit. Besides, they were not really fighting for life and death. The damage on the spiritual level was not so easy to recover. It would be bad if he accidentally hurt the other party. So Ma In changed his mind and jumped directly to the location of the golden elixir. Then he used his mind power and air waves to tear the thickest fog to both sides, creating a path for him to pass through. Du Jin was shocked at first, and then he was happy. He did not expect Ma In to find the location of his golden elixir so quickly, but after careful consideration, he realized that it was not a bad thing. His biggest advantage now is that Ma In has not thought that he is going to kill him, so Ma In dares to attack directly at the position of his golden elixir, and these mists that can be clearly seen by the naked eye are not as soft as before, and are enough to corrode the strong body of the monster. When Ma In cut through the mist and moved forward, Du Jin was also moving the position of his golden elixir. At the same time, the white mist rushed towards Ma In, who was moving forward like a claw. When he almost reached the end of the road, some mist finally hit his body. But Du Jin did not think about why Ma In dared to rush directly into the mist so recklessly. The white mist fell gently on Ma In's body, and immediately tried to find pores to drill into, but he felt unusual resistance, as if this body had been refined like them, and it was impossible to penetrate directly. Seeing this, Du Jin immediately changed his offensive, condensed the mist with magic, and then hit Ma In's chest directly, intending to force it to melt a heart and blood hole that could pass through. Then he understood what Ma In relied on. When he had just melted Ma In's skin, Ma In had already come to his golden elixir. Ma In stretched out his hand and gently touched the floating sphere in front of him. "Thank you." Before he could finish his words, a sharp cold light suddenly appeared in front of Ma In's eyes. As the golden elixir flickered, the surrounding mist was instantly swallowed up by it, and then it spit out a white sword energy towards Ma In's face. Immortal mist turned into a sword. This is Du Jin's real killer move. This sword he obtained is the artistic conception between reality and illusion, using the visible and intangible mist as a carrier. Carrying the sword theory he has realized for many years about the truth and falsehood, existence and non-existence. Anything directly injured by it will irreversibly turn into mist, and then quickly fall towards the non-existence itself. Moreover, this move used his own body as a sword, imitating the spirit of moving forward without hesitation. When he used this move, both Ma-En and Shadow felt something was wrong. The latter ignored the politician's surprise, and instantly turned his body into a shadow and rushed towards the direction of their battle. But he slowed down before he rushed into the training ground to stop it, because he heard the question Ma-En said through telepathy. In the training ground, the remaining mist around Jin Den vaguely turned into a human figure, and held the hilt with his right hand, but in fact, this mist was more like being dragged by the sword towards Ma-En, and the flow of time seemed to become vague under the cover of his sword intent. Du Jin could see doubts and confusion on the barbarian's face. He often saw the same expression on the faces of the upright disciples who died at his hands. They always thought that they were the proud sons of heaven. Bang! The sword flashed like white light, turning the wall behind Ma-En and the building structure behind into mist, and then quickly dissipated and disappeared completely, and Ma-En was no longer in the original position. He was holding the golden elixir with one hand, enduring the severe pain, and asked Du Jin, who didn't see his flashing at all, "Did you do it on purpose?" Du Jin asked in disbelief, "Why did you disappear just now?" Ma-En, who already knew the answer, didn't say anything, but slowly tightened the golden elixir in his hand. Du Jin, who reacted, used all his strength to operate the defense method, and at the same time shouted to Ma-En in horror, "What are you doing? We are the seat of the Federation." Pa. Chapter 310. Most of the politicians who were watching the battle had already withdrawn their gazes when they saw Ma-En holding the golden elixir, ready to express their half-understood views and opinions on the battle. But at this moment, they suddenly heard Du Jin's screams full of resentment and fear. Ma-En killed him. The politicians suddenly seemed to have no idea what to say, and could only stand there and look at each other, and then cast their eyes on Kong Shoshing, who was in charge of personnel dispatch. And Kong Shoshing turned his head and looked at the shadow, who had not responded yet. "Is he really dead?" Kong Shoshing asked uncertainly, and now he was still doubting whether he had correctly understood the scene he saw. Shadow looked at him and nodded. "You may not be able to see it, but Du Jin wanted to kill Ma-En just now for some reason, and he secretly killed him after saying that it was just a sparring match, wanting to kill him while Ma-En was on low alert, so he killed Du Jin in return." Before the other politicians could say anything, a dissatisfied woman came from behind them. "I did not see that Du Jin wanted to kill Ma-En, but we all saw that Ma-En had subdued Du Jin just now, and he did it without discussing it with us. You know, we still don't know why Du Jin wanted to kill him. Maybe he was actually bewitched and manipulated by someone, and this Ma-En did it without even thinking about it. Can you really join the World Salvation Alliance? Do you know how to work for the Federation, Shadow?" The woman who spoke also slowly walked out of the crowd. She was a middle-aged woman with a gloomy face. She looked like a woman in her 40s, who was well-maintained, but Shadow knew that she was now nearly 60 years old. This woman is Xu Yun's mother, Tang Jinghong, a counselor who holds the same high position as her husband. Obviously, her words now carry resentment for the assassination of her daughter. Shadow smiled and said to the politician, who was truly qualified to talk to him, "On the contrary, Ma-En has considered our situation. In fact, I almost went to intervene when Du Jin was about to kill Ma-En, and I didn't really go in because Ma-En and I had a conversation through telepathy without you noticing at all. And he asked me if he could kill Du Jin. Obviously, he gave a positive answer." After hearing this, most of the politicians present changed their expressions and deliberately showed their dissatisfaction with Shadow's decision, but about 1/3 of the politicians had no expression on their faces. In Shadow's experience, this reaction is basically equivalent to no problem. And most of the politicians whose expressions changed did so only out of courtesy to Tang Jinghong. Tang Jinghong immediately said to Ingzi, "I doubt whether what you said is true. From what I know about you, you are probably just making up lies to protect your people." Ingzi said indifferently, "Then you could apply for an investigation against me, but I advise you not to take the suspicion seriously until you get the evidence." What she said was indeed what she would do, but this time it was Ma-En who asked him. Although even if Ma-En did not do this, he would speak for him in front of these politicians to suppress the matter, but this also made him realize Ma-En's decisiveness and caution. When others showed their murderous intentions, he did not give in, but he was not eager to retaliate. He chose to consult the opinions of professionals. If he said that he couldn't kill him, or couldn't kill him now, Ma-En would definitely stop and choose his own way according to the information he gave. From this point of view, he was not the kind of arrogant guy. If he really wanted to recruit Ma-En, He would ask him in advance when he met him, and he would definitely value him more. Tang Jinghong skipped the previous topic and then asked, "Don't you know that there is a 5th level ability user in the Federation behind him? He is a young man who doesn't think. Don't you think that this may offend a 5th level ability user, and the entire Federation will suffer unnecessary losses for your recklessness?" Shadow said indifferently, "It's not me who killed him, and we didn't list any assassination plans for him. This is the competition proposed by Du Jin. Since he has already taken the initiative, you can't blame Ma In for accidentally killing him. Come on, he killed our people first, and you are still thinking about the feelings of the prisoner? What do you think we are? The Salvation Alliance? We are the Federation." Tang Jinghong said with a frown. "You know what Xiaoyao means to us. The precious information behind him makes his value far beyond his combat power. We are not talking about a random 4th level ability user, but his most respected disciple. Do you think it is important for the Salvation Alliance to have Xiaoyao's opinion?" Shadow then replied, "I don't think it was Xiaoyao's intention for him to kill him. If this was really his instruction, then he should explain why he wanted to kill the members of the Federation. You should not have forgotten that I am also a 5th level ability user." Tang Jinghong immediately asked back in a somewhat arrogant manner, "The point is not what Xiaoyao thinks, but what you and the Salvation Alliance want to do. Who can prove that what you said is true? You killed Du Jin before we interrogated and investigated. Even if you agreed that Ma In should not have proposed to kill him. Now I have doubted why you chose him. You seem to put your own interests before the Federation." Shadow knew the reason why she was angry. The Salvation Alliance assassinated her daughter before her death some time ago, and he had a minor feud with her daughter not long ago. Together, they would definitely disgust her. I'm afraid only the murderer who killed Tang Jinghong's daughter could divert her attention. Due to his status, he couldn't just ignore the other party, but he couldn't be too tough. After all, her daughter just died. It just so happened that the faction he was cooperating with was opposed to her. Shadow suspected that she might be so tough just because she knew this. Although Tang Jinghong was really sad about her daughter's death, these politicians would maintain their professionalism even in this situation. Shadow said to her, "Miss Tang, I understand your emotions, but we are professionals in this matter. As for your concerns about Xiaoyao, I will naturally solve and deal with them. If you still doubt us, I won't say anything. But I hope you won't affect our operation this time. The battle between Mon and Atlantis is more important than your suspicion." The woman said coldly, "This Mon better not embarrass us, otherwise you and him will have to accept the federal investigation." Sure enough, she said all this to express her dissatisfaction with her cooperation with them to recruit Ma In. Shadow did not respond to him again, then turned around and turned into a shadow and flowed out of the room, quickly passed through several corridors and more than a dozen rooms, and then appeared in front of Ma In, who was standing next to Du Jin's body. "You are really cruel." Shadow showed a sighing look. Ma In said, in the end, his mind was a little unstable. "I can sense that there is something wrong with this guy. If I let him go like this, it may cause me more trouble. He seems to have put me on the list of must kill. I remember you said that they have many strange abilities, and before he died, he also regretted that he could not fully use them. He felt that if he could survive, he would definitely use more difficult moves." Du Jin felt that this exchange was his opportunity, but in fact, if he really played dirty, Ma In might not be able to deal with it. Shadow took over and said, "But he has no chance. We did not misjudge you." Ma In continued, "And when he screamed before he died, I could vaguely feel the strong resentment and a hint of despair permeating it, but the strange thing is that most of these emotions were not directed at me, who killed him, but at someone else." Shadow said thoughtfully, "I will pay attention to this." Ma In then asked curiously, "Will my doing this cause you any trouble?" Shadow did not mention the question he had just received. "Of course not. If you didn't take action, I would have solved him in my own way, but it would definitely be easier to explain if you took action. There will definitely be some discussion about this in the Federation, and there will be some negative comments about you, but these are normal procedures in the Federation, and you don't have to take it to heart even if you hear it. Of course, I also said that his master is a 5th level ability user, so I have to go and solve this problem specifically. Before that, you'd better be careful. It's best to stay in the Federation before the decisive battle, and don't run out by yourself, so as to avoid accidents before I solve the problem." For his suggestion, Ma In nodded slightly. "No problem." The shadow's body continued to chat politely with Ma In. At the same time, he used the shadow to roll up the broken golden sphere, then quietly merged the main consciousness and shadow into the ground, and turned into a semi-spiritual state to aim at his other body in the Eastern Federation. Time and space began to distort in the mind's vision, And then the fog that permeated the entire forest appeared in his eyes. With squeezing and swallowing, the shadow appeared outside the fog forest with Du Jin's incomplete body. What is the reason for you to come here this time? This time, when the shadow just stepped into the edge of Taoist Xiaoyao's body and mind, he heard Xiaoyao's greeting. As his voice sounded, the trees in front of Shadow began to move away to both sides, and the space was constantly changing and confusing. The quaint wooden house slowly appeared in front of him again. Taoist Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in a position visible outside the door. This time, there was a huge stove behind him, and two young disciples, a man and a woman, stood respectfully behind him. They were each holding a large cattail leaf fan, and under Xiaoyao's care, they kept fanning the furnace behind him. Shadow could feel that as they waved their hands, something seemed to leave their bodies and enter the furnace, and the surrounding mist seemed to flow in and out continuously. Your disciple killed him in the duel, and the member of the Federation who was sparring with him did not stop. Shadow said as he walked inside, controlling the shadow to separate himself from the mist. I'm here to talk about this. Xiaoyao raised his hand to count a few times, and then asked Shadow, Did you bring my disciple's body? Shadow reached into the shadow of his chest, and took out the broken golden elixir. This is all he has left. Xiaoyao shook his head with regret. What a waste, my good disciple. Shadow saw that he did not immediately question the death of his disciple, and he had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Xiaoyao waved his hand in front of him, and then the invisible mist dragged the broken golden elixir into the furnace, and the two disciples standing behind him also accelerated the speed of waving the cattail leaf fan, as if they couldn't wait to refine their senior brother into a pill. Is this how you treat your disciple? Shadow asked curiously. Taoist Xiaoyao said, You barbarians just like this kind of false benevolence and false righteousness. My disciple is alive, and he is just a fake pill when he dies. What does it have to do with my disciple? It's a pity that the golden pill you brought has been broken. If I use the method to take it out intact, I can make 7 fake foundation pills and 23 solid nourishing pills in this furnace. What a pity, what a pity. Shadow asked, You don't seem to care about your disciple's life or death? Taoist Xiaoyao said lightly, Life and death are determined by fate. I am not in the 5 elements, and I don't have the ability to bring the dead back to life. Do I have to cry for him for days and nights? The opportunity in cultivation is a disaster, and no one can take the disaster for him. Shadow said cautiously, So this matter is over? Xiao looked at him, Over? You killed my most valued disciple. He could have achieved the perfect elixir after practicing for 50 years. If I feed him a few more infant transformation pills, he will have a 40% chance of breaking through the nascent soul. He can become my fellow Taoist and realize the Xiaoyao Dao together. The nascent soul is what you call the 5th level. Do you think it can be so easy to let it go? What do you want? Shadow narrowed his eyes. It was your disciple who started it first. The Federation may treat you as a guest of honor, but you'd better not expect me to be polite to you. Xiaoyao showed a mysterious smile and said, I want you to help me find a few suitable disciples in the mortal world. I will tell you the conditions. I know you have countless incarnations, so this is not a difficult task for you. The shadow saw that his request was reasonable, so he agreed verbally, Okay. The Taoist Xiaoyao smiled and said, Then please go back. I still need to make pills. He waited until the shadow left the area where the fog was, then turned to look at his 2 true disciples, who were already sweating profusely. Fan them well, your junior brother is still waiting for this furnace of pills. After saying this, Xiaoyao showed a distressed expression again. His little disciple had wasted several superior foundation building pills before he even entered the sect. He didn't know how many of his pills he would eat after he became his disciple, but he had some expectations in his heart. No matter how many pills he ate, it was worth it. They could never have thought that they could find the real outer demon here. Chapter 311. After the sparring, Shadow introduced him to Kong Shouxing, who was in charge of this operation, and asked him to arrange accommodation for Ma while waiting for the duel to begin, in order to prevent the revenge of Xiaoyao Daoist after Shadow was done. Of course, the reason why Ma agreed was definitely not because he was really worried about revenge. It would definitely not take Shadow long to solve the problem. He stayed here more to observe the Federation from the inside, and it would be best to have a deep understanding of how they operate. At least for now, the Federation will not take action against him, and he does not have to worry about safety issues when staying here. What he wants to know is how the Federation restrains those high-level ability users, and what powerful forces they hold. Of course, the most important thing is to see if there is anything that is particularly suitable for the Control Bureau, so that he can steal it secretly in the future. In fact, what Ma hopes most is to be able to get in touch with a strong enough 5th level item through this mission, and he can take it away as long as he is given a chance to touch it, but the premise of doing so is very harsh. First of all, this requires that what he gets must be extremely powerful. Secondly, he must understand the specific level of power that the Federation will use to retaliate against the ability users who do such things. After making a comparison, he must ensure that he can use this thing to escape safely. So what he has to do is to find the Federation's reliance on ruling the world and find a way to get one of them. However, there is no rush for this matter. Now he doesn't even know what the Federation can do. This is not a plan that can be completed in a short time. Moreover, the members of the Federation basically treat him as a guest. He has no chance and channel to contact things related to the Federation itself and high-level abnormal entities. They must also have basic precautions against Maine. So Mayan planned to start from Atlantis, and the direction he chose was quite reasonable, that is, Alice, the third-level ability user who appeared in front of him last time. After all, Shadow also said that the Federation now looks at her like Xin Xiao when she was a child. Although Alice herself said that she was far inferior to Xin Xiao, and Xin Xiao had already reached the 5th level when she was her age, the fact that she was introduced so solemnly by Shadow was enough to show that Alice was extraordinary. If she was really a genius valued by the Federation, then she must have extremely high value. Now is a good opportunity to contact her. And the most important thing is that she is likely to help him understand the Federation. Judging from the impression of the last meeting, Alice seems to be more naive. Although she may not be as simple as she looks, she is obviously not the typical Federation member who keeps her mouth shut. Since she is highly valued by the Federation, she is likely not to care so much about trivial matters, because she has the qualifications. So Mayan, who had bad intentions, took the opportunity to inquire about Alice's residence when discussing the details of the duel with Kong Shoshing. Although the middle-aged man looked at Mayan several times when he heard his question, he seemed to have expected it. She lives right opposite the room we arranged for you. She is also receiving our training and guidance during the day. If you want to find her, you can do it at 7 o'clock in the afternoon, but I want to remind you that she is not as easy to approach as she looks. Mayan was not surprised by his warning. It must be impossible for Alice to be valued by them. Moreover, he remembered that the girl behaved a little strangely when they met last time, and he did not forget Shadow's reminder. Even if we speculate from the most naive angle, assuming that Alice was a simple and kind girl before she was found and brought back by the Federation, then after she was trained for years with this identity, it would be difficult for her to live like a child. After all, she is now serving the Federation. What really surprised Mayan was that she actually lived opposite him. Was this specially arranged by the Federation? With this idea in mind, Mayan knocked on the door opposite at 9 o'clock in the evening on the third day of his stay in this federal building. After nearly 2 minutes, the girl's puzzled voice came from inside the door. "Who is it?" He replied, "I am Mayan that." Before he finished speaking, Alice pushed the door open. The girl in front of him was wearing light blue pajamas, and it seemed that she was ready to go to bed. Judging from her demeanor, she should not have just been woken up. But out of politeness, Mayan asked in an apologetic tone, "Did I wake you up just now?" The girl shook her head. "No, I usually go to bed at 10 o'clock. What do you want to talk to me about?" Mayan nodded. "I want to ask you about Atlantis. Shadow and the others didn't seem to plan to tell me about this in the past few days. I thought that you and I would have to fight them, and wanted to see if you knew what we were going to do." The girl quickly replied, "I have been receiving pre-war warm-ups these days. They want me to get used to the feeling of fighting with others first, but you may have to wait a while. They may not have prepared the preliminary work yet, so you don't have to do anything now. And in fact, they seem to have said that you are the least important among us. The Federation seems to have no way to ensure the victory or defeat of that 4th-level battle, so the main focus is on me and Uncle Lee." Hearing her say this, Mayan continued to ask, "By the way, last time you mentioned my hat." Mayan slightly slowed down his speech at this point, but Alice showed no expression of wanting to explain. "I want to ask, what exactly is the hat you are talking about?" But this made the girl look puzzled. What else can a hat be? Mayan narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to understand what she meant. "Do you mean that I am wearing a hat on my head that you think is good?" The girl nodded immediately. "Yes, it looks good on you." Mayan then asked with a puzzled look on his face, "But I am not wearing a hat." The girl just looked at him as usual, without showing any intention of answering this sentence. Mayan then asked, "Is this a metaphor? Or did you see something that we can't understand?" 10 seconds of silence. The girl suddenly asked, "Where did you buy your hat?" After saying this, the girl yawned sleepily. Seeing this, Mayan changed the subject and asked, You said last time that Shinshao hadn't come to see you for a long time. The girl suddenly became energetic again, and then immediately said, yes, I haven't seen Sister Shinshao for a long time. You are her friend, right? Can you tell me and my sister a message? Ma En paused, then asked directly, wasn't she arrested by the Federation? The girl still looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for his answer. Seeing this, Ma En nodded again. I will ask her for you. After saying this, the girl smiled gratefully. Thank you. Just now, she suddenly said that she wanted to go back to sleep. Perhaps it was because she had just fallen into a long silence in her eyes, so she mistakenly thought that Ma En was still waiting for her to say something about the hat, so she said that politely. But why? Is it because they are worried that she will know the truth about Shinshao, and the Federation has prevented her from receiving this information in some way? But if that is the case, I am afraid I will not have the opportunity to meet her. I can guess what you are thinking, but I have already told you the real answer. Shadow's voice suddenly came from behind him. I told you she is a little crazy. You may understand it as a description of her personality. In fact, what I said is that she has some mental problems. She can only perceive what she wants to perceive, such as what I am talking to you now. She can't hear. After saying this, Shadow said to Alice, you go back to sleep first. You have to get up early to warm up tomorrow. Okay, Uncle Shadow. Then the girl seemed to notice his presence at this time, and after answering, she looked at Ma En again. You can come to me anytime if you want to know anything. After Shadow watched Alice return to the house, he said to Ma En, we are very good at finding those who can change the world in advance. Shinshao may be our most successful example. You can't expect other geniuses we find to be as perfect as her, not to mention that Shinshao also has unrealistic flaws. But compared to Alice, her problem is nothing. Shinshao is just a little arrogant, and we have already used our own methods to correct this, but Alice is different. We haven't found a way to cure her problem yet. Ma En said, she looks quite normal. Shadow said calmly, don't think that you seem to be talking just now, but in fact you can't understand each other at all. She has no idea what the reality in your eyes is like, just like you can't see her ridiculous and crazy world. Although I know what she can't hear, I can't always be sure what else she can't hear. I have been to her mind, and want to see and understand the scene in her eyes. Of course, I did this because the Federation wanted to establish direct communication with her through me. This is definitely not dangerous for me, but I still can't understand what she saw. The scene I saw has no connection with reality. I can't use pure logic to match it with the real situation. People who see those things should not be able to talk to others. People like her should have spent their lives in a mental hospital, and if they are unlucky, they may starve to death on the roadside. But she has a talent that transcends the curse. Ma En asked, is she a reality twister? Shadow smiled. Otherwise, why do you think the Federation found her? Do you think it is easy to take care of such a mental patient? We still don't have any communication system to communicate with her effectively. Only a few people can barely communicate with her in depth, and Shinshao is one of them. Although we usually say that reality benders are crazy, our statement is more like a metaphor. While Alice is really crazy, she is not dangerous most of the time, but it is difficult to communicate with her. Of course, even if she really loses control, it's okay. After all, she is a third-level ability user. Alice can defeat most fourth-level ability users, but she herself can't reach the fourth level, and this means we don't have to worry about her having any problems. Ma En said, it sounds like she doesn't seem to be suitable for such a complicated job. Shadow nodded. If we didn't happen to need a third-level ability user, she should still be in a special sanatorium now, but in this matter we can't tolerate any possibility of failure, and she can guarantee that we will definitely win. Ma En asked, you said she can't reach the fourth level, does that mean she can't be promoted? Shadow looked at her house with a serious expression. Yes, the actual situation is that she trapped herself. Reality twisters can tamper with reality with their own will, and some mental patients have crazy thoughts. These 2 points form a bad positive cycle in her. As she becomes crazy, the surrounding reality is gradually approaching her delusion. In fact, this is a good thing for us. If she can reach the fourth level, we may have secretly executed her. It is because she is now trapped by her own abilities and mental illness that we have time to find a way to cure her. Ma En asked, didn't you say that she would not cause any harm normally? Shadow said in a cold tone, we are the Federation, not the Salvation Alliance. Although you have performed very well among your companions, I still want to remind you not to bring the problems you developed in Shinshao to us. I suggest that you should not have too many emotions when working here. And she is not as safe as I just said. To be precise, Alice will not hurt others, but she has a friend named Lilith. She will only appear when she feels Alice is in danger, but she will do something cruel when she appears. I just said that it is not a dual personality, or that may have been the case, but she is a reality twister, so now it is no longer a simple mental problem. Only the Federation can deal with her problem. Anyway, she is still alive now, isn't that good? Mon asked, can you control her? Shadows said, of course, not every reality twister is Shishao. There are strong and weak among them. We have killed many reality twisters that threaten the Federation, and don't you see that we have defeated Shishao? Alice can even be said to be the most pitiful one among them. Her ability has entangled herself like a spider web. She is slowly killing herself with her reality twisting ability. If it weren't for our help, she would have been killed by her own ability now. Mon said, so the genius you value most is a poor girl trapped by her own ability. Shadow said, yes, but we are trying to cure her. Strictly speaking, she has a better chance of becoming one of us than you, and when she reaches the 5th level, she will be superior to ordinary high-level ability users like you and me. This is a common opportunity for the Federation and her. There is no harm in trying anyway, right? Chapter 312. In a secret room in the Western Federation. Do you have anything to say? Raphael tilted his head slightly, looking at the old man sitting opposite him with cold eyes. The 70-year-old president of the tribunal drank a sip of tea in the face of the Pope's anger, and then showed an innocent expression. They didn't let me tell you. Raphael squinted his eyes, and said, so you kept it a secret from me, and let Ivani participate in this kind of thing. Don't you see how insidious and cunning the Federation is? If they can't beat her on the front battlefield, I'm afraid they will directly use all kinds of tricks to plot against her. The president said in a comforting tone, they won't do that. Now Shishao has been trapped. They won't risk offending you to kill Ivani. Even if she loses, it's not a bad thing. The worst result is that she will learn some experience, and there will be nothing you worry about. Raphael said with a cold expression, you think too highly of the Federation. They may not have such a good brain. They see more. Those who are far away naturally know what to do to make things better for both of us, but the Federation is not the embodiment of the will of those people, but a huge and bloated machine. If you see through their operating logic like me, you won't say such stupid things. The president of the tribunal did not respond to his evaluation, so you are the Pope. I can't do what you can do, but this does not affect my opinion. You are just too worried about her, and you are blinded by your own feelings. My judgment on this matter is more accurate. Raphael retorted with a dignified look, really? Do you think you know what I think? She is the most talented young person in the church, and she is probably the second only to me in the past 200 years. As long as I want, I can let her be promoted to level 5 within 30 years, so that we will have a total of 3 level 5 ability users. And to be honest, if she could be promoted to level 5, she would definitely be stronger than you, but you pushed her into the fire pit. The president said calmly, you are telling the truth, but what I said is also true. Raphael sneered, are you saying that I am too close to her? Now she can almost be regarded as my person, and I dare say that she will definitely be willing to follow my will when she is promoted. How do you think I did it? Do you think I can remain indifferent to her and then gain her loyalty? And the point is that I don't know about this at all. It's normal for them to hide it from me, but you know how I will react, and you also know that I won't let them do this, but you didn't inform me in advance. Have you forgotten how you became the president of the court? The president looked into his eyes and said, I know what you will do, so I didn't say it. We can't suppress this news, so we can only actively cooperate with Atlantis to complete the cooperation in exchange for the opportunity to summon the flood, but you will definitely not let her go to the war. Raphael's face darkened. So you no longer believe in my decision? The president stood up. I still believe in you, and I think you are much more important than the so-called young genius, so I will make a decision based on my opinion of you. When you helped me solve my competitors, didn't you also think that I could make the right decision? Okay, I'm going back to play the role of a fanatic lunatic. You should help Ivani sit down and prepare. Looking at the president of the trial court slowly dissipating in front of him, he also withdrew his consciousness from this secret room that only the two of them knew about, and opened his eyes again in his office. Fortunately, he is fine. There is no way to change what has happened. It is meaningless to waste time on regrets. Laffin specially wanted to meet with the president of the tribunal, just to make sure that he did not betray him. Under the current situation, this is possible. If there is an opportunity, and the situation is appropriate, the cardinals will definitely find a way to sideline or abolish him. The conflicts between them have been so intense that it is difficult to maintain rationality. Fortunately, he has always made sure that the situation on the surface is not suitable for them to take action. The church under Lapin's leadership always needs him, and they seem to be somewhat at odds with the tribunal. Various measures have ensured that those old immortals cannot take action against themselves. But it is not too vigilant to treat those old lunatics. They have lived too long, and it is inevitable that their brains will not rust. But in fact, even if they really take action, it is just to tear their faces in advance. Lapin has become the Pope who guides the believers of the entire Federation at the age of 17, and he has made countless arrangements over the years. If things go well, he will have 2 capable people, Ivani and the current president, in 30 years. By then, he can start to slowly bring the entire church under his control. Although those angels are more dangerous than the cardinals, they are also more arrogant. As long as he does not openly oppose these birdmen, there will be no trouble. Although the president of the court of inquiry is still on his side this time, it is also a test of him by the cardinals. He still has to think about how to respond to them, but before that, he has to solve the problem in front of him. Raphael stood up, and then withdrew his magic around the church. The sun shone in front of him through the window, and an orange-red body was instantly pulled out of the beam, and then the heat wave that burst out instantly dissipated to the outside world, but was immediately caught steadily by the gentle holy light. "You don't seem to want to see me very much," the figure made of flame said hoarsely. Raphael looked at the temporary body in front of him that could collapse at any time and said, "You bypassed me and negotiated with them. Do you still want me to talk to you properly? If you don't have a way to temporarily leave the Southern Federation, I won't give you a chance to see me." The sun god asked calmly, "I don't understand the problem between you. I just found them because it's convenient. If you want, I can come to you directly next time." Raphael smiled and said, "That sounds nice, but what you did has nothing to do with what I said. Those cardinals only have me and the so-called prophecy in their eyes. They don't seem to notice your existence at all. They don't think how dangerous the conspiracy is that the sun god has to intervene in. Don't you think they underestimate you?" The sun god's tone is still calm. "They saw me a long time ago, so they naturally know me better than you do. Even if the sun shines on the whole world, I can't really leave the Southern Federation now. I am not your problem for the time being. This is also the reason why the gods and the church can coexist. The gods can't really leave the Southern Federation. Even if the strongest gods like the sun and the thunder god can temporarily infiltrate their weak power out of the Southern Federation in some way, they still can't pose any threat. Although the sun incarnation standing in front of him now has certain power, for a 5th level ability user like them, the power he carries is almost meaningless. Raphael can drive him back to the Southern Federation with just a flick of his finger." But he still said with a serious expression, "Now you can stand opposite me. Do you think I won't worry about you, a false god?" The sun god continued, "You should be worried. Sooner or later, we will break free, and I promise that your church that worships mortals will be completely destroyed by me and my compatriots, but that will be a long time after you die. That future is so far away from you that it is almost indistinguishable from non-existence. What you should worry about now is the Federation." Raphael felt that he had something to say. "The Federation is not at odds with us now." The sun god replied, "Not yet, but why do you think they asked us to besiege Shenshao at that time? They wanted to control this reality twister. If we just watch them completely control her, we will all be in danger." Raphael looked at him and asked, "So you are afraid of her?" The sun god said honestly, "Of course, I don't want the Federation to completely control Shenshao. Although Shenshao under the control of the Federation will not be as good as her, you should not forget that the Federation itself is a more powerful force than her. It's just that this behemoth is not good at subtle operations, and Shenshao can completely make up for their shortcomings. Although she can't kill us at that time, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave the Southern Federation for a long time, and you will definitely be targeted by her. Dealing with you and us is in the interests of the Federation and the operating mechanism of Shenshao. The Federation and I both know what the return of your gods means. I have had contact with him." After the sun god said this, Raphael realized that no matter how he thought about it, he could only accept cooperation with him. If his purpose was really to deal with Shenshao, he had no other choice. As the Pope, he also had the responsibility to prevent the Federation from completely controlling Shenshao. "So what are you going to do?" he asked the sun god. The sun god told him, "We have to win the duel with the Federation, and use ancient magic to restrain them to help Atlantis fight against the evil sea tribe. If we can successfully win that battle, I have a way to let them send Shenshao to perform this task." Raphael asked puzzledly, "What do you mean? Aren't you going to stop them from completely controlling Shenshao?" The sun god said, "They will not control Shenshao. Neither she nor I will give the Federation this opportunity. I have observed this organization for tens of thousands of years. I understand the operating logic of this thing better than all the current members of the Federation. In the end, they will reach a balance with Xin Xiao. If we don't exist, then this will indeed help the Federation to speed up the control of her, but the premise is that she can get away. Xin Xiao will drag her suppressed body to stop that thing. She is one of the few who can really suppress the ability of the Sea Tribe. Only unreasonable prophecies can prevent these things from becoming stronger and stronger, but we have a way to ensure that Xin Xiao and the things on the seabed reach a delicate balance. She will become a seal to suppress the Sea Tribe, and stay there forever to ensure that the world will not be destroyed by them. Raphael asked, so how can you be sure that the Federation will do this, and how can you guarantee that Xin Xiao cannot leave there? The Sun God said, we have countless measures. Xin Xiao's power will be enhanced when she organizes the Sea People. That's because she is saving the world. At the same time, the ocean itself will trap her inside and let her and the Sea People form a fragile triangle relationship. She will never be able to leave the ocean again. But the most important reason is simpler. If Xin Xiao doesn't stay there, and the Federation doesn't send her out, you will usher in the end of the world. I'm not talking about thousands of years later. The things buried under the ocean are about to wake up now. And if it rises, the geological structure of the entire world will usher in earth-shaking changes. The land will sink, the ocean will submerge the structures you have built, and human civilization will once again enter the Dark Age. They have no choice. Raphael's expression changed. The end of the world, no wonder she has no other choice. But why do you think I will join hands with you to do such a dangerous thing? The Sun God asked, do you think that if we do nothing, it will not destroy the human world? We are preventing him from waking up. Of course, I admit that we may have to take the risk of stimulating it a few times, but in the end Xin Xiao will stand up to stop it. Raphael asked gloomily, what if Xin Xiao fails to stop him? The Sun God said, I have full confidence in the Federation and her. They have both proved their abilities, but you don't have to worry too much. I just said that the destruction of human civilization may have misunderstood you. The end of the world is only for the vast majority of humans. We are eternal and immortal gods. I have seen you decline and rise countless times. We will not die, but will become guardians to guide you to rebuild a magnificent civilization. This is not a long wait for us gods. And for you, if you look at it from my perspective, you are also a beneficiary. Those cardinals who hid will not die, and heaven will not be submerged by the ocean. When it leaves this planet, you will get the best opportunity to preach, and all living people will know that you are the prophets. The great flood is coming, just as you predicted. Countless converts will be born, and the Federation will be silent for a long time, and Xin Xiao will die completely in her doomsday, and we will divide the remaining world. Isn't this great? Of course, we will have competition at that time, and you will also become an immortal cardinal. We will become mortal enemies in that era, but compared to other organizations, we are already winners, and even to the gods, this is not much worse than now. It's a pity that this future will not come in the end, but Xin Xiao can see it, the Federation will know it, and they will eventually stop it. But we are the winners. Chapter 313. Training Ground of the Federation. Ma and was leaning on the railing on the second floor, looking down at the members of the investigation department doing daily training. After he asked to observe the training of the Federation, Kong Shoshing immediately agreed to his request. In his opinion, it was a good thing to show Ma In the conventional power of the Federation. A person with the ability like Ma In, who has half a foot in the Federation, has a good chance to really join the Federation. Therefore, showing them these uncritical conventional powers can let him vaguely see the strength of the Federation in all aspects. Although he doesn't understand it very well, he can also realize that Ma In should be the kind of person with the ability worth winning over. After all, they all come to him for training. Are you spying on the enemy? A strange female voice came from behind Ma In. When he turned around, a red-haired girl, who looked about 16 or 17 years old, appeared. Her expression was a little pretended to be cold, but her posture was not as relaxed as her expression, and even gave Ma In a weird feeling that she would turn around and run away at any time. My name is Lilith. The girl didn't wait for Ma In to respond. Did Shadow tell you about me? Then Ma In immediately reacted and asked, so you know about the conflict between us and the Federation? Lilith smiled. You said it as if I was Alice's second personality. The experts in the Federation also have such a misunderstanding about us, but it's normal for you to think so. You can't meet a creature similar to me. I'm not her second personality. Strictly speaking, I'm a friend, she imagined. A little bit of imagination, a little bit of madness, and a proper distortion of reality, and I appeared in this world. I have been independent since I was born. So you're right, I know your story very well. Xin Xiao wanted to save the world, and then met the great devil of the Federation. Balabala, in the end, the hero of justice did not win, but was imprisoned by the evil devil. We can all imagine what will happen next. But I don't care about your story at all. Xin Xiao and the Federation are no different to me. Both the Federation and she have tried to cure Alice, but they can't succeed. They all misunderstood Alice. She didn't even think about getting what you call a cure. This is her own choice. They don't understand anything at all. Ma En replied, although I can't be sure of the specific situation, your words are more convincing to me than the Federation. After all, you are her friend. Lilith smiled when she heard this. That's right, but the Federation can't cure Alice, and Xin Xiao won't do that, so it doesn't matter what they think. After all, they won't affect the lives of Alice and me. So have you thought about why I showed up? Ma En said with a puzzled look on his face. Why? Lilith smiled and said, don't worry, the Federation can't eavesdrop on our conversation. Alice and I don't have the ability to stop them, but they really don't know that I'm talking to you now. I tell you straight, I'm Alice's friend and her guardian, and I'm also her tool to convey her will. I'm better at communicating with you than she is. So I came to you to convey her thoughts that she couldn't say, if you don't mind. Please don't contact her again. Mon asked, am I a danger to her? Lilith said, I have met 13 guys wearing coats in total, and none of them are good people. Not only do they all have bad intentions towards Alice, but they may also cause her very bad harm. Normally, I won't talk nonsense with people like you wearing coats, but you are wearing a hat. Mon asked, so you took the initiative to talk to me? Lilith nodded, and now I feel that you are the kind of person who can communicate with us, so I came to see you and warn you not to have any bad ideas about Alice, and don't think about helping or healing her. She doesn't need other friends besides me, and you can't understand her. Whether you believe it or not, unless you have the superb skills of Xiao, Alice will only bring misfortune to both you and her. Ma En nodded. Thank you for your advice, I will be careful to stay away from her. He was not completely unable to understand her existence as Lilith said. After all, Surly was a creature similar to her, and judging from his understanding of Surly, what Lilith said to him was probably all true. Lilith heard Ma En's sincere answer and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that I found you correctly. Ma En immediately took the opportunity to ask, aren't you worried about Alice? Can she handle the next battle? Lilith looked at him and said, do you think she might be in danger? No, you are wrong. Although Alice only has the ability of the 3rd level, it does not mean that she needs to worry about the danger of the same level. Even if the Federation wants to do anything to her, they have to weigh it. They can't afford the price. Of course, and her current ability alone is enough to defeat any person of the same level. Let me tell you this, her strength should not be what they call level 3. She can be rated as level 3 because she is a reality twister, and reality is unreasonable to her. Martin then asked, do you think the Federation can eventually beat Atlantis? Lilith suddenly reacted a little. Do you think I am a universal answer machine? I don't know everything. How can I predict the outcome of the Federation and Atlantis? Martin said, I am just a little nervous about this battle, and after all, according to the Federation, this is related to the lives of countless people. Lilith said, you sound like someone wearing a hat would say this. I can only assure you that Alice will definitely win the battle. The Federation actually took advantage of the loopholes caused by the reality twister. If the opponent can only use level 3 abilities, there is no possibility of turning defeat into victory. Before Xiao came, Li Hu was also a capable fighter of the Federation. He was also considered a strongman in the same level, and the Federation would definitely be able to provide strong enough equipment and props to help him win this game. The only thing left is you. I don't know if you can win, but the Federation must have a reason to find you. In fact, for this 4th level battle, the Federation's main bargaining chip is not the participants, but the various abnormal equipment found over the years. Even if the one who participated in the battle was Du Jin, who lost to you, he would become very strong under the accumulation of their resources. Even if the enemy you face is also the top ability user in the same level, he will be defeated in front of the amazing resources of the Federation. Few organizations can afford to fight with the Federation. Ma En wanted to ask Lilith something else, but the girl's expression suddenly changed. Then she looked nervous like a bad student who heard the teacher's footsteps, looked behind and around, and then quickly took a half step back. Remember what I said? After saying this, she disappeared directly on the spot. After watching her disappear, Ma En leaned on the railing to observe the training scene below. After he watched idly for about a minute, the door behind him was pushed open. Shadow and Kong Shoshing, who was in charge of the operation, came in. Their expressions were more serious than when Ma En saw them a few days ago. The moment Kong Shoshing saw Ma En, he spoke directly. We have made the latest progress. We at Atlantis have confirmed the personnel participating in the battle, but the situation is a little beyond our original expectations. The 5th level and 3rd level ability users they sent are all southern gods, and Li, whose opponent, is the sun god. The battle that was originally a sure thing is now a little hard to say. We think Li, who has only a 30% chance of winning, and Alice's winning rate has also dropped to 70%. Her opponent used to be a 5th level god, and Li, whose opponent, the sun god, is even more difficult. And your opponent is not an Atlantean, but the genius Ivani from the church. The point is that they have resources that are not much worse than ours, and it is difficult for us to suppress them simply by piling up external objects. Shadow continued, they have united to deal with us, but in fact, this is not entirely a bad thing for the Federation. These foreign forces have been eyeing us for a long time. They will take action sooner or later anyway. At least now, they are wrestling on the stage we have built. Ma En asked curiously, what do you think my winning rate is? Shadow paused, then said honestly, the data they gave is 50%, but I think it may be slightly higher than this. In fact, this number is not low. Ivani has dual resources of the church and heaven. She is a blessed person, and can directly summon the power of angels. And the angels she is paired with are also top level in the 4th level. Although the angels who give her power have no possibility of being promoted to the 5th level due to race reasons, they are also strong enough because of their special race. And she usually carries more than a dozen church holy artifacts when she goes out, which are relatively strong equipment in the 4th level, and she will definitely bring more things in this battle. Your opponent is far more difficult than we expected. Kong Shouxing added, although we have more and stronger abnormal equipment than the church, the problem is that the church's holy artifacts are particularly suitable for their members, while our various equipment are suitable for different users. Without accumulation and preparation, it is difficult for us to find a lot of suitable equipment for you. The main purpose of his saying this was to show that the foundation of the Federation was stronger than that of the church. Mon said, is she really that strong? Shadow said, the dude Jin you killed was a disciple of Taoist Xiaoyao. He was able to get to where he is today because he had a 5th level master, but Xiaoyao had more than a dozen disciples besides him, and their identities were only master and apprentice after all. Xiaoyao could not be completely sincere to him. But Ivani is like you, a person with abilities who can get to this point by herself, and she also has a 5th level teacher, that is Pope Raphael, who was promoted to the 5th level at the age of 16, and is also known as the second human genius of this era, second only to Xiao Walker. And their relationship is different from that of Xiaoyao and Du Jin. Although there is no direct evidence, and they have not publicly stated it, the saying that they are actually secret lovers has always been circulated in the abnormal world. Although this is outrageous, I have seen them with my own eyes, and I think it is very likely to be true. They are both outstanding in appearance and of similar age. It seems that they have known each other since they were very young, but later they joined different factions. The resources he has tilted towards Ivani over the years have also verified this rumor. Even if not, she is a young church genius who is highly valued by the Pope, which means... Ma continued, my opponent is the lover of a 5th level ability user? Kong Shouxing nodded. So although I am a little embarrassed, I still have to make a small request to you on behalf of the Federation. We hope that you can defeat her without killing her. It doesn't matter to us if other ability users die in this kind of fight, even if the opponent is a 5th level ability user from Atlantis. If those gods have a way to kill, we will not miss any opportunity. But her situation is different. The identity of the Pope's lover is too sensitive. The Pope is the one who is easier to talk to and communicate with in the entire church. It would be bad if we pushed him to the opposite side of us. Ma En nodded, it's okay. I'm quite good at not killing people. Shadow suddenly interrupted, don't be so confident, and don't regard her as a gentle and good person because of her secret love affair with the Pope. She may not have the mentality of learning from you. These believers are all mentally ill. They can do anything for their beliefs. They must have mixed up in this matter for this reason. And the reason why the Federation doesn't want you to kill is more complicated than he said. I suspect that some politicians are also secretly believing in the Holy Church, but these are not important to you. The reason why you can't kill her is simpler. Raphael is the kind of guy who will take revenge regardless of political interests. Ma En continued, if I can't defeat her without killing her, I will naturally admit defeat before she kills me. You don't have to worry about this. Although he signed an agreement with the Federation, the conditions were relatively loose. After all, the Federation needed him now, and because of his status as a 4th level ability user, he also had irreplaceable value. The more important role of this agreement was to let him determine his position. Because it seemed that losing to Atlantis would be a better choice, But the agreement prevented him from deliberately letting her win, but this actually conformed to Xinjiao's prophecy. What she had to do was not to stop the Sea tribe, but to thwart the plan of the two gods. And the Sun God now obviously wanted Atlantis to win. Shadow nodded. We won't force you to do anything. Even if you lose this time, we still have opportunities to cooperate in the future. But now that the opponent has been determined, we should start preparing. Chapter 3:14. Federal Advanced Storage. Shadow stood in front of Kong Shouxing and Ma Yin, looking at the rows of abnormal items in various glass cabinets in front of him and said, combining your requirements with the information we collected, and after several days of analysis by professional departments, we have specially prepared 147 abnormal items suitable for use in this battle for you to use in the battle. I and other 5th level ability users have also found a few that we think are most useful. I will introduce them to you in detail later, but in the end, it is up to you to choose what to bring to the battle. After all, you are the only one who knows yourself best. But in fact, you don't have to worry too much about what to choose. After all, according to the dual contract, there is no restriction on the number of equipment used, only the abnormal level of the items carried. If you want, you can directly carry these 147 props to participate in the battle. Of course, no one can use so many abnormal items at the same time, and these things are not useful just because they are more. If the church wants to, it can easily take out dozens of holy artifacts and give them to Ivani, but that will only hinder her performance. In fact, normally, the item selected by a 5th level ability user like him must be the most suitable, and they don't make decisions alone. The main reason why they can't be completely sure of what to choose is because they don't really know Main completely. Among the top 4th level ability users, Main can be said to be one of the more mysterious ones. When he came into contact with the Federation, he never fully revealed his abilities. He would only reveal his abilities when facing challenges that required him to demonstrate his abilities. This is also the reason why some federal politicians doubted him at first, but Shadow thought that this was actually a misunderstanding. After a few brief contacts, he felt that Ma Yin was probably cautious and did not expose his abilities at will. Kong Shouxing said proudly, although our inventory is not as suitable for their believers as the Holy Church, we have enough, so if you can find suitable equipment, I think the final effect will definitely not be worse than Ivani using the holy weapon. Here is the list. He handed a tablet device in his hand to Ma Yin, which showed a brief introduction to all the abnormal objects. Ma Yin began to browse the list. There are quite a lot of things. It's a pity that the 5th level abnormal items cannot be used in this duel, otherwise he could take the opportunity to run away after borrowing the props. While he was reading the list, Shadow was also leading them forward. After I briefly introduce it, you can directly ask Lao Kong for these props, or you can change different equipment at any time and take it to the training ground to try and run in, and then decide what you want to use in the end. As an Inquisitor, Ivani is very good at close combat. They have been receiving close combat training all year round. Their physical fitness has reached the top level among the 4th level under the influence of the power of heaven, and she also possesses the best matching armor and weapons. Not only that, she also has the same level of divine arts. Ivani's teacher Rafivan is the most powerful divine arts master of the contemporary era, and the few holy artifacts she usually carries can also enhance the use of divine arts in all aspects, power, casting speed, and duration. With the assistance of these things, the divine arts she uses are also the strongest among the same level. And as a believer, she has special mental immunity. The belief in gods can help them resist mental invasion, and her will is also strong among the judges, but with your level of mental ability, you should still be able to suppress her in this regard. It's a pity that she also knows that this is her weakness. She originally knew the props that Days used to strengthen mental resistance, and now that they know that the opponent is you, they will definitely continue to work hard in this regard. If you want to beat her on the mental level, you can't just rely on your own mental ability. And relying on various other props, she can be said to have no shortcomings in all aspects: speed, defense, damage ability, long-range attack, and defense against mental abilities. But if it's just these, it's hard to say who is stronger between her and you who once killed Hong Yuan. Her strongest points are still the faith and heaven behind her. As a blessed person, she can summon the power of heaven, and the angels who respond to her call and give her protection are also the strongest 4th level ability users. As far as I know, she has been a blessed protection angel for several generations. After Ivani was leaned over, she would be enhanced in all aspects. Her body, which was close to the peak, would directly reach the theoretical limit of the same level, and she would grow wings that could give her extremely high mobility. Divine arts would become as simple as breathing for her. The sacred power of heaven would surround her, heal her pain, and burn her enemies. You will face two extreme ability users of the same level, and they will be controlled and driven by the same will at the degree of 1 + 1 = 2. It is in this way that Ivani can become the strongest person, who is superior to all ability users of the same level. Ivani is confident that she can win because you are actually facing two top-level ability users with similar strength to you. They actually cheated in a way that complies with the constraints. This is also an important technology for the Church to always maintain victory. Their important spokespersons in the mortal world can use the power of angels. Even if the current Pope and the Court of Justice are not strong, they can rely on the power of angels to reach a fairly good level, and will not fall into a weak force because there is no suitable candidate. Ma'an has also seen the judge, who summoned angels to lean over. In fact, the strongest situation of this leaning over ability is to use it on the two top-level ability users of the same level. It is almost impossible for the strongest ability users, who have no way forward to improve again, but the Church has found a way, that is, to let the two extreme powers be concentrated on one manipulator. This technology is very similar to the composite top-level ability employee he planned, but he can achieve this more flexibly with the Abnormal Control Bureau, and he does not need the cooperation of the other party. Ma'an asked, "It sounds like she is difficult to deal with." Kong Shoshin said, "That's why we need what we prepared for you." The shadow led them to a glass cabinet, which contained a roll of ancient parchment. If there is anything that is most suitable for dealing with the Church, it is naturally the power of hell that was created to destroy them. The Federation once obtained this unfinished contract hundreds of years ago. The original owner of the contract made a bet with the devil and eventually won through his own strategy, but after winning the contract, he did not immediately cash in his reward, but kept it by relying on the additional terms before signing. Guess what he won? Marn guessed, the power of hell? Shadow smiled and said, "No, he defeated the devil, and this devil named Skinner was once a very powerful demon. He was a professional angel hunter before he betrayed his oath, and now he is a slave of our Federation. We will temporarily transfer him to your name." Interesting, you can't bring other people into this battle, but in the era when we signed the agreement with Atlantis, slaves were not considered people. They belonged to your property like other props. But according to the law at that time, you could only bring one slave to a duel, otherwise we should have found two slaves for you. But it doesn't matter, they are not as useful as this Skinner. After all, not everyone has rich experience and ability to fight angels. Although this devil is considered the best in the same level, it is different from you talented guys. You are all at the top of the same level. If you want to move forward, you can only be promoted to level 5. This is something you must bring with you. Just take it. The shadow reached into the glass cabinet, took out the scroll inside, and handed it to Maine. Maine put it in his arms. Abnormal entity. Skinner slave contract. Hell devil. Abnormal strength. 4.4. Danger level. 4.4. Description. A devil enslaved by the famous scholar Zack, good at fighting magic and bluffing. He has many years of experience fighting angels during the demon period, and likes to collect complete sets of skins of angels and good people. How did you get this? Maine asked curiously. Did you kill the person who signed the contract? Kong Shoshin quickly stood up to defend himself. What do you think of our Federation? We are not robbers. The original owner of this thing sold it at a low price immediately after getting it, and then it naturally came into our hands. Shadow continued to move forward. He is right. The creator of this contract may still be alive now. We did not kill him. We just killed his last holder, but you just need to take it. Although the improvement of this contract is not very obvious, you can take it without thinking about anything. Many top abnormal equipment often have requirements for users. For example, the Church's holy artifacts can only be used well by their own members. In fact, we also have a few holy artifacts, but the concept of using them is not the same as that of Ivani, and it is not suitable to be taken out during the battle. What suits you is something that is specifically used to deal with holy artifacts. For example, this one. The second thing that appeared in front of him was a broken sword stained with fresh blood. The length of the sword body was less than 20 centimeters, and it looked like a dagger. Ma'an asked, "What is this?" Shadow introduced, "If you know something about the Church's scriptures, you should have heard about the 3 assassinations of the Destined Returner. This broken sword is the long sword used by the second assassin, but now it is not in the state of just assassinating the Destined Returner. When it was just stained with the blood of the Destined Returner, it was regarded as evidence and sealed. After his death, it was taken out and worshipped as a holy object stained with divine power. Not long after the Destined Returner died, it possessed the powerful power of the 5th level. But not long after that, a demon desecrated this weapon and turned it into a forbidden evil sword. Then heaven and hell kept fighting for this weapon, until it broke into several pieces for various reasons 700 years ago. We got this fragment. Now it has no divine power, but if you take it as an ornament to the battlefield of that duel, it can still suppress the power of the holy weapon carried by Ivani to a certain extent. That is to say, as long as you carry it, Ivani will be weakened, so this is also an abnormal item you must bring. The church is actually not aware that this fragment has fallen into our hands, and as long as you bring it close to Ivani, the possessed angel will definitely notice its existence. After you finish the battle, the church will definitely find a way to get this fragment back, and we will definitely return it at that time. The only difference is how much benefit we can get in exchange, but the purpose of storing this thing is to exchange benefits with them. It's not a loss to use it here now, Shadow said as he reached out to the glass cabinet, but this time he didn't reach in directly. Instead, he pressed a few buttons first, then waited quietly for about 5 seconds before taking out the broken sword from under the slowly rising glass cabinet. Keep it safe. The value of this thing is not comparable to other 4th level abnormal items. Mon took it and put it in his arms again. Abnormal entity, bloody broken sword fragment. Abnormal strength, 4.5. Danger level, 4.5. Description: the blasphemous broken sword that assassinated the destined returner has the hardness of the same level, but is no longer sharp, and the power in it cannot be circulated in a shaped way. The mere existence can suppress the abnormal item that is destined to have the power of the destined returner. Kong Shouxing looked at his casual movements with a painful expression, obviously worried that he would accidentally leave some scratches on the holy sword, but he still tried his best to restrain the urge to remind him. The shadow then took Ma-In forward a few steps. These 2 items are the type that can be used as soon as they are brought, and they are all the ones we picked out of this type. There must be similar props among the remaining more than 100, but we all think that those are of little use. After all, your opponent is not a simple character. Next, I will show you 3 sets of armor from different eras. These were decided by me and other 5th level ability users after several debates. They can only be worn after trade-offs. After all, you can't wear 3 sets of armor on the battlefield. They are not compatible with other armors. Ma-In asked curiously, what kind of armor are those 3 sets? Shadow said, I value a set of mechanical armor that can remind the mind ability. There is also an old guy who recommended you a set of magic armor from the Gurama Empire, and Lee who chose a set of semi-biological armor forged by the Hell Demon for you. They are all very strong, so I also want to know which one you will choose. Chapter 315. The 3 armors were displayed in the glass cabinet. Shadow first showed Ma-In the hell armor that Li Hu had chosen. The overall color of this armor was dark, and the structure of the limb seemed to imitate the claws and hooves of the devil, which made the armor look a bit like a creature of hell, but the breastplate was a bright silver-white color that was completely opposite to the main tone. The silver-white area on the back also gave rise to 2 pairs of beautiful and sharp white wings, and the same as the other parts of this armor, the material of these 2 pairs of wings was between flesh and metal. Although a single feather would seem very hard, the overall structure faintly exuded a soft touch that did not belong to the metal itself, as if it was alive. The front of the breastplate also had intricate and delicate patterns, carving out a total of 4 beautiful and handsome angel faces. Although each face looked perfect individually, the only drawback was that they looked a bit crowded when they appeared on the chest armor at the same time, as if the creator who carved these patterns forgot to consider the overall coordination of the picture. Moreover, although they looked very good, when Marin looked at them, he could vaguely sense that something was wrong with their expressions. This sense of disharmony also existed in this armor. The silver white and dark structures also looked like 2 parts that were forcibly put together, rather than a harmonious creation by the same caster. I think you may also see it, Shadow said, looking at the armor. The raw materials of this armor include the best hell metal, as well as 4 angels and 4 devils, and they are all powerful lives second only to the 5th level. In fact, the materials used to cast armor are still alive. The demons that are cast into limbs may be better. Their life forms have completely changed. Although their souls are still attached to the parts made of their own flesh and blood, they can no longer think in the way we understand, nor can they be sad about their situation. But the 4 angels are not so lucky. The 4 demons are just shackles. The main purpose of their existence is to torture and enslave the 4 angels, because they are the culprits who killed the big demon. The 4 faces you see still retain the most basic sensory functions, and under the influence of the big demon spell, they will remain awake forever, not sleepy, not tired, not even crazy, and can't rely on madness and delusion to escape this terrible punishment. They will be awake forever and control the 4 silver white wings respectively, perfectly and accurately execute the user's orders, and can also help you fight when you are not paying attention. They can't violate the curse of the big demon, and can only become accomplices to kill their own kind. This is the most important revenge of the great demon, who calls himself a craftsman. After saying this, Shadow was also observing Ma's expression, wondering if he would have any emotions such as indignation, sympathy, joy, appreciation, understanding, etc., whether positive or negative. It would help him understand this follower of Shen Shao. But Ma's expression did not change at all after he spoke, as if the armor in front of him, that was slowly breathing, was no different from other normal armor in his eyes. After realizing Shadow paused, Ma-En immediately asked, "So what is its effect? I thought you young people would be interested in its story." Shadow said with a sigh, "We actually still believe in Li Hu's vision. The hell armor he chose can actually be said to be the most suitable for fighting. Although this was cast by the craftsman for revenge, when he used his best way to take revenge, he did not pay the price of practicality because he wanted to torture these angels. This armor bathed in the fire of hatred became one of his most exquisite creations. Their flesh and blood are fused with the best metals, and the characteristics of the two are combined at the same time under the hands of the best caster. Even if the hell magic above is not considered, it is already the best armor of the same level. Moreover, after being enchanted by the craftsman demon, this armor can also resist various attacks including magic, divine arts, and mind, without any flaws. The most amazing thing is that it can adjust its own defense resources. These metals can flow because they are fused with flesh and blood, and the magic power on them can be used in the most efficient way under the drive of the soul, which allows it to withstand small area attacks beyond its limit. This armor can cover all areas in terms of defense, but since they are living creatures, they can't be used only for defense like other armors. After all, this is the top creation of the great demon craftsman. This flesh and blood armor can also assist you in fighting. The most basic thing is the claws and auxiliary magic on it, but you should have noticed the 4 sharp wings. Each wing is made up of the best part of a 4-winged angel, and the metal material used here is also the most precious of the entire armor. The craftsmanship contained in it is even more vividly showing the skills of the craftsman great demon. It is torture to imprison the souls of these angels, but these independent souls are also a necessary prerequisite for perfectly controlling these 4 complex and flexible wings. So I said that the craftsman completed both revenge and casting at the same time. Each of these wings is at the level of a 4th level top weapon. When they are used at the same time, they can achieve unparalleled balance and cooperation effects, easily killing weaker ability users of the same level, and they can also fight independently of you. You can just give them simple orders, and the 4 angels will execute the details on your behalf. This is the most perfect killing weapon, not to mention that as a hell weapon, it is definitely suitable for dealing with members of the church. Ma-En looked at this exquisite armor and sighed. Hearing you say that, I feel there is no need to look at the next 2. Shadow smiled and said, I don't think my choice will be worse than this, but I have to admit that it is excellent. In fact, I might have chosen this hell armor to recommend it, but unfortunately I think it has a small disadvantage. We have different opinions on whether this is a shortcoming than Li Hu. He is a very pragmatic person. If this armor is only evaluated by whether it is suitable for this battle, it can only be described as perfect, but don't you think? Is it a bit too provocative to wear it to fight? Ma-En said, Are you worried that the church will have some bad reactions when seeing me wearing it? Shadow nodded. I said that this time someone in the Federation wants to win you over. They certainly don't want to see you suffer too much. At that time, even Pope Lafitte may be there to watch the battle in person. Wearing it may be a bit disadvantageous to you. Of course, if this armor is obviously stronger than the others, I would still recommend it to you, but we didn't choose it because the other 2 armors are not necessarily worse than it. Maybe it is slightly stronger in combination, but the real battle is not about size. As he said this, he took Ma-En to the Gurama magic armor chosen by Xiao Guanwu. The second armor was lavender all over, emitting a faint light. Moreover, it was not like the first living armor that could tightly wrap the user. It only had a few light and independent parts, and it was suspended by weak gravity and repulsion. Shadow looked at the light magic armor bathed in purple light and said, This is the magic armor of the Gurama Empire excavated by archaeological adventurers. I don't know how much you know about this ancient human empire. You are definitely not clear about the specific time period of this empire, but this is normal because even we don't know. The Gurama Empire existed before our known history. The most important knowledge about it comes from the ancient relics we excavated from time to time. Moreover, it was only after the identification of professional scholars and the establishment of the entire system that we slowly realized that these things and records all came from an extremely powerful human empire. For a long time, we didn't realize the existence of this era at all, as if it had been completely wiped out by time, but when we put those relics from the same era together, we realized the horror of the Gurama Empire. Because we found that the relics of the Gurama Empire not only have mysterious and powerful weapons, but also ordinary abnormal items of the first order. These things that are not worth preserving at all have appeared in front of us across a long time that is enough to erase text and history. And this also means that the Gurama civilization was probably not forgotten because of time, but was destroyed by something else, and the traces of its existence were wiped out. The remaining relics are completely inconsistent with the normal destruction of civilization. Ma-En asked curiously. The gods should have experienced that era, right? Shadow nodded. After we confirmed the prosperity of the Gurama Empire, we also tried to understand that era through the gods and other ancient creatures, but we did not get any useful information, only some words that had no practical significance. It was mentioned that the empire had built a building called the Pantheon, and reached an agreement with many powerful creatures, including the southern gods in the Pantheon, to allow all citizens of the empire to worship gods freely. And the southern gods seem to regard that as a period of shame, but this is also based on their standards. I am afraid that these southern gods will feel humiliated if they don't trample on us humans. Ma-En asked, so what is it for? To be honest, I can't really answer this question. Shadow replied, perhaps only people in the Rama Empire can clearly explain what it can do. We haven't figured out most of the functions of this armor yet, but the main functions we have learned are already very good. The strongest feature of this armor is actually its low requirements for the user. Anyone who wears it will be given the top combat ability of the 4th level, and also includes basic additional functions such as flight and protective magic, and of course, it also has its own defensive capabilities. This feature is actually quite valuable, but it is not suitable for the current situation. If it is just like this magic armor is still much worse than the hell armor, and ordinary people wearing it cannot compete with people with abilities like you. It can appear here because it has the ability to adapt to the user, and can make up for the user's shortcomings. When worn on ordinary people, it can make them become top melee people who are not as good as you, but when worn on you, it can push you one step forward. In addition, it has many functions that we haven't figured out. Xiao Guanwu may have chosen it to let you take the opportunity to explore the potential contained in it. If you are lucky enough to find some special functions, you may be able to win this battle. It is generally mediocre, but there is still potential for exploration. I think Xiao Guanwu would suggest that you try this armor for a reason. Maybe you can really find something. And if you really dig up some useful information, the Federation will also give you corresponding rewards. This is the truth, because for the Federation, the secret value of Gurama cannot be measured by simple interests. Ma-En then asked, what about the one you picked? Obviously Shadow deliberately put his pick last, and his purpose is self-evident. Shadow raised his hand and pointed to the glass cabinet in the distance. I think you will definitely like the one I chose. A mechanical armor slightly wider than a normal adult male stood in the glass cabinet. This mechanical armor can cover the user's entire body. Although its appearance has the technological mechanical sense of a future product, the overall shape of the mechanical armor looks a bit like ancient steel plate armor, but with a modern streamlined design. Shadow said behind him, we are not very clear about the origin of this mechanical armor, and we are even a little confused about where it came from. Its overall defense and combat assistance functions are slightly weaker than the previous 2 armors. Of course, as long as it is simply adapted, it can also play to the level of the 4th level top armor, but it is not like the magic armor that can push you to the limit in this regard, and it is definitely not as good as the hell armor that is already at the limit level, but that is not its strong point. I know your telepathy is already at the top level of the same level, but it is still slightly weaker than those talented people who are good at this aspect, and it is difficult to break through Ivani's mental defense measures in battle. And the function of this armor can completely make up for this problem, because it can directly enhance the user's mental ability to the theoretical limit of the same level, and it can push a 4th level and 3 third level to the limit of their corresponding levels. And this armor also has many other very practical small functions, such as filtering poison gas and defending against energy attacks, but these functions cannot greatly affect your battle with her. How about it? Which one do you like? Chapter 316. I think all 3 of them are pretty good. Ma-En said, let's find a training ground to try out the rest after we finish looking at them. Shadow nodded. We didn't pick out that many things. The 2 pieces just now can be considered accessories, and these 3 armors are the main equipment to strengthen your overall combat power and provide defense capabilities. The only thing that can be comparable to them is naturally your main weapon. And considering that you may choose different armors, we have prepared 2 weapons for you. You can take them, and then you can pick a few from other abnormal entities to take with you. Your preliminary preparations are almost done. After all, you are not a person with abilities trained by our Federation, and we can't find equipment that is particularly suitable for you in a short time. There are only these few pieces of equipment that must be brought. Only you know whether the other more than 100 pieces are suitable. However, this is also related to Ma'an's sensitive identity. If it weren't for the fact that he had followed Shen Xiao and signed a ceasefire agreement with the Federation could actually sign a confidentiality agreement with him and bring out those secret weapons that cannot be known to the world. But even that might not necessarily improve much, and Shadow didn't think Mane would want to sign that demanding confidentiality agreement. He took Mane a few steps forward and came to a blue gem suspended in a glass cabinet. This is the Siren's Tears, Shadow introduced, a corrosive mental poison that can be used to disintegrate mental resistance. I specially selected it to fight against the mental defense, holy weapon carried by Ivani. If you choose the last mental reinforcement armor, you can rely on it to slowly destroy Ivani's mental defense ability, and then go deep into her mind to subdue her. The moment Marn cast his eyes on the sapphire, it suddenly began to melt slowly, and then in a few seconds it turned into a flowing blue, slightly luminous liquid, and began to move around in the glass cabinet, as if trying to break free. It looks like it likes you. Shadow said, it's not easy to make the siren cry. The story behind this gem is very sad, but it's not as big as the armor you just saw, and there's nothing special that you need to pay attention to. I have reset it to a state without an owner, you just need to contact it with your mind. Ma'an lightly touched the siren's tear with his mind, and could feel a slight chill. Then Shadow raised his hand, and opened the glass cabinet. The blue liquid immediately flowed along Ma'an's mind, and instantly penetrated into his skin. He could clearly feel the tear flowing under his skin, but this touch had a kind of ethereal feeling, which made him vaguely feel that the tear had no physical entity, and existed only in a pure spiritual state. Shadow then introduced. As long as you touch Ivani with it during the battle, you can accurately disintegrate all the mental defenses and resistances brought to her by external objects without her being able to detect it, but there is no way to directly cause any harm to her mind. But as long as all the defenses are disintegrated, you can also directly attack her mind. However, even if she does not have the protection of the holy artifact, her mind as a divine art learner and judge is also very strong. It can be said that she can reach the strongest level that non-telepaths can reach, and she also has the protection of angels, so if you don't use the mind-enhanced armor, you may not be able to win by relying on mental abilities. And the Siren's Tears are good at concealment. It takes some time for them to take effect, but I think it is more than enough for you to hold on until the eyes break down the defense ability. This is why I chose them. After all, it is more reasonable to attack the opponent's weaknesses. Abnormal Entity. Siren's Tears, Dried, Abnormal Strength, 4.4. Danger Level, 4.4. Description. Each tear means the death of a siren. It will only condense under the most sincere emotions and the strongest impulses. It once contained the power to heal almost any injury. After drying, it will become a mental poison with specific effects. Ma'an then asked, what is the second weapon? When Shadow heard this, he showed some hesitation on his face, and seemed to be reluctant to take Ma'an to see the weapon. The last weapon was chosen by Li Hu and Zhao Guanwu. They think this thing is very suitable for this battle, but I actually have some other worries, but since they both chose it, I can only take you to see it. The last weapon was not far from them, it was a horizontal spear. This holy spear was specially made to deal with clergy and angels. It can continuously dissolve the approaching divine power from heaven, and can even directly annihilate the divine arts of level 3 and below, and can also effectively counter the divine arts of level 4. At the same time, it can erode the defense of the power of heaven, tear apart the divine arts of protection maintained by the power of heaven, and directly burn the strong bodies of angels and judges. It has no other characteristics, but it is the sharpest and hardest 4th level weapon. As long as it is in the hands of an outstanding spear user, this weapon will directly turn into an angel's nightmare. When such a person uses this spear to deal with enemies from non-heavenly camps, he can also exert the power of the 4th level limit. In fact, it is forged for such people. When dealing with heavenly creatures, it can exert twice the power of normal conditions. But as far as I know, you don't seem to be good at using weapons, at least not to the extent of being magical, so I'm afraid its sharpness and hardness are not so important to you, but its restraint on angels is already strong enough. To be honest, it is a bit too strong in this battle. Ma'an nodded slightly. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful weapon specially made to deal with angels and the church. It's a pity that I don't have the talent you said, otherwise maybe this thing alone can completely determine the victory. Mayan also noticed that although this weapon, like the Hell armor, was specifically designed to restrain angels, it did not have any traces of demonic creations. Not only was there nothing disgusting or offensive about it, it even gave him a feeling of being more sacred than the so-called creations of heaven. Shadow said, "Okay, let's take them to the training ground and try them out." Mayan looked up in surprise, looked at him curiously and asked, "Aren't you going to tell me about its story?" Shadow paused, then said, "I thought you were the kind of young man who only cared about practical uses?" Mayan asked calmly, "I'm only particularly interested in the story behind it." He really wanted to know the origin of this spear. Seeing that he was still insisting, Shadow sighed helplessly. "Okay, then I tell you about its origins. Unlike most of the items you've seen, this spear was actually forged a few years ago, and it can actually be said to be our item. Let's put it this way, a few years ago, we once considered completely destroying the church, and had a plan against them, and the federal member who initiated and led this plan personally forged this experimental weapon specifically for heaven. In fact, this is just a simplified version of the final product. We originally planned to forge a 5th-level version of the Shawshank spear, and a matching 5th-level anti-heaven armor has been invested in research and development and production, as well as various scattered weapons and equipment against heaven in our plan. However, this plan was shelved before it was successful, because some smart and perceptive politicians in the Federation realized that the leader of this plan had made up a lot of lies to convince the Federation that doing so would be more beneficial to maintaining human rule, but in fact the leader just wanted to satisfy his own selfish interests. And eventually the leader was included in the Federation's investigation list. I think you may have guessed that the one who proposed and led this plan and planned to kill his way to heaven with a special spear was Xin Xiao, who is now in the Real Stability prison. It was also after that the Federation completely realized what she wanted to do. The worst thing is that we found that she put her own interests above the Federation. Originally, Shadow should have followed up with the Federation's goal is to ensure human rule, but when the person being compared is Xin Xiao, it may not be particularly appropriate to say this. Ma-En said curiously, "Did she plan with you to destroy heaven?" Shadow nodded. "If everything goes well, we will probably be able to launch a full-scale attack on heaven within 50 years, and quickly disintegrate this ancient force under the leadership of Xin Xiao. But when we do this, we actually trust Xin Xiao's judgment." No one thought that the young Xin Xiao would deceive the entire Federation, and even now, she would claim that she did not lie. Heaven is likely to threaten the rule of the Federation in just a few hundred years, but we finally realized the truth behind the lies. Her goal is to eliminate the powerful reality twisters and destined returners, who can pose a threat to her. Ma-En asked doubtfully, "It seems that this does not conflict with me." Shadow smiled and said, "The story I told you is a simplified version countless times. There are many crucial inside stories that even I cannot casually tell. If you are willing to sign a highly binding contract with us and join the Federation, I can apply for the right to know about this matter on your behalf. But the situation is more complicated than you think. Xin Xiao also has many faces you have never seen. It is difficult for low-level ability users like you to understand many of our views and judgments on her. I am also telling you these words because I see that you are getting closer and closer to us now. You still have a long time to slowly understand her." Ma-En said perfunctorily with a serious expression, "I know." Shadow reached out and took out the holy spear and handed it over. And Ma-En stuffed it into his arms directly in front of him. Abnormal entity, Shawshank Long Lance. Abnormal strength, 4.5. Danger level, 4.5. Description: in order to fight against the destined returner, Xin Xiao forged a long spear. In the flames and knocks, she reshaped her own power in the spear, which can cover and erase the reality distorted by the destined returner, and has perfect balance and strength. In order to fight against the destined returner, Xin Xiao forged a long spear. In the flames and knocks, she left her own power in the spear, and through its distribution in the spear, several cracks were formed that even she could not understand, and could only be decoded and read in a specific way. Features: Enemy of Heaven 4.5. The reality distortion power fixed in the spear by casting can cover and erase the influence of the destined returner on reality, which can directly weaken his power in all aspects in battle, and can effectively destroy his other creations. Unending Spear 4.5. Perfect Spear. Words of the Gods 4.5. Unknown Allies. The true life under the sea will raise a huge wave that will drown civilization. All living beings have misjudged its awakening time. Only I have seen when it will turn over. No matter what, I will sink into the sea to stop it. Only I can do it. But don't let the conspiracy of the two gods succeed. Don't let them restrict my actions, and don't let her extinguish her expectations of us. When he returns, raise the real spear. It will lead your way. Then let's go to the training ground and try it. Ma-En said to Shadow. Shadow nodded and said to Kong Shoshing, take those pieces of armor, and let's go to the training ground and try it. Then Ma-En and him left here, and then went along the corridor to a training ground that looked particularly secret and strict. This one looked completely different from the one Ma-En had just been in. Kong Shoshing also immediately arranged for several federal employees to push in 3 armors. Which one do you want to try first? Shadow asked. Hell armor, he replied. The hell armor placed on the training ground seemed to be able to hear his words, and it opened outwards to reveal a space large enough for one person to pass through. Then Ma-En walked directly in. When Ma-En was in this somewhat sticky armor, he could feel that some soft structures inside the armor were gently stroking his body, and he could also feel that several souls had vaguely established a connection with him. The silver-white sharp wings folded flexibly behind him. Ma-En could feel that the souls of the 4 angels had now faintly transformed into bodies and infiltrated his back, and formed a connection with his spine, which also made him instinctively feel uncomfortable and nauseous. If it weren't for the armistice agreement with the Federation, he might have begun to doubt whether this armor would cause any harm to the user. Mane flapped his wings slightly in the storage room and flew up quickly. He could feel that his body's strength and speed had been enhanced. His speed might have reached the level of 4.4, and his attack ability might have been close to 4.5 with the blessing of 4 pairs of beautiful wings. And the armor's defense power is estimated to be 4.5, but it is not so important compared to these 2. After trying it, Mane felt that this armor was indeed very strong, and the 4 pairs of wings would definitely perform well against angels, but its shape was indeed a bit provocative, as Shadow said. If the other 2 were only slightly weaker than this, he might prefer them. Chapter 317. You don't seem to like this armor very much. Shadow looked at Ma-En and said, you don't even seem to be interested in trying it on. Ma-En replied, this hell armor itself is very strong, but as you said, it is indeed not suitable for use in that battle. I think you must know better than me how the church will react when they see me wearing it. When you suggested it, I had already decided not to choose it. After all, I am just cooperating with you. Strictly speaking, I am doing things for money. There is no need to offend the church for the Federation. Shadow nodded, then tried the other 2 armors. In fact, Shadow also felt that someone like Ma-En would not choose the hell armor, so what he was really curious about was whether Ma-En would choose his own or the armor recommended by Xiao Guanwu. Although he could not show it, he did have a slightly inexplicable desire to win or lose in this matter. After all, the one he was competing with was Xiao Guanwu, an old man known for his extraordinary intelligence, and his judgment was often regarded by the Federation as a source of information that needed to be carefully referenced. This was also the reason why Shadow was not very confident in the armor he recommended. If he put aside his understanding of Ma-En, he believed that Xiao Guanwu's choice would definitely be the most accurate, so if Ma-En's choice was within his expectations, it meant that he had a certain degree of understanding of him. Under his gaze, Ma-En walked towards the magic armor of the Gurama Empire. The armor emitting a faint purple light disintegrated in all directions when he approached, and then directly put it on his body. Then the ancient magic power began to penetrate under Ma-En's skin, circled around his bones and flesh for several times, and finally quickly merged into his entire body. Basic functions of Gurama Magic Armor, temporary, for 0.4. Gurama Magic Armor Strength Enhancement, temporary, for 0.4. Gurama Magic Armor Speed Enhancement, temporary, for 0.4. Gurama Magic Armor Constitution Enhancement, not enabled. Unlike the effect of Hell Armor, the enhancement of Gurama Magic Armor itself directly acts on his body. Combined with its function of adjusting according to the user, the main function of this armor is slightly inferior to that of Hell Armor, but it is much more flexible overall. After all, moving with the wings of the armor and moving with your own body are completely different concepts. However, it is not so easy to say which is better between the 2 armors, because Hell Armor also has 4 souls to assist in control. In some cases, it may be much better than direct control, but in most cases, direct enhancement is definitely stronger. Considering the side effects of the Hell Armor, this magic armor seems to be the perfect choice. It can push all aspects of itself except the physique to the top of the same level, and it is only close to the theoretical limit level of the same level of the 4.5 of the divine body. And this armor also has a small function such as flying. The most important thing is that it has more valuable unknown functions to be explored. Although Xiao Guanwu cannot know the specific situation, Ma-En does have a way to fully explore its secrets. Just put this armor into the Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma-En pretended to fly in the air for a few times, then tested his new physical speed and explosive power in the training ground, and then landed gently in front of Shadow. Very good armor. Ma-En nodded. After I have it, I may not have many enemies relying on my physical combat power alone. With the weapons you gave me, I am quite confident that I can win this battle. Shadow reminded, although I have said it before, I still want to tell you that she is very dangerous. You are indeed very strong and killed the reality twister Hung Yuan, but I want to tell you that Hung Yuan is not weak either, but he will also die if he encounters you with similar strength. Don't become him. Ma-En said calmly. Of course, I will not underestimate my opponent. The Shadow nodded. Then try the mind-enhancing armor I chose? Main twisted his neck slightly, and the magic armor instantly disintegrated and fell off, then resuspended a few meters away, silently waiting for the user to summon it again. He walked towards the last mechanical armor, and it took the initiative to open to both sides when Main approached, and the machine that was originally like armor revealed the entire front for the user to enter and drive. Main leaned against the front of the armor with his back to the front, and then the mechanical armor quickly closed again, tightly wrapping Main, and then several cold structures gently touched the back of his neck and back, and then Main felt that he had become this armor, and the armor sensory equipment went straight to his head through the mind link, perfectly and harmoniously replacing and extending his own sensory system. Just looking at the Shadow standing not far away, his mind directly popped up the distance between the two. 12.553 meters. This is something that only mechanical armor can understand and see. The distance between objects is accurate to the millimeter level. The temperature and humidity of the air have also become numbers that can be accurately perceived, and hearing and vision can be controlled by thoughts and minds. Unfortunately, for someone like Ma-En who already has telepathic perception and a strong body, the senses extended by the mechanical armor will not have a particularly high improvement in the next battle, but it will definitely have some impact. Then he heard a voice in his mind. Detecting mental abilities. 3 mental abilities have been captured and are being strengthened. Telepathy, strengthened, 4.5. Appearance cognitive impairment, strengthened, 3.5. Memory erasure, strengthened, 3.5. Just as Shadow said that this can be strengthened, this armor can strengthen 1/4 level ability and 3/3 level abilities, but it may be because his mental strength is already 3.5, it is not affected at all. Just as Ma-En was thinking this, he suddenly felt that the mental connection device that was touching him trembled slightly, and then the paralysis began to move along the connection to his whole body. The feeling spread all over the body, and immediately turned into a pleasant tingling sensation. Detected, detected, detected. The voice of the mechanical armor sounded intermittently. Detected. Ability, undergoing a comprehensive inspection. Detected, searching for solutions. No direct solution was found, and a backup plan is being calculated. Please be patient. The backup plan has been calculated, and the secondary solution can be achieved by transforming the strengthening channel. The armor will be permanently stopped after the secondary. The regular strengthening function will be completed, and it needs maintenance. Do you want to proceed? Ma-En blinked. How about it? Do you want to try the enhanced mental ability with me? Shadow asked, standing 12.553 meters away from him. Then Shadow saw the mechanical armor shook its head slightly, and then its front opened again. Ma-En came out. I have basically determined my choice. Shadow asked curiously, what do you want to choose? Ma-En did not answer his question directly, but turned to say, you said that I can get a reasonable reward after completing this mission, right? Shadow nodded. Yes, even if you lose, we will not treat you unfairly, and as long as you win, I can guarantee that your reward will be extremely generous. If you want, you can also take this opportunity to find a good position in the system within the Federation. If you are willing to join the investigation department, I can give you very generous and relaxed treatment and conditions. Your starting point will be higher than the Yin and Yang twins who betrayed Shen Xiao. If you are sincere and serious, I believe that it will not be long before you will become one of the highest ranking people under the minister and deputy minister, and you will not be constrained like others. After all, you have such amazing talent, and you have made such contributions before joining. By then, you will be able to walk sideways in this world. You will have the strongest organization to support you, and you will get the best training resources. I believe you will definitely gain the trust and recognition of the Federation within a few decades. In that case, Level 5 will not be so far away for you. Ma-En smiled and said, I believe you will definitely welcome me, not only because of my talent, but your tolerance of me will also become the best example of the Federation's broad mind, which can well promote your positive image characteristics, but I can only thank you for your invitation. I don't want to get involved in these right and wrongs anymore. The promise of the 5th level in Shadow's mouth is just an illusory temptation. After all, not everyone can become a 5th level by investing resources. But Ma-Un's refusal is actually for the opposite reason. He doesn't need the Federation to invest any resources to be promoted to the 5th level. Even if he only considers the interests, joining the Federation is not the best choice for him. After all, his promotion method is actually very simple, but it must not be known by organizations like the Federation. Keeping a proper distance from the Federation is a necessary prerequisite for ensuring his own safety. Shadow said, if that's the case, we can also give corresponding material rewards. Ma-In nodded slightly. What if I say I want to pick up a few things here? Kong Shoshing, who was sitting on the side to rest, suddenly showed a nervous look on his face, and then immediately stood up and walked towards them. Shadow paused and said, many of the things here are the best and most precious equipment in the 4th level. Even for the Federation, this is also a very important resource. For example, the battle you encountered this time depends on them to ensure victory, so these things are very valuable. Ma-In looked at him and asked, so? Shadow said, first of all, some of the things here are more valuable than their combat power, and some have particularly sensitive backgrounds. Even if you win, it may be difficult to get them. Even if you get them, there will be a lot of trouble. Before the specific discussion, I want to ask you. You don't want the Shoshing Spear, do you? Kong Shoshing, who had already walked to their side, was also looking at Ma-In nervously, as if he was worried that he would give a positive answer. Ma-In smiled and said, of course not. If I want to get a spear, would I ask you? They were very worried that they would establish some kind of connection with Xin Xiao through the spear, which also showed that they, and the Federation they represented were strongly worried about Xin Xiao. Even though she had left the prison, the Federation did not lower its vigilance against Xin Xiao. The Federation was still on guard against Xin Xiao's counterattack, but they did not expect that when they just got the spear she had forged had already completed its mission, and they could not imagine how they would interact with it. Shadow's tone was a little more relaxed. That's no problem, but in addition to the spear, Gurama's armor and broken sword are also more valuable. If you really want the former, I can help you get it after you win and mediate with the Federation, but that will also bring other troubles. After all, its true value is not in the superficial combat power, but in the knowledge of ancient civilization. If you really ask for it, someone in the Federation will definitely suspect that you have information about Gurama, and think that you have a way to get other valuables in this armor, otherwise you would not choose to ask for it. As for the broken sword, we can give it to you if you insist, but you have to deal with the church yourself. Ma-In shook his head. No, I want 2 armors other than the magic armor, and the tear of the siren. His purpose is naturally the mind-enhanced armor, that just set intermittent sounds. The spear is just a tool for Xin Xiao to pass on messages, and now it seems that its more important role may be to divert the attention of the Federation, so that he can get the most important thing. Although the information was not complete, Ma-In could already sense its special situation. The solution it just mentioned was likely to be aimed at the impact on his memory and spirit in the Victor Liaoyang Center. It was not a coincidence for Ma-In to appear here. If the Federation disagreed, he might have to consider wearing this armor and letting it damage in that battle. No matter how important its function was, Ma-In could not let the Federation have the opportunity to detect his problem, otherwise they would probably arrange for him to be Xin Xiao's cellmate in the prison. As for the remaining 2, they were used to cover up the truth, and after all, his job was so dangerous, it was reasonable to ask for more. Sure enough, after hearing Ma-In's words, Shadow and Kong Shoshing didn't think much about it. After all, no one could have thought out of thin air that Ma-In had a problem that had troubled him for a long time, and guessed that this mind-strengthening armor might also have the function of curing Ma-In's problem. Their suspicion was at most thinking about the connection between Ma-In and the spear. If you can win, then you can give them all. Shadow said, even if you lose, you can choose one of the 2 armors and take the tear with you. And if you can win, I and the politicians who support you can help you get some other benefits, but you can't take them away before you finish the battle. After all, these rewards are also corresponding to your work, and we have no power to restrict you. In this transaction, you have completely taken the initiative, and the Federation will definitely want to have some insurance. But as long as you don't want to break the contract, it doesn't matter whether you get it earlier or later. Ma-In asked with a puzzled look on his face. Don't you still believe me? Shadow smiled and said, no, of course I am willing. I actually want to get these rewards for you in advance. In fact, I have the right to do so, but unfortunately, this decision still needs to go through the federal approval process, and recently you and I have been targeted by someone. Ma En asked. Who? Tang Jingong. Shadow replied. She is Shu Yun's mother. She has a lot of malice towards me and the Salvation Alliance recently. In fact, you are a little implicated by me. She cares about this matter because I have had some conflicts with her daughter. But in short, she will try to seize every opportunity to cause trouble for us. So before you finish the battle, we want to get your rewards in advance, which will only give her the opportunity to make trouble. If you want, I can also try to deal with her. But I'm afraid the result won't be good. Ma En nodded after hearing this description. It doesn't matter, I just have some instinctive concerns about your credit. Shadow returned to the topic and asked, which one do you plan to wear to fight? Ma En replied, I choose magic armor. Shadow was a little surprised to hear this, and was a little amazed that Zhao Guan would guess the result again. Why? Ma En answered very frankly, because the remaining two are mine. I'm afraid of damaging them. Chapter 318. The Federation prepared a total of 5 top-level abnormal equipment for Main, the Devil's Slave, the Bloodstained Broken Sword, the Gurama Magic Armor, the Siren's Tears, and the last Shoshin Spear. All of these did not require him to prepare anything specially, and they did not need to rely on the Control Bureau to work. He only needed to take some time to adapt to them in the next few days. This is also the reason why the Federation selected these. They can work perfectly without any threshold in time. Main has seen several very powerful and useful items in the remaining item list. However, they are either difficult to master in a short period of time and are only suitable for some geniuses in this field, or using these abnormal objects will bring him a heavy price. It is not worth it for Main to carry them for this battle. However, some of the other items seem to be useful, so while Main is adapting to these equipment, he is also carefully selecting whether there are any remaining items that can help him win the battle. The message in the Spear of the Evil Saint has already shown what he is going to do. Although it seems that letting the Federation and Atlantis cooperate is beneficial to the world, in fact, the situation is even worse. The gods seem to want to do something to Shishao in this duel. And Shishao, or at least Shinshu's ability itself, has predicted this situation a few years ago. In fact, sometimes Ma En would doubt whether Shinshu's capture was within her expectations, but logically speaking, Shishao should not know about the prophecies in these spears, otherwise she should have found him to cooperate to save the world. And based on his understanding of Shinshu's power, this is probably a message formed by the reality distortion force itself when forging the weapon. Since her power has already detected the conspiracy of the two gods, he must ensure victory in this battle no matter what, not to mention that this matter is related to the second power characteristic of Shinshu's blood. However, there are still some things that Ma En can't understand. Shishao mentioned in the message of the spear that she would sink into the sea. Ma En is not very clear about how she will do this, but this is not something he needs to consider. After all, for the power of Shishao, he may be just one of the many creatures affected by it. Shishao didn't actually give him any particularly difficult and long tasks. Now he is more like helping her while doing his own things. Moreover, Shishao also provided a very generous reward for his casual help. In fact, even if there was no drop of Shinshu's blood and the mind-strengthening armor she led him to find, he was actually willing to help her a few times. After all, this is good for everyone. However, Ma En felt that Shishao definitely did not regard these as rewards for her work. For her, this might be closer to providing help to future allies, which is actually her way of guiding the world. After all, she can be considered half a good person, and can indeed influence the world to a certain extent. If she has a positive impact on herself, then it is likely that it will not be a bad thing for saving the world. Thinking of this, Ma En also felt a little emotional. If anyone wants to do good things to save the world, they are actually lucky, because they are all likely to get positive feedback from Shishao. And if she thinks more unrealistically, if she can really achieve her goal, transcend the constraints of the Federation, and achieve a comprehensive victory, then maybe they can live in a world where good people really get good rewards. Even thinking about this possibility, Ma En felt that what he was doing was really meaningful. Just as he was thinking about this, and selecting other abnormal equipment of the Federation, there was a knock on the door. No, not outside the door. Who? Ma En asked outside in confusion. Your friend. A mature woman's voice sounded outside the door. I think you and I should meet. Ma En got up and walked to the door, then opened it with doubt. The situation outside was unusual as he expected. The originally bright corridor seemed to be covered with a gray filter, and there was no breath or movement of any staff around, as if this was some kind of alien space. Standing at the door was a beautiful woman, who was just 30 years old, but her fair skin looked well maintained and her expression and appearance exuded a certain nobleness. Obviously, she had a very wealthy family background, so she actually looked no different from a young woman in her 20s. Not only that, her overall makeup and clothing were obviously designed by professionals. It can be seen that she probably has a special styling team, and it can also be seen that this woman pays great attention to her appearance. Behind her stood a young woman in black, who looked only about 23 or 24 years old. The distorted space around her was created by her. She looked like the beautiful woman's bodyguard. "Who are you?" Ma En asked directly. The beautiful woman smiled at him. "My name is Tang Xuowan, and I take my mother's surname." Seeing that she suddenly stopped, Ma En answered honestly, "I haven't heard of it." Tang Xuowan still had a faint smile on her face. "It's normal that you haven't heard of my name, but you must have heard of my useless sister. Her name is Xu Yun. Does it sound familiar?" Ma En blinked innocently. "I remember." "Sorry, please accept my condolences." After seeing Ma En being so polite, Tang Xuowan suddenly felt a little helpless. She thought that the member of the Salvation Alliance would mock and ridicule her, but he just expressed his condolences calmly. Then she immediately realized that the other party might not be as easy to fool as she expected. This Ma En was more sophisticated than she thought. She originally thought that these members of the Salvation Alliance were all muddled and rough men who did not have the excellent ability to judge the situation, and this made her a little unsure about how to start the next sentence. "What do you want to do here?" Ma En looked at her and asked curiously. He really wanted to know what Tang Xuowan was doing here. She couldn't be here to avenge her sister, right? Tang Xuowan then continued Ma En's words and said, "Of course not. I just didn't expect you to be so calm about her death. I thought you, the members of the Salvation Alliance, would especially hate this woman who killed several of your companions?" Ma En shrugged. "I won't bear grudges against the dead, and you are standing in front of me now." Tang Xuowan showed some approval on her face, trying to regain the initiative. "It sounds like you can say this. You are worthy of being a follower of Shishao. But in fact, my relationship with her is not that good, so you don't have to be particularly taboo about this matter when you talk to me. I advised her not to compete with someone like Shishao a long time ago. We can all see who will be defeated in this struggle. She and Shishao are not at the same level at all." As she spoke, Tang Xuowan's expression was still a little lost. It seemed that she didn't care about her dead sister as she claimed. "We just didn't expect her to fall so badly. When she wanted to get involved in this matter, we should have stopped her. No one thought that she would be killed when facing the imprisoned Shishao. But we couldn't have imagined that the Salvation Alliance could still carry out such a powerful revenge. Even the East Federation security company failed to successfully save Xu Yun in front of them." Hearing this, Ma En asked curiously, "Was this done by the Salvation Alliance?" Looking at the innocent expression on the man's face, Tang Xuowan was a little confused whether he was pretending. But she did want to trick Ma En to see if this member of the Salvation Alliance would say anything. Unfortunately, whether Ma En knew the inside story or not, she obviously did not scare him, so she could only explain it. The woman said with certainty, "We all think it must be the Salvation Alliance. At that point, only your companions hated her. Although we don't have any actual evidence of the assassination, your companions had a failed assassination before, and no one is more suspicious than them." Ma En shrugged indifferently. "I heard that she is very annoying, and there must be a lot of hatred for her. This kind of good thing may not be done by my companions." The woman narrowed her eyes slightly. "Good thing?" Ma En kindly reminded, "After all, I was once a former member of the Salvation Alliance with ideals. To be honest, I really hope that my compatriots killed her. And you just said I don't care about your feelings. I believed it whether you were serious or not. Or do you mind? If you care, I can change my attitude." Tang Xuowan looked at his innocent expression, and was sure that this guy was indeed pretending. She could only suppress her dissatisfaction, and waved gently at Ma En. "No, of course don't worry about it. I just didn't react a little bit just now. After all, she is still my sister. You can understand it, right?" Ma En nodded repeatedly and said, "Of course, we all have our own positions, but now this matter is over. What do you want to say to me?" He didn't plan to continue to entangle with her on the topic of who killed Xu Yun. If he was caught by the other party by accident, the situation would be bad. Without the protection of the contract, he would be a persimmon that the Federation could easily take advantage of. Tang Xuowan also felt that there was no way to make any breakthroughs in this matter through Ma En, so she could only turn to the main topic and said, "I do have something I want to find you about, and it is also related to Xu Yun." Ma En showed some curiosity again. "So what do you want?" Tang Xuowan said seriously, "I am not a member of the Federation, this should be stated in advance. Although my whole family has basically chosen to go into politics, I was not interested in these things when I was young, so I started to do business very early. It is not my own will that I came to you. I came to you on behalf of my parents and my deceased sister. Of course, I am not here to talk about the Salvation Alliance. You can also temporarily ignore my suspicion of the Salvation Alliance. We are mainly dissatisfied with Shadow now. He had some conflicts before my sister died, and we have a lot of opinions about him now. And he wants to win you over to meet with the reformists, which has a little conflict with my parents' interests. So after careful consideration, they want me to come and talk to you as a messenger and provide you with another choice. Mon asked, "You want to give me a choice?" He still remembered that when he asked for a reward in advance, the reason Shadow used when he refused was that he was targeted by her mother, and he said at the time that Shu Yun's mother might be a little hostile to him as a member of the Salvation Alliance. That is to say, in Shadow's mouth, they should be considered his enemies. Tang Xuowan nodded. "Yes, we heard about your request for Shadow's substitute. He refused to let you get those things in advance, right? We can meet your requirements. As long as you ask, we can ensure that this matter goes smoothly. My parents can do thousands of times better than Shadow in this kind of federal system, and we can also choose a few more rewards as the return you agree to." Faced with Tang Xuowan's confident eyes, Ma En asked directly, "What do you want?" Tang Xuowan said, "They want to win you over, and my parents also want to win you over. They think this is a good decision because it can send out a friendly signal to the Salvation Alliance. We want to make up for the mistake Shu Yun has made." In fact, Ma En has already realized what their purpose is. There is a very important reason why Shu Yun can get support for doing this, that is, the federal politicians at that time were worried that Shen Xiao and the Federation would retaliate against them in the future after reaching a relatively loose condition, so they wanted to add a few heavy shackles to her. But now they are beginning to worry that Shen Xiao will retaliate against them. Shu Yun's approach has been directly defeated. Shen Xiao may not be shackled as they expected, so they want to distance themselves from this matter. It is very likely that they actually did something before this, so they care so much about it, and cooperating with Ma En can perfectly prevent Shen Xiao's revenge. After all, he is one of the more important members of Shen Xiao's followers. If it seems so, their request seems quite reasonable. Ma En asked, "So that's all you want?" Tang Xuowan said, "There is one small thing." Ma En asked, "What?" She continued, "Shadow told you not to kill your opponent, and we have a similar view on this, except for one situation, that is, when you can reverse the victory by killing her, we hope that you can be ruthless at that time. We will provide." Very good, now he knows their purpose. "Sorry." Ma En shrugged calmly, "The reward you pay is not that valuable." Then, without waiting for her to say anything, Ma En turned around and slammed the door in front of her. Seeing this, Tang Xuowan stood there for more than 10 seconds, then turned around and said to the air beside her, "I told you it won't be that simple, Mom." The middle-aged woman, with a sullen face, slowly appeared in front of her. He will make the right choice. Chapter 319. What should we do now? Tang Xuowan looked at her mother helplessly. "There are still many things waiting for me to deal with at the company, and I can't stay here for too long. Do you have any ideas?" Tang Jinghong said unhappily, "Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Shu Yun is your sister. Would it be unfair for you to go to her more often for her?" "Of course not," she replied immediately, "but you see he has slammed the door. Do you think he is the kind of guy who can listen to us? I have said that we should not try to communicate with such members of the Salvation Alliance. Look at his attitude. Shadow must have completely bribed him. It is impossible for this guy to turn against us now. And it is not easy to deal with such members of the Salvation Alliance, who have signed a ceasefire agreement. You can't do anything to him. Even if you want me to do something for you, you can't convey it. He has completely taken the initiative in the transaction with us. From my experience, even if the transaction of this unequal relationship can be completed, we will definitely lose." The woman said with an unhappy face, "There is no such thing as a loss or gain in venting your sister's anger. You really have ruined your brain by doing business." In fact, Ma En did not expect that their purpose had nothing to do with him. After all, with the existence of the armistice agreement, all federal politicians could not do anything to him without reason, so the promise that Tang Xuowan just wanted to make was also true. But she felt that the reason why Ma En turned around so quickly might also be because he mentioned what she said. She told Ma En that she was not affiliated with the Federation like her family, but a businessman independent of this political system, so he might think that he could bypass the contract because of this. In fact, she was just as confused as Ma En. Although her mother's visit to her this time could indeed be explained as wanting to bypass the contract by herself, no matter what the truth was, her mother would act as if nothing had happened, and there could be no hints in it. As a creation of the devil of hell, the armistice contract was quite rigorous. As a businessman, she knew how magical these things were. There was no hint in the act of specifically asking her to handle this matter. After all, she was Shu Yun's sister and the most outstanding youngest daughter of her parents. It was completely reasonable to ask her to help. If there was really any hint in it, and it affected her judgment, then when she did something to Ma In, her mother, and the Federation would be severely punished because of the existence of the contract, which was a heavy price that their family could never afford. So under these premises, unless she really saw a good opportunity and situation, she would bypass the contract based on her own interests and judgment and do something that was very beneficial to her family, and she would not be able to reach any cooperation with her mother. For example, if she found out that Ma In knew who killed her sister, or if she noticed some huge benefits, she might take action against Ma In, and in most cases, she would approach him in a more gentle and friendly way. Shen Xiaoxingzhe really fought for the most perfect conditions for these members of the Salvation Alliance. So now her goal is not actually on Ma In, and what she wants to do will not harm him, but even so, Tang Xuowan did not expect Ma In to agree to this, because it was Shadow, the head of the investigation department, who asked Ma In to participate in this battle, and he and the faction behind him would definitely not let the meat slip away. Although his family has considerable influence in the Federation, not everyone supports his mother's approach. The elders in the family have a more rational view of the matter, and of course, they can be said to be more ruthless. However, although their purpose is not to give Ma In. Mom, I know you want to vent your anger for Shu Yun, but Shadow is not the murderer who killed her. It's just that there is a possibility that he is related to her. Besides, what we do can only cause him a little trouble, and we have to invest so many resources. Mom, you are just venting your anger. Tang Jinghong said coldly. Did your father say anything? Tang Xuowan explained. If you want to find the murderer, your father and grandfather will definitely support you with all their strength. The woman looked at her daughter and asked word by word, Can they find it? Tang Xuowan fell into silence. Although it is cruel, the truth is that no one will find the real murderer. When Shu Yun was first assassinated, the professional department of the Federation operated at the highest standard she could enjoy, but the result was nothing, and the information from the East Federation Security Company was also very pessimistic. It was impossible to find the murderer under such circumstances. She shouldn't have offended so many people. Tang Xuowan had advised her sister a long time ago, but her obsession with Shishao had dragged her into a fanatical reality that outsiders could not influence at all, and no one could stop her from doing what she did. The mother also often advised her to be careful in the past, but although Shu Yun would verbally agree, and said it very nicely, the mother really thought that her daughter had changed temporarily, but in the end, she was just more careful when doing these things. She must have offended someone she shouldn't have offended if she died. Even the East Federal Security Company suffered heavy losses, and the identity of the murderer has not been determined yet. This is enough to prove that the person who assassinated her is not an ordinary character that they will find. So in fact, apart from what the mother did, they can't have any impact on their sister's death. If the mother can see any trace of the murderer, she won't be entangled in these trivial matters. In fact, they found Ma In, and it has something to do with the murderer. Mom. She exhaled a long breath. I can talk to him about Shadow again. Although I see that his attitude just now is obviously not to have any communication with us, but I can try to make it clearer. But if you still want to rely on him to investigate the death of my sister, I think it is unlikely. He is a member of the Salvation Alliance. These people have problems in their brains. Tang Jinghong said, but he still accepted Shadow's invitation. I don't think he came here to pursue that kind of bullshit ideal. He is very different from those members of the Salvation Alliance. I think this guy will make the right choice. I believe that as long as the right price is given, people like him will accept it. She sighed slightly and said, I will try. The reason why the mother found Ma In was because they heard rumors about him. It is said that his bottom line is more flexible, and he is more ambitious than his former colleagues. He also realized early that after the fall of Shishao, the Federation became the biggest support he could find, so Ma In also found them. The most important thing is that she is also very capable. And the mother found Ma In to rely on him to determine whether someone in the Salvation Alliance killed her daughter. She wants revenge. Chapter 320. Atlantis. Ellie walked into the magnificent temple. The walls were covered with murals depicting the history of the Atlanteans. The most important of these murals were about how they united with the sea god to fight against various races and seal the evil gods, as well as how they bravely fought against the sea tribe over the years. In the center of the temple stood a statue of the sea god, but it was not the true appearance of the god they worshipped. It was just the appearance she used to communicate with humans like them, and no statue could perfectly present her true appearance. The ocean itself. Today was the day they liberated the ancient artifact. Back then, the Atlantis royal family had asked the sea god for their own weapons, and the sea god responded to their request and forged a powerful weapon that only the royal family could use. Moreover, this artifact could only be used when all the royal family except the Sage King agreed. Its purpose was to restrain the three Sage Kings, but Ellie felt that the sea god's purpose had not been achieved, because these conditions were full of mistakes in the face of complex human nature. Maybe the sea god didn't care about them that much, otherwise how could she not notice her betrayal? Betrayal? This is how she defines herself now. The situation changed faster and more complicated than she expected. Atlantis' original evil plan was temporarily shelved. They reached new terms with the Federation through a deal, and would rely on 3 duels to determine the affairs of the Sea People. At this point, she actually had no suitable reason to continue to fight against their evil plan, because if Atlantis could win against the land, it would not be a bad thing for both the world and Atlantis. And if they lose, then there is no need to stop them. So now she has become a complete traitor. When she learned the news, Ellie actually thought about whether to stop. The mysterious monitor didn't seem to care much about this matter. Now she would not have to pay any price if she stopped. As long as she stopped, she could return to normal, and live a better life than most people. Then she would slowly wait for her father to rot in prison. After tossing and turning for several nights, the answer in her heart became clearer. No, she didn't want to accept such a result, even at such a price. Ellie finally realized that she was actually a selfish bastard. The worry about the world in the past was probably just an excuse for her to cover up her feelings for her father, and it was also a disguise she used to satisfy and deceive herself. When faced with a real choice, she had the courage to face her heart. She is a bad person. And today is her best opportunity to do evil. Ellie, you're finally here. A young man of the same age as her walked out of the temple. He looked at Ellie with some caution. They are all waiting for you inside. Ellie nodded. Well, I was delayed on the way. She was the last one to arrive on purpose, because according to custom, the later one arrives, the closer one will stand to the artifact, and this is her chance. When the ceremony ends, the artifact will be within her reach, and she can take it away from here in an instant. And no one will be wary of her. People like her can't do anything if they touch the artifact, but as long as the monitor can keep his promise, she can use the powerful power of the artifact to rush to her father's prison and take him away from here. Now the 3 wise kings are all outside preparing for a duel with the Federation, and this is also the most empty time for Atlantis. In fact, she thought about returning the artifact to Atlantis after rescuing her father. But she knew that this was a deal with the devil. The monitor and the organization and power behind him would help her rescue her father, and she would give the ancient Atlantis artifact to this mysterious organization. There is no doubt that she is a traitor, and according to Ellie's own standards, she is still a much more guilty villain than her father. But in a few days, they will re-elect a new prince, and she no longer has any time. I understand. The man nodded. They just said some unpleasant words in there. You shouldn't be held responsible for what your father did, but they don't even understand this most basic truth. Ellie smiled and said, It's okay, Vox, I'm used to it. And what he said was also a lie. The 3 wise kings announced to the public that her father had committed a serious crime of betraying Atlantis, but Ellie knew very well that what he did was completely inconsistent with what the 3 wise kings claimed, because she saw her father go to them for advice. When she and Vox walked into the temple, her body suddenly froze for a moment, because she saw the wise king Mylid standing next to the artifact Storm Conch. This was completely contrary to the information she had received, but Ellie also knew that this was actually the normal situation. She had almost been completely deprived of all her rights, and the movements of the 3 wise kings that she had mastered were no longer likely to be true. After being surprised and frightened, Ellie suddenly felt a little relieved. She couldn't figure out whether she felt relieved because she didn't have to take risks, or because she didn't have to betray Atlantis, or more likely both, but she immediately felt a little guilty. Guilt towards her father. There was no chance. If it were the other 2 wise kings, she might have tried to snatch the artifact at the risk of her life, and she might have a tiny chance, but in front of Mylid, she couldn't even think of the possibility of success, because he was Mylid. Just when Ellie wanted to walk to her position, she stopped uncontrollably. Vox beside her swallowed timidly, and no longer considered maintaining any image in front of her, because Mylid was walking towards them. He stopped in front of the 2 of them, then looked at Vox with a dignified look and said, Can I talk to her alone? Vox nodded, and then ran away as if he had encountered a shark. Mylid looked at her. At this moment, Ellie even thought that her conspiracy had been exposed, and she was even mentally prepared to go to the execution ground. But Milo just asked gently, I heard that you have been treated unfairly recently. Ellie nodded slightly, but immediately denied, my father made a mistake, and I should bear the consequences. Milord shook his head slightly. I also watched your father grow up. In fact, he was also a good boy before. No one expected him to do such a thing, but he is not the focus of our discussion now. I think you must have heard that a new prince is going to be selected? Ellie nodded nervously, yes. Mila continued, I just heard about this not long ago, and they didn't inform me. Sorry, if I knew, I might have stopped it, but now I can't do anything. Ellie was a little flattered and said, no, you don't have to say that, father. Mila interrupted, your father is one thing, but they shouldn't re-elect a new prince. Ellie asked in surprise, you mean he can still? But the reality is not as good as she expected. Milad's face sank slightly. No, he has to pay for his mistakes. I mean, this position should have been left to you. This was completely beyond Ellie's expectations, and she didn't know what to say. Mila continued, you are his legitimate heir, but the decision of the three wise kings is always the majority, and I can't make any changes to this, so I want to make a promise to you. If the position of the prince is vacant again, I will let you get what you deserve. Ellie shook her head a little at a loss. No, if you really want to give me something, maybe you can consider my father. Impossible. Before she finished speaking, Milad interrupted her. Then he shook his head apologetically. Sorry, there is no room for discussion on this matter. He is destined to spend the rest of his life in the trench. Okay, child, go to the ceremony. Chapter 321. Ivani stared at her opponent with full concentration, gently shaking the long sword in her hand to ensure that she could stop the opponent at any time, and then easily kill the enemy with her excellent swordsmanship. At the same time, she moved at a medium-speed pace, adjusting her posture and facing direction. Whoosh! The enemy in front of her disappeared instantly, and then Ivani's whole body was lit up with golden light, and in the next moment, she turned her body slightly to the left, waving her long sword and directly pulling up the holy light curtain, completely blocking the attack from the left. And her opponent had already appeared in front of the holy light curtain, and raised his right hand and stretched it over. Buzz! The opponent stretched out 2 fingers and easily clamped the sword. Ivani looked into his eyes with expectation. Raphael nodded. The speed and strength are good, and the defensive magic is also deployed quickly. You made the right judgment the moment I disappeared, and did not lower your vigilance against the teleportation ability because of my advanced explanation. Overall, it is very good. As long as you are not facing a 5th level ability user like me, there should be no problem. But the key is whether you can still maintain such a vigilant state at that time. You know very well how I will practice, but you may be relaxed with the sealed space movement weapon, but your opponent will not. And the space movement I just simulated was based on speed. You must also remember what the feedback of the space movement of Mon is. After all, the airflow caused by this fake space movement is still slightly different from the real one. But you should also have experience fighting against such opponents. As long as you train hard in the next few days, you will not make mistakes. Ivani nodded. Well, I will pay attention. What will we train next? How to deal with attacks in the spiritual realm. Raphael shook his head and said, you have trained for 7 hours today, so you should take a break for a while. Your battle will not last that long. Ivani said with a firm look, it's okay, I'm not tired. Raphael sighed slightly in his heart, and then said with a smile, I want to take a break, okay? She reacted at this time, and her face flushed like a girl. Ah. Raphael said in a joking tone, to be honest, I really admire you. When I was at the 4th level, I couldn't bear to carry out 7 hours of high-intensity training. If I were the one being trained, I might have to rest after 2 hours. No wonder they always say that you are the one who has been training for so many years. The most talented young people they have ever seen. Ivani was a little embarrassed by this evaluation. No, I'm just used to it. Other judges are similar to me. Besides, you, the Pope, were only a child when you were at the 4th level. Although I look younger, I'm already in my 20s, and my physical strength is definitely different from yours at that time. This is actually modesty. Raphael knows that Ivani was very perseverant when she was a child. When she was 10 years old, she showed a strong endurance to fatigue and pain, which was a top quality that was not inferior to her combat talent. At that time, Raphael had already seen her future. However, although he did often show impatience with training and learning in the past, it was only because he had already fully mastered everything the teacher said, and he was not really tired as he just said. For a 5th level ability user like him, fatigue is a completely different concept. How do you feel? He asked naturally. The guy you are going to fight next is not simple. If you look at our training list, you will realize that this guy's ability is complex and powerful. You can never guarantee that there will be no mistakes in a battle with such a person. Ivani said firmly, I have faced similar powerful enemies before. For such enemies, I would not expect to determine the outcome before the battle, but in my experience, it is more likely to win if you do not consider the win and loss and consequences in advance. No one can guarantee that they will win in a battle. Shishao could do it before. But Rafael decided to put it another way, but I almost can. I can basically guarantee that I will not lose in battles after the 5th level. Only 2 games can be regarded as real defeats, and I fought back in 1 game not long ago. Although it was a group fight, there is no fairness when fighting Shishao. And I can maintain such a high winning rate not because of luck. Except for special circumstances that force me to do so, I am almost certain to win when I take action. In my opinion, this is the secret to continuous victory, and this is why I want to give you special training. For battles like this that have been determined long ago, the winning rate can be enhanced through targeted training. As members of the church, we have mastered the same abilities in a systematic way, which is also suitable for such strong to weak training. I am afraid that your opponent will not be able to get any guidance. Ivani nodded slightly. I understand. When their ideas conflict, she often chooses to unconditionally believe in Rafidan's judgment. His understanding in these aspects is definitely far beyond her comparison, and in fact, he is always right. Rafael continued, so I decided. I will go to watch the battle in person. Ivani blinked in confusion, then realized what he was talking about. You mean in person? Rafael nodded. Yes, I'm not talking about the incarnation of divine magic. Ivani immediately said, but you're not going to. Rafael shook his head. None of those are important to this battle. Ivani frowned in confusion and said, how is it possible? We can't give up one prophecy for another. Rafael looked into the eyes of the silly girl and said, what I'm talking about is not the flood. She asked in confusion, what is that? Rafael sighed secretly again, and then said seriously, I'm talking about you. I won't hide it anymore. Actually, I value you very much, not only because of your talent, but also because I think you can be my right-hand man in the future. I expect you to be more than a 5th-level judge of the church. I hope you can be a 5th-level judge I can trust. Hearing his serious expression, Ivani also noticed something. Is there a big difference between the two? Rafael nodded solemnly. Well, you and I have known each other since we were very young. I think these years are enough for you to understand what kind of person I am. Right? Ivani said firmly. Of course. Rafael asked, then do you believe that I will make the right decision? She looked at him firmly. I believe it. Rafael nodded. I think although you haven't been exposed to it much, you can vaguely feel and guess that the church is not as glamorous as it claims to be. And if you look at the struggles in history, you will know that we are not so united internally. The so-called theologians in the church often hold completely opposite views, and are also very good at using various insidious means to deal with colleagues who disagree with them. The place we are in is actually countless times dirtier than you can see. Ivani nodded. Well, I know that too. In fact, Rafael knew that her understanding was far from the truth itself, and he didn't want Ivani to fully understand it. The words he used were very euphemistic. After all, most church members couldn't fully understand the truth, and she didn't need to understand it particularly. As long as you can understand what he means next, it's fine. Rafael explained in a gentle voice. In fact, there are many dirty places in the church, and I am fighting against them. If it were just other young geniuses with the potential to become 5th-level ability users, it would naturally not be worth it for me to withdraw and watch the battle, but you are different. I believe you can help me defeat them, and make all those idiots who violated the teachings of the returners bow their heads and abide by the rules I set. So this matter is not just a comparison of 2 prophecies, but also about a more complicated and terrible internal struggle. In any case, I have decided to ignore the cardinals and go directly to watch the battle. Because I need you. Ivani's expression became more and more determined. Although she was a little surprised by what Lathan said suddenly, she immediately prepared herself to face those bad bishops together with him. She was no longer a child after living to this year. She nodded and said, I see. I understand. I didn't know there were so many things before. She believed it. Lathan nodded. Actually, I didn't want to tell you about this so early, but this time it was completely beyond my expectations. It stands to reason that they must inform me in advance if there is news of a new prophecy. My opinion is very important in this. But the cardinal in heaven didn't send me any information, which is actually very unusual. Ivani suddenly thought of something. Should I tell you about this? Lathan immediately shook his head and replied, No, This is not something you should consider. I didn't want you to be exposed to these things so early before. It will only affect your mentality. This time I have no other choice. They are obviously doing this to target me. If you think about it in a good way, they may just want to give me a warning, but if you think about it in a bad way, they may want to take the opportunity to eliminate my future allies. I can't accept that possibility. Ivani opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Is the situation so tense? Realizing that he had said too much, Raphael quickly added, in fact, the possibility of them wanting to do this is not that great, but I still have to be careful, and in fact, the reason why I want to give up the prophecy and watch the battle is not only because I am worried about what they will do to you, but also because I am warning them. Since they ignore my will because of a prophecy, they must at least pay the price of a prophecy. Ivani asked in confusion, but the prophecy is not the most important thing. Raphael shook his head and said, yes, they think so too, so they are so unscrupulous. Although I want the prophecy to come true just like them, if I only do what I want to do, they will control me at will. If I don't let these guys see my determination, it will be impossible to change their attitude. Hearing this, Ivani also showed an understanding look, so that's how it is. Raphael said, although I will go to watch the battle in person, you still can't slack off in your training during this period. If I see Ma and trying to kill you, I will definitely save you, but others will definitely not want me to interrupt this appointment. So you have to be able to resist for at least 1 or 2 seconds, so that I can bypass them and rush over. Ivani suddenly thought of something. Is their purpose in doing this to use you to prevent the possibility of failure? Raphael shook his head. No, the Federation may not kill you, and they may also win the other 2 games. There are many complicated possibilities for them to choose to drag the church over, but the most important thing is probably because it is the most suitable. You are indeed likely to win this battle. Although he said so much, Raphael was actually very confident in Ivani. She was not only the strongest and most luxuriously equipped ability user in the same level, but she also received special training from him against Marn during this period. It is not easy for her to lose. Raphael then said cautiously, also, although I said all this, I may not be able to provide you with any decisive evidence for the time being. When the Cardinal and the Court of Justice know about this, they will definitely try to convince you, and they will definitely come up with very strong evidence. When the time comes, I hope you can still believe what I said today. This sentence is a request. Ivani whispered in confusion, of course. She didn't expect Raphael to say this. How could she not believe him? Seeing this, Raphael smiled and said, because they may tell you something very subversive, some of which may be true, but in fact there may be more complicated and secret reasons. You will only see the tip of the iceberg at that time. If it were me, I might not continue to believe myself. I have never seen you so worried. Ivani interrupted with a smile, don't worry, I have known you for more than 20 years. Just like you said, I know who you are better than anyone in the world. I know you won't lie to me. Raphael finally showed a relieved expression. Sorry, but they are indeed very good at lying, and many inside stories are actually quite dangerous, and I can't tell you. Okay, let's continue to train to deal with telepathy. But in fact, she was wrong, and sometimes I would lie to her. He was past the age where he could deceive himself. Only about 70% of what he said was completely true, and he also concealed many things, such as his conflict with heaven and his faith. But none of this mattered. He was the most talented pope in the history of the church. Nothing could stump him. Until the day that had been destined came. Chapter 322. In the Federation training ground. Ma Yin, who had just finished training, took off his armor and placed the holy spear next to him. After choosing the magic armor, he basically determined his fighting style. Since he was not wearing the mind-enhancing armor, he would have to rely on pure physical ability to defeat his opponent. In fact, this was a very reasonable choice. Although the opponent had stronger melee ability, the weapon he could use was also stronger in melee. The holy spear forged by Xin Xiao himself was obviously much stronger than the Siren's tears, and it was also a weapon specifically targeting these heavenly powers. Since the other party also knew that it was her weakness, and could definitely collect information about what he was good at, there might be some special ways to target abilities, like memory erasure. If he knew the effect of memory erasure at his level in advance, it would actually be easy to prevent if he had enough resources. At least, he could think of several ways. Moreover, it was not realistic to rely on the mind domain alone to win without using the mind-enhancing armor. He finally decided to use the ability of the mind domain as a means to assist in close combat, and completely suppress the opponent through close combat. He also selected 3 abnormal props for assistance. One is an insect specimen necklace used to enhance sensory functions, which can provide the wearer with a sensory system that exceeds that of humans, and can also help the wearer quickly adapt to a new sensory system. However, it has high requirements for the user's spirit and body. If a person, who does not meet the standards forcibly wears the necklace, the body will slowly begin to alienate into a structure similar to an insect. The main purpose of this thing is to enable him to keep up with Ivani's fighting speed. Although Maine, who has telepathy and divine body, is not weak in this aspect, he is indeed not as good as Ivani. As an Inquisitor, she has a wealth of high-level combat experience and has mastered strong close combat skills. According to the video footage of the Federation, she can often react before seeing the opponent, and she will have stronger sensory abilities after summoning angels to possess her. Although he has a variety of abilities, and is strong, he has not controlled them for a long time. After all, he has only been discharged from the hospital for a short time, and his control over abilities other than the main telekinesis is far inferior to Ivani, who has persisted in training for more than 20 years. In fact, this is also related to the way they fight. If it is a real battle, he certainly does not need the extra senses provided by the necklace, because in that case, he will not be involved in a frontal battle, and he may not even appear. But this time, they are fighting head-on, with multiple restrictions. Although the duel venue is also quite large, it is definitely incomparable to a truly completely free battle. There will also be many times when direct close-range high-intensity combat is required. This necklace can make up for the new shortcomings caused by the change in fighting style. The second item is a weapon called Dark Dagger. This is a weapon of unknown origin. Its most basic feature is that it will offset the surrounding light, and it is definitely not just the so-called natural light that is affected. It also includes the holy light of heaven, the light of the sun god, and most abilities with the attribute of existence light. They will be affected by this weapon, and their supernatural powers will be offset by it. The dark power that will be left on the contactor just by touching it, in addition to suppressing the power like holy light, can also cause relatively serious corrosive damage to the body, and most ability users are not very good at resisting this power. But this weapon also has many shortcomings, the most serious of which is that its handle itself has been completely infiltrated by the dark power, which means that normal people cannot grab this dagger to attack, because they will also be affected and hurt by it. However, after trying it, Ma-In confirmed that his telekinesis can perfectly control this dagger. Although the speed and force of the attack may not be particularly strong, he did not choose this weapon for direct combat. The dark dagger can never be compared with the evil Saint Spear. Ma-In brought it to find an opportunity to sneak attack the opponent. The third item is an abnormal paralysis toxin from the Eastern Federation Biochemical Company, but even the annual production and sales of the biochemical company are very limited, and the Federation can only buy a small amount, which may be the main reason why they did not directly recommend it. This toxin can slowly paralyze creatures after it seeps into the blood. The strength of this thing is that there is almost no antidote or countermeasure, and it can definitely immobilize Ivani after it is fully effective. The purpose of choosing this thing is naturally to avoid killing her. The disadvantage of this thing is particularly serious. It requires a considerable amount to be effective. Moreover, it is not suitable for coating on weapons. The effect of doing so will be much lower than direct injection. If you want to accumulate enough paralysis toxin to subdue Ivani by coating, I am afraid that you have to cause enough wounds near her heart or head, which is almost close to the level of being able to kill her. He may have to cause near-fatal injuries to determine the outcome. But this is enough for him. After all, it can let him relax a little. Moreover, this thing is not originally used for fighting. It also has many additional functions with medical value, including strong healing properties. When it takes effect completely in the body, in addition to paralysis, it will also have a strong healing effect. This can also ensure that he will not kill Ivani if he is a little ruthless. These are the two items he is sure to take away. He is still selecting other things, but he has not seen any other props that can significantly improve his winning rate. Moreover, he does not need any other abnormal items that are too messy in close combat with the Holy Spear. He only needs to prepare these basic things. In fact, in addition to this, Marin has other aspects that can be improved and targeted against the enemy. For example, he can actually rely on the Abnormal Control Bureau to change all his targeted abilities, and then choose a few abilities suitable for this battle. Doing so would definitely make the battle particularly stable, but even if Main lost, he would not really do so, because that would directly reveal his other trump cards to the Federation and the abnormal world again, which would make them thoroughly understand and even overestimate his combat power, and it might also be discovered by smart and powerful people. Rather than doing so, he would rather find an opportunity to snatch the telepathic armor directly. Of course, he didn't need to do so. Even if he really lost, he could easily get the armor. You know, Shadow actually owed him a favor. So in fact, he has made full preparations. If he is really forced to the point where he can't defeat Ivani with these alone, then directly admitting defeat is not an unacceptable result. After all, the Federation has no restrictions on him, and he doesn't really want to pursue a career in the Federation. If it weren't for Shinche's prophecy, he would basically not get involved in this matter, let alone put himself in danger. Just as Ma-en was about to stop basic training and return to the room arranged by the Federation for him, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from the viewing platform on the second floor, followed by the crisp sound of high heels walking without rushing, and finally the person who came leaned against the railing a few meters behind him and stood firmly. Ma-en put the insect specimen necklace into his arms, then looked up at the woman who was looking at him with interest. I have already said that I am not interested. Tang Xuewan, dressed in business clothes, said politely, I understand that I am not here on my own initiative, so if you are still not interested this time, I will not bother you again, but it should be okay for you to listen to me for a few words, and the Federation cannot hurt you. Are you afraid of me, an ordinary person who is independent of the Federation? Ma-en said, You don't look like an ordinary person. She smiled and said, Compared to you, aren't we ordinary people? Do you know how much I envy you talented guys? Although we can become you in various ways, we can never become as popular as you. Ma-en replied, Most people with abilities are not like me, just like the lives of most ordinary people are far inferior to yours. Tang Xuewan smiled and admitted, Well, I am indeed a little greedy. In fact, our situations are very similar. It all depends on luck, but I always feel that your talents are more fortunate than our backgrounds. This is why I did not follow the old path of my parents. Compared with strength, power always makes me feel more unreal. Ma-en continued, You can also try to pursue power. After all, you already have better conditions than most people. I will consider your suggestion. She smiled and continued, But I also hope that you can consider my suggestion. Although the conditions we proposed last time were a bit excessive, they always like to propose exaggerated conditions after being in the Federation for a long time. In fact, you can bargain at will, and what we said at the time was not as excessive as you think. Ma-en raised his eyebrows slightly and said, You mean I can kill the lover of this 5th level ability user, and then foolishly believe that the Federation will protect me for life? He suspected that this sentence could only be said by an outsider like Tang Xuewan. Tang Xuewan said, I didn't finish what I said last time. What I meant was that you would force her to give in if you did this. That was definitely not what she meant at the time, but she didn't think that Ma-en would agree to this condition now. Even if the Federation could indeed provide him with enough shelter, this was actually very dangerous. Her mother originally just wanted to see if he would be stupid enough to agree. And she also prepared quite an amazing reward. It was not only the Federation itself that provided these things, but now there was no need to raise this possibility. It was the greatest disrespect to be interested in someone like Ma-en. Whether it was his straightforward refusal at the time or the simple conversation just now, it has proved that Ma-en is not easy to fool, not to mention that his past experiences and choices also show how extraordinary he is. If such a guy successfully enters the federal system, he may also be promoted very smoothly. Maybe he only needs to spend some time to adapt to understand the rules here, and find the most suitable way to rise for himself. This is a smart man, and he is also a strong man in his own field. The best way to treat such a person is to be sincere. She said softly, We all know what you want, and Shadow can find you because of this, but you don't know that we can actually provide you with much better treatment than him, although he is very strong and has more actual power than anyone in our family. But behind me is a family, and a complex force, and we have more and more flexible interests than him, which can be easily divided to you. For example, we can easily get you the reward you mentioned this time. And if you work for him, your highest achievement is the Yin-Yang twins, but if you work for us, you have the chance to become the second Shadow. As for the reformist members who want to win you over, they are nothing in front of us. She paused slightly, but did not give Ma-en a chance to answer, lest he refuse first. Our main request is not what you said, and I didn't want to go so far, but my mother is still used to the way of communication within the Federation. I apologize for this. I think you should be able to accept our real request. You should know that my sister Shuyan died not long ago. My mother was so grief-stricken over her death that she could only focus on revenge for her to divert her attention. We actually have some doubts about your former colleagues. So we would like to ask you to conduct a simple investigation for us. If the result is that the murderer is not in the Salvation Alliance, it is actually a good thing for you. If you really find the murderer, we can also promise you. We only want the leader. If you can find him, we will give you 5 times the reward you asked for this battle, and help you gain a foothold in the Federation, provide you with a special position that does not need to be managed by Shadow and others, become your most reliable ally and backer, and guarantee that you will have power and wealth that is not inferior to my sister in your next life. This is a price far higher than the reasonable level. This is all a mother can give. She looked at Ma In with a pleading look, but in fact, Tang Xuowan didn't think he would refuse in her heart, because she did the most correct thing when cooperating with a smart and powerful person like Ma In and gave a price that could not be refused. Ma In looked puzzled and asked, "Don't you know what she did to us?" Tang Xuowan said, "If she was still alive, I would definitely not say this, but she is dead, and we all know what the Federation did to Xin Xiao and the Salvation Alliance. The crimes they actually committed are far more serious than my sister's, but aren't you here now? And all we want is a name. If you don't provide it, we may still find him. It's just a matter of time. Aren't these things worth your temporary abandonment of morality?" Ma In replied, "This is really a very tempting reward, but please allow me to refuse again." Tang Xuowan was stunned when she heard this. She didn't understand why Ma In said this. Why? I don't think you are the kind of idiot who can't figure out the reason. You have already cooperated with us. It may take you more than 10 years to get these things, but now you are instantly ascending to heaven. Or are you still not satisfied? Ma In shook his head, and then said something she didn't believe at all. "Sorry, but you may have misunderstood the reason why I cooperated with you." She asked angrily, "You said that you don't want power and wealth, nor do you want status and power, but you still cooperate with us." Ma In nodded, and then said words and phrases that she couldn't understand at all. "Yes, I cooperate with you to stop the conspiracy of the gods and the church, for our crumbling world. Although you are indeed terrible, I know very well what kind of stuff the church and the gods are. The reason I cooperate with you is the same as the reason I follow Xin Xiao." After saying that, he turned around, leaving Tang Xuowan with a puzzled look on her face. How is this possible? But it seems this is the only reasonable explanation. Chapter 323. After Ma In completely disappeared, Tang Xuowan slowly came back to her senses. And although she didn't want to admit it, after the shock faded, the first emotion that emerged in her was actually strong admiration, followed by a kind of shame close to anger, because she completely misjudged the purpose of Ma In's cooperation with the Federation, and regarded such a proud former member of the Salvation Alliance as a fame-seeking speculator. And the most important problem was that she confidently showed her judgment to Ma In. "I just said complacently, I know what you want." Now thinking back, if I hadn't given Ma In a chance to speak, he might have refuted my unfounded inference long ago, and the so-called wealth and power had no temptation to him at all. If she had known earlier, she would definitely not treat this ambitious man like this, and in fact, she also knew several relatively effective ways of communication with this kind of people, but unfortunately because of her careless judgment, those words and methods might not be effective. Moreover, it would be more difficult to persuade such a person to betray his former companion than to let him kill Ivani. It was difficult to make such a person break his bottom line, and it would be basically no difficulty after he exposed his intention. If she thought so, it would be impossible for her mother to rely on him to find the murderer who killed Xu Yun. After thinking about this clearly, she had a new view of Ma In. "Xiao Su," Tang Xuowan said. As the light around her dimmed, a young woman in black appeared in front of her. "Have you finished your business with him?" Tang Xuowan shook her head slightly. "No, he was completely beyond my expectations." In fact, Tang Xuowan could fully understand the existence of such people, otherwise she would not know how to deal with them. She just did not expect that Ma In was one of them. After all, his speed with the Federation was a bit unusual. This also made her think that Ma In joined the Federation and the Salvation Alliance for the same purpose, that is, to join a powerful force. So he immediately found the Federation to defeat her after Xin Xiao fell. But now it seems that he is actually much more noble than she thought. When Xin Xiao and the Salvation Alliance no longer exist, he is still fighting against the dark side of the world alone. What a powerful soul. The female bodyguard asked routinely. "So are we going to see the lady now?" Tang Xuowan nodded. "Yes, but not what you think. I have some new ideas to tell my mother." Xiao Su cooperated and showed a curious expression. "Did you see any business opportunities?" Tang Xuowan said, "Yes, Ma In is a very good person. Although our original plan was stranded, after I realized who he was, I suddenly realized that the ideas of Shadow and those behind him might also fail. And I saw our opportunity in it. Let's go." The young bodyguard nodded after hearing the boss's order, and then the gloomy environment around him seemed to begin to flow slowly. In fact, Tang Xuowan really admired people like Ma In. Even though she stood on the opposite side of him, due to her family background, she actually often respected people like Xin Xiao and Ma In. Because she knew they were not stupid, and they all did what they dared not do. Ma In and Shen Xiao both had the courage that she had never had. Although Tang Xuewan loved her parents and sister very much, she was not as attached to power as they were. She was not lying when she discussed the difference between strength and power with Ma In just now, otherwise she would have embarked on the same political path as her sister. It was her dissatisfaction with the Federation that made her make a completely different choice. If someone asked her who she wanted to be, then Tang Xuewan had only one answer in her heart: Shen Xiao Walker. Even though Shen Xiao was defeated and became a prisoner, she was still the one Tang Xuewan wanted to be the most. Even if Shen Xiao's ending was the worst and saddest, this kind of defeat after fighting the world alone still had a romantic feeling that made her yearn for it. Moreover, now she and the Federation can actually be said to be compromising with each other. When the opponent is the Federation, this is already a good result. It was a pity that when she was born in such a family, she would not be able to become a free and easy ability user like Shen Xiao, because she had the choice because of her birth, and most importantly, she was not as courageous as Shen Xiao and Ma In. Tang Xuewan imagined what it would be like if she was an ordinary ability user, and she felt that she would definitely join the World Salvation Alliance. It sounded too tempting to follow the world's strongest ability user to save the world. But if she was really Shen Xiao, she would definitely compromise with the Federation early, and if she was Ma In, she would not continue to cooperate with the Federation after the truce to jointly prevent the conspiracy of Atlantis and the Southern Gods. She didn't have their courage. It was because she was deeply aware that she couldn't do it that she felt sincere admiration for Ma In, who could do what she couldn't do, and it was also because of this that she wanted to propose the next words. "We're here," Xiaosu said. The surrounding environment suddenly became bright, and they appeared in a luxuriously decorated office. Tang Jinghong was sitting at the tea table, looking through the information she had just collected with a sad look. The environment was dim again, and Tang Jinghong, who entered this space, looked up at her daughter in surprise. "Did you convince him?" Tang Xuewan shook her head slowly. "No, I misjudged his situation. This Ma In is not the type who might cooperate with us. He is one of the few good people in the Salvation Alliance, and he knows what he wants. What we can give him has no meaning to him," Tang Jinghong just said in an urging tone. "Then give him a higher price. Everyone has a price. You said he is a smart man, but you just didn't find out what he wants." Tang Xuewan saw that her mother didn't really understand what she said, and she sighed in her heart and said, "But Shen Xiao doesn't have any price, and she is also very smart. I don't think we can convince Ma In, and my misjudgment also means that we can't use other methods to change his mind. Now he knows what we want. Since he knows what I want to say, he won't think carefully about any of my suggestions and make decisions. And he has rejected me decisively. He doesn't understand what he's refusing." Hearing this, Tang Jinghong's expression became gnashing, but she knew in her heart that she couldn't do anything to Ma In. When he gets old, he will definitely regret today's wrong decision. Tang Xuewan didn't think so, but she wouldn't try to persuade her mother, who was losing her mind because of her sister's death. "Well, but we don't have any solutions or clues now," Tang Xuewan said to her mother. "The Federation can't help us do anything anymore. We can't find the murderer." Tang Jinghong said, "Can you let the company?" Before her mother finished speaking, she shook her head. "Impossible. I don't have that much power." Tang Jinghong lowered her eyes slightly. "We will definitely find the murderer, as long as I think about it." Seeing that the time is almost right, Tang Xuewan said, "Mom, I think we should stop." Tang Jinghong raised her head slightly, with a look of surprise on her face. "What do you mean by this?" Tang Xuewan said firmly, "I mean we should stop, Mom. You have consumed too much of your mind on this matter. Grandpa and Grandpa can't stand it anymore, and we can't succeed at all. It's time to accept our fate. Xu Yun is dead, and we can't avenge her. At least this is not something we can change with our efforts." Tang Jinghong looked at her daughter with more anger and reproach. "How can you say that? This is your sister." "I know," Tang Xuewan said with a serious expression, and then her expression also showed anger and hatred towards the murderer. "If we can catch the murderer, I will peel off his skin bit by bit with my own hands and inflict the most cruel torture I can find on him. Your daughter has been my sister for more than 20 years. Do you think I don't hate the murderer who killed her? I swear that as long as I can get a chance to avenge my biological sister, I am even willing to give up everything I have won over the years, as long as I can let her die with peace of mind. But she is dead, Mom. The dead cannot be resurrected." At the end, her angry voice trembled a little. Looking at her daughter's red eyes, Tang Jinghong also showed a guilty look, then sat down and fell silent, and the whole room fell into silence. After a while, Tang Jinghong said a little tiredly, "You are right. She may not want to see us like this. Tang Xuowen wiped her slightly red eyes, and did not ask her mother whether Xu Yun would want to see her revenge for her. Then she said to her mother in a comforting tone, "Mom, I promise that if there is a chance, I will definitely avenge her, but in the absence of any clues, we can only issue a huge reward order, and then slowly wait for someone to give clues. This is the best thing we can do for her." Tang Jinghong hesitated, but still nodded. "You're right, I just can't." She was a little at a loss for words. Tang Xuowen walked to her side, squatted slightly, and hugged her mother. "It's okay, and although we can't avenge her for the time being, we can continue to become stronger. Maybe one day in the future we will have enough power to go directly to someone like Shen Xiao to ask the truth. And my visit to Ma in this time is not without any gains." The woman also raised her hand to wipe her eyes, then quickly adjusted her expression and state, and looked at her daughter. "Do you have any other gains?" She nodded, then stood up and said, "Yes, although that Ma rejected me, I found something in the brief conversation with him. He may not be intervening in this matter for the sake of Shadow and the reformist bastards as we initially expected." At this time, Tang Jinghong also realized something. That's why he can reject our conditions. Tang Xuowen nodded. "Yes, he is a person with a bottom line, and he is more capable than we thought. Since Ma was selected to participate in this duel, his ability has been proved. Except for those 5th level ability users and real adults, the members of the Federation will not underestimate his ability in the field of combat, but Tang Xuowen is talking about his whole person." The woman said with some doubt, "Aren't those guys with so-called bottom line common in the Salvation Alliance?" Tang Xuowen shook her head gently and said, "It's different. He is also very smart. When Ma Yan saw that I proposed such a reward, he immediately understood what I wanted to do, and gave the most effective answer that I couldn't refute. And this smart person can still stick to something. I think this is a symbol of a strong soul." Tang Jinghong didn't quite agree with this view. "I think generally speaking, such people can't be described as smart." "Mom," Tang Xuowen said in a slightly coquettish tone, "my judgment will not be wrong. Just trust me directly." Tang Jinghong waved her hand. Okay, you are so old, why are you still using this trick?" Tang Xuowen smiled at her mother. She did this because this trick always worked. So after a brief contact, I immediately understood that he was the kind of person who could make a difference even if he had no ability, and Shadow chose Ma Yan because he had the best level and talent in abnormal combat. The combination of these two is a huge value that we cannot ignore. Tang Jinghong asked, "So you are interested in him?" Tang Xuowen said to her mother excitedly, "Yes, I want to recruit him. Ma Yan has no intention of joining the reformists. We still have enough opportunities. He is also a rough gem with extremely high potential for our family. Strictly speaking, this may be the best time. Although our family now has some power in the Federation and outside, we have no room for improvement now. I think even if he cannot be promoted to the 5th level, Ma Yan will be a stock worth investing in, not to mention the possibility of winning the jackpot. I want to bet on him on behalf of our family. In fact, their family has no room for improvement because of Xu Yun's accidental death. They originally had many plans for her future." Tang Jinghong's expression gradually became serious. "What do you mean?" Tang Xuowen nodded firmly. "I plan to start handling family affairs. Xu Yun died, and she can no longer stay away from the family." Tang Jinghong thought for a while and said, "Okay, I think this proposal can be considered, but you overlooked a very important thing." Tang Xuowen asked with a puzzled look, "What did I miss?" Tang Jinghong smiled and said to her daughter, "You forgot that he might not survive the duel a few days ago. He had to hold back on the enemy, but the crazy people in the church would not consider so much. They must be involved in this matter because of their faith. Ma Yan may not survive." To be honest, Tang Jinghong was actually not optimistic about Ma Yan, a temporary contestant. She even thought that Ma Yan might be killed by a Vanny because of his limited hands and feet. Tang Xuowen realized this at this time. "You are right, but I think it should not be difficult for him to survive. Even if he really can't beat the opponent, Ma Yan will definitely admit defeat before being killed, and will not sacrifice his life for the Federation. If he loses, it may actually be a good thing for us. It is always better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake." Tang Jinghong said, "And what Shadow said about his strong ability may not be true. We have to see it with our own eyes to confirm that he is as capable as you said." Tang Xuowen nodded. "I am also very curious. In fact, I don't have an accurate understanding of what level Ma Yan is among those with abnormal abilities. Let's see what his true level is in the duel. Anyway, there are only a few days left." Chapter 324. After completing the 3 extra abnormal equipment, Ma Yan put all his energy into adapting and training with the entire set of federal equipment, hoping to completely master these equipment in less than a month, so that he could use them skillfully in battle. And time passed slowly in training. Dong dong dong. With a few knocks on the door, Ma In, who was resting in the room arranged by the Federation, heard Shadow's voice again. "It's time," Shadow said outside the door. Ma In stood up and stretched out his hand to open the door. Shadow was standing behind the door, but behind him was not the corridor that Ma In was already familiar with, but a vast plain shrouded in deep darkness. Only the faint light from unknown sources made the outline of this world barely recognizable to the naked eye, although you could also move in space. But for safety reasons, Shadow explained to him, the Federation still thinks that I will escort you to the destination. We must prevent various insidious tricks that the opponent may use, such as assassination or delaying the duelist. Come with me. Marn raised his leg and stepped on the ground of the plane. At first glance, the object under his feet looked no different from ordinary mud, but when he stood on it, he felt a sticky feeling that was not normal. "Is this also your ability?" he asked curiously. Shadow smiled and said, "Otherwise, why do you look so confused? I am the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Isn't it normal to know some abilities other than basic telepathy? And for me, mind and matter are not two different things. In fact, they are originally mixed with each other, but most creatures can only recognize them separately." Mon said, "So we are going to move forward?" Shadow smiled and said, "Look back." Mon turned his head and looked behind him, and then he found that the door he had just walked out of had become extremely far away. It was just because the world was too empty that he didn't realize that he was moving forward at all. "Our destination is not a place that can be reached by legs alone," Shadow said. "I will take you there directly. Have you made all the preparations?" "I have tried my best." Mayan shrugged and said, "What comes next is not something I can influence. After all, I am just a temporary person you found because you are short of manpower. It is better not to have too high expectations of me." Shadow nodded. "I think so too, but it is difficult for me to guarantee that other federal politicians think so. After the Sun God wants to deal with us, the outcome of this duel becomes confusing, and they will definitely pay attention to you. And they are all outsiders, and they don't know that this level of battle is very complicated. They will only evaluate you based on your victory or defeat. If you lose, they will definitely think that you are not as good as Ivani, and they will not think that you just lost because of bad luck. But you don't plan to work in the Federation, so this doesn't really matter to you. At most it will affect your final compensation, but because of the difficulty of your work this time, you won't get much less. As long as I spend some time to negotiate, I only need to give up the least valuable things. If I really want to say it, some of them may be a little skeptical of my vision, but in fact, politicians with real brains will realize that you are our best choice, and will not blame me for anything. In fact, this matter will really affect you and me, not because they can really see anything, but this battle itself is too important to the Federation, which will magnify all their joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. That's right, if they speak rudely because of your unfortunate defeat, I hope you can't take it to heart. They are not telepaths like us, who have a deep understanding of their own thoughts and emotions since childhood." Mayan nodded. "Of course, if I really care about these, I would never come to the Federation to cooperate with you." Shadow nodded in agreement. Indeed, former members of the Salvation Alliance, who turn to the Federation are not a good reputation. Your former colleagues may understand, but I believe that there will definitely be many people who hear this news and imagine you as a traitor in gossip, of course. Those people will not have the opportunity to appear in front of you, and the opinions of those politicians on you are actually not important to us." Maan showed a curious look. "If you think so, why do you still work for the Federation?" Shadow said, "Because the Federation pays the most money. Of course, I am not talking about the usual kind of deal. The Federation has special recruitment measures for 5th level ability users like us. For free 5th level ability users who meet certain conditions, the conditions for joining it should be the best among all forces. Although after joining the Federation, I can no longer freely enter the minds of those politicians, and I can no longer do anything in secret that can really endanger the survival of the Federation, but I didn't want to do these things in the first place, and the benefits they give are very generous even for 5th level ability users. You saw some of their background this time, right? But I can guarantee that what you saw is not even the best among the 4 abnormal equipment they have. The Federation will not expose those things to others for this battle. In fact, the Federation's conditions for us are also very loose. As long as we do not threaten humans or their rule, we are basically free. Xin Xiao is actually a special case among us. She has been trained by the Federation since she was a child, and her relatives are all Federation politicians. In the eyes of the Federation, she belongs to them, and I am just a tool to rule the world. Just when Mayan wanted to ask something else, the surrounding environment suddenly changed slightly. He turned his head to look at the faint ripples in the dark world, trying to see what it was. A few distant light blue lights like fireflies lit up in the direction he was looking at, and then Mayan saw what appeared. It was Alice and another shadow. The light blue light came from Alice, who was waving her hand to greet Mayan with a joyful look. And although Mayan and Alice across from him were standing still, the light blue light was approaching him at a speed that he could clearly perceive. After about half a minute, they were only 5 meters away. However, when they arrived here, Mayan and Alice remained relatively still, which means that they were moving in parallel at the same speed in this world. Mayan, why haven't you come to play with me these days? The girl looked a little excited, as if she and Mayan were sworn brothers and going to an amusement park to play, instead of participating in an important duel that would affect countless people. Mayan replied, I have been preparing for this duel recently. She nodded in agreement. I have been training hard these days, so you must find me after you kill them. It would be even better if you can call Sister Shishao as well. Mayan nodded. Okay, I remember. Shadow interrupted. Don't pay special attention to what she says. In fact, it won't have any bad effects if you ignore her, because in her world, no matter what you do, you will respond to her expectations in a way that you find difficult to understand. And the difference between whether she forms a dialogue in reality is actually just the reality distortion force correcting the dislocation. Ma looked at the shadow and said, So we are going to fight together. How do you arrange the time and order? When he turned his head, Alice also turned around and spoke to the shadow beside her, but the shadow standing beside her did not seem to answer, and she continued to talk to herself. The shadow beside Mayan said, We will hold a duel on the coast of the Southern Federation. Although the area for you to fight is very wide, there are no obstacles that can stop you in Ivani, and there is no cover, so you can basically only fight head-on. You and Alice will fight in the same place. We will watch and supervise at that time, and you will fight one after another. Lihu and the Sun God will fight in a position where they cannot affect you. Their battle will be watched from a distance by a few 5th-level ability users to ensure that they have enough space to display their hands and feet. You don't have to worry about them. As for who will go first, the Federation is considering letting Alice go first, because we don't want her to be exposed to the outside world for too long. When you go on stage, she will be immediately protected, and if there is anything unusual, I will escort her away as soon as possible. In fact, there are no other real rules. When we say we want to fight, you just start, and then go on stage. While speaking, Shadow also raised his head and looked forward, and Mayan also looked in the direction he was looking. Swoosh! They were like sitting on a train rushing out of a dark tunnel. The darkness around them almost instantly faded away completely behind them, and the bright and dazzling sunlight immediately shone on them, and the harmonious sea breeze blew across Mayan's face. The azure coastline appeared in front of them. Alice's figure suddenly appeared beside him, and people continued to appear near them one after another, but most of the others appeared at the same time, and there were several familiar faces among them. Kong Shoshing, Tang Xiuowan, Wang Yang, and the ability people and federal politicians beside them. Opposite to where they appeared, there were also some strange figures that Ma-En was completely unfamiliar with, but some of them he had seen their previous photos in the federal database, such as the 2 men and women standing very close. He actually came in person? Shadow squinted his eyes and murmured, It seems that it may not be a rumor. Ma-En asked doubtfully, Shouldn't he have come? The shadow said to him telepathically, Rafi was only supposed to come as a projection, but I didn't expect him to stop what he was doing and come here. Marn, you have to be careful now no matter what you do. Rafivin has a bad temper among us. If you almost killed Ivani, he would definitely get angry on the spot. I can escort you away, but he will hate us, and you no matter what. He came here to show his attitude and warn us not to have any bad thoughts about Ivani, but if you say so. The contradictions within the church seemed to be more serious than he knew. Just when both sides wanted to greet each other, thunder roared behind Marn and the others. When he turned around, he saw a wonderful scene he had never seen before. The city above the coastline was completely submerged and swallowed by the dark black cumulonimbus cloud with no end in sight, and this dark cumulonimbus cloud was clearly parked behind them. The bright sunshine and the dark. The black rainstorm split the world in two. And almost not long after they appeared, the black clouds covering the entire city began to move and spread towards the coast at an unreasonable speed. The rolling black clouds opened their bloody mouths like a monster that wanted to swallow the scorching sun. And the originally mild sunlight suddenly became dazzling. They could see that the scene on the sea in the distance became distorted, and the originally gentle sea breeze instantly turned into a hot storm. The most amazing thing was that the sun above the ocean was slowly turning dark red, and strange black lines spread inside it, forming a strange and solemn pattern on the entire surface of the hot star. Then the sea surface in the distance seemed to be boiling, and mist rose up, and it seemed that everything in their eyes seemed to be experiencing a terrifying high-temperature burn, like a candle slowly melting. But maybe because the dark clouds had passed over them, or because the people with abilities were protecting them, they didn't feel anything in the shade, as if the boiling ocean in the distance was just an illusion. And the huge monster formed by the dark clouds was still eroding the territory covered by the sun. Shadow retracted his sight, and patted Ma-En on the shoulder. The battle between them is not something you can intervene in. Let's focus on the things in front of us. While they were observing this strange picture, Kong Shoshing had already walked to the opposite side, and was communicating fiercely with several of them about the specific matters of the battle. Not long after, a young man who looked only in his 20s came out. But this was not any player in Ma-En's memory. Shadow reminded, not long ago, the person with abilities selected by Atlantis died in some accidents that no one could explain, so they had to replace a substitute player again, which was lucky for us. Ma-En certainly heard what he meant. He asked, so we are sending Alice out? The shadow nodded, and then Marn heard the shadow next to Alice whisper to her, okay, go play with your brother. Chapter 325. After a brief exchange of words, the members of the Federation and the people of the Atlantis camp retreated to the semi-invisible stands suspended in the air, overlooking the entire coast, and the energy shield created by the stands isolated them from the battlefield. The people of Atlantis and the Federation camp stood on both sides of the stands, with Shadow leading the way, followed by the next contestant, Maine, and then various Federation politicians. Atlantis was secretly divided into 3 areas. Standing in the dominant position was a man who was dressed completely differently from normal people. He was the wise King Milet from the deep sea, and was also a strong man who was evaluated by Shen Shao as unkillable in the deep sea. Behind him stood several men and women whose clothes were also exotic, and their decorations were very complicated and gorgeous. It can be seen that they all have a high status. These are said to be the royal families of Atlantis. Not far from them, there was a group of humans dressed in normal clothes, but the one standing in front had some strange features. Some had lights flickering in their eyes, some had flames floating around them, and some had antlers and sharp teeth on their bodies. Behind them were the people of the gods, and these people with strange visions were the incarnations of the gods. The last group was the members of the 6 churches, and they were also the smallest in number among the 3 waves. The most eye-catching one was Pope Lafwin, who looked only in his 20s, and his actual age was not much older than he looked. This Western Federation man had an upright figure and a handsome face. Just standing there, he had a majestic and solemn temperament, which made everyone who saw him immediately realize his extraordinary status and power. Ivani standing beside him was also a heroic woman. She was wearing a silver-white armor with golden patterns. There were 2 long swords hanging on each side of her waist, and 2 long swords on her back. Maine knew that these were not decorations. Among them, Maine also saw the familiar holy weapon that was once brought by the judge to deal with him. The blocker. It was obvious that the Church and the Federation had made special preparations for this battle, and this targeting would be very effective when he could not change his ability. When she saw Maine looking over, Ivani also looked at him expressionlessly, and at the same time, she reflexively placed her hands on the 2 hilts at her waist, as if she had regarded Maine as an enemy in the usual sense. However, Raphaelin smiled kindly at Maine, and nodded to show his friendliness. What do you think of him? Raphaelin asked through the divine channel. Ivani analyzed seriously. His aura is calmer than I thought. He doesn't look like a strong man who has done those things. His overall aura is low-key. I'm afraid I can't tell anything before I really fight him. Raphaelin said, he is not weak. You have to be careful. Ivani nodded. Of course, I won't take it lightly. While they were talking, the gods and members of Atlantis were also looking at Maine. The incarnations of the gods looked at Maine and other members of the Federation with a condescending scrutiny, and with a kind of arrogance buried deep in their bones, and they didn't even take those who were temporarily stronger than them seriously. However, one of the incarnations of the gods with flames floating around him showed a deep smile when Maine looked over, as if reminding this member of the Salvation Alliance of the hatred they had once forged. On the other side, the royal family of Atlantis looked at Maine with curiosity and doubt. Their expressions seemed to want to know why he could stand here, but their leader Milad was more indifferent to Maine. After just a few glances, he moved his sight to Alice and the incarnations of the gods below. Standing 200 meters away from Alice was a strong man, with a naked upper body. He was the incarnation of the god of gladiators. This god had been a 5th level ability user a long time ago, but even before the Titan era, he was not always at the 5th level. He was only at the 5th level during the heyday of gladiators. Sometimes he would fall to the 4th level, and now his body is the weakest among the 4th level, so his incarnation is even only the 3rd level, but this is actually an advantage now. Although it is only the 3rd level, the power of this incarnation is also the strongest among the same level, and the consciousness that controls him has reached the 5th level in many historical stages, and has the corresponding 5th level combat skills. It is almost impossible for a person of the same level to be stronger than him. Alice was standing in front of the shirtless man with high spirits, and seemed to be unaware of what was about to happen. "Are your members ready?" asked a young woman among the incarnations of the gods. Shadow retracted his gaze from Alice, turned his head, and said to her, "Ready." Kong Shoshing stood in the center and said, "Then let's start." A few seconds after he finished speaking, the incarnation of the god of gladiators seemed to have received some signal, and suddenly jumped heavily in the direction of Alice, with all the muscles in his body working in the most efficient way, and the timing and angle of each landing were almost perfect. Even everyone watching the scene felt a special sense of regret. Such top-level control of the body and combat can only be demonstrated with a mere third-order power. It is simply a waste of such skills and efficiency. The first 100 meters of distance were shuttled by him in an extremely smooth manner in an instant, just like a bird lightly flying over the sea, but when they were only 100 meters away, the incarnation of the god fell directly to the ground as if he had fallen down. Before everyone realized what was going on, he stretched out his palm and pressed it on the ground, supporting his legs and shrinking in midair, and then turned his body 60 degrees on the spot with only his arms, adjusted the direction he was facing, and then his legs suddenly jumped out again, and then the incarnation of the god ran wildly in a new direction like a four-legged beast. After running for 30 meters, he jumped up again in the air on the right, and then stepped on the air and ran in midair with his body tilted as if there was something there, and then jumped left and right several times like this, closing the distance with Alice again. Until this happened, the girl didn't seem to react at all, as if she was frightened and frozen in place. The beast-like incarnation of the god appeared behind Alice while running, stepped in the air and aimed at Alice again, stretched out his hands, and jumped out like a beast pouncing on its prey. During the jump, several faint blood lines suddenly appeared on his body. At this time, most viewers realized that he had just jumped around to avoid the sharp blade that could not be seen by the naked eye, and the 5th level combat experience of the god incarnation also allowed him to avoid the sharp attack that could not be captured by any sensory system. His right hand gently rested on Alice's shoulder, and then without any hesitation, he twisted her neck directly, twisting her cervical vertebrae 90 degrees, and Alice's head was barely hanging on her neck like a piece of garbage. However, the incarnation of the god did not show any joy because of eradicating an important genius of mankind, but continued to follow his powerful instinct that transcended the body and stretched out his left hand directly into Alice's left back, trying to pierce her heart directly. This move that was enough to establish victory did not encounter any obstacles, but the next moment he and most of the audience felt something was wrong, because his entire forearm had been immersed in Alice's left back, but did not see her chest being pierced. And he also felt that the flesh and blood wrapped around his arm was a little weird, so he immediately tried to pull out his arm again, and his right hand did not stop, but grabbed Alice's shaky head, and then threw it back violently. The girl's head, which was originally hanging on his neck, was finally thrown out, but then his entire left arm seemed to be completely swallowed by Alice's back under the reaction force. The incarnation of the god did not panic because of this. He immediately turned his right hand into a palm knife, and then decisively chopped down at the shoulder of the body, directly separating the left arm from his body, and then retreated. As he retreated, the blood flowing from the cross-section of the broken end did not drip onto the ground, but immediately twisted and entangled to fill the empty position of his left arm, turning into a flowing blood knife, and then readjusted his posture to prepare for the next battle. At this moment, Paw! Alice's flying head landed gently at his feet at a completely unreasonable time. The god of gladiators, sensing something strange, immediately pounced forward, but as he did so, the girl's headless body also ran towards him like crazy, and the head that had just fallen was also rolling towards him. And with every step she took, Alice's entire body was disintegrating and deforming in some weird way, and the girl's head was constantly collapsing and deforming inwards, and in a few seconds it had completely lost the characteristics of human beings and flesh and blood. Paw! The two bodies exploded at the same time like balloons, and the flesh and blood disappeared completely, and colorful strips of light like ribbons burst out, directly painting the god of gladiators in all colors, and then his body began to disintegrate and deform in the same weird way, and finally disappeared directly on the spot with Alice. The young woman incarnated as the gods came out. Where did they go? Isn't this a trick played by you? Shadow deliberately showed a puzzled look. Aren't they still in the same place? Mylid showed a questioning look. Did you send a third-level ability user? Shadow smiled and said, this is our secret weapon. Don't worry, if she is not a third-level ability user, this battle will not have any effect. Mylid then asked, then how can we determine their victory or defeat? This duel will not last long. Shadow said, of course not, you just have to wait. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden movement among the people of the gods. A young and strong woman among them trembled all over, and then her already good figure swelled half a circle in an instant, and finally the brilliance in her eyes dimmed for a few seconds, and was gradually replaced by emptiness and confusion. After standing there for a few seconds, she showed a look of fear and panic on her face, and began to look around cautiously. As she perceived the surrounding environment, her expression began to slowly become normal. Then half a minute later, she finally calmed down completely, and then said with lingering fear, how long have I been there? The incarnations of the gods were all annotating her, and they all changed their faces, because they knew very well that the person standing there was not a mortal, but the god of gladiators, who had repossessed the believer, which also meant that his body had been completely damaged. The god of flame walked up to her and said, it's been less than a minute. What's wrong with you? The god of gladiators did not answer him, but turned to look at Shadow indignantly, and said angrily, you cheated. This is not a third-level ability user. We should have thought that the Federation would not compete with us fairly. Shadow smiled and took out a piece of parchment, but it has already determined that we have won a victory. Although I understand that you gods cannot accept being defeated so easily by seemingly weak mortals, I advise you not to embarrass your compatriots. The god of flame wanted to continue arguing. Is the girl dead? Did you use her life in exchange for this victory? Without waiting for Shadow to answer, the god of gladiators, who had just calmed down next to him, turned pale again, and then she knelt down on the spot as if she remembered something disgusting, and began to retch continuously, and stretched her hands to her throat, and began to scratch. And as she vomited, something really flowed out of her mouth, but it was not ordinary vomit, but a ribbon of light similar to the one when Alice disintegrated just now, and after it flowed out, it was still swimming toward Shadow and Mane, and finally stopped beside Shadow, and then slowly gathered and turned into Alice, who was exactly the same as before the battle. After the girl appeared, she immediately showed a bright smile to the god of gladiators, who had changed his form, and asked in a pleading tone, brother, can we still play together in the future? At this time, the god of gladiators really exhaled heavily, without even looking at Alice, and complained directly to his companions. These insidious federal bastards. We have no chance of winning this battle at the third level. I have forgotten how long ago I ate this girl. If I were a mortal like them, I would have been driven crazy hundreds of times. But I definitely don't want to go back to that place. There is no logic and reason there. Don't call me next time if there is such a thing. Shadow smiled at them, and said to Mon telepathically, in a sense, they are right. We cheated. Chapter 326. The result of the first battle did not surprise the Federation. This was the most confident of the three battles. Alice, their long-hidden secret weapon, was perfectly suitable for this battle. As a reality twister, her most useful feature for the time being was that she was invincible among people of the same level. The Atlantis camp was not particularly surprised by the result of this battle. In fact, this battle was also the one they were least sure of. The third level was the most difficult level to distance. Even if the incarnations of the gods were once strong, they could not use the third level body to exert extraordinary power. But the situation of the fourth and fifth levels was different. There would be a very obvious gap between the fourth level ability users, and among the fifth level, there were top figures, like Shishao, who could face two-digit strong people of the same level at the same time. The 5-level ability users present are also the best in the same level, and the Sun God can be said to be the strongest among all the strong people who are fighting against Shishao. This ancient god who has fallen to the peak of the 5th level can stably suppress Li, who without other prerequisites, so this 5th level battle is actually the most confident for them. However, that is also the case without any other conditions. In fact, the Federation has always been studying the gods, and there are many tactics and plans specifically targeting them. The most important of these is naturally the South Federation extermination plan that Ma N has heard of. In addition, there are many equipment directly used in combat, most of which are tactical weapons targeting the special relationship between the gods and the incarnation. The last thing left is the special weapon specifically targeting the main gods. The dark clouds that are trying to cover the ocean now are the abnormal weather weapon system used to weaken the influence of the sun, and this is just one of the many weapons used by Li Hu. After Alice killed the incarnations of the gods, everyone's eyes also looked at the dark sky that had unknowingly blocked the sun. Even standing on the stands on the coast, they could see clouds everywhere rolling down as if they were hit, and from time to time there would be a few golden beams of light briefly piercing the clouds, and then there would be hoarse thunder like metal collisions. But these were just a few aftermaths of the battle, and most people standing on land could not actually see the real battlefield. Li Hu is at a disadvantage. Shadow whispered to Ma Yin, if he can't achieve any results later, you should be ready for the battle with Ivani. Ma Yin did not answer telepathically, but he had no confidence in Li Hu. Because if he and Alice could both win, then Xin Xiao would not need to let him get involved in this matter, and now that Alice has defeated her opponent, Li Hu should have no chance of winning. The situation did not go beyond Ma Yin's guess. The frequency of the golden light piercing the dark clouds became higher and higher. Then, the center of the dark clouds on the sea's surface suddenly rolled out violent ripples, like a water surface, with a stone thrown into it. The strong wind also blew the sea water towards the shore. Then the expressions of several 5th level ability users present became more serious. Raphael and Mylid were concentrating on the same point. Shadow seemed to have completely lost his attention in this body. In their eyes, the battle had entered a critical moment. After a while, everyone's expressions changed one after another. Raphael shook his head slightly after retracting his gaze. Then Mylid's face also showed a little relaxation, and Shadow raised his head calmly. The next moment, the members on the stage heard a low and solemn muffled sound, and then saw a crack in the center of the dark cloud, and the dazzling golden sunlight fell like a waterfall, and finally the dark cloud began to slowly dissipate from the golden crack. It's a pity that we still lost. Shadow sighed softly. The sun god is indeed one of the enemies that the Federation needs to pay the most attention to and be on guard against. Even with these Li Hu, it is difficult to defeat him, and luck is not on our side this time. These weapons against the gods did play a significant role. When he was watching, there seemed to be a chance to win several times, but the sun god responded to these opportunities with a nearly perfect attitude, without revealing any flaws. However, although they did not win this battle more or less accumulated data and experience for the Federation to deal with the gods, which can help them continue to develop and manufacture other weapons against the gods. In fact, Li Hu did not activate the most dangerous and powerful weapons. It is not worth exposing the final means to increase the chance of winning. If it was a sure win, the Federation would indeed do so, but with the advanced preparations of the Sun God, even if Li Hu brought all the weapons, it could not guarantee a 100% victory, because those weapons were not designed for Li Hu. After the dark clouds completely dissipated without a trace, the Supreme Sun once again dominated the sky, and the center of the sun, which had returned to normal, sprayed out several sparks under their gaze, and then a daytime meteor with blazing flames rushed directly to the star and fell accurately in their direction, causing several federal politicians to step back in fear. But the closer the flaming meteor got to the ground, the slower it seemed to be, and it also began to shrink slowly, as if it was extinguished. Before it approached the coast, it completely solidified into a human shape, and finally landed steadily on the stands. The one who fell like a meteor was a middle-aged man in a black suit. His eyes reflected the afterimage of the scorching sun, and the heat and light he emitted gently brushed across the entire stand, making all the creatures present feel warm and comfortable. The moment he appeared, the incarnation of the god of fire immediately walked to his side, and whispered a few words. After listening to his words, the sun god looked up at the shadow. Are you ready for the final challenge? As his voice fell, everyone present looked at Maine and Ivani, but all the guys who looked at Ivani were stared back by Rafivan with a cold expression, so they immediately turned their eyes to Maine. Before Mon could react, Ivani stepped forward, looked at him firmly and asked, Are you ready to fight me? Mon looked at her and said, I can start at any time. Ivani looked at him sincerely and said, Very good, but I want to remind you that this is not a fair fight, because I will not show mercy. The outcome of this battle is related to the return of my lord, which has been destined. If you don't admit defeat in time when I swing the last sword, I can only kill you. Mon also nodded sincerely. Thank you for your reminder, don't worry. I won't leave my life here. Chapter 327. Maine and Ivani walked down the stands under the attention of the crowd, and stood 200 meters away from each other. For the 4th level ability users, who had no problem with mobility, this distance was basically within their reach. Once they started, they could immediately close the distance to engage in combat. At this time, Ivani was wearing a silver-white full-body armor bloodless with golden patterns. This armor required a huge amount of energy to drive, but it could effectively resist almost any type of magic and physical damage. Even the 4th level ability users, who were best at attacking, could hardly hurt the wearer of this armor, but even in normal state, she could only maintain this armor for more than 10 minutes. Therefore, this armor can only be used freely if she can summon the power of angels to possess her. Otherwise, wearing this armor is actually more disadvantageous than beneficial to her. Ivani has many better options to use. She had 2 holy swords hanging on her waist, 2 holy swords hanging behind her, a total of 6 long swords, and she also wore many holy weapons that increased her overall strength in places that Maine couldn't see, and this time she must have brought more than the usual number. Maine, who was opposite her, also wore Gurama magic armor and held a holy spear in one hand. Although he looked much lighter than Ivani, Maine actually carried a lot of abnormal items, and if he didn't have time to slowly adapt and learn, the Federation could give him dozens of abnormal equipment. Everyone in the stands looked at the two of them nervously. Whether it was the federal politicians or the royal family of Atlantis, they were all more nervous than ever at this moment, because they knew very well that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the two civilizations. Tang Xuowan, who was among the politicians, was also watching Ma'an. As she was not an official member of the Federation, her concern about Ma'an's victory or defeat had nothing to do with the changes in the overall interests of the Federation. She was more concerned about his level in the field of abnormality. As long as he fought well enough in this battle, it would prove that he was worth investing in. Even if he lost, it didn't matter. But if Ma'an lost miserably, or was killed in a fierce battle, then he would be nothing. Rafivan, who represented the church, was always staring at Ivani. He didn't care about the outcome of this battle at all. As long as she didn't encounter any unexpected accidents, he could accept anything. Compared with this prophecy, he had a more far-reaching and important plan. The sun god was watching Ma'an, and asked the flame god beside him in Gurama, "Are you sure it was him?" The flame god replied, "Yes, he was the member of the Salvation Alliance, who stopped the sea god and me at that time." The sun god nodded expressionlessly, as if he was thinking about something. While they were looking at the two combatants, Shadow finally walked to the front of the stands. Then he said, "Begin." The moment he finished speaking, Ivani instantly raised her hands and reached for the two holy swords behind her, and they also burst out with dazzling holy light at the same time, and quickly spread to the surrounding space. Buzz, as she raised her hands, Ma'an, who was holding the holy spear tightly, flashed in front of her and stabbed directly at Ivani's left chest, but did not hit Ivani's silver-white armor. Because at this moment, there were two translucent golden arms extending from her waist. They had already pulled out the two long swords hanging on her body, and formed the sword bodies into an oblique cross shape to block the spear that wanted to pierce Ivani, and then slightly pushed Maine back. It was at this moment that the holy power that burst out from the two holy swords behind her finally swept over the position where Maine was at the moment, and at the same time blocked the space and spiritual world here, directly offsetting Maine's two powerful abilities. Seeing this, Maine, who had retreated to a distance, reached deep into his arms, and in the shocked eyes of the church members in the stands, he took out a bloody broken sword, and then casually inserted it into the ground under his feet. The holy light emitted by Ivani, and the two long swords instantly dimmed a little, and the blockade caused by the two holy swords became shaky. Seeing this, Ivani calmly drew out the holy swords of the blocker and the silent, without shifting her attention to the forbidden holy weapon that Maine had specially displayed. She inserted the two holy swords into the ground on both sides of her body, and at the same time, her arms burst out with strong sacred power, and injected it into the two weapons to stabilize the blockade of space and spiritual realm again. Then, two pairs of translucent light golden slender wings spread out behind Ivani to dispel some of the gloom, and at the same time, she drew out the last two holy swords with her original hands, and raised the four holy swords at the same time to Maine to prepare the sword style, and then said seriously, "Please teach me." Maine nodded, "Okay." Bang! Ivani kicked her legs and leaped up, gliding and swooping directly towards Maine, who was standing in place, and the four sharp holy swords were also placed at the most perfect angle in the air, as if they would cut Maine's body into 5 pieces in the next moment. Seeing this, Maine immediately threw a piece of parchment. The contract flying in the wind instantly burst into complex red patterns, and quickly formed a summoning circle in the air. Then a skinny and ferocious claw stretched out directly, and when it touched the air, the body began to expand rapidly. Then this hand directly supported the remaining broken body out of the circle. The hell creature that appeared also began to expand rapidly after it appeared, and spread its bat wings nearly 3 meters long. It looked at Ivani, who was rushing towards it at high speed, or the angel power possessed in it, with greed and bloodthirstiness, and then immediately flapped its wings and flew towards them. Ivani, who was still flying, began to press down after seeing the Skinner appear, and landed lightly on the ground, and then ran towards Maine's position with a relatively steady pace, while the devil was still rushing in the original direction. Because as she fell, the angel's spirit attached to her body directly separated from her body, and flew towards the Skinner with two holy swords held high, landing in his hands, like a falcon hunting mice, accurately inserting the two swords into the devil's abdomen, and cleverly avoiding the Skinner's scratches. While she was fighting with the Skinner, Ivani, dragging the two swords, also arrived in front of Mon. Chapter 328. Ivani dragged the holy sword in her left hand, and slashed it towards the left side of Maine's waist. The holy sword in her right hand was in a blocking posture, so as to adjust her response measures at any time according to Maine's feedback. Seeing this, Maine also chose to trust the armor and the divine body, and directly ignored Ivani's left-hand attack. He held the holy spear tightly, and stabbed directly towards Ivani's left chest. Ivani, who was well prepared, immediately raised the holy sword in her right hand to block the gun. At the moment when the two weapons collided, the magic aura shining from Maine's armor wrapped around his right arm holding the gun, and together with his own muscles, the gun slowly pushed towards Ivani. And the divine aura on Ivani's body slowly surged up to her body, and the golden lines on the surface of the silver-white armor also lit up, maintaining the advancement speed of the spear to an acceptable level, because at this moment, the holy sword wielded by her left hand had already chopped Maine. The sword blade directly hit the waist that was not covered by armor, but the purple aura that was actually used for defense had already spread all over Mon's body. When the sword blade hit the surface of the defense layer, Ma-En could also feel the energy in the armor gathering towards that position. If Ivani wanted to penetrate it, it might take more than 10 seconds, and the Shashing spear should only take 4 or 5 seconds. If it continued like this, he would definitely be the first to solve the obstacle in front of him. However, although the offensive of the two seemed to be in a stalemate, in fact, they were only facing the first layer of resistance. Even if he could pick up the long sword and stab Ivani directly, there was still armor to block it, and there was also a divine body under the purple aura on his body. But the most important thing is that the spear has not yet revealed its true characteristics. After about 2 seconds, Ivani drew back the holy sword in her left hand, and then blocked the spear with both hands at the same time. The three weapons fell into a state of stillness for a short time, but she did not continue to maintain this state. Instead, she pushed both swords forward at the same time and retreated directly, trying to keep enough distance from Maine. Maine immediately chased forward a few steps, but immediately stopped. The next moment, a complex golden ceremony lit up on the ground in front of him, and the hot sacred flame suddenly gushed out from the ground, and finally slowly condensed into a sword-holding spirit burning with holy flames, and then it immediately rushed towards Maine. Seeing that the spirit summoned by the divine art temporarily stopped Maine, Ivani immediately turned around and ran faster. This holy spirit summoned by the divine art props was much weaker than the Skinner summoned by Maine with the contract, and could not stop Maine for long. This devil was no threat to her in a one-on-one fight, but if it cooperated with Maine, it could help him open up the battle situation and exchange its life for its own flaws, so she didn't pay attention to this ghost house at first. But now the angel spirit in the air has not only suppressed the Skinner, but also fully understood the strengths and weaknesses of this devil. Therefore Ivani, who was escaping, also jumped high and directly hit the angel spirit that had just left her body. The two reunited in an instant, and the four holy swords slashed cleanly. After a few exchanges, the Skinner's head was cut off. When Ivani waved her wings and turned to Maine, he had already pierced the body of the holy spirit with the spear in his hand. In just a few back and forths, Ivani skillfully relied on her combat experience to easily resolve the first attack, and kill the Skinner, who could not be solved immediately with the holy sword in the gap time, and the price she paid was just a holy spirit that was far weaker than the Skinner. Moreover, in the previous battle, she also mastered the most basic situation of Maine. When the forbidden weapon was weakened, she was obviously weaker than Maine with magic armor in terms of body alone when there was no angel possessed. Only when she was in her prime could she be on par with him physically. But the simple confrontation just now also exposed Maine's most fatal problem. He was not as good at close combat as herself, and he did not master the advanced skills of using the spear. In fact, this was not a problem for Maine in normal times. But after limiting the space and mental ability, this made Maine's frontal combat ability significantly reduced compared to usual. The two of them set up their postures again, ready to fight again at any time. In the stands, Tang Xuowan quietly walked to where Mine was just now, and asked the shadow, who had just stood beside him curiously, "Does this mean that Mine has the upper hand?" As a businessman, she has also been exposed to these abnormal abilities, but her vision is not enough to see the specific situation of the battle between Ma In and Ivani's ability users, so she can only ask the Federation strongman Shadow here. No, Ivani just gained the advantage. Shadow answered truthfully, but in fact, such a result was already expected by us. The summoning contract of the Skinner was originally a prop used for consumption, and it has completed its mission. Tang Xuowan said nervously, "Do you think he will lose?" "How can we tell the result now?" Shadow said with a smile, "But I think Main is also steadily gaining the upper hand." Among the people with special abilities present, he was the only one who could clearly see in the solidified spiritual space that when Ivani and Main's weapons were in a stalemate just now, something between the spirit and the material in his body quietly flowed along the collision point of the weapons to her body, and now it was quietly corroding her equipment to prevent mental attacks. Ivani succeeded on the surface, while Main made progress in invisible places. And up to now, Main has not really exerted the power of the Holy Spear. Some federal politicians who know the situation are also whispering at this time, and they are quite puzzled that he did not do so, because if he did so at the beginning, the Skinner might not have lost so quickly. But Shadow knew what he wanted to do. This battle is still early. The two people in the stands did not attack immediately. The reason why Main did not attack was more pragmatic, because it would take a long time for the tears of the siren to take effect, so delaying now would only tilt the scales of victory in his favor. And the reason why Ivani did not attack immediately was because she was looking for his flaws. If we simply look at it from the perspective of armed close combat, Main can be said to have flaws everywhere, but in fact, he has no flaws on his body. Because in fact, his real strength is not the spear in his hand, which is a priceless treasure for close combat masters, but his body and the ancient armor that creates a magical protective layer. No matter where he attacked him, he would be blocked to the same degree. If he wanted to cause effective damage, he could not directly use the long sword to slash at his throat. Even if he could slash a few times with his swordsmanship, it would probably not have any effect. Thoughts flashed through Ivani's mind quickly, but Ma did not let her really think about it, because if she stood there to delay time, Ivani would definitely notice that he was doing something secretly now. And he couldn't tell whether Ivani was actually doing something secretly. He stepped heavily and flew towards her position. Under the power of the armor, he turned into a purple meteorite and hit her. He raised his spear high and aimed at Ivani's left chest, determined to pierce her heart. Seeing this, Ivani did not stand still. She flapped her wings and turned into a golden light to collide with the purple meteorite. At the same time, the four holy swords in front of her also ignited the flame of heaven, which also meant that the next move would carry the power of the two strongest fourth-level creatures. They were so close in the blink of an eye, and just as their weapons were about to collide, two inaudible cracking sounds were heard from Ivani's body, and the two magic spells stored in the amulet cast by Raphaelin took effect automatically. First, her whole body was covered with a layer of light golden gauze, and after being protected by the holy veil, her four arms holding the holy sword were flexibly adjusted to avoid the position that the evil saint's spear could block. Then the effect of the second magic spell also appeared, and the two pairs of wings behind her instantly became a little whiter, and the original golden color slowly faded to reveal the true holy pure white, and her flying speed was directly increased several times. The relative speed between her and Main was so high that neither of them could react. Under her skillful control, the four holy swords accurately slashed at both sides of Main's neck, and the blazing holy flames of heaven were rapidly consuming his strength. Concentrated attack is the best way to deal with this kind of magic armor. At the same time as her sword blade cut through the purple spiritual light, the evil holy spear in Main's hand also hit the golden light veil on her body, but to the surprise of Ivani and Laffin, the spear easily pierced through the defense of the divine art, then hit the armor with bright patterns, and crushed it without any decline. A crisp metal collision sound rang out, and Ivani, who was already at a very high speed, turned sideways and passed by Main, and then turned several times in the air before hitting the ground heavily, tearing a narrow gully directly on the ground. When Ivani, who was rolling on the ground, staggered to stand up, Main, who had flown out, also stood up and turned around. There was a shallow blood mark on the right side of his neck. One of the four long swords found an opportunity, and directly cut his neck. Unfortunately, before the members of the Atlantis camp could feel happy, his blood mark began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it seemed that it would disappear completely in just a few dozen seconds. And this is not a self-healing ability. He can't grow his head again after being chopped off. This is actually the normal self-healing speed of the divine body for such scratches. After all, what Ivani caused can only be regarded as a scratch. If she had chopped for a few seconds just now, this scratch might have become fatal enough, but if she really persisted, his spear would have pierced her chest first and directly established the victory. Ivani's situation was far worse than Mon's. There was a dent on the left chest of her armor, and all the wings on the right side of her back were torn off. At the moment, when Mon's spear tip was about to cause substantial damage to her, she used these two wings to block the attack. But Ivani did not show any difficulty in paying such a heavy price. She casually patted the bag of heaven's holy water on her waist. As the holy water quickly penetrated into her skin, the originally broken wings were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. And her eyes were fixed on the spear in Mon's hand. You actually have such a thing. Mon held the evil holy spear that could dissolve the power of heaven and replied, you should say them. Ivani, holding the four holy swords, repositioned her fighting posture. Come again. Now Mon has exposed his trump card. Before it was really revealed, no one could have thought that the spear in his hand had such power, but now she knows that it will not be so dangerous in the future because she can change her fighting style. With four wings, she can maintain a very flexible high-speed movement, while Maine, who has lost the ability to move in space, is slightly inferior in this regard. It is not particularly difficult for her to maintain a non-combat distance. The real problem is how to cause enough damage to Maine. Just now, she ignored the defense and attacked with all her strength in order to tear open the defense of the armor, but after knowing the characteristics of this spear and seeing Maine's physical strength, doing so is tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, after being blocked in two strengths, Maine had no way to launch an attack. If there was no blocker to restrain his elusive spatial ability, he might have been defeated by the spear that could restrain the power of heaven. But now, if she did nothing, he would not be able to find her weakness. Of course, she would not make any progress that way. Now they have finished their probing. Ma-In pointed the tip of his gun at Ivani and asked calmly, are you ready? Ivani put the two long swords on her arms back to her waist and said firmly, you can attack at any time. The moment she put away her swords, Ma-In leaped towards her, and this time Ivani did not go forward to fight him head-on, but directly waved her fully restored wings and retreated to try to distance herself from him. And she took out two other small holy objects, a scripture and a sculpture from her arms, and then began to recite a prayer praising the destined returner in a low voice. The strong holy light also flowed from the sculpture into her right arm, quickly circulated and changed in her body, and then flowed out of her left palm again and penetrated into the scriptures, and light golden words appeared on its surface. The speeds of both parties were almost the same. It was not easy for Marin to catch her by chasing her in a straight line, so he was determined, and the purple light on his body began to flow rapidly. The adaptive armor also began to choose the distribution of energy according to his will. Within a few seconds, the armor's defense enhancement completely disappeared, and all of it was invested in improving his speed, which also made the distance between him and Ivani close at a speed visible to the naked eye, because they were not far away in the first place. Ivani, who saw the scene, did not panic, and continued to slowly recite this complicated prayer. At the same time, the pair of wings on her waist and the translucent arms were ready to fight with the opponent. Chapter 329. The shadow on the stand narrowed his eyes slightly, finally. The other 5-level ability users also perked up their spirits. The previous few fights have proved that they can't suppress each other. Whether it is Ma-In or Ivani, they may not be able to rely on their own advantages to slowly accumulate the chance of winning. These are two equally matched opponents. They all know that they will see who is better next. And those federal politicians and the Atlantis royal family have not actually realized that the situation has changed. Tang Xuowan just felt that Ma-In and Ivani's previous few fights were not successful, and did not realize that they actually had the opportunity to kill their opponents. The woman who didn't feel anything strange asked curiously, I heard that Ma-In rejected the invitation of the reformists. The shadow replied indifferently. He refused, but the situation next is hard to say. Maybe the reformists can put forward conditions that he can't refuse, but the next thing is something they discuss between themselves. He knew the purpose of Tang Xuowan's question. As expected, Tang Xuowan showed a curious look. So this matter has nothing to do with you? Shadow nodded. I am only responsible for introducing Ma-In to them. What is really important to me is the battle that is happening. Tang Xuowan, who got a satisfactory answer, looked down at Ma-In who was approaching Ivani. What is the situation now? Shadow also turned his head and looked back. Ivani knows a few powerful magics. She is the direct disciple of the strongest magician today, but facing an opponent like Ma-In, It is not an easy thing for her to use magic normally. She must take risks. And she is also very decisive. This is an opportunity for both of them. After a few jumps, Ma-In finally arrived in front of Ivani. The purple magic aura began to be redistributed to defense. Then he held the spear tightly with both hands at the same time, and gathered all his strength on this weapon that could pierce the power of heaven. The two burning swords dragged the holy flames of heaven and crossed in front of him to form two swaying diagonal lines, which also turned into a burning natural moat, completely isolating the evil holy spear in Ma-In's hand from Ivani's body. While the two swords formed a line of defense, the golden wings on her waist also shrank, and each open feather reflected a sharp cold light. Just looking at it, one can imagine the scene of them tearing the throat, but at this time, they only have to block the approach of the spear. In Ma-In's hand, the hard spear swung in a plain arc towards the trench formed by the double swords and wings, and they lightly hit the spear at a very beautiful and precise angle under Ivani's control, gently picking up its heavy attack. In Ma-In's hand, the holy spear was like a giant python hunting a falcon, constantly twisting its body to try to eat its opponent, but the falcon with two pairs of wings danced on the fangs of the python very flexibly, and used its sharp claws to seemingly easily push away each of its bites. But in fact, they all knew how dangerous Ivani was at the moment. Even the flexible falcon could only be bitten once by the python, and she was only unilaterally suppressed by Ma-In's offensive at the moment. Ma-In could make countless mistakes, but she only had one chance. What caused Ivani to fall into such a situation was naturally her two free hands. She could only perform ordinary magic in an instant, but now this magic that required props and a long time could be released to cut off the python's head. But just as she was wielding her two swords flexibly to block Main's attack, the spear that was originally like a giant python suddenly revealed its true face, revealing its narrow fangs and full venom glands, and then sprayed black venom towards her eyes. Seeing this, she immediately waved the wings at her waist to try to block the black venom, but it was too late. A black dagger slid out of Main's sleeves, hit her helmet straight at high speed, and quickly began to annihilate the dazzling golden holy light that burst out from the armor, and then knocked Ivani's head back. However, Ivani's hands and wings did not become dull because of her excellent experience. Instead, they burst out with stronger power. But at this moment, the black dagger that had just been knocked out turned in the air again and charged towards the helmet that had already dimmed. Spiritual power 3.5. Seeing this, Ivani immediately frantically attacked the remaining pair of wings, staring at the black dagger intently, watching it continue to increase in the air to a dangerous speed that was almost impossible to turn, and then fell towards her again. At the moment when the dagger almost touched her helmet, Ivani slightly turned her head and dodged it. However, at this moment, the clumsy open and closed spear in Ma-In's hand suddenly seemed to have life, turning into an agile and winding dragon and rushing towards her with fangs and claws, instantly pushing away the double swords and wings with perfect and abnormal efficiency. Speed 3.5 / Insected Sense 4.3. The evil saint's spear hit Ivani's neck quickly and accurately, and then it was lifted up swiftly. Snap! The silver-white helmet fell heavily to the ground. At the moment the helmet flew out, she suddenly spread the two pairs of wings behind her, and a dazzling sacred light burst out. The strong wind she raised directly pushed Ma-In back dozens of meters, and a black dagger was also blown away. When the light faded, blood dripped down her cheek to the ground. Ivani's right face was scratched by the tip of the spear just now, and there was even a tiny gap that would have blinded her eyes. There was also a shallow blood mark on the right side of her neck that was scratched by the dagger. The blood-stained black dagger that had just flown out stabilized in the air, and then circled directly above them like a vulture. The injured Ivani remained calm, raised her swords, and looked at Ma-In. Your moves just now were not like ordinary spearmanship, as if you suddenly realized the existence of flaws and gaps. Ivani, who was possessed by an angel, did not heal her wounds directly like Ma-In, but she stopped bleeding immediately. In Ivani's opinion, these two scars would not have much impact on the next battle, and her magic was almost completed. Ma-In raised his spear and said to her, "Excellent judgment." Just now, he strengthened his sensory speed through Qin Lan's extreme speed and insect necklace. Although Qin Lan's ability is not suitable for direct use, and has many obvious characteristics and defects that are different from normal high-speed movement, it is still safe to use it to improve reaction speed. After the armor was adjusted to the speed mode again, Ma-In stepped forward again, and Ivani also stepped back to distance herself from him, but she looked less calm after having two more scars. The spear, no longer concealed, chased the fleeing prey like a dragon, and even though Ivani knew what to guard against, he still slashed her neck several times in a row, leaving a few shallow blood marks. Even if Ivani was now possessed by an angel, she would slowly lose her strength after being scratched, and gradually fall into a disadvantage under Ma's surging offensive, and finally he found an opportunity to kill her directly. Most of the Federation members who saw this scene showed a look of joy, and Tang Xuan also wanted to express her joy to Shadow, but she turned her head and saw a very serious face, and then she immediately looked at the several 5th level ability users opposite. They didn't look nervous at all. Swish! Just as Main's spear tip hit the left chest of the armor again, knocking the already damaged armor to the edge of breaking, Ivani, who was still waving her wings and hind legs, suddenly pointed her hand at Main and stretched out her hand. Main saw this and naturally retreated at full speed, distanced herself from Ivani, who already had more than a dozen scars on her body, and moved several hundred meters away in a short moment, and also staggered in the direction Ivani pointed. But the holy light did not gush in the direction she pointed, but surged in all directions, like an explosion, and directly submerged the entire beach around it at a speed far exceeding Main, and also gently brushed past Main, who turned into a defensive state. This is not a direct attack. As the holy light faded, the sculpture carrying the sacred power fell to the ground in pieces, and a magnificent golden light gate appeared on the sea level in the distance. The golden road under the gate extended from the sea surface to the shore where Ivani and Mon stood. White clouds began to slowly roll out of the ground, and the sea surface in the distance was slowly covered by the fog. The solemn and bright music began to slowly come from the surroundings, and the sweet fragrance of flowers drifted with the wind, as if they were really in heaven. The shadow on the stand showed a surprised expression, and then immediately turned to look at the leisurely Raphaelin. What kind of magic is this? Raphaelin smiled and said, "The road to heaven, my latest creation, this should be its first appearance, you can tell this young man. It's not shameful to lose to my spell. This is the spell he specially improved and customized for Ivani these days." Ivani, who seemed to be standing in front of the door, said to Mon, "Where his light shines, all evil will be exposed. Show your true self, demon. This divine art can only have a negative effect on the demons defined by heaven, so it normally has no effect on ordinary people with abilities like Mon. But there is an inside story that others don't know. In fact, Xin Xiao and his followers have long been regarded as demons by heaven. It's just that heaven didn't do anything directly to these demons before, but simply called them demons. This is why when the Federation invited the church to deal with Xin Xiao, they chose to agree without hesitation. The harsh conditions and unreasonable huge consumption of this divine art correspond to its terrifying effect. The principle of this divine art is to borrow the most original power from heaven through complex measures, and can temporarily tamper with the surrounding reality in a way that meets the expectations of heaven. In fact, the road to heaven should not be used by Ivani at all. She is more like a spell prop that transfers energy than the user. The real completion of this giant divine art is actually the scripture and the sculpture, but his opponent also uses quite a lot of external objects. At the moment when Ivani's voice fell, the wings behind her were gradually solidified. Under the shower of holy light, she looked almost like a real white angel, and the damage caused by Main just now was slowly covered up by the effect of the divine art. The bright red scars and silver white armor turned into white skin and strong flesh and blood. Ivani turned into a flawless white angel on the spot, and the 4 long swords also ignited white flames. Main, who was standing in the distance, also had a dark red flame on his body, which represented the meaning of judgment. A translucent demon shadow also appeared behind him. The longhorn monster with bat wings on its back was wearing chains and shackles burning with holy flames, just like a prisoner waiting to be executed by an angel. Main also clearly felt that his body had become heavy. All the strengthening effects of the Gurama magic armor had stopped. All the energy was used to resist the judgment flames burning on his body, and even so, he could feel the armor was barely working. The angel waving white wings swooped towards him at a slightly faster speed than before. The 4 white flaming swords representing the true power of the god flew towards him like 4 seagulls. Under the suppression of the heavenly road, the originally agile Main was now as slow as a stone. Although his senses could react to the 4 flaming swords, his body could no longer keep up with their speed. Half a second before the sword blade directly cut off Main's limbs, he removed the defense function. The shackled spear burst out with amazing speed and flexibility again. Main swung the spear like a storm, and hit the 4 long swords that were slashing at him, and Ivani saw this, and used her own weapons more aggressively. Swish! After abandoning the defense, Ivani, holding 4 swords, passed through the storm created by Main's spear. The sword blade landed on Main's defenseless body like a dragonfly touching the water, and instantly drew 4 or 5 blood marks. The mighty sage spear also knocked away the blocking sword and wings, and stabbed several times in succession, but the lighter ones didn't even leave marks on the fair skin after the angelization. Only the two more dangerous ones drew blood spots. But compared with Ivani's attack, the injuries he caused were nothing. Therefore, the faces of those federal politicians, who knew that Maine had no other tricks, became gloomy. It seemed that Maine had no way to fight back, and he would definitely lose if he continued like this. But Riffiman frowned, because Maine, who had taken off his armor, was much harder than he had imagined. The holy sword burning with white flame should have caused him serious damage in a few strokes, but to him, it seemed like just an ordinary sword wound. And the flames of judgment burning directly on him didn't seem to have any negative impact on him at all, as if he was the kind of innocent person who could walk out of the fire of judgment safely, but he also knew that this was absolutely impossible. This body is a weapon more powerful than the Shashing Lance. Chapter 330. All the members of the Federation in the stands looked worried. Even Tang Jinghong, who didn't like Shadow and Maine, looked nervous. No matter how much she disliked these guys, she didn't want the Federation to lose in this battle, and Maine was now their last hope. However, after completing the road to heaven, Ivani, who turned into an angel, had her speed and strength enhanced, and Maine couldn't keep the magic armor defensive. Under the fierce attack, scars began to appear continuously. Although he could sometimes scratch Ivani, the scale of the wounds he caused was several times less than that of his own. Now anyone with eyes could see that Maine was at a disadvantage. The expressions of several high-level ability users in the Atlantis camp also became more relaxed than before. Although Shadow was still expressionless, he always looked like this. Although Tang Xuelwan had no idea who had taken advantage in their fight, she also realized that Ma En was not in a good situation, and according to Shadow, it seemed that they were already in a serious stage. "Do you think Ma En still has a chance to win?" Tang Xuelwan asked nervously. She was worried that she would hear a particularly negative answer, because that meant that the family elders might reject her proposal, especially her mother, who was already prejudiced against the members of the Salvation Alliance. Only if Ma En won could she easily convince her. In fact, Tang Xuelwan herself did not care so much about Ma En's victory or defeat. After all, what she valued most was not the real fighting power. When Ma En was qualified to embark on this duel, his ability had already met the standard in Tang Xuelwan's eyes. What really attracted her was Ma En's personality and identity. After just a few contacts, she realized that Ma En was not a member of the so-called Salvation Alliance as imagined by most federal politicians, but because of his identity, not many factions with real status recruited him. But now only the reformists who appeared in recent years are interested in him, and they have no competitiveness at all, and it is impossible for them to really invest a lot of resources in risky people like Ma En. If she wants to rob on behalf of the family, she will definitely give better treatment than them. Even if Ma En loses, it will be good for her, which can also reduce potential competitive pressure, but if she wants to convince the elders of the family to hand over the resources to her, she must show real evidence. After all, the money is not hers. "You just saw their expressions, right?" Shadow suddenly smiled. "Don't be fooled by their expressions. They just think that Ivani has the upper hand now, but in fact they are like me. It's hard to say who will win." The white flaming sword slashed towards Maine's throat, but was knocked away by the flying black dagger before it could tear open his neck, but it still left a bright red scar on his chest. The sharp tip of the spear also directly dissolved the divine light used for defense, and gently scratched Ivani's cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark. Ivani, who stood up again, was covered with shallow blood marks left by the tip of the spear. At first glance, she looked quite embarrassed, but she looked quite comfortable against the bruised Maine on the opposite side, whose body was covered with scary bright red scars. The dark red judgment flames burned on these scars, and the white pure holy flames that had penetrated into his body were corroding and destroying this tenacious body at the same time, but until now his movements seemed to be still unaffected. The dark red judgment holy flames could corrode the body and defense of the evil demon, and the pure holy flames could melt matter and energy at a high speed, and turn everything they touched into firewood, burning more and more vigorously. Even an ordinary extreme 4th level ability user should be seriously injured at this moment. And at this time, the demon floating behind him had half knelt on the ground, but ironically, Ma En was still standing upright. In fact, he could indeed feel the abnormality of his body. The characteristics of these flames were not completely ineffective for him. If he really ignored them, and let the two flames burn for several days and nights, he might really be burned to death. But it would take several hours for the characteristics of these flames to have a significant impact on his body. However, this does not mean that they are really useless. In fact, the judgment flame did reduce his defense, and the pure holy flame also made the 4 swords hot enough to melt his flesh and blood. Although these 2 kinds of flames could not quickly destroy him by burning directly, they allowed the 4 holy swords to seriously injure him, to a certain extent offsetting the amazing self-healing and strength of the divine body itself. And when they were held by a swordsman like Ivani, they could really pierce his heart or head. And Ivani also realized this at this moment, so she did not change her fighting ideas, but patiently used the holy sword to continuously leave wounds on Marn's body, slowly consuming his physical strength, and finding an opportunity to directly take his life. And under such an attack, Marn seemed to have no other way to deal with it. He could only be suppressed by her and exchange physical strength. If this continued, he would definitely reveal his flaws before himself. That was why Ivani took advantage of the gap between her breaths to pick up 4 swords, and kindly reminded him, "The situation is already obvious. If you want to admit defeat, you'd better do it now. Because I can't stop next." Ma-En, who was covered with scars, raised his spear contentedly. "No, I can still fight." Ivani nodded seriously. "You are a warrior worthy of admiration." "I'm sorry." The 4 white wings swung violently, pushing the 4 long swords into tearing air, turning into comets with white tails, and falling towards Ma-En, who was already half a blood man, and Ma-En did not dodge, just stood there, and waved his spear. But the gun suddenly became as fast as thunder, picking up 4 long swords at a speed that Ivani could not react to at all, and then slashed her throat with a cunning and vicious move. She could only frantically flap her wings to distance herself from Maine like a white bird of prey seeking revenge. Then Ivani, who was holding her throat, immediately realized a horrible fact through her speed of moving away from Maine. It was not that Maine's gun suddenly became as fast as lightning, but that her reaction speed had just become slow. With a few bursts of holy light and the consumption of sacred props, her bloody throat was barely healed, but the poison on the tip of the gun had already flowed into her body, and the impact on her was not reversed. Ivani showed a shocked look. "Is this poison?" Since poison can take effect on herself unconsciously, it stands to reason that after becoming an angel, she would be naturally immune to most toxins in the world, and the road to heaven divine art itself has a purifying effect. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that many of Maine's mistakes that seemed to be made because he was not good at close combat became reasonable. Maine, holding a spear, answered innocently. It was the Federation that provided this poison. When he first scratched Ivani's cheek, the paralysis toxin had already penetrated into her body through the tip of the spear. Normally, a normal 4th level toxin should have taken effect within a few seconds, but this paralysis toxin was useless even with such a deep wound. After he kept scratching Ivani with large and small wounds, the toxin reached a dose sufficient to take effect. It had to wait until now to finally take effect, and in fact, its effect was not strong enough to reverse the situation. But all these preparations and waiting were worth it. Because its difficult conditions for taking effect correspond to its tenacious effect, even the angelic Ivani could not resist and resolve it, and after being hit, it could not be removed by conventional divine arts. The most important thing is that Maine did not expect to win by it. The real purpose of using this paralysis toxin was to win without killing Ivani. After Ivani felt that she was poisoned, she did not get discouraged. Instead, she tried to fight against the poison. After blinking gently, a few golden lights appeared and covered her bright eyes. Divine Art Oracle Substitute. This move allows the power of heaven to temporarily replace consciousness to control the body. It was originally designed to deal with long-term continuous battles, and it is only at the level of a good swordsman, which is far from her own level. But she is now using the improved version of Raphaelin. First of all, it can switch the control mode freely and quickly, allowing her to choose to use her own will or divine art to control the body to fight, and it can also be automatically activated when she is not able to react. Moreover, in the road to heaven, this improved magic can be exerted at a level close to Ivani's own, because this place is closer to heaven than anywhere else in the world, and she can directly borrow the power of heaven. In fact, she had already used this magic at the beginning of the battle, but she never activated it. The purpose of her learning this trick was to deal with the legendary memory erasure of Maine, and it was also set to take over the body and start fighting immediately after being attacked by the mind, but she didn't expect it to come in handy at this time, and it was so useful. Although it is impossible to completely eliminate the impact of the toxin on her body, at least the next time her thinking is affected and becomes seriously dull, the magic can replace her to control her body for basic response. Now Ivani has also noticed the defects of this toxin. Its effect is weaker than many toxins, and the speed of taking effect and spreading is slower than she thought at the beginning, that is to say. As long as she defeats Maine before the toxin drags down her body, it will be fine. Thinking of this, Ivani raised her two swords and flew towards Mon with a fearless and fierce attitude. The circling black dagger also rushed towards her at this time, and was accurately blocked by the sword in her hand. But this also gave the poison in her body an opportunity to paralyze her mind instantly. But the four arms holding the long swords and her body did not become dull because of this, but still slashed through Mon's body with undiminished vigor and blocked his attack this time. Very good, as long as it goes on like this. But at this moment, she suddenly saw that Mon still had a calm expression, which made her suddenly feel a little bad. Paw! As the crisp sound rang out, the holy light around suddenly dimmed a little, and then the surrounding environment that looked like heaven began to fade rapidly, revealing a clean and ordinary coast, and she turned back into a posture wearing broken armor. The holy sword of the Silent One. She turned her head but saw nothing. Don't look at it. Ma put away his spear and walked towards her and said, the Silent One's solidification of the surrounding spirit has been disintegrated, and all the accessories on your body that can resist mental attacks are now useless to me. The siren's tears have completely understood their defense, but after it returned to Mon's body, these props could not affect him. The props selected by Shadow himself are indeed very strong. Although he did not use the mind enhancement device, he can get here as long as he delays enough time. Ivani still had no intention of surrendering. We have long been prepared for your mental attacks. Even if you come here, you can't defeat me immediately. All judges have received special mental training that you can't imagine, and have a strong will beyond ordinary people. And before I fight you, I also received special training in this area. You can try to see who is faster. At this time, her body has been completely taken over by the Oracle surrogate. Even if she is attacked by Maine, she can still suppress him. As long as she can hold on until her body wins, she can still get the promise of the flood for the church. Maine praised humbly, you do have a strong will. In fact, he couldn't be distracted when fighting her, and couldn't put too much of his mind into it at will. In other words, it is not so easy for him to win in the mental field in a short time. Although judges and diviners, like Ivani, cannot carry out mental attacks, their mental defense is not low. His purpose is not to defeat her here. Ivani looked at him puzzledly. So you don't plan to attack me? Then what's the point of doing this? The fighting skills of the Oracle's avatar are not weaker than mine. Mayan nodded, but it's not a real living thing, right? I've learned about this magic. It can't really think, it can only understand fighting. Ivani said, yes, but it won't stop before killing you. If I were controlling it from outside, I might have the consciousness to hold back, but it won't show mercy to you at all. It seems that you can only increase your risk by doing this. Mayan smiled and replied, it's okay, I know my limit. The reason why Mayan entered Ivani's mind was more complicated than she thought. Here he could detect Ivani's most subtle emotional changes. As long as he spit out the question, she couldn't hide her judgment on the question in her heart. Now, he has got the answer he wanted. Chapter 331. What do you want to do? Ivani immediately realized what Maine was doing with her years of combat experience. He trapped herself in the spiritual world for some reason that she had not yet realized. She could not just wait like this. Maine obviously did not mean to explain to her, don't worry, I won't kill you. This comfort did not relax Ivani's fighting spirit. Don't try, you can't shake my mind, I said I have received professional training. The repeated emphasis on this point is also to build a defense line. The church will teach the preparatory judges how to deal with the attacks of wizards and telepaths since childhood, and train them in the fields of spirit and will, so that when they encounter such attacks, they can use a more understandable method to fight. Ivani, recalling past training, closed her eyes, and focused on her non-existent breath, imagining that she was holding the sword of faith representing the will of the returner tightly in her hands, and let her devout faith turn into armor that can resist spiritual attacks. When she opened her eyes again, the burning sword of faith in her hand was already aimed at Maine. But the surrounding scene was no longer the coast just now. What appeared in front of her was the playground where she trained when she was a child, and Maine's figure suddenly became a few centimeters taller. Then she realized that it was not Maine who had changed, but she had returned to the age when she was still training here. The moment Ivani blinked just now was much longer than she thought. Maine looked down at the little girl holding the miniature sword and said, "Are you going to hit me with that toy sword?" Facing the bully who bullied the child, the girl did not show the slightest fear, and held the flaming sword in her hand tightly with a serious look. "Devil, you can't scare me." She knew that Maan said this in order to weaken her will, which was why he brought her back to this weak memory, but he could pull herself back here so easily because it was not difficult to do so. Because her will was not much weaker at a young age, and might even be stronger in some aspects. Maan was not surprised by this. The strength of the will of these church believers could not be viewed from a normal perspective, and although he could influence her mind in the spiritual realm, he could not eliminate their body's resistance to spiritual attacks out of thin air. Child, your gods can't protect you here. Ma-En then deliberately showed a ferocious expression in an attempt to suppress her strong will brought by her devout faith. But the girl was not shaken at all. I know he is here. Ma-En showed an evil smile. Really? Are you looking at where this is? As he said this, the surrounding houses began to collapse from the inside out, and then the raging flames gushed out, and then the ground began to appear flames, hot lava flowed out, and the man standing in front of her no longer existed. A black demon with 6 wings on its back and flaming eyes was looking down at her. There is no such thing as him in hell. But the girl's face showed a trust beyond piety. No, I'm not talking about him. The demon who was scaring the child raised his head slightly, and looked outside the railing of the playground. There stood a delicate-looking little boy. The girl looked at the demon calmly and said, "Did you see it? He's always behind me." When the boy appeared, the girl's willpower reached its peak. Before Maine could think of a way to deal with it, the girl, who was at a disadvantage, took a heavy half-step towards the demon in front of her, then raised her sword horizontally according to muscle memory, and swung it at him. Although Ivani's swordsmanship was not as sophisticated as when she was outside, she was still steady in her swiftness, forcing the strong and tall demon to retreat again and again, dodging the girl's fierce slashes in a panic, and even almost scratched Maine several times. Ivani realized that he might not pay so much attention to this, and immediately put all her spirit into the sword in her hand, wanting to take the opportunity to drive out Maine who had infiltrated her mind, and then cooperate with the current. The body that should have had the upper hand completely defeated him. Ma-En, who was being chased and beaten by her, seemed to have not expected that she could still establish an effective counterattack. His movements became flustered, and the suppression of Ivani's mind became loose, which made her strength and speed significantly improved. Die, evil demon! The girl roared and pushed her arms forward, bursting out several times the strength, and then used her exquisite swordsmanship engraved in her bones to insert the flaming sword into the demon's left chest, directly into the heart. The demon slowly raised his head, looked at the woman in front of him, who had returned to normal with an expressionless face, and then slowly raised his trembling left hand and gently placed it on the sword, saying in a tired voice, "Your will is really strong." Ivani clenched the sword tightly in both hands and praised, "You are also an excellent opponent." As the voice fell, the mental illusion in front of her began to slowly dissipate, and the hell-like scene quickly faded. They returned to the vast coast again. The black demon standing in front of her gradually turned into Maine, and he was holding the holy spear in his right hand. But his left hand was still on the sword that was inserted into his heart. This scene in front of him instantly made Ivani's pupils shrink. Her instinctive reaction was that her body won under the control of the magic, but just when she was about to express her regret and grief for the death of this opponent, she couldn't open her mouth. Maine grabbed the sword inserted in his chest with force, and smiled at the woman in front of him with bloodstains all over her body. It's hard to distinguish between reality and illusion, right? Don't worry, I said you will be fine. I gave your body a flaw. If your will was still in control, you would definitely be able to keenly perceive that it was a trap. However, we all know that it only has mechanical reactions, and cannot understand real tactics. And it can't distinguish between reality and illusion, and can't realize that all your thoughts and impulses are running inside your mind. So when you tell it to draw the sword at that flaw, it naturally believes that this move is enough to establish victory. Therefore, it will not consider what price it will pay. Puff. Ma-En staggered back a few steps, pulled out the still burning blade from his body, and he also pulled out the spear that was also inserted into Ivani's left chest, and immediately used it as a crutch to support the ground, so that he didn't fall immediately. His pierced heart had just barely stopped bleeding at this time. Now even a gust of wind might blow him down. But Ma-En still raised the spear. The winner is decided. Chapter 332. As soon as he finished speaking, the invisible suspended stands appeared and fell to the ground quickly and steadily. But before it landed, 4 figures had left the stands and landed steadily in front of Maine. They were 4 5th-level ability users. The most anxious one was naturally Raphaelin. He walked neatly to Ivani and checked her a few times. After confirming that she was just completely paralyzed, and that Maine had deliberately only cut the blood vessels near her heart when he took the gun just now, and that the injuries in her body were slowly being healed by this toxin, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Raphaelin raised his right hand, and his 5 fingers lit up holy light of different colors at the same time, and then slapped Ivani at the same time. She, who was originally frozen in place, staggered forward a few steps, supported her body with 2 long swords, and began to breathe heavily in place, but her situation seemed much better than that of the winner Maine. Raphael turned to look at the trembling Maine, raised his other hand with holy light, and asked gently, "Do you need it? Let me do it." Shadow came to Maine before he made a move, took out a small stone from his arms, and slapped Maine's back heavily. "He will definitely trust us more." With a few flashes of green light, Maine was finally able to stand firm, and then he had the strength to continue speaking. "Thank you." Shadow shook his head. "You may fall down in a few more minutes, and even if you survive, you will definitely have sequelae." At this time, Ivani, who had recovered from her shock, also looked over with a complicated expression. "I really didn't expect you to do this." She had thought about how Ma-En would turn defeat into victory several times in her mind, but she had never thought that he would use his heart as a chip to gamble. What surprised her was not that Ma-En could hold on temporarily after being so severely injured, but his determination to do so. Ma-En smiled with difficulty. "I said, I know the limit of my body's endurance. But your sword with the holy flame of purity and the holy flame of judgment did almost kill me." This is why he did not use the self-healing properties to hang on to his life, but held on until the shadow came to help. Ma-En wanted them to see clearly where the limit of his body was, so as not to make the Federation and other people present too afraid of him. Ivani praised sincerely. "You are a powerful warrior." Ma-En smiled and replied, "You are not bad either." At this time, other members of the Federation, the Atlantis royal family, and the incarnations of the gods also arrived. Most of the people in the Federation camp cast their eyes of admiration or awe, as if he had really become a hero of the Federation at this moment, while the eyes of Atlantis looked at him with resentment and a little fear, and also with a bit of anger because of helplessness. Only the incarnations of the gods remained arrogant. However, there were some different faces in the Federation. Tang Xuan, who had invited him several times, walked to the front of the crowd, with a joy different from others on her face. When Ma-En looked over, she responded with a slightly worshipful surprise. And Tang Jinghong, who was standing not far behind her, was full of amazement, and her eyes looking at him were more alert and nervous, as if she was more afraid of this ruthless man who defeated Ivani from the bottom of her heart. Alice was just as innocent as the gods, and her face was still full of enthusiasm as usual. "Not bad." Raphael also praised Maine. "You are a very thoughtful young man. After realizing the background of this battle, you chose this toxin to relieve your fear of killing Ivani. You can come to the church when you are free, and I will treat you well." "Thank you." Maine, who did not know the answer, politely refused. "In fact, these things were provided to me by the Federation." Raphael smiled. "And you made the best choice. You fully demonstrated your gentlemanly demeanor in this battle. By the way, I heard that those guys in the Eastern Federation seem to have some small grudges against you, right?" Ma-En nodded somewhat unexpectedly. "Yes, my sister." Raphael didn't wait for him to explain, and nodded directly and said, "Obviously you are not the kind of person they said, so I can be sure that it is just a small misunderstanding. Since you don't want to come to the church to let me express my gratitude, let me talk to them about this matter. Don't worry, they will definitely listen to my persuasion." Ma-En said gratefully, "That's troublesome." Raphael nodded slightly and accepted. "You're welcome." Although Raphael didn't say it directly, the purpose of his willingness to do so was naturally to repay the favor he had spared for Ivani. At the last moment, he could have directly pierced her heart, but Ma-En chose a more daring approach. And Ma-En's use of paralysis toxins is actually a disguised way to increase the difficulty of himself. Although it can be said that Maine was afraid of his revenge and did not dare to kill Ivani, Raphael would not think about this matter from this perspective. Since Maine actually spared Ivani, he deserved his gratitude. The look in the eyes of the angry sea Mylid looking at Maine was the coldest among the crowd. Then he raised his head and slowly swept his gloomy eyes over the federal politicians, who were celebrating the victory. Finally, he looked at Alice and Maine twice, and finally said in a threatening tone, "If Atlantis falls into disaster because of you in the future, you are all sinners who killed my compatriots." Maine looked at the shadow. Shadow stood up and blocked Mylid. "You have already lost. Instead of threatening, you should go back and think about how to deal with those sea creatures. As far as I know, they are a group of very dangerous creatures. Now you are shouldering the life and death of our two civilizations." Mylid snorted coldly, then turned around and walked towards the coast, and the sea water rose abnormally, as if it was specially to welcome the defeated sea hero. The last person to speak was the sun god. "I didn't expect that there would be two more noteworthy geniuses among humans." Shadow smiled at him. "Don't worry, they won't go to the Southern Federation." The suit god smiled. "I hope so, but I'm afraid the world will never work the way mortals want." Finally, he looked at Ma-En with a gentle expression. You did a good job, but I heard that you used to be a member of the Salvation Alliance. Don't you think this is ironic? Xinxia's followers personally blocked the last way out for this civilization. After saying this, he turned and left. And Ma En was somewhat concerned about the meaning of this sentence because the blood of the divine sky had not made any movement yet. Chapter 333. After all the people from the Atlantis camp left with resentment on their faces, Shadow finally reached out and patted Ma En on the shoulder. You did it. All citizens of the Federation should thank you for this victory. After seeing those 5th level ability users leave, other federal politicians also took a few steps forward, showing their admiration and gratitude to Ma En, either sincerely or politely, and standing in place to express their praise for him to each other, as if Ma En really saved countless citizens. But even so, they still kept a considerable distance from Ma En and did not really approach him. This feeling is like Ma En is a rare and exotic animal in their eyes. Although they can express praise for this mysterious beast, they still don't want to risk their lives to approach him, and they also know deep in their hearts that exotic animals and humans cannot really communicate. Ma En didn't really regard himself as a hero of the Federation. Of course, he didn't want to be one. You paid? He answered seriously, you are the ones who paid for this, and without your equipment, I can't defeat Ivani alone. It can even be said that these may have a greater impact on the battle than me. Shadow completely disagreed with this statement, but you are the only one who can use these to defeat her. Whether Atlantis will harm the Federation depends on your consent. And I don't think those things are really more important than you in this battle, but it doesn't matter. The key is what will happen next. This matter is over for you. But it can also be your beginning. Ma En showed a puzzled expression. You mean? The Shadow turned around and looked at the federal politicians, who were standing not far away and whispering to each other. The Shadow slowly covered himself and Ma En, creating a harmless illusion in front of these politicians. Then he looked at Ma En again. Look at these guys, 70% of them are really surprised by your victory. Although the motivations and emotions hidden under their superficial joy are different, they have realized your ability and value. To some extent, this also proves my vision. Although it may sound incredible to you, they don't particularly believe in the judgment of a 5th level ability person like me, and always suspect that we are not telling the truth. Of course, this is not a problem, because we do this sometimes. But now they really know what you can do, which is better than my or anyone else's evaluation of you, and in fact, our vision may not be accurate. Nothing is more convincing than an unquestionable record. And unlike the last battle with the distorted reality, they have no idea of Hong Yuan's level. Even I, who was present at the time, didn't really understand the fight between you. But this time there are so many federal politicians present, and they have an accurate idea of Ivani's level, your fame will spread quickly. And it's not like last time when the Federation deliberately exaggerated it and promoted it. Ma En also replied, I don't really plan to join the Federation. Shadow nodded slightly to him. I understand your idea. They think we are two species. I know that this is actually the case, but the difference I'm talking about is not whether they have abnormal abilities, but personality and concepts. I think you can also see that I don't like them either. But working for the Federation does not require us to understand and like each other. To be precise, there are at least hundreds of groups in the Federation. We and they are just small structures that make up this giant. For example, Xin Xiao and Xiao Guanwu, and that Taoist Xiaoyao, they are not the same as us and the Federation politicians you see at the moment. Even so, we are still trapped in the same framework. I can fight against evil together with Xin Xiao, and I can also do some shady things with these Federation politicians. I don't need to be tied to anyone. It's the same for you. You don't like these greedy federal politicians, but joining the Federation doesn't mean you will become one of them, just like Xin Xiao could still work in the Federation before without really compromising with them. Ma En reminded, Xin Xiao is now imprisoned by you. Shadow nodded, yes, but in fact, there is no real connection between the two things. As a party involved, I can tell you that not going along with them is not the reason why Xin Xiao is targeted by the Federation. You always think that kindness and justice are the most unique things about Xin Xiao. But these are only unique when they're on her. What really makes her different is her strength. In fact, there are many people in the Federation who are not bad like the members of the Salvation Alliance, but they are relatively not as tough and adventurous, or they don't believe in Xin Xiao as much as they do, and they still have a place in the Federation. Joining the Federation does not mean falling into depravity. You are in a very difficult era for people like you. Sometimes you can't ask for the most perfect ending. Being too greedy often ends up with nothing. Like your fellow members of the Salvation Alliance, who were still resisting in the past, they did not realize that they were just the remaining sparks, and thought that they were still the blazing flames as before, But they did not understand that it was only Shishao who was burning. And their final struggle only burned up the remaining firewood. But you are different from them. When you first started working with us, I realized that you were not as stubborn as them, and could not accept new things and concepts. In this fast-changing world, we all have to keep changing with it. I still hope you can think about this again. This is also the best time for you. This is my sincere advice to you. Ma-en asked, do you want me to meet with those reformists again? Or do you want to recruit me? Shadow shook his head. No, I am only cooperating with them once. As for me and the investigation department, we can't give you a price that suits you. I don't intend to say anything for that force and faction. I just really hope that there will be more people like you in the Federation. As far as I know, the reformists and the Shu family are interested in you, and they will definitely come to you to extend an olive branch. And if you are willing to lower your attitude, I guarantee that a more powerful force than them will come to you. They are still hesitating now just because they are concerned about your identity, but in the end, it is your freedom to choose whoever you want. If you want to consult me, you can ask me at any time, but I will not interfere with you. I don't want you to think that I have any conflicts of interest in this matter. Ma-en nodded slightly. I will consider your suggestion. What really made him hesitate was the blood of the divine sky, which was still motionless at this moment. Since the goal of the two gods was to win this competition, why didn't there be any changes after he defeated Ivani? Is it not over yet? But what else can he do? By the way, Ma-en cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, since I have one. Then should you settle the balance? Chapter 334. Anomaly Control Bureau, Containment Room. Ma-en stood solemnly in the mind-strengthening armor. This was the reward for his victory over Ivani for the Federation. It was also the only thing he really cared about among those rewards. For him, it was even more important than the blood of Shinshao. To be honest, compared with Shinzhao's current guidance, he was more willing to believe in his past memories. Are you ready? He asked. Everything is ready. The voice that came back was Qin Lan, who was also the person Ma-en trusted most here. As long as he was still on the road of trying to save Shinshao, Qin Lan would definitely stand firmly behind him. Although there seemed to be no problem with the armor, the Federation could not do anything to him, and this was probably arranged by Shinshao. But in the face of such things that he didn't know where they came from, he was used to making full preparations first. After making sure that the precautions were in place, Ma-en raised his legs and walked towards the armor, and the armor also adaptively revealed a space for him to stand after sensing him, and then he laid down with his back, allowing the mechanical armor to wrap his body steadily. Detected. The secondary plan is in place. The armor will be permanently stopped after the secondary conventional strengthening function is completed, and it needs maintenance. Do you want to proceed? In response to his intermittent questioning, Ma-en firmly answered through the mind-link device attached to the back of his head, yes. The darkness rushed like a tide, directly pulling his body into the dark ocean of consciousness. In an instant, Ma-en couldn't even remember where he was just now, and what he was doing. The feeling of suffocation suddenly came, forcing Ma-en to struggle to flutter his limbs in the seawater, trying to adjust his posture to find the light, struggling to swim like a beast. Ahem. He fluttered out of the water. The dazzling white light forced him to close his eyes, instinctively turned his face to the side, slowly waiting for himself to adapt to the light in front of him, until his eyes and head no longer felt the stimulation. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that the source of the dazzling white light was a lamp facing him, and it was placed on a dark plastic table, and the surrounding environment looked like an interrogation room, and his hands were handcuffed behind his back. How could he be here? Before he could think deeply, the figure of an adult male sat opposite him. When Ma-en raised his head, what he saw was not an ordinary human face. To be precise, most of his features were normal, but the facial features were missing 4 of them, and there was only a pair of slightly pursed lips. The faceless man opened his mouth and said, "You shouldn't have come here." Ma-en looked at him calmly and asked, "What do you mean?" The faceless man smiled and said, "You know exactly what I mean. Don't pretend anymore. We already know everything." At this time, Ma-en slowly recalled what he was going to do. He should have wanted to use the mind-strengthening armor that was probably left by Shinshao to heal his mental damage, but the current situation was not what he expected. Is he being interrogated? No, I don't know. Can you explain? He tried to get the question. The man with only a mouth smiled and replied, "You made a stupid mistake, which was to come to us, but that's not why you are here. The real fatal mistake is your second mistake. You greatly underestimated the difficulty so early. You didn't realize what you were facing at all. The unmemorable." But Ma-en just asked, "What am I facing?" The man smiled and said, I am the one asking the question now, tell me now. Who sent you here? Where is this place? It doesn't seem like my memory. Is it a place connected to the mind-enhanced armor? Or is this a derivative of the power of the unmemorable? Maybe his existence is far more complicated than I originally imagined. Is this a mental dimension related to him? But Ma-En was not worried about anything, because Qin Lan was watching him at the moment. Who do you think will come to save you? The man laughed even more happily. You think you have a backup? It seems that you really have no idea what you are doing. No one will come to save you. We have cut off your retreat. Ma-En said calmly, I have confidence in the people behind me. They can take me away at any time. The man smiled and shook his head. Take you away? You can't get away unscathed after coming here. We can distort the flow of time and block the transmission of the spiritual and material realms. No one can leave in front of me. If you don't believe it, try to struggle, and then you will find that all the abilities you relied on in the past are gone. After hearing this, Ma-En did try to feel it. The physical ability of the divine body did not respond, but the worst thing was that his telepathic abilities seemed to be gone. The former can be explained by the fact that this is a spiritual dimension, but the latter is different. If this is really an illusion, it means that the creator of the illusion is far stronger than himself, but he has also checked the mind-enhanced armor through the control bureau. It did not show any abnormality, and did not carry a power far beyond his own. What do you want to do to me? Ma-En continued to test. The man asked back, the question is what do you want to do? And you haven't answered where you are from. Ma-En said, tell me where this is, and I will answer you. The smile on the man's face gradually disappeared. You know where this is, don't play tricks on me. No matter what skills you have mastered, it will not be effective, and I am not a novice. Don't expect me to make mistakes. I will not be guided by a few words from you to do things that should not be done. You just need to answer my questions. Ma-En did not answer immediately, and began to think about what he should say. Seeing that he fell into silence, the man suddenly said, I understand why you don't answer. How about this? I can actually let you return to your original position, and what I want is also very simple. Go back and tell you what is behind you, and never try to come back here again. How about this proposal? When this sentence was said, Ma-En felt something like a tentacle touching his back, as if as long as he said the word agree, it would pull him back to the other side of the seabed. Ma-En, who had realized something, asked, if I don't agree, what can you do? The man smiled, then I can only use force. You won't like the feeling of your skull being knocked open, but your preference is not important. After saying this, Ma-En felt a strange touch on his head. He tilted his head slightly before his head was blown off. Snap. Blood splattered all over his upper body. Crack. The handcuffs broke with a sound, and Ma-En, who regained his freedom, stood up, while the man who had just stood in front of him had already splattered all over the room. When he was testing his ability just now, he realized that his mental power could still be used, and not only that. His mental power seemed to be stronger here than outside. Chapter 335. After feeling the repulsive force that wanted to push him away from here, combined with the man's constant persuasion to leave him, Ma-En also had a vague guess in his heart that what he saw was actually the embodiment of the power of the unmemorable in his mind. And their purpose is probably to prevent him from regaining his memory, and this should not be the real unmemorable, but just the power he left in his mind. These scenes and possible powers were created by himself and the mind-enhancing armor. As for why his mental power was enhanced, it was also because he was in the mind-enhancing armor, but why only this ability was left, Ma-En had no clue. Although there is no actual evidence, this is the most consistent inference with the current situation. If this is the case, he would not agree to the faceless man's request to never come back, and his saying that he knew where this place was also reasonable under this inference, because no one knew where this place was better than Ma-En. Then what he was going to do was obvious. Ma-En created several layers of telekinetic outer garments around his body again, and at the same time simply moved the surrounding objects with telekinesis, quickly adapting to the enhanced mental power, and then created several thicker oval protective shields around himself. Click. He unlocked the door with telekinesis and pushed it open. The scene outside was a spacious corridor that looked ordinary. Although he didn't see any light source outside, the corridor looked quite bright, which gave him a bit of a weird feeling. However, since this is his mind, these anomalies are actually reasonable, so the fully armed Ma-En did not stop and stepped directly into the bright corridor. Every few meters on both sides of the corridor, there is a door similar to the one behind him, and they are all tightly closed. Based on Ma-En's experience in exploring the spiritual dimension, this repetitive scene should mean that the things behind it are not particularly important. And there are also more conspicuous things in his vision. There is a door at the end of each side of the corridor. The left door seems to have a staircase going up, and it also emits a reassuring soft white light, and there is a small sign on the door. It says exit. And the end of the door on the right is deep darkness. Standing in his position, he can't see the scene inside at all, and the small sign on the door is written with two bloody words: go back. It wanted to turn around and leave here, and no longer explore the secrets. This was the same intention as the interrogator just now, but the resistance they showed was not that strong, as if this was their limit. Ma-En glanced at the floating control panel, and then flew towards the dark door firmly. After flying at a constant speed for half a minute, he landed gently in front of the dark door. The scene inside was still invisible at this time, and there was no black mist floating out of it. It was just a black plane that could not exist in reality. Ma-En tried a few times with telekinesis, but did not feel anything. Then, he walked straight forward. With a few tremors, the darkness quickly faded, and the colors and lines were rearranged in front of him. The green and arcs became plants in pots, the white and black became clothes, and the brown and straight lines became the table in front of him. The man across the table was familiar and strange to Ma-En. He was one of the first few people he saw after losing his memory. But he had died long ago. Dr. Suwin was looking at him expectantly. Do you have anything to say? Ma-En looked at the fungus-fruiting body and said, what is hidden under this face? Hearing this, Suwin instantly showed a look of loss, and then immediately showed an encouraging smile again. What do you think is underneath, or is it the fungus you mentioned before? Ma-En shook his head. No, I think it is some kind of mental image or entity. In fact, this trick is actually clever. If he really lost all his abilities, as the interrogator said, and was affected by some spiritual level here, it is indeed possible to confuse reality with illusion. Suwin sighed slightly. It's a good thing. Can you understand who I look like now? You just asked what is hidden under this face. Can you realize the identity of this face on the surface? Ma-En raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, Dr. Suwin? Suwin was slightly excited when he heard this. He nodded heavily. Yes, you're attending Dr. Suwin. Your parents specially asked me to treat you. You are their beloved. Although I know this is a little difficult for you, I still hope you can think about them. Ma-En looked puzzled. I have parents. This made Suwin pause, but he still did not show his depressed mood to the patient. Yes, but this is not our focus today. Now that you can realize that I am your doctor, not some evil fungus monster, it is a huge progress. The hypnotic detachment method I created is indeed effective. You may not realize it, but before this treatment, your perception of reality and fantasy was much more vague than it is now. A few days ago, you seemed to think that you were fighting with the Inquisitor of some church, and you didn't remember that the Inquisition had disappeared long ago. Ma-En asked curiously, Do you know the Church of the Destined Returners? Suwin nodded slightly. Of course I know, you are my most important patient. It is not only the product of your fantasy, but also a real church. I remember that it should be a local church in several Western cities, since ancient times, but no one believes in religion these days. As far as I know, you were not a Christian before, otherwise the church would not be an enemy in your imagination. While speaking, Suwin was also observing Ma-En's expression. After making sure that he seemed to really understand what he said, he began to think about how to make him slowly understand the situation in front of him. So I am a mental patient, and I think I am fighting against some bad guys. Ma-En said cooperatively, but in reality I am just immersed in hallucinations, and can't distinguish between truth and falsehood? Suwin said excitedly, You are right. Ma-En nodded. Then can you explain to me the so-called reality? Even without spiritual power, he would not doubt whether his past was true or false. Although most people find it difficult to detect that they are dreaming, awake people can clearly realize that they are in reality. Ma-En felt that he was in such a state. If you want him to really confuse reality and illusion, it may take a fifth-level spiritual entity like the moon goddess to do it. The spiritual reinforcement armor he entered is only a fourth-level abnormal entity, which cannot affect his mind so deeply. Suwin also began to introduce seriously. You are now in the Victor Sanatorium. I dare say that this is the most suitable medical institution for you in the Eastern Federation, and I am responsible for your treatment plan. I am also one of the best doctors here. And this is actually because your parents are also the richest people in the entire Federation, so you have your own nurses, and the entertainment and leisure facilities here are also quite complete. Although we are all committed to curing you, even if you spend the rest of your life in this sanatorium, it is far better than the lives of most federal citizens. As long as you can maintain a normal mental state, this place is a paradise for you, and we will not force you to stay here. If you want to leave, Just tell me directly. Of course, you must say hello to your parents about this matter. Ma-in replied, It's okay, I'm not in a hurry to leave. Can you tell me in detail what my specific problem is? Su-won looked embarrassed. This may not be very suitable. When it comes to questions that may affect your mental state, we must answer carefully. The best way is to proceed step by step. Why don't you let me take you outside for a walk first, and get familiar with this hospital while you can still see clearly? Ma-in nodded. Sounds good. He also wanted to explore this place. The thing in front of him, which was presented in the image of Su-won, seemed to have no flaws. He probably couldn't get any useful information by just sitting here and talking to him. And now, he could still leave in a non-compulsive way. The purpose of Su-won's existence seemed to be to throw out the proposal of you can leave at any time, as if he wanted to drive him out in this way. Su-won stood up, and then greeted him enthusiastically. Then follow me. Ma-in also stood up and followed him to the door. After pushing the door open, he saw a familiar corridor, which was no different from the distance he had originally been in the Victor Sanatorium, except the wealthy patients and caregivers walking on the road were a little strange. Their faces made Ma-in feel a little familiar, and then he immediately realized that these were all people he had seen in reality. Among them were members of the Salvation Alliance, politicians of the Federation, people of the gods, and even passers-by who had passed by him before. It was as if all his past memories were fantasies pieced together using these patients as materials. Or maybe it's just the opposite. This place is made up of my past memories. As for why he was in Victor Sanatorium, Ma-in also had some ideas. The purpose of coming here was to find memories, and this happened to be the place where he was after losing his memory. Maybe this also means the end of his current memory. It is the dividing line between the past and the present. This is your special nurse, Su-won said in a low voice, looking at the woman standing outside a ward in the distance. Ma-in looked at Chen-yun, who looked gentle, and asked, So she's not my sister? Su-won nodded, yes. Did you notice that her last name is Chen? Su-won went up to Chen-yun and said a few words, and then she showed a surprised expression, then turned to Ma-in and smiled, as if celebrating that he had finally gotten rid of the nightmare-like illusion, and Ma-in could feel how sincere her smile was. This is a kind person. But Su-won did not stop in front of her, and then took Ma-in forward. Chen-yun is one of the people you are most familiar with here. I don't know if you still remember, but when you were just admitted to the hospital, you also made friends with several patients and set up a mutual aid group. If you want, I can arrange you to join again. Your condition should be the most serious among them. Even if you wake up a little sometimes, you will soon return to the state of indulging in the fantasy world within a dozen days, and you will not have any impression of the last time you woke up. I hope we can make new progress this time. Ma-in suddenly asked, Does this hospital have an underground structure? Su-won shook his head. No, I remember you mentioned something underground a long time ago, but we don't have it here, mainly because we consider that this may cause bad associations among users, so we deliberately don't build underground floors. By the way, I take you to meet the acquaintances here, they should miss you very much. As he said this, Su-won took Ma-in around the corridor and then came to an activity room. He knocked on the door. Is Dr. Zhao here? After a few seconds, an old man opened the door and quickly glanced at Ma-in and Su-won. Can he move on his own? Su-won nodded. The disengagement therapy has taken effect. I want him to take this opportunity to get in touch with other patients he was familiar with before. Is it convenient for you? Xiao Guanwu nodded, of course. Then he stepped back to make room, and Su-won took Ma-in directly into the activity room. There were 8 patients sitting together in the room. Most of them were familiar to him, but there were also some people Ma-in had never seen before. However, they all looked at him as if they knew him, but were a little surprised that he was here. Su-won stood among them and introduced, You should all remember Ma-in. He is currently receiving treatment. I want to take him to meet his friends in the same group before. Ma-in, do you still remember them? Ma-in replied, I have some impression of most of them, but it is hard to say whether what I think is the same as what you think. There are several very familiar faces among his so-called patients, including Qinlan, Engzi, Lafwen, Seli, Yiyu who looks only 12 or 13 years old, and Wang Yang, the boy from the Yin-Yang twins. In addition, there are 2 guys that Ma-in has never seen before. One is a tall woman with beautiful brown skin, and she is covered with all kinds of eye-catching exotic accessories. But the other patient, who really attracts attention, has a piece of paper with a simple black smiley face on his face. But Ma-in can't understand any characteristics of him when looking at him. Gender, height, temperament, clothing, all can't be directly perceived, just like himself who used that finger. Chapter 336. Suwon replaced Zhao Guanwu as the host. He moved a chair for Ma En and asked him to sit between Qinlan and Yu. You should all remember Ma En. The doctor looked at the others and said, but he is still a little confused about you. I want you to introduce yourself and your past relationship with him to Ma En again to help him remember who he is. Qinlan, let's start with you. Qinlan looked at Ma En and said, my name is Qinlan, your friend. Ma En nodded, you are Qinlan's sister. She also nodded yes. But Suwon couldn't stand it at this time. Wait, Ma En, do you remember that she is here because she has a dual personality? Ma En replied, you mean Qinlan is actually her second personality. Qinlan seemed to be able to clearly realize this. Yes, my sister Qinlan, according to Dr. Suwon, she is my protector. In fact, you and her have met quite a lot when I was first hospitalized, but she hasn't been out for a long time. After all, I don't have to worry about any bad guys trying to harm me in the Victor Nursing Center. If you are free in a few days, maybe you can meet and chat. My sister likes you very much. Suwon looked at the two people who were chatting and immediately continued. Xiaolan was quite familiar with you before, but don't forget Yu and Li. The girl named Yu also asked nervously, Brother Ma En, do you still remember me? Suwon suddenly explained for her, I know you will definitely find her tone strange. Yu believes that she died at the age of 13, so she usually behaves like an underage girl when communicating with others. Ma En did not say that Yu in his eyes was indeed a 13-year-old girl. He looked at Yu who looked up at him and said, in my impression. You are my sister. Yu smiled, yes. Suwon then reminded, I think you must have noticed that her last name is Yu. Never mind, it's not important. Yu knows that she is not your real sister anyway, and it's not a bad thing to establish such a relationship in such a place. Li said to Suwon, don't be too harsh on them. Ma En and Yu should be the worst middling among us. At this point, she turned her head to look at Ma En and nodded to him. Li, a lonely soul born from the brain. Ma En also nodded to her, I am Ma En. The current situation seems to be that he has forgotten the other people here. They are helping him to slowly recall the past, and this seems to correspond to the real purpose of his being here at the moment memory. Li continued, the boy is Wang Yang, Qinlan's little follower. Wang Yang also nodded to him. Well, we are all Qinlan's friends. The implication seems to be that he is not Ma En's friend. Ma En turned to look at Shadow. Shadow looked at him and said, my name is Shadow, you knew me before. That's all. Obviously, he didn't care much about Ma En and his past memories, but Ma En didn't intend to let him go. So your name is Shadow? He asked curiously. Shadow still said indifferently, no, I don't have a name. I'm just a shadow. After that, you guys usually look pretty normal, but how come you become a bunch of lunatics after Maine came in? Raphaelin finally couldn't help but say, and immediately turned to look at Maine, my name is Raphaelin, the real balancer, the protector of the world, and the greeter of the true God. It's been a long time since we last met, but I think it's not us you really want to reminisce about. Meet the king of Gurama. He turned his head and looked at the tall brown-skinned woman. Suwon also looked at her, Chao Yin? The woman who had never paid attention to Ma En's entry finally raised her head slightly, as if she had just woken up from her deep thoughts, and then began to slowly look around, and finally her eyes fell on Ma En. You looking for me? Suwon stood in front of her and explained, he just received my treatment. I think meeting an old friend may help him recall. Maybe you can talk to him about the old days you spent here together. Ma En also looked at her. These two people he had never seen were obviously the breakthrough point of this illusion. If he did not choose to leave, he would definitely have to try to get useful information from them. But Chao Yin looked a little puzzled when she heard this. In the old days, but he and I are not acquaintances. Ma En said, I haven't seen you either. Chao Yin looked at him again. No, we have met. You are the mortal in the mutual aid group. She paused when she said this, then narrowed her eyes and looked around. Her expression suddenly became solemn. No, this is not the Victor Sanatorium, and Suwon is dead, but why am I here? Ma En also noticed something strange. Are you referring to this mutual aid group? Chao Yin immediately turned her head to look at him, and then her expression slowly stabilized. I understand, this is my dream, otherwise I would not be so awake, but the question is why do I think of you? Although you have a soul and talent that are not bad for mortals, it is nothing in that hospital. If you were in my first life, you would not even be worthy of being my servant. Is there something about you that I haven't noticed? Mortal, I ask you, do you know who I am? She called this her dream, which was a little different from Ma En's understanding, but now it seems that she is either a very realistic illusion, or she really has some connection with someone named Chao Yin, and can even transcend the gap between fantasy and reality. Ma En asked, "No, I haven't seen you." Chao Yin showed a look of realization. "I almost forgot. You must have been affected when I was resurrected. Then let me introduce myself. I am the King of Magic with the curse of immortality, and the secret guardian that guarantees the eternal immortality of the Gurama Empire. I am the 7th greatest magician of the Gurama Empire, the 19th greatest emperor, a true knower, and the supreme mage of honor. This identity is also the reason why you can see me. In my first life, I created more than a dozen supreme spells, including the immortal blessing that allows me to reincarnate forever. This spell allows my soul to not fear withering, my power to surpass my body, my knowledge to last forever, and I can be resurrected and reincarnated in full glory. This also allows me to unload the responsibility of taking care of the empire and hide in the dark to protect my empire, but one time when I open my eyes. The Gurama Empire has fallen for many years, and I can't even recall the lives before the fall of the empire. After I woke up, no one remembered our existence, as if that powerful and prosperous country was just a vague dream. It was at that time that the blessing turned into a curse. My knowledge and memory began to decline, and my power weakened with each reincarnation. Only in this way could I barely ensure that my soul was still healthy. Now I can only barely remember my origins, but the memories of that ancient era are only a few hundred years of sporadic fragments. Although the reincarnation magic can still ensure my survival, it has completely escaped my control. Sometimes it will not correctly bring my soul to the next era, but let me continue to resurrect in the same place. For example, the Victor Sanatorium where we met, I have been resurrected there." When she said this, she frowned and paused, and then continued with an indifferent expression. "I can't count how many times, sometimes I even doubt whether I can leave there. But these are not worth worrying about for me. I am not the kind of fool who craves death. After all, I invented this spell. Reincarnation after losing power is indeed a little different. I don't want to die, but constantly reborn as a mortal is not a pleasant choice. However, because my memory will be blurred after the spell is damaged, living is not so torturous for me. If my memory is still as good as before, and I can't use the spell to forget, I might really consider whether to break free from this mortal life. But unfortunately, I don't have to worry about it now. Because as I continue to reincarnate, I have also lost the knowledge to remove this magic, which means that now I am actually just a mortal who keeps reincarnating. Although my brain and soul once stored the knowledge that can change the world, I have discarded all the heavy knowledge and power in order to continue the survival of my soul. So no matter why you entered my dream, I may not be able to give you what you want." Ma En realized at this time that she introduced her situation in this way just to reject his request. He immediately replied, "But I didn't come to you specifically. I just said that I don't remember you." "Yes." Chao Yin raised his hand and patted his forehead. "Sorry, my memory is not very good under the influence of this magic, which means that you didn't come here deliberately, at least you didn't want to do it yourself." "Then who asked you to come here?" Ma En paused and then said, "I don't think anyone, but if there is really someone related to this matter, it can only be Xin Xiao." Chao Yin's eyes lit up. "That gifted mortal? You are really lucky to have her. It's not often that such a genius can be seen during the most prosperous period of the First Rama Empire. In the 2,000 years of my term of office, I have only seen 4 geniuses who can match her. And they are only similar to her in talent, but they are all arrogant and self-righteous by nature, and they are not comparable to the Shishao of your era. It's a pity that she was born in this era, and her talent and ability cannot be fully utilized. But perhaps it is precisely because of this that she has the opportunity to live a few more years." Ma En immediately asked with a cliché, "The Gurama Empire can have 4 Shishao in 2,000 years, which sounds quite scary." Chao Yin smiled and said, "Really? This is just what I have seen, and they are just geniuses. None of these guys can catch up with my knees until they die, but this kind of comparison is meaningless. Every legendary life story cannot be replaced by others, just like there will never be any mad king in the Gurama Empire. And the number of humans now is much smaller than it was back then." Ma En then asked, "Now 20 billion people have made this planet very crowded." Chao Yin immediately said, "You only live on the surface, and you don't have any real space magic or technology, and do you really think that what you see and know now is the entire territory of this planet? Forget it, these are not important. What we should think about now is why Xin Xiao led you into my dream." Ma En saw this and returned to the topic. "I think she may be related to this matter, but Xin Xiao is actually imprisoned by the Federation now. I don't know if this is her guidance. Now I came here alone." Hearing this, Chao Yin also frowned slightly. "The parliament took action against Xin Xiao? I haven't heard of this, but it is reasonable for them to have conflicts. People like her are always unwilling to compromise in some inexplicable places. It's a pity that she met the Parliament, otherwise I'm afraid no human of your generation can suppress her. But if she has been imprisoned, there is no way to find my dream. Mon said, this is what I am confused about. You said this is your dream. But the purpose of coming here is to find my memory. I thought I entered there through a machine that can heal me. I didn't expect to see you at all. Chao Yan also showed a puzzled look. I don't understand what you said. If you want to enter my dream, you should go through a special ceremony. When my knowledge has not completely dissipated, some wizards often come to my dream to seek ancient secrets. But in recent years, there are not many people who use this ceremony. They already know that I have nothing to share, and the ceremony requires quite complicated steps. So, is the machine you use a magic circle disguised as a machine? Ma-En shook his head. No, it is definitely not. I can ensure this. Chao Yan looked more and more puzzled. You can't find me in my dream just because you have met me. This is illogical. Unfortunately, as I said, most of my memories and useful knowledge have been lost, and it is difficult to find the answer for you. Seeing this, Ma-En looked at the smiling man and asked Chao Yan, what do you think of him? Chao Yan asked, who? Chapter 337. After she said this word, Ma-En immediately replied, there is a person sitting next to you with a piece of white paper on his face. Apart from the smiley face on the paper, I can't distinguish and recognize his other human characteristics. I can only see that he is there. Chao Yan's expression became serious. There is no smiling person in my dream. Are you sure you didn't see an illusion? Ma-En replied, no, I know he is real, and I also know that there is a person with the same ability in Victor's sanatorium. Chao Yan also felt that he was not talking nonsense, and there seemed to be no mental problems. But I have never seen or heard of this person, nor can I see the guy you claim to be here now, which means that I am afraid I can't provide you with any help in this matter, but this makes me even more confused. Then why am I here? She actually had no interest in Main's questions. When she still had the power, countless poor people who were cursed or trapped by various circumstances had entered her dreams to seek answers, and she also tried her best to answer their doubts and provide help as much as possible. But when she completely lost her power and only had a clear consciousness in her dreams, the people who heard the legend and spent a huge amount of resources to complete the ritual and came to her dreams with the last hope could only get silence and despair. She had witnessed countless happiness and tragedies with her own eyes. Even when she was powerful, the dreamers might not get satisfactory answers. If it was before, she would have no mood to care about Main's doubts. She answered the questions just because she was bored, but the current situation was also very special for her. Ma-En didn't seem to enter here through a ritual. It was not worth it in this era. Moreover, he had met and contacted me in reality before. It seemed that something else led him here. The question was, what caused him to see me? Was it Shen Xiao? She could indeed set up a dreaming ritual in advance and guide him into it. Although Ma-En claimed that the machine was definitely not a magic ritual, he might not understand the ritual of Gurama, but this was not reasonable. There was no use for him to appear here. He no longer had any magic power, and he had lost the knowledge to influence the world, let alone the wisdom to solve the problem. Even if Ma-En explained the dilemma he faced, she could not give any useful advice. It was more like accidentally entering his own dream, which was more in line with the current situation. This was just a coincidence, without any deep reason, otherwise I would definitely be able to do something about his confusion. Ma-En then asked again, you said this is your dream, but you can't see its existence at all, and I have seen the other people who appeared. Normally, will the people who enter your dream bring these things? Chao Yan blinked. Although my memory of this spell is a little fuzzy, your words remind me that this scene seems to be not just pieced together with the materials in my memory, but more like the common points between you and my memory. Normally, my dreams will be more bizarre, and the materials that make up it will be various scenes in my long years, but this time it is this activity room that appears in front of me. We are here only because this is our common memory. It's amazing. I've never encountered this before. You know, although I don't always provide help through dreams, this is a long time for you. This is obviously not a coincidence, otherwise I would have encountered it long ago. In other words, there is a reason for our meeting, but now you and I can't know what the reason is. No matter how you look at it, I can't have any impact on the problems you face. Could it be? Can you provide me with any help? Ma-En asked curiously, do you want to get rid of this curse? Chao Yan was a little surprised by his question. He said it as if he had a way to deal with the curse that trapped him. Do you really know how powerful this thing is? She asked with some doubt. Xin Xiao may be the strongest human you know, but even if she said this, I don't think she can really do it. In fact, Xin Xiao can break this curse in theory. Her power characteristics determine that she has this potential. The prophecy can guide her to find the answer, but she still can't destroy this magic. Do you know why? Because she is too weak. Ma En raised his eyebrows slightly. He had never heard anyone evaluate Xin Xiao like this. Qiao Yin said, "Yes, I am not looking down on her. Xin Xiao is very strong and talented. I don't know if she can be regarded as one of the strongest humans in this era, but I can guarantee that as long as she doesn't die, she is destined to reach that position. She will become the legend and history of your era. But she is still too weak compared to the past me. I am the ruler of the Gurama Empire who cast this spell. I was the second strongest magician among the living humans at that time. If I didn't have a deep understanding of its complex principles, it would be impossible to destroy it. Shi Xiao can see the way to force it, but her soul and brain can't hold so much information. This spell has taken me through a long time, and it can take me through 100 times more time. And in fact, I don't want to die like this. I said that I have considered self-destruction, but those were the moments when I was extremely emotional and depressed. I would not end my life when I calmed down. The liberation I want is not to stop reincarnation, but to take back my power, knowledge and memory. This is theoretically feasible, but this is probably not something that any creature of your age can challenge, even Xin Xiao. I cast this spell on myself. When you heard this, you should realize how greedy and arrogant I am in my bones. I refused death when I was the most intelligent and powerful, and made a decision for my future self. I will choose to believe in the wisest self. Ma En replied, "If that's the case, then I'm afraid there is nothing I can do to help you." This also made the two of them fall into deep thought at the same time. If this is the case, why did they appear here? Although the effect of this meeting may not be directly caused by Xin Xiao, it is also likely the result of her deliberate guidance. This does not answer the question of why they can meet, but it may answer the question of why they want to meet. Ma En's initial thought was that Xin Xiao wanted to use Qiao Yin to help him recover his memory, but according to her, the reincarnation of the King of Gurama now seems to have almost no abnormal power, and can't even see the existence of the smiling man, and she also feels that she has no way to help him. Qiao Yan's thoughts were slightly different from his. She also suspected that this was guided by Xin Xiao. She felt that Xin Xiao's purpose of doing this might not be for the present moment, but to lay some foreshadowing and change the world in the distant future through this meeting. Time is Xin Xiao's best ally. Any small change in the present can have a surprising impact through the passage of time. The prophets of the Gurama Empire also taught her this truth very well. They often look to the future. However, ignoring the present is also the most common mistake they make. The present is much closer to them than the past and future, and it is also something that can really hurt them, but they care least about the most dangerous present. She suspected that Xin Xiao was trapped because of this. The prophets' farsightedness destined them to make mistakes that normal people would not make. But in fact, it is not necessarily a mistake for the prophets. When she felt sorry for those prophets, it was because of their tragedy at the moment, but she could not see the achievements that have not yet been realized like them. That is why her final attitude towards these prophets is not to think about them, not to associate them with the things they see, and only to deal with them when the impact they cause really emerges. And now she does not have this last worry. Now she can't do anything at all. She can only accept happiness or tragedy. If she and Ma En can't be sure of anything in the end, then she will just live as if she has never met him. Anyway, she can't die. At this time, Ma En chose to look at Su Wen and asked, "Can you introduce him to me?" Despite what they said, the smiling man still had no reaction. Like Qiao Yin, he did not look at Ma En. He remained motionless after he came in, as if he was not alive at all. Su Wen heard this and continued, "His name is..." Ma En looked at Qiao Yin. Qiao Yin also heard Su Wen's answer. When the character in the dream was about to say the name of the thing, the words and phrases he uttered became unclear, difficult to understand and receive, and she could clearly realize that he did speak. Qiao Yin, who felt this, said, "I think your meeting with me is definitely not a coincidence or accident, but now we seem to be unable to answer this question. My advice to you is to be patient and remember what we said during this meeting. I believe that when the time is right, this meeting will reveal its true meaning. This is also what the prophets like to do. When they want to reveal the future to you, they often don't intend to let you understand it immediately. You can only understand what they mean when the time is destined. This is also my remaining valuable experience." Qiao Yin thought about it, and continued, "Although I can't really help you, I can still provide you with some interesting information." Just when she said this, the smiling man who had been still finally moved. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and pushed Chao Yin beside him. Ma En immediately tried to stop his action through telekinesis, but only moved other objects around him that should not be affected, as if the telekinesis itself ignored the smiling man. His hand touched Chao Yan's body. The magic king of Gurama disappeared. The smiling man turned to look at Ma En, and then something completely unexpected happened. The smile on the paper moved. You are really tenacious, and you use the undead and... to get here. Ma En stared at the mouth drawn with a black pen, and said with a heavy heart, the unmemorable? The smiling man replied, wrong answer. After saying this blank sentence, he smiled at Ma En again. Look, I said what you want to know, but you can't hear it at all. I can understand why you do this, so don't try to do such stupid things again. You are destined to get nothing. Do you really think you can recall the past? If you really care about your past, you shouldn't have. It's a better choice for you. Ma En raised his eyebrows and said, I can't hear your words completely, but it seems that you are not my enemy. The smiling man replied, it depends on what you want to do. If you want to get your memory back, then I am your enemy, I am. But if you accept the advice I have given you over and over again and turn around and leave here, I will still be. Ma En asked puzzledly, so you are the embodiment of the power of the unmemory. Are you my imagination of memory being erased? Are you alive? The black smiling face on the paper trembled, and a giggle came out at the same time. What am I? Don't ask this question, it will only make you look stupid. You challenged a strong enemy, so you have to pay the price. You have already got what you want, so you have to pay something in return. I think all your memories of your previous life are a very reasonable price, and there is no room for negotiation. Ma En said, I have come here, and I firmly believe that I can come back. Since you are in my memory, you should know what kind of power I have, although I don't know what you are and what you want to do. But I am basically sure that you can't hurt me by yourself. No matter what you are, you can't stop me. The smiley face on the paper fell for a few seconds, looking like it was about to get angry, but immediately turned into a smile again. You are right, I can't do anything to you, but as long as I am here, you can't move forward. You really exceeded my expectations, and actually went deep into here, but I can still expel you, and even erase the traces of your visit here, just as we have been doing. It's just a trivial price to pay. When Ma En said this, he attacked again with telekinesis, but just like he had just stopped him from expelling Chao Yin, telekinesis had no way of realizing its existence and passed through the things behind him. The smiling man looked at him and said, you made a mistake, so now you have to pay the price. Ma En, you shouldn't. Darkness came immediately. The blankness completely submerged him like snow. With a few mechanical sounds, the mind-enhancing device suddenly ejected Ma En. He was not fully awake yet, and staggered and almost fell to the ground, but he immediately stabilized his body with telekinesis reflexively. The telekinesis was as strong as before. Spiritual Power 4.5. Chapter 338. Ma En raised his hand, controlled his telekinesis to gently bypass his body, and then stirred around fiercely like a gust of wind, wandering and flowing freely in this containment room, but not touching any objects in it. A sense of coordination gradually rose from Ma En's heart, as if a person who had long been accustomed to the wheelchair suddenly stood up and regained strong legs. Only at this moment could he recall what it felt like to stand on his own legs. The moment he left the mind-enhancing device, he felt that his mental power suddenly became stronger, but this situation was completely different from his initial expectation. He expected that he could find his past memories through the device, but there was nothing. The darkness surged and receded like a tide, and then his mental power was raised to the fourth-order limit. Did he understand it wrongly? The function of this thing is to strengthen one's ability. Is this another gift from Shinshao? She allowed this machine to lock his strongest mental power in advance and prepared a secondary permanent enhancement. But there are many unreasonable places in this case, which also reminds Ma En of the state when he fell off the mental armor. At that time, he was almost forced out, and his consciousness was still quite fuzzy, so he almost fell to the ground. It seems that there are other more reasonable explanations than strengthening. Qin Lan, how long have I been in there just now? Ma En asked through the control bureau. About half a minute. Qin Lan also answered immediately, I have been monitoring you and the machine, and there is no abnormality. This made Ma En fall into deep thought. He already had several vague guesses in his mind, but no matter what he thought, I am afraid that except for finding Shinshao and asking her directly, there is probably no way to answer the current doubts. But there is also good news today, that is, his mental power has reached 4.5. In Ma En's opinion, this ability is much more important than the divine power he originally wanted to obtain. When it was at the third level, this ability showed a very terrifying strength, and it was also extremely comprehensive and flexible. This ability alone can allow him to reach the strength second only to the limit in many aspects of the same level, such as close combat, long-range attack, speed, defense, and other important abilities. In addition, it can also give him useful special abilities such as flying and filtering poison gas. And although it seems that the ultimate strength of telekinesis is not as good as the single ability of the blood of the gods, it is only because Ma-en used to ensure that all aspects have a certain strength when fighting, and it is not a mandatory requirement. In other words, under the premise that he has a divine body, he cannot pay special attention to his defense, and the saved telekinesis will not disappear out of thin air, and can be invested in other aspects. This is also the strength of telekinesis flexibility. And if he wants, he can also invest all his telekinesis in a certain aspect, such as using all his telekinesis for attacking, or all for increasing speed. In this case, it can exert the ultimate strength of 4.5. This is a bit like a super enhanced version of the Gurama magic armor he wore when fighting Ivani, and it covers more aspects. I don't know if this is a coincidence, but this ability seems to be perfectly suitable for him, who has the Control Bureau. Because no matter what shortcomings he has in the abilities he obtained through the Control Bureau, he can make up for it through telekinesis. This feature that can be coordinated with other abilities makes this ability have sufficient effect in most cases. The most important thing is that telekinesis is only the main body of spiritual power, but this abnormal ability is not only telekinesis, but also includes resistance and adaptability to various mental influences, and can also strengthen his resistance to mental attacks. The most important thing is that it can be strengthened through adaptation. Although he has not recovered his memory, as he originally expected, the strengthening of mental power may indirectly achieve this goal. It can be regarded as a step forward in restoring memory. But these are not the most important things. You must know that there are requirements for the bearer of the characteristics through the Abnormal Control Bureau. Most other employees cannot always maintain the long-term use of higher-level abilities. They need to rest occasionally during use, and the use of the same level abilities is not unlimited. Although Ma-en's ability in this regard is far stronger than that of ordinary employees, it also has its limits. The long-term use of the 4th level ability can only be maintained at about 3, and the use of the 5th level ability can only be maintained for a short moment. This was determined when he killed the moon god, and it was only a moment, which was still a heavy burden on his body. But all this is under the premise that he is a 3 and 5 level ability user. Now he is a level 4.5 ability user, which means that maybe he can use more level 4 abilities. If he has the opportunity to use level 5 abilities, it will definitely not be as difficult and short-lived as it was at that time. If Xin Xiao is preparing for this, then many of his doubts seem to be more reasonable. With this in mind, Ma-en walked out of the containment room. How is it? Qinlan stood outside the door and looked at him. Did you get any useful information? Ma-en replied, I didn't get much information. This thing was probably pushed to me by your sister with her ability, and it slightly improved my combat ability. I also got some hints. I think she might want us to find the 5th order abnormal power. So we will keep the original plan unchanged, and I will continue to lurk in the Federation. But I hope you can start preparing for the 2 plans of Ocean Artifact and Titan Relic, and ensure that we always have enough regular members to call. I think maybe the opportunity is right in front of us. Qinlan nodded heavily, and now she trusts Ma-en almost unconditionally. Ma-en then asked, how is the work of the Northern Federation going? Qinlan replied, they have secretly contacted some of the Salvation Alliance that have ceased fighting, and have also received news about the remaining rebels. If they want to contact them directly, they can, but they are still trying to reduce the possibility of leaks as much as possible. Ma-en nodded, well, let them be ready at any time. But just as he said this, he suddenly heard his voice become hoarse, and it was difficult for words and phrases to form sentences. Dizziness and tingling surged into his head at the same time, and the scene in front of him was gradually blurred. Colorful and incomprehensible hallucinations began to coil on his retina, covering up the original world in front of him. In the illusion, he vaguely saw the complex silk threads and traces in front of him. They grew and gathered in the intertwining and entanglement, and seemed to be repairing something. Then, suddenly, like a dead tree coming back to life, the memory of Chao Yin came back to life in Ma-en's mind. Chapter 339. Southern Federation, Sering Culture Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. The female secretary in formal attire pushed open the door, and walked to the desk with a pious look. My God, the federal government is delaying the release of Universe again. The man in a suit sitting on the office chair raised his head slightly, his eyes emitting blazing sunshine. Can you handle it? The female secretary nodded. Yes, but it may not be launched as planned. If it is directly forced to be launched, it may not achieve the effect we originally expected. It may take at least 3 months to solve the current troubles. During this process, the Federation will definitely continue to block us. The Sun God replied calmly. The Federation will definitely cause trouble for us. They will do their best to prevent it from coming out, but when they asked the gods to go to fight Xinhuan together, the ending was already doomed. At the beginning, the gods' fight against Xiao was a deal. Victory was too tempting for the Federation, so they would rather accept the worst request, and the most important reward for the gods led by him was a promise. When they agreed, the documentary named Universe was destined to be released smoothly. This documentary has the highest investment so far, and its production cost is as high as 1.2 billion federal coins, and a large part of the investment is almost wasted due to the diminishing marginal effect. Moreover, its estimated publicity cost is several times the manufacturing cost. They will use various public opinions and communication methods to ensure that this documentary becomes a super phenomenal topic work and becomes the favorite topic of most trend followers. Obviously, this documentary cannot make back the cost, but his purpose is obviously not to make money. Although the name of this documentary is Universe, the most important thing is still the planet Arends where they are, and the solar system where it is located. The Sun and Arends are the two protagonists of this documentary, and the relationship between them is also the main part of the documentary. The documentary will show the magnificence and importance of the Sun relative to this planet in a gentle manner that suits the preferences of most viewers. He will use modern media to show the essence of the Sun to mortals and popularize their understanding of the great star. This is the ritual he uses to strengthen his power, allowing him to be infinitely close to the 6th level. Long ago, his power had reached the limit of the 5th level, and his power is still getting stronger, but because of the Titan curse that binds and imprisons them, these overflowing powers seem to be non-existent, but the Sun God knows very well that these powers do exist, and these extra powers are also a burden for the entire Titan curse. Even as long as the total value of these overflowing powers exceeds its limit, the curse can naturally be lifted. Of course, this is the most impractical method, and it is not his plan. If there are a few more signing gods who have reached the 5th level limit, there may be a chance to do this. It is impossible for him to break this curse alone. The Titan curse comes from humans, who are comparable to them in their heyday. But these overflowing forces can contain the energy of the curse as a whole, and can also be regarded as a disguised weakening of the curse. For his important plan to transcend confinement, this is also an indispensable part. There is one more thing. The secretary continued, the god of fire has made an appointment to meet at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he is waiting at the company now. It is now 2 o'clock. He asked, do I have any other matters to deal with? The secretary shook his head. Then let him come to see me, he ordered. The secretary nodded, then turned and walked out of the office. After nearly half a minute, a young man with blazing eyes pushed open the door and walked in. Vulcan walked to the desk and sat down. The Federation is indeed our biggest enemy. I thought they had no chance to stop our plan. The Sun God calmly replied, it may not be the Federation that stops us. Have you confirmed the identity of that main? The Vulcan God nodded. It is the mortal who killed my 4th level incarnation in the Southern Federation and successfully escaped from the danger of the Sea God. Do you mean he has a problem? The Sun God nodded. Yes, the Federation may not be fully aware of what we are doing, so it has not noticed this, but I think it is not a coincidence that Maine will cooperate with the Federation to take action together, but it is driven by the remaining power of Xiao. These surviving members of the Salvation Alliance are her tentacles that influence the world. Since our goal this time is to imprison her, it is reasonable that the power of Xiao will instinctively resist. I actually anticipated this possibility a long time ago. The Vulcan God sighed. It's a pity that even if we can predict it, it's useless. She can always find a way that we won't notice. Since she chose to stand up and help the Federation win with that little guy named Maine, we can't realize his threat in advance. But now that we have failed, do you think we need to put the mortal named Ma in on the list? His relationship with the Federation is still ambiguous. He has only accepted the Federation's protection plan, but has not really joined them. Now is our best chance to eradicate this mortal. The Sun God said calmly, no need, he is not a threat to us, and it is only Xinjiao's desire to survive that stopped us this time. And who said we failed? The Fire God was stunned for a moment, then showed surprise, but we are not. The Sun God said, yes, her desire to survive has noticed our plan, or our plan to attract her attention. After understanding the Federation's plan to deal with her, I also have a way to deal with her prophetic ability. Do you know that there is a guy named Zhao Guanwu in the Federation, who has found a way to fight against prophecy? In fact, I can do something similar. As long as I blend with the sun itself and cooperate with the corresponding magic, I can isolate Xinjiao's prophecy through information that is too huge to see clearly. Of course, I can always do this. But in the past, this trick was useless because I actually wouldn't have the chance to complete the fusion, because before I could isolate Xinjiao from the prophecy, she would notice it and stop me. Xinjiao can also be aware of the isolation of the prophecy before it is realized, and she also has the power to prevent this from happening, which means that normally trying to isolate the prophecy itself is a funny joke. This is why Xiao Guanwu really surpassed us. He found a way to achieve the unity of the past and the future, so that Xinjiao couldn't even see the process of his isolation itself, bypassing her precautions. Even I don't know how he did it. Although he claimed that this was unintentional, it was just an external statement. I don't think Xinjiao would ignore this accident. But after he first isolated the prophecy and imprisoned Xinjiao, isolation and defense measures, like mine against prophetic abilities, could be achieved, and Xinjiao couldn't really see what happened after that. For Xinjiao, it was impossible to influence the prophecy in my way before that time, but after Xiao Guanwu hid it from her, countermeasures against his prophecy became theoretically feasible. Of course, there are not many people who can do this. I can do this because the sun is really big enough. You know, her prediction is the strongest in this kind of ability. There have been many anti-prophecy measures in the world before, but they have no effect on Xinjiao at all, because her prophecy power can crush these countermeasures. Now, we can start the real imprisonment plan. Chapter 340. The God of Fire still had some doubts about his plan, but now we have also failed in the duel with the Federation, and we did not intend to use their agreement with Atlantis to force them to send Xinjiao to participate in the station. But now, because of the instructions of Xinjiao, Main defeated Ivani. Since this mortal was arranged by Xinjiao, shouldn't we kill him? And he also showed a talent that is not inferior to Ivani. For such a human, we should get rid of him as soon as possible. If you are willing, I can. The God of the Sun replied, he is indeed a mortal with some talent, and there is a small possibility that he will become an enemy that needs to be paid attention to in the future, but if we attack him casually now, it is more likely to expose our intentions, and cause our plan to deal with Xinjiao to be stranded. Even if this mortal's talent increases several times, it's not worth it to attack him. The God of Fire continued, but he once attacked us in the Southern Federation and disrupted our ceremony, and I have personally seen this Ma Yin. I think he is indeed a possibility. The God of the Sun glanced at him indifferently. I know your purpose is not to eliminate any talented mortals, and I don't care what you are doing. If you really want to attack this mortal, you can, but at least wait until Xinjiao is re-imprisoned by us. The God of Fire lowered his head slightly, but this answer was enough for him. He really didn't think about the gods as he said. Although there were not many mortals with the same talent as Ma Yin, they were not few and far between. Naturally, a few without the protection of the power could be found. However, among the many non-human forces, the gods are actually the kind that have no interest in weakening humans. If a conflict happens, they don't mind killing a few mortals who don't believe in them, but they usually don't take the initiative to do such things. After all, their relationship with humans is not completely hostile. If possible, they would rather recruit such mortals to their side. And he repeatedly proposed to kill Ma Yin for his own reasons. Since it has been confirmed that Ma Yin is the leader of the Salvation Alliance, who killed his people in Goan Province, it means that the castle connected to the Titan ruins is in his hands. And not long ago, the God of Fire personally went to Goan Province to look at the castle. Now it seems to be in some special seal, and he has not heard of the Titan's relics. It is estimated that the members of the Salvation Alliance may still have sealed it up. In other words, Ma Yin probably doesn't know what is underneath. As long as he doesn't alarm him, there will probably be no problem, but it is not a good thing to keep this thing in his hands, and he can't rob it, otherwise it will attract the attention of others. The most important thing is not to attract the attention of the sun. He knows that he is doing something secretly, but he does not know that he is hiding the road leading to the Titan ruins. This is why he lets the sea god who is at odds with the sun watch over the castle. If he wants to take care of the castle again, he must find a way to get it back without alerting Main and others, and the easiest way to achieve this goal is to kill Main. If he can get the support of the sun, killing Main and taking back the castle will become very simple, but the current situation is not unacceptable to him. Although Main, who is protected by the Federation, is still a little difficult to deal with, he can always find a way. Moreover, he had plenty of time and could patiently wait for the opportunity to appear. If it really didn't work, he could also wait until Main died of old age. What should we do now? Vulcan asked again. The sun god looked up to the south. The Federation and Atlantis have reached peace now, which means that they have established communication. If the sea people hiding in the deep trench suddenly riot, the Federation will also get the news. Hearing this, the Vulcan god seemed to have thought of something in his mind. You want to cause them to riot and attack Atlantis, so that they can't deal with it alone, and force the Federation, which doesn't need to support them, to intervene? The sun god replied, you are already very close to it, but even if it is like this, the Federation will not be willing to let Shishao take action. I don't want the sea people to attack Atlantis, but to destroy Atlantis. Only when the Federation has no choice, will it let Shishao take action. At that time, they will either send Shishao or wait for the extinction of mankind. The god of fire had a new doubt in his mind at this time, but the sea tribe has not been able to break through the defenses of Atlantis for so many years. How can we let them destroy Atlantis? The sun god asked, do you know what the sea tribe is? The god of fire shook his head. I heard the god of the sea and several other gods mention that they are not living creatures, and they are quite dangerous and have the potential to destroy the entire world, but I don't understand their nature. Although he has a long life as a god, among the many gods, only the sun has never slept. He is as eternal as the sun itself, and only he knows these ancient secrets and truths best. Of course, this is also because the secrets of the sea people are not of concern to the gods, so the god of fire has never asked about it in the past. This is not something that needs to be concealed. The sun god will naturally tell them when they need to know. If you know it, you may know that the sea people have a very terrifying growth ability. The sun god said, Atlantis also has several principles specifically used to deal with them. The warriors there will turn into sea water after death to ensure that these things will not eat flesh and blood. The Atlantean sirens must use dark magic to cover their bodies, and these are all to prevent them from becoming stronger. If these special measures are not strictly followed, the sea people will grow to a level that is enough to kill and destroy Atlantis after a few large-scale battles. In fact, there were not even fifth-level individuals in the original sea people. It was Atlantis and their war that shaped them into what they are today. They can imitate other creatures through observation in various senses, and continue to become stronger to ensure that they can maintain a balance with their enemies. The god of fire asked doubtfully, if Atlantis does not take the initiative to fight them, will they not become stronger? The god of the sun replied, Atlantis has never taken the initiative to fight them. They have always been forced to fight, because if the outside world does not stop them, these things they call the sea tribe will expand in other forms. This is why the ocean itself built Atlantis. Although Atlantis created a group of terrifying monsters, they actually avoided worse possibilities. The god of fire said, why not destroy them completely earlier? The god of sun gave a very reasonable answer, because it can't be done. I once discussed the possibility of doing this with the ocean when I was at my strongest, but I didn't make this choice in the end. The Atlanteans also made similar mistakes, which led to their ability to grow directly from rocks. The god of fire then asked, what is their limit? They can't become infinitely stronger, right? The god of sun looked regretful. You are right. This statement was indeed true when I was at my strongest, but for us who are imprisoned now, they do not have any upper limit to their growth. If they are given appropriate stimulation, they can produce thousands of fifth-level individuals in just a few decades, and sixth-level individuals can be produced in just 100 years. Hearing this, the god of fire found it difficult to accept this fact. How is it possible? What are these things? The god of sun finally answered his question. They are a self-protection measure. You should have seen that there are many creatures in this world that can adapt to the environment. In fact, this idea may have originally come from this kind of thing. Those sea creatures that are similar to human forms are just their external manifestations. You know that mortals now think that life was born in the ocean, right? The god of fire nodded. I have heard of this theory, and I think you are the only one among the gods who knows the truth. The god of sun replied, the truth is simple, this is the fact, and it is also one of the few correct speculations made by mortals in ancient times, but their understanding is somewhat biased. The correct statement is that most of the life on the planet Orens was created by the ocean itself. The ocean I'm talking about here is the giant life lying on the surface of this planet. We and mortals come together to call it the ocean. The original life is the creation of this great creature, a miracle beyond itself. A life form that can evolve autonomously was born in her body in the most distant era. Billions of years later, those tiny creatures gradually evolved into their current appearance according to the ocean's plan. You should have noticed that the flesh and blood creatures on this planet have similar consciousness structures. Although the consciousness forms of insects and humans may still be quite different from each other in their internal view, if you look at them from the perspective of the vast universe, you will deeply realize that the difference between the consciousness structures of humans and insects is actually very small. As for why this is the case, you can refer to the situation where the Titans create flesh and steel puppets to fight against us. At that time, those humans naturally use their own consciousness and soul patterns as templates to shape these two unconscious creatures, but in fact these two lives can use completely different consciousness patterns from humans. Titans can also create such creatures, but they are more inclined to create creatures similar to themselves. The god of fire showed a look of realization. The ocean also used its own consciousness as a model when creating the native creatures of Arins. This is why humans have a similar social structure to the Gunas, and if you didn't mention it, I would think they have no similarities at all. The god of the sun nodded. It's normal for you to think so. Whether it's humans or Gunas, they actually only have a few characteristics of ocean consciousness. The overall consciousness of this great life is more vast than the sum of all the native lives of Arins. And neither you nor I are above this vast consciousness. When the god of fire heard this, a horrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind, followed by strong resistance and suspicion in his heart. Although this idea could not be true at all, he was still surrounded by strong fear. Because this can perfectly explain why the sun did not tell them about the ocean. The sun god also saw his doubts, but did not take the initiative to answer. In fact, this is also the reason why the ocean, a great life that seems to be completely different from flesh and blood creatures, can communicate with us. When she communicates with us, it is like humans talking to low-level artificial intelligence that has not yet taken shape. Our entire language is just a few words in our language to her. But in fact, although she is our origin, we don't need to care too much about her now. This is a great creature that will not arbitrarily affect and interfere with the world we live in. She transcends all the good and evil we know. Don't use our tiny concepts to speculate about her. She was just enjoying observing her creations, and judging by the current level of perfection of humans, I'm afraid this generation of native life in Arins was not her original creation. And it was true that he said the ocean would not do anything to them. In fact, she could not quickly affect the planet. The ocean's own view of time was different from theirs. The difference between her and the gods was like that between gods and humans. The gods' lives were just a short moment to her. When she really wanted to do something, the gods and humans in this short time scale could not perceive or realize it at all. The god of fire realized the problem. But she built Atlantis to worship herself? The god of sun nodded and said, most of the life you can see, yes, including us, as you think, actually originated from the ocean. Although we may actually have some characteristics that she does not have, we are very similar anyway. But the sea tribe is not included. They are the defense measures of another great life. A great life that is completely different from us and the ocean. The god of fire asked, you mean there is a great creature hidden under this trench that is comparable to the ocean? The god of sun shook his head. No, it lies on the crust of this planet. This is the difference between this great life and us. It is very good at understanding and imitating the materials around it. When it landed on this planet, it chose to disguise itself as a part of the planet. The word disguise may be ambiguous. In fact, it is no different from the other crust structures of this planet. At least from our perspective, we can't find any difference. If it is conscious, it is a completely different structure from ours. This difference is much greater than the difference between insects and humans, and is close to the difference between rocks and language. To him, soil and humans are the same. And these sea creatures also come from its imitation and adaptation to the surrounding environment. It uses this characteristic to protect itself when it is asleep. When a threatening creature approaches its body, it naturally imitates the life created by our ocean. To this great life, our creatures are no different from rocks and soil. Our impact on it is actually no different from the meteorite that hits it. It is very likely that it cannot understand or care about our so-called life, and it is difficult to realize the difference between us and other parts of this planet. Just like we don't understand whether it is soil or something else. He is a life form that has nothing in common with us. Even the ocean itself cannot communicate or understand him. Normally, there is no need for so-called communication between them. After all, they will not affect each other. The so-called sea people are the imitation products of the flesh and blood creatures created by this great creature of another great life. Therefore, the sea people can become stronger almost without limit, and they cannot be simply killed or exterminated. Even suppressing them will only make them stronger. Because they are actually just a defense measure of a powerful creature. Their strength depends only on the threat encountered by this creature. And they look like the life we are familiar with, just because it imitates us. If the things living next to this great creature are living knowledge, these sea people present the form of another group of living knowledge. At this point, you should also be able to naturally think that the ocean certainly does not want him to wake up and leave the planet. Because it is just a passing by for them, but for most of her creations. That is the end of the world.